Chapter 251. Just when Lulu was about to question him, she heard Xiaojio's clear and deep voice slowly asking, "Lulu, where is the child?" "Ah? The child?" Lulu was confused and was about to ask him about the child. Unexpectedly, he began to care about the child again. Lulu's thoughts were disrupted, and she could only say the words she had thought of long ago. "The child is being taken care of by a friend of mine. She is a superpower and is in the shelter with the child. It is very safe. Is it Miss Jiang?" "Ah? Yes." After Lulu responded with 2 words, the two fell into a strange silence again. "Miss Jiang helped us take care of the child, and we must thank her. With my current status and embarrassment, I can only ask you to transfer more points to her as a reward for helping us take care of the child." Lulu looked up and looked at Xiaojio, then nodded gently. "I will." Xiaojio saw Lulu close at hand, and he suddenly stretched out his hand towards her face. Lulu was stunned. Just now, he was very distant from her physical contact. Why did he take the initiative now? Lulu was in a dilemma. Her intuition kept telling her that Xiaojio in front of her was very strange. "Don't move. You don't need to wear a mask in the room," Xiaojio said, gently taking off the mask on Lulu's face and helping her take off the baseball cap on her head. "Okay. It's getting late. Should we wash up and rest early?" Lulu suddenly blushed in the face of Xiaojio's natural question. "Okay. I'll go take a shower first. You sit here for a while." After Lulu finished speaking, she stood up and walked to the bathroom as if she was escaping. She was worried. Xiaojio caught up with her and said he wanted to take a shower with her. This would be very embarrassing, even though what should have happened between them had already happened many times. But after not seeing each other for a long time, she still felt a little shy and embarrassed. When Xiaojio saw that the bathroom door was closed, he reached out and picked up Lulu's backpack on the sofa to check. After a quick search, he found a small bottle of Vitality Water Essence in the backpack. About 15 milliliters. He guessed right. Lulu really had Vitality Water Essence hidden here. He picked up the glass bottle, opened the stopper, and sniffed it carefully. When he sensed the rich vitality inside, he immediately determined that it was the Vitality Water Essence. 15 milliliters Vitality Water Essence. A trace of entanglement flashed in Xiaojio's eyes, and the next moment, he put the bottle of Vitality Water Essence that Lulu had put in the backpack to conceal it in his pocket. Then, he came to the bathroom. When he heard the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, he hesitated for a moment. He came to the room, found a pen and paper in his bag, and quickly wrote a sentence. After leaving the note, he put a bottle of diluted Vitality Water in Lulu's bag into his backpack. When he confirmed that there was no other Vitality Water in Lulu's bag or in the room, he gently pushed open the door of the room and left. All these actions and searches took place in a short few minutes. He moved quickly. He left in a hurry. 10 minutes later, when Lulu came out of the bathroom in his pajamas, he found that the room was empty. When she was taking a shower, she thought of many possibilities, but she didn't expect that after she came out, he disappeared again. How many times has he left without saying goodbye? Lulu was indescribably sad and angry. She slowly walked to the sofa and picked up the note on the coffee table. "Lulu, I have something urgent to deal with." "Heh. Just this one sentence? Where did he go again?" Lulu originally doubted the identity of Xiaojio, who suddenly appeared, and always felt that he was very strange. But now it seems, the person she met was definitely Xiaojio. Only he would always leave a short message and disappear quickly. Lulu sat on the sofa in disappointment. She stared at the bracelet blankly, feeling absurd like a dream. If it weren't for the note in her hand, she really thought that meeting Xiaojio tonight was just a dream. She spent so much time looking for him everywhere. After the encounter, there was only such a pale explanation. After Lulu laughed at herself, her expression became colder and colder. He appeared strangely and left in a hurry. She didn't even remember to leave his contact information. At this moment, Lulu suddenly felt that she was very cheap. But she had to find Xiaojio to ask for clarification. Such a long period of worry and search. And worry. No matter what the reason, she had to get to the bottom of it and ask for clarification. Lulu's stubborn mood became more and more intense. She immediately changed her clothes, put on her backpack, and left the room. Xiaojio should have just left not long ago. He lived in the cruise ship guest room at Feng Wharf. After Lulu quickly went downstairs, she ran faster and faster. She didn't care about the pain of breast swelling in her chest at the moment, and used her consciousness to communicate with the empty space in the space, asking it to help feed Xiao Wu the breast milk she had stored before. In the dark night, under the dim lights, the trees on both sides of the scenic area are stacked and swaying in the wind, revealing a chill. Lu Lulio's small figure is like a flash of lightning. She came to the Blue Mountain Pier. There is still half an hour before the next round of boats departs at the hour. The last boat just left. She can't wait that long. Lulu came to the booth next to the pier, found the official staff, and rented a rechargeable assault boat for 200 points. 200 points? 2 hours of use time, and a deposit of 20,000 points. After Lulu paid the points in one go, she quickly got on the assault boat and went to Feng Pier. After she arrived at Feng Pier, she hurried to a large cruise ship parked next to Feng Pier. After running across the long wooden bridge, Lulu came to the entrance of the cruise ship. She entered the entrance and came to the stairs of the cruise ship. As soon as she reached the stairs, she looked up and saw a familiar person. Nandong Yuran? Miss Lu. We are destined to meet. Does Miss Lu live here too? Lulu frowned. Didn't this sickly guy go to Linwan shelter? When did he come here again? Lulu didn't have time to deal with him at the moment. I have something else to do. I'll leave first. After that, Lulu quickly ran up the stairs. Nandong Yuran smiled and waved to her, and left in the opposite direction of her. The two people almost brushed shoulders. Lulu walked to the top of the stairs and glanced down for some reason. Just this one glance made her stay where she was. She saw the black backpack on Nandong Yuran's back. This bag was exactly the same as the one she had seen on Xiao Jiao just now. Lulu frowned and watched Nandong Yuran enter the lobby on the first floor of the cruise ship. He came to the restaurant bar in the lobby and ordered a dinner. Chapter 252. Exactly the same backpack. This black model is very common. Maybe she thought too much. Lulu shook her head and continued to climb upstairs. She came to the third floor and stood at the door of Xiao Jiao's room and knocked. Dong dong dong. She knocked on the door for a long time, but no one opened it. Lulu was mentally prepared when she came. Now she saw that no one answered in this room, and she was indescribably disappointed and angry. A guest room service staff just passed by her with a cart. Lulu stopped the staff. Hello. Can you help me open the door of this room? Madam, did you forget to bring your room card? Yes. That's easy. You can go downstairs to the front desk and apply for a secondary card to open the door. Can't you help open the door? We don't have this authority. You need to go downstairs to the front desk to apply for a secondary card to open the door. After the waiter finished speaking, he smiled and turned away. Lulu immediately went downstairs and found the front desk to ask who was staying in this room. As expected, the front desk politely refused. 100 points. I want to know who lives here. The moment the front desk hesitated, Lulu asked to increase the points to 300. The front desk hesitated for a moment and immediately agreed to tell her the news. Her monthly salary is 300 points. You can find another job if you lose it, but you can't get the points if you miss it. Her name is Nandong Mei, and she just checked out. Nandong Mei? Is she a woman? Yes. The ID card information shows that she is a girl. 26 years old this year. Lulu was even more confused. Why was the room where Xiao Jiao lived registered by a girl? Could it be? I want to go into the room and take a look. Then you have to hurry up and don't touch the things inside. Yes. Lulu transferred 300 points to the front desk and successfully got the room card. She took the room card, entered the room, closed the door, and searched carefully. 10 minutes later, Lulu found nothing. She could only go downstairs disappointed and return the room card to the front desk. Excuse me. Where is the public toilet here? The front desk staff pointed her to the dining area downstairs. Lulu walked down from the second floor of the cruise ship and came to the lobby on the first floor. She looked around and saw Nandong Yuran leisurely eating supper. Next to him, a girl in a green tang suit appeared. Lulu's eyes withdrew from the girl and unconsciously looked at the backpack behind Nandong Yuran again. Nandong Yuran. Black backpack. The person who checked into the room was Nandong Mei. The girl next to Nandong Yuran? He told me before that he went to Linwan shelter. Why was he here all of a sudden? Nandong Yuran often coughs up blood? Xiao Jiao just coughed up blood. All these coincidences added up. And Lulu had a horrible idea in her mind. Originally, she planned to go to the public bathroom first to relieve the pain of breast swelling. At this moment, she didn't care to go to the bathroom. Instead, she strode towards Nandong Yuran, who was eating in the restaurant bar. No matter whether her guess was correct, she had to find Nandong Yuran to find out. Lulu walked to Nandong Yuran, and she said hello to him despite the pain in her chest. Mr. Nandong. Good evening. Hello. Miss Lu. Have you had dinner? Sit down and eat together. I'll treat you? Lulu didn't have the leisure to have dinner at this moment. She asked straight to the point. I haven't seen the lady next to you before. What's her name? Nandong Mei glanced at Lulu. And deep in her eyes was the contempt and disgust that could not be concealed. I really don't understand why the young master played such a trick with this girl. A girl like her has no power or influence. Just tie her up and interrogate her. I don't believe she won't tell the truth. Miss Lu. I'm Nandong Mei. When Lulu heard Nandong Mei's self-introduction, a huge wave of waves rose in her heart. Her guess came true. This Nandong Yuran has been coughing up blood and is dying. The person who opened the room. The identity information registered is called Nandong Mei. The evidence is as strong as a mountain. Lulu suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart. In her mind, the strange scene of meeting Nandong Yuran kept ringing. And everything that happened during this period. Nandong Yuran must have awakened the ability of imitation. This ability requires energy support. And the primary ability cannot last long. No wonder. She felt strange. Why Xiao Jiao kept asking about the news of the vitality water after seeing her. After getting the vitality water, he chose to leave without saying goodbye. Lulu gritted his teeth. And the hand under the sleeve was clenched into a fist unnaturally, restraining himself to stay calm. This Nandong Yuran, and the girl Nandong Mei beside him. The purpose is the vitality water. First, Nandong Mei used the news of Xiao Jiao to lure her up the mountain. And then met Xiao Jiao by chance to let her relax her vigilance. Lulu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If she guessed correctly, the person she met tonight was not the real Xiao Jiao. This could also explain why Xiao Jiao was so indifferent after meeting her. Lulu suppressed her anger to kill someone. She stared at Nandong Yuran's contented expression calmly, and had already greeted his family in her heart. Miss Lu. I feel embarrassed if you look at me like this. Nandong Yuran's low and mellow voice awakened Lulu's reason. Mr. Nandong, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. She said this coldly, and turned to walk towards the bathroom in the hall. After she left, Nandong Mei asked in confusion, Master, you have already got the vitality water from her body. Why are you wasting time on her? Let's go back to Mount Everest quickly. Facing Nandong Mei's questioning, Nandong Yuran raised his beautiful peach blossom eyes slightly. He didn't know why he suddenly changed his mind when he was about to leave, and sat in the hall waiting for her to come downstairs. Master, you don't have feelings for her? Nandong Mei was startled by her sudden question. How is this possible? With such a noble status as master, how can an ordinary, powerless girl like Lulu be worthy of master? Nandong Yuran said coldly. Are you questioning me? Nandong Mei's face changed, and she bowed her head and replied respectfully, Master, I was wrong. Nandong Yuran didn't look at Nandong Mei, but stretched out her hand and tapped her fingers on the table boredly. Xiao Jiao will definitely come back to find her. You arrange people to keep an eye on her, and report to me immediately if anyone who looks like Xiao Jiao appears around her. Remember? Don't do anything to her on your own without my order. I remember. Master, I'm tired. Go prepare a room. Nandong Mei turned around and immediately arranged a place for Nandong Yuran to stay. Chapter 253. Cruise ship lobby. Bathroom. Lulu used the enclosed space of the bathroom to enter the space through the bathroom to solve her physical discomfort. When she entered the space, Xiao Wei just drunk milk and fell asleep. Lulu could only take out the breast pump, suck out the milk with the breast pump, and store it in the milk storage bag. When she was done and returned to the bathroom from the space, more than 40 minutes had passed. Lulu left the bathroom and walked through the first floor lobby. When she passed the restaurant area, she found Nandong Yuran, who had just sat at the restaurant bar, reading a book leisurely. Lulu clenched her fists in anger. This pretentious dogman. He had no good intentions from the beginning. Lulu walked in front of Nandong Yuran. Mr. Nandong, I have something to talk to you about. Nandong Yuran smiled and closed the book. Lu Lulu saw the title of the book. How to Make the Person You Like You Too. Okay. Miss Lu. Please take a seat. This is not a place to talk. Please come with me to a quiet place to discuss in detail. Mr. Nandong. Nandong Yuan smiled, with an indescribable morbid feminine charm between his eyebrows. Okay. Seeing that he agreed so straightforwardly, Lu Lulu was slightly stunned, and pointed to the outside of the cruise ship. Let's go to where I live to discuss in detail. Nandong Yuan's smile was a little surprised, but he nodded with a smile on his lips. This won't disturb your rest. Right? No. I'm not sleepy. After Lu Lulu finished speaking, he turned around and walked in front to lead the way. They walked out of the cruise ship side by side, and transferred to a ferry that was about to depart. All night, Lu Lulu rowed the boat back and forth, torturing her. The sound of the boat engine was very loud. After all this tossing and turning, she felt dizzy. This is a symptom of seasickness. Lu Lulu resisted the nausea and took Nandong Yuan back to the Blue Mountain Pier. Not long after the two arrived at the pier, Nandong Mei also came here by a salt boat. After showing her pass to the official leaders of the Blue Mountain Shelter, she arranged a team to enter the hotel where Lu Lulu checked in and monitor her 24 hours a day. This time, Lu Lulu took Nandong Yuan back to the hotel. When she and Nandong Yuan entered the hotel lobby, one of the two hotel staff saw Lu Lulu entering the hotel with another strange man, and immediately woke up the colleague, who was browsing the bracelet for him. Look! The girl changed men again. The girl who was immersed in the bracelet forum was pulled by her colleague to look at Lu Lulu and Nandong Yuan, who had just passed by the front desk. You really changed men. These two men don't look like pimps. They are both very young, and their temperament and figure are both good. Why do you always focus on different things than me? Ah? What are you focusing on? The girl was speechless for a moment. What her colleague said was indeed correct. She had to admit that the height and temperament of these two men seemed to have their own characteristics. Just looking at these 2 points, you can tell that these two men are not ordinary. Hotel room. Lu Lulu calmly took out the room card and opened the door. Nandong Yuan saw her thin back opening the door, and his heart skipped a beat unnaturally. What could it be that she was looking for me for? She wanted me to go back to the hotel room with her late at night? Nandong Yuan had some uncontrollable and charming thoughts. He followed Lu Lulu into the room silently. When he returned to the hotel room he had just left, the feeling at this moment was completely different from before. This time, he was not using Xiaojio's skin, but his own. Sit down for a while. I'll go wash my hands. Lu Lulu stood at the entrance and pointed in the direction of the sofa. Nandong Yuan nodded gently, turned his back to Lu Lulu, and sat on the sofa. Lu Lulu saw him sitting down obediently, and locked the door with his backhand. She walked in front of Nandong Yuan and stood still. Nandong Yuan looked up and met her gaze, still with a light smile on his face. Miss Lu, what do you want to talk to me about? Lu Lulu grinned at this moment. What? You'll know soon. After that, Lu Lulu stretched out his hand and pushed Nandong Yuan down on the sofa. Nandong Yuan blinked, very surprised. Miss Lu, what are you doing? Lu Lulu smiled at him. She reached into a bag on the sofa, took out a pair of handcuffs from it, and handcuffed Nandong Yuan's hands. Miss Lu, what are you doing? Nandong Yuan's tone was a little flustered. Lu Lulu guessed his identity, and now she was angry. She did not answer Nandong Yuan's doubts, but she continued to take out another pair of handcuffs from the bag and handcuffed Nandong Yuan's legs tightly. Nandong Yuan was forced to be handcuffed and lay straight on the sofa. His eyes were full of surprise and astonishment. Lu Lulu sneered as she stood up from the lightning contact with Nandong Yuan. Nandong Yuan, or should I call you fake Xiaojio? Miss Lu, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Seeing Nandong Yuan pretending to be deaf and dumb, Lu Lulu was even more angry. She turned around, picked up the fruit knife on the coffee table, and gestured to Nandong Yuan's dying face. If you don't want to die, tell the truth. Lu Lulu made a fierce expression to Nandong Yuan. Nandong Yuan still looked confused. Miss Lu, I really don't know what you are talking about. From what I know, you are a helpful and kind-hearted girl. You won't hurt people for no reason. Lu Lulu realized that Nandong Yuan was not afraid at all, and did not take her threats seriously, and was very speechless. You can't know a person's heart from his face. I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't say it, Don't blame me for being rude. Lulu clenched the fruit knife and pointed the tip of the knife at Nangong Yuren's handsome cheek. With just one cut, the man lying on the sofa, who had no power to fight back, was bleeding on the spot. Miss Lu, you saved my life. Take it if you want. Nangong Yuren stretched his neck, and his face touched the sharp tip of the fruit knife as he swayed. Instantly, a blood mark appeared on his face. Lulu was stunned for a moment when she saw the blood on the fruit knife. Her fingers holding the fruit knife trembled slightly. Could it be? All her guesses were wrong. No one would be so hard-mouthed when facing death. If Nangong Yuren was really a superpower, he had a special superpower of transformation, and he couldn't be so easily bound by himself. The physique of superpowers has been enhanced. Chapter 254. Nangong Yuren in front of her looked weak and exhausted. How could he look like a superpower? Lulu was confused and disoriented about her guesses and judgments. She was half bent over at this moment, with the fruit knife close to Nangong Yuren's handsome and pale face. Nangong Yuren closed his eyes tightly, and his long eyelashes cast a long shadow under his eyelids. Further down, there was Nangong Yuren's slender neck and his particularly prominent Adam's apple. It only took a light knife to cut his neck, and blood would flow, and he would die here. Afterwards, she ran away at night and hid to put an end to it all. Lulu moved the fruit knife along Nangong Yuren's bleeding cheek and slowly moved it to his neck. This man looked like he was at her disposal. It gave Lulu the illusion that he would die under the roses and become a romantic ghost. Facing such a person who was determined to die, she couldn't do it. It was just like a werewolf game she played in her previous life. Those who were checked by the prophet were doomed to die. There is a check. There is a check. However, if at this time, the person being checked is eager to die, speaks seriously, and shows that his attitude and identity are good people, it will increase the probability that he will not be pushed out. Lulu's mentality at this time is probably the wavering psychology after hearing a good person speak. In the past, at this time, she would choose to wait and see, continue to observe, and temporarily give up the right to execute this person. Lulu hesitated, and she bent over for several minutes, and her waist was a little sore at this time. She put away the fruit knife, but did not untie the silver metal handcuffs on Nangong Yuren's hands and feet. Nangong Yuren slowly opened her eyes when she put the fruit knife on the coffee table. Ms. Lu, you are kind-hearted and will never hurt innocent people. I guessed right. Lulu sat on the single sofa opposite Nangong Yuren. She stared coldly at the tied man, her eyes rolling back and forth. Nangong Yuren blinked her eyes and asked for help innocently. Miss Lu, can you untie my feet first? What? Please untie my leg cuffs. I want to go to the bathroom. Lulu had a cold face, but he was secretly muttering in his heart, this person just ate and drank in the hall, and now he is exhausted and wants to go to the bathroom. What a lot of things. Go to what bathroom? Don't you understand the situation? Before you explain the problem, just hold it in. If you dare to urinate and defecate on the sofa, I will stab you to death. Ah? Well then, I will try my best to hold it in. Nangong Yuren gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly on the sofa. After a while, he covered his stomach with his handcuffed hands. Lulu was speechless when he saw his painful expression, as if he was about to solve it on the sofa. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to untie the shackles on Nangong Yuren's feet. The bathroom is next to the door. Go! Nangong Yuren stretched his calves, sat up from the sofa, then stood up and went into the bathroom at the door. Lulu waited patiently in the room. 10 minutes later, Nangong Yuren walked out of the bathroom, sat down on the sofa obediently, and smiled at Lulu. Miss Lu, did you mention Xiaojiu just now? I have an impression of this person. When Lulu heard Nangong Yuren mention Xiaojiu's name, she was stunned. Is he really innocent? Or is he not afraid of death? Tell me, what is your impression? The official forum has issued a wanted order for this man named Xiaojiu. His name and photo can be found in shelters across the country. Now shelters across the country are all connected to the internet. According to what I have learned, I want to know. In addition to Hailan country, many countries such as the United States, India, and the island country have also put this wanted order on the forum. If you can get news about this person and report it to the official, you will get a lot of points. Lulu replied expressionlessly, I know what you said. Now, The question I want to ask you is, what is your relationship with Nangong Mei? Don't play dumb. I just met Xiaojiu. And the girl who opened a room for him registered Nangong Mei's ID information. And you? With Nangong Mei. And both of you have the surname Nangong. Don't tell me that there is no relationship between you. Nangong Yuan saw Lu Lulu with his arms folded across his chest, as if he was interrogating him as a criminal. If his next answer could not satisfy her, I guess he might really die here. He always kept a faint smile on his lips. He neglected to register the ID card information this time. He was worried that Lu Lulu would react and catch up with him, which would be troublesome. He packed up and checked out quickly. When he left, he ran into her who came to look for Xiaojiu. At that time, he suddenly didn't want to leave in such a hurry. Instead, he found the restaurant in the lobby, pretended to have a meal, and tried to talk to her. He himself couldn't explain why he suddenly changed his mind after seeing her. Instead of leaving tonight to return to Mount Everest, Nangong Mei had always been handling the hotel's registration information. This kind of negligence of not having time to handle the tale should not be repeated in the future. Miss Lu, Nangong Mei is my distant relative. You know, my health is not very good, and I often cough up blood. There is no special medicine at the Linon shelter, and I need to come to the East District shelter to buy Chinese herbal medicine materials for making medicine. So I came here, and Mei heard that I came here and came to see me. As for why she used her ID card to open a room for Xiaojiu, I don't know the reason. My distant relative has always held an important position in the official. Maybe she knows Xiaojiu? After listening to Nangong Yuan's explanation, Lu Liuliu's eyes revealed a look of I don't believe it. Miss Lu, are you looking for the man named Xiaojiu? If you want to know the relationship between him and Mei, I can contact Mei and ask her to talk to you. Nangong Yuan said with a smile. Lu Lulu sneered. Does he think she is an idiot? He himself said that Nangong Mei is an official. She has tied her up now. If Nangong Mei finds out that she kidnapped her relatives, she will definitely suffer. She is not afraid of an official like Nangong Mei. At most, she can take Xiao Wu away and live in seclusion in a remote place. She is not short of supplies anyway. You want to contact Nangong Mei? Lu Lulu thought that this man named Nangong Yuan was stupid. How could she let him contact Nangong Mei? She approached Nangong Yuan and prepared to untie the bracelet on his wrist to check. For a moment, her warm fingers touched Nangong Yuan's cold skin when she untied the bracelet on his wrist. Chapter 255. It is clearly the end of summer, and the weather is hot. But the temperature on Nangong Yuan's wrist is like ice. Freezing cold. Why does a person's skin have such a temperature? Lu Lulu shuddered, and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. She took Nangong Yuan's bracelet and couldn't help asking, why is your body like an ice stick? I was born with a strange disease, and there is no medicine in the world for this disease. My disease can only be relieved by taking Chinese medicine. Nangong Yuan smiled bitterly and slowly said something very cruel to himself. The director of the first hospital of Hailan country said that I will not live beyond 30 years old with this disease. I am 25 years old this year. It should be said that I am 26 years old in lunar age, and I should not live for many years. Lu Lulu listened to Nangong Yuan as if he was telling a mysterious story. Is there really such a disease in this world? Lu Lulu has never heard of such a strange disease in her past life and this life. The man in front of her didn't look like he was lying. Okay, I won't pity you even if you say this. Maybe your ancestors did something bad, and you are being punished. Lu Liuliu's cold words stunned Nangong Yuan. Is it really what she said? The Nangong family has done a lot of bad things over the years, so they are being punished? At this moment, Nangong Yuan began to reflect on himself for so many years, helping the leader to do some shady things. Did he do something wrong? He sent people to assassinate the officials that the leader didn't like. He sent people to solve the truth that the leader wanted to cover up for his relatives. Among those who were dealt with, many were important and honest officials who had made contributions to the people, just because they blocked the leader's decision and raised objections. So, they were all dealt with by the Nangong family without knowing it. These years, since the first generation of his ancestors, they have been doing such things. The Nangong family has been more and more lonely from generation to generation. By his generation, almost all the family members died of illness. By his generation, perhaps there will be no descendants. The Nangong family only has him as the only direct bloodline left. Nangong Mei is a distant relative of the Nangong family, and has some blood connection with the Nandong family. It is also the only distant relative of the Nandong family left. Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? What is the password of the bracelet? Lu Lulu asked with a louder voice. Initial password. 6 zeros. Lu Lulu entered 6 zeros as Nandong Yuran said. The bracelet was unlocked successfully instantly. Lu Lulu opened the My interface of the bracelet and saw Nandong Yuran's information. Sure enough, it was just as he said. He is 25 years old this year and will soon celebrate his 26th birthday. His name is indeed Nandong Yuran. Lu Lulu opened his bracelet contacts and found only 5 people's contact information. These 5 people are Nandong Mei, Nandong Lan, Nandong Zhu, and Nandong Ju. And herself? Good guy. Is this person socially anxious? Even more outrageous than her. There are only a few people in the bracelet. At a glance at the 4 names of Nandong Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju, they must be his relatives. Another one turned out to be herself. Lu Lulu opened the contact information on the bracelet separately. She wanted to find clues from it. This person was suddenly tied up by her, and was not on guard. So the status of his bracelet now is the most real situation. He must not have deleted the chat records with those people in time, including some of the content he searched in the bracelet forum, which can expose his secrets. Lu Lulu didn't want to pry into other people's privacy. But this person is suspected of lurking beside her and pretending to be Xiaojio. So he must be checked. Lu Lulu opened the chat records between him and the 4 people except her. It was blank inside. The chat records were either non-existent or all deleted by him. Lu Lulu curiously opened the chat records between herself and Nandong Yuran. As a result, she saw that every record above was displayed above. It was not deleted. Could it be that this person has only contacted her for such a long time? Lu Lulu continued to open the bracelet forum to check the history of his post reading. The first post was naturally about Xiaojio's wanted order. The other browsing records were all the top 10 announcement posts on the official forum. Other than that, there was nothing, including the keywords in the forum search records. Not a single word appeared. How could there be such a weird person? The apocalypse had been going on for such a long time. And he had been wearing a bracelet and had no entertainment activities. But he had only read a few official announcement posts. The number of contacts in the bracelet was even more pitiful. Lu Lulu took a look at the points in Nandong Yuran's bracelet. About 20,000. Are the 4 girls in your bracelet all your relatives? So they are. Lu Lulu curled her lips and threw the bracelet to Nandong Yuran. She remembered the note Xiaojio left when he left. So a plan came to mind. You write your own name. While Lu Lulu was talking, she put a notebook and a pen on the table on the coffee table in front of Nandong Yuran. Nandong Yuran gestured to Lu Lulu. I can't write like this. Why can't I write? The handcuffs are separated by a distance. So I can write. Nandong Yuran was forced to pick up a black writing pen and write his own name on the paper. Well, you continue writing. Lu. I have something urgent to deal with. Write this sentence. Nandong Yuran was forced to do it. Very quickly. Nandong Yuran finished writing and put the pen down. Lu Lulu picked up the notebook on the table and the note Xiaojio left for her, and compared the handwriting on them. When Nandong Yuran checked the handwriting, she knew that she couldn't hide what happened today. When he wrote just now, he deliberately made it ugly. But if you look closely, you can see that in some small details. The habit of writing horizontal, vertical and left strokes can't deceive people. His fingers moved slightly, and the silver handcuffs that were originally handcuffed on his wrists were opened instantly. Nandong Yuran grabbed the fruit knife on the table and quickly came to Lu Lulu. He hugged her from behind and put the fruit knife against her neck. Don't move. Lu Lulu blinked. She saw the notebook and note in her hand, and was almost furious with the man behind her. Sure enough, this bastard was lying to him. The handwriting was written by the same person. What relatives? He didn't know. He was pretending to do all this. Lu Lulu angrily threw the note in the notebook away and asked, Is your ability to disguise? Why did you pretend to be Xiaojio? What is your purpose? Lu Lulu didn't believe it. He disguised himself as Xiaojio and came to her. But he didn't do anything and just left without saying goodbye? Chapter 256. She was somewhat confident about her looks and figure. In the peaceful and prosperous times, she had received countless love letters from childhood to adulthood in school. Not to mention the end of the world now. He was not seeking sex. Nor did he rob money. Why? He pretended to be beside him to get information about Xiaojio, since he knew that Xiaojio was very close to her and that they had a child. At the very least, he would join forces with Nangong Mei, an official he mentioned, to arrest her and force her to tell him where Xiaojio was. But why didn't he do anything? Lulu had many images flashing through her mind in an instant. She thought of Nandong Yuren asking her for a bottle of vitality water when she came in. Such a bottle of vitality water was pitifully small. The amount of vitality water she gave to Xiaojio and traded to the official was far more than this. For a bottle of vitality water, there was no need for him to be so deliberate and go to great lengths to get close to her. Miss Lu, do you remember? I just told you that I won't live past 30. This is true. You have the vitality water hidden by Xiaojio. I need the vitality water to cure my illness. I want to live and relieve the pain. That's all. Lulu was speechless. He actually went to great lengths to come to her, just for the inexhaustible vitality water. This man might really have a serious illness. What do you want to do now? Nandong Yuren was stunned. He was also puzzled by his current behavior. Miss Lu, I won't hurt you. After saying that, Nandong Yuren released the restraint and coercion on Lulu. He threw the fruit knife aside and said seriously, Miss Lu, my only goal is to get the remaining vitality water on you. Nothing more. Lulu was about to fight back and let the sickly man go to see the King of Hell in advance, but suddenly found that he let her go, and her expression was a little surprised. So, the man who pretended to be Xiaojio tonight was you? Nandong Yuren and Lulu, who had a cold face, looked at each other. He nodded gently. It's me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied to you. If I didn't do this, you would definitely not give me the precious vitality water. Lulu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the man tonight was not the real Xiaojio. If it was the real Xiaojio, she might be furious. How do you know about the relationship between me and Xiaojio? Nandong Mei is an official. I know the relationship between you and Xiaojio very well through her. So, you went to great lengths just to get close to me and cheat me of that bottle of vitality water? No, not a bottle of vitality water. Nandong Yuren took out the 15 milliliters vitality water concentrate that Lulu had put in her backpack from her pocket. And this bottle of vitality water concentrate. Lulu stared. And when she saw the small sub-bottle, she felt terrible. You liar. Thief. Get out of here. Nandong Yuren faced Lulu's roar and asked calmly, Ms. Lu, don't get excited first. This vitality water, consider it as something I bought for you. I learned from Nandong Mei that you seem to be in need of crystal cores. Lulu tried her best to control her desire to kick the man in front of her away. You want to trade crystal cores for vitality water? How much can you give out? This sickly girl only has 20,000 points in her bracelet, and it's hard for her to use it herself. So she still needs to buy crystal cores? Does he know how many crystal cores he lacks? Even if all the zombies in the entire Highland country are killed and the crystal cores are given to her, it's not enough. I'm not sure how much I can give you at the moment, but I'll find a way. When I get the crystal cores, I'll send them to you immediately. Heh. Lulu laughed in anger. This broken vitality water is not worth mentioning to her. The space has dozens of kilograms, and it is still being produced every day. If you take it all out, this person will be scared silly. The official is also enough. For a little vitality water, Xiaojio was wanted. Your big pie is very good, and your tragic illness is also very touching. So, can you get out of here now? Nandong Yuren saw Lulu who was about to go berserk, and immediately strode to the door. He promised Lulu, Miss Lu, I will use all the power of the Nandong family to help you find the crystal core. After he finished speaking, he pushed open the door and left. After he left, Lulu was already sweating coldly. After Nandong Yuren left, she immediately packed up her things and ran away overnight. This man can easily investigate her whereabouts and information. It's really dangerous. When she confronted this man just now, she was lucky not to act rashly. The handcuffs that fell in the room were neatly cut, as if they were cut by someone with force. Such power is really amazing. Most of Lulu's anger just now was bluffing. Nandong Yuren is a superpower, and his physical strength has increased by more than 3 times. And he can cut the handcuffs out of thin air. It's definitely not as simple as a simple disguised psychic. You must run away quickly. She thought of the ridiculous behavior of threatening the man just now, and a cold sweat broke out on her back. In the future, you must never underestimate anyone. Maybe that person is a psychic with special powers. If you are not careful, you may be killed by these people without time to hide in the space. Lulu ran out of the East District shelter with a backpack. She sent a message to John Lang with her bracelet, asking him to wait at the gate of the shelter. It was not until Lulu successfully drove away from the East District shelter and found John Lang that the panic in her heart gradually dissipated. Master, you look so bad. Why do you look like you have seen a ghost? Don't say it. I really saw a damn ghost tonight. Lulu couldn't help but burst out a swear word. Go away. Go away. I don't want to come to this place again. John Lang found that Lulu was in a bad mood and didn't dare to say much. He drove the car, leading the way, looking for the next place to stay. Blue Lake, Wind Pier, Cruise Hall. Nandong Yuran and Nandong Mei sat in a private room in the hall. Master, what happened to your face? Nandong Mei said hurriedly. She immediately called the Nandong family members of the Blue Lake shelter and asked them to send medicine. It's just a minor injury. Nothing serious. Nandong Yuran took out the large bottle of diluted vitality water he got from Lulu and poured some on his fingers. As he raised his hand, he applied the vitality water to the injured part of his cheek. The red mark on the injured part that was originally scratched by a fruit knife was healed visibly because of the vitality water. Nandong Mei was very surprised. Master, the vitality water is amazing. It's really amazing. Master, you asked me to arrange someone to follow Miss Lu. Just now our people sent a message that Miss Lu has left the Blue Lake. Chapter 257 Thunderstorm. Keep watching her. Remember? Don't lose her. Nandong Mei assured firmly. Don't worry. Master, I have placed micro-trackers on the cars of Miss Lu and her companions. What if they change cars? Don't worry. Master, the people I arranged have the ability to track smells. Even if they change cars, the psychic can find Miss Lu's location based on her smell. Yes. Nandong Mei stretched out her slender fingers with distinct joints and knocked on the dining table. Help me collect the crystal cores in the zombies' brains. The more the better. Okay. Master. Nandong Mei did not ask Nandong Yuran about the use of the crystal cores this time, because she had already thought that the master had awakened a special ability, and he must use the crystal cores to upgrade his ability. She immediately ordered the people under the Nandong family to trade the crystal cores. The vast majority of the crystal cores were controlled by the leader. However, many families also got a small portion. As long as the Nandong family can provide enough supplies, they can exchange for crystal cores. The superpowers need crystal cores, but the premise is that they have enough supplies to survive. To a certain extent, supplies are much more useful than crystal cores. People will not die without crystal cores, but without survival supplies, they will not live long. Nandong Mei opened the bracelet and sent a group message to the trusted subordinates of the Nandong family. Soon, the Nandong family began to collect the number of crystal cores that could be exchanged from all over the country of Hailan. Master, I have notified them. The first batch of crystal cores will be collected in about a day. After getting the crystal cores, airlift them back to Mount Everest first. Okay, young master. Nandong Yuran stretched out his hand and rubbed his tired forehead. Have you arranged the guest room? Yes, young master. Come with me. I will take you back to the room to rest. Nandong Yuran got up and followed Nandong Mei to leave and went to the room to rest. In the early morning, the night was as dark as ink. A light drizzle fell from the sky, and a few minutes later, the rain got heavier. Lulu followed John Lang in the car, driving on the cement road in the pouring rain. As the rain got heavier, the windshield wipers on the car were just fanned, and the front window was immediately wet by the rain. Lulu and John Lang's vision was blocked, and they had to slow down. The black pager would light up a red light. Master, the rain is too heavy. Let's find a place nearby to shelter from the rain first. Okay, Lulu replied, flipping through the offline map on the tablet, trying to find a temporary place to rest. But now, the night is dark, and there is no light nearby. The whole world is as silent as death. The rain keeps pouring on the car window, making people feel upset. Master, there is a villa complex 3 kilometers ahead. Where can we go to rest temporarily? You lead the way, Lulu replied loudly, squinting his eyes. following John Lang's car, driving with full concentration. About 10 minutes. Their car struggled to get through the baptism of heavy rain and arrived at the temporary resting destination. Master, this row of villas is pitch black, and it is not clear whether there are people living leisurely inside. I'll go explore the road first. Master, wait for me in the car for a while. Well, be careful. Okay. John Lang found a black umbrella in the car. He took out the car key, put it in his pocket, pulled the handbrake, opened the umbrella, and got out of the car. Boom boom. As soon as he got out of the car, a sharp thunder exploded. The lightning crossed the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar, cutting through the dark night sky. John Lang held the umbrella and walked quickly towards the gate of a villa. This is a townhouse, and the distance between each villa is not too far. Lulu was sitting in the car when she saw John Lang jump over the high villa wall and enter the villa. She felt a sense of fear for no reason. In the dark night, the thunder outside made people panic. Lulu didn't dare to look at the lightning and thunder outside the car window. After locking the car doors and windows, she pulled down the blackout curtains on the front windows of the car. When the blackout curtain was drawn, the dazzling lightning outside was blocked by more than half, although white light flashed through the gap under the blackout curtain from time to time. She felt that her fear was relieved a little at this moment. Thunder is really terrifying. When Lulu was very young, she saw it with her own eyes under a big tree downstairs in the community. A resident of the community stood under the big tree and made a phone call when it was thundering, raining and lightning. Many residents nearby asked her to leave there quickly. I don't know if it was because the thunder was too loud, or the rain was too loud, or she was too immersed in the sound of the phone. It only took a few seconds. A lightning that shocked the world and made ghosts cry passed by, and the tree she was standing on was instantly split in half. Similarly, she was also struck into charcoal by the thunder. Since then, Lulu has been particularly afraid of thunder. It's okay when it rains, but thunder accompanied by lightning is really terrifying. Every time she sees thunder and lightning, she is very worried that the thunder will not open his eyes and strike her. John Lang, you must come back soon. Lulu prayed silently in her heart. About 5 minutes later, Lulu, who lowered his head and hugged his body tightly, heard someone shouting outside the car window. Master, there is no one in the villa. Please come in and rest with me. It's raining heavily outside. Open your umbrella. Lulu didn't dare to open an umbrella. Every time there was thunder, she didn't dare to go out. When she encountered an unavoidable thunderstorm, she only dared to wear a raincoat and didn't dare to open an umbrella. The umbrella was made of iron. She was worried that the iron was conductive and that the umbrella would be struck by lightning and the person holding the umbrella would be struck by lightning. This may be a ridiculous idea of worrying about the future. The probability of being struck by lightning when holding an umbrella is lower than winning the lottery. But it is low. There is still a probability. Especially Lulu has seen people killed by lightning with her own eyes. She is even more scared. Wait for a while. Lulu pulled open the blackout curtain in front of the car window, intending to drive the car to the gate of the villa first, and then walk a few steps to rush in. She really didn't want to hold an umbrella. Lulu drove the car, stepped on the accelerator, and parked the car on the road in front of the villa. At this time, she was only 3 steps away from the gate of the villa after getting off the car. John Lang ran to the car with an umbrella. Lulu opened the car door, and as soon as she got out of the car, John Lang moved all the black umbrellas in his hand over her head to help her block the heavy rain and prevent her from getting wet. Thank you. Lulu said a thank you, and as soon as she finished speaking, a sharp thunder exploded. Suddenly, she ran quickly towards the gate of the villa like a frightened rabbit. John Lang followed closely behind her, holding an umbrella for her. Chapter 258. He didn't put away the black umbrella until she walked up the 5 steps of the villa and came to the eaves of the villa's main entrance. Lulu stood at the door and found that John Lang was soaked. Are you okay? Master, I'm fine. I'm a zombie and my physical fitness is excellent. John Lang stretched out his arm and bent it like those who often do fitness exercises. His arm showed his bulging biceps through a thin black long-sleeve sports t-shirt. Lulu saw that John Lang was soaked by the rain, and he could vaguely see the lines of his 8-pack abs. This little brother's figure is really amazing. As long as he doesn't take off his clothes and doesn't expose the white and smelly skin that looks like a dead body that has been soaked in water for several days. Lulu smelled the faint odor on John Lang's body and frowned and said, "I'm glad you're okay. Think of a way," and opened the door of the villa quickly. While she was talking, thunder in the sky came from time to time. Lulu's body trembled. "I must not let my little brother find out that I am afraid of thunder." She gritted her teeth and held back her fear. "Master, please stand aside for a moment. I will try to open the door." Lulu retreated to the corner of the gate. John Lang stretched out his arms, that had just shown off his biceps, and tried to push the gate of the villa open with brute force. But the gate did not give him any face. He could move a 2-ton gate, but he was helpless against this gate at this moment. "John Lang, can you do this?" "Master, I can do it." John Lang tried his best to push the gate open. He tried for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. There were at least 10 thunders in the sky. Lulu's face was pale. She wanted to cover her ears with her hands and close her eyes to avoid the dazzling lightning in the sky. But John Lang was beside her, so she had to hold back the little girl's behavior. "Master, it seems that I can't do it this time. Do you have a ladder in your space? I'll hold the ladder, and you climb over the wall from the ladder." Lulu shook her head subconsciously. The ladders in her space were all made of iron. What if she was struck by lightning while climbing the wall? Although the possibility was very small. But she was still afraid. "John Lang, you just climbed over the wall, right?" "Yes." "Then, after you climb over the wall, open the door for me from the inside, and the door will be open. Right?" "No. Master, I tried it. This door has a smart password lock and face recognition. Without password and face recognition, the door cannot be opened." 6 points appeared in Lulu's mind. Which bastard studied this door? Why is it so weird? People are in the villa, but there is no way to open the door from the inside? "Master, why don't you put on a raincoat, and I will carry you over the wall?" Lulu looked up at the wall next to him. The wall is about 3 meters high. With her current strength, she can jump up with 1 step. "I can jump up at this height by myself." Lulu didn't want to be looked down upon by her younger brother, so she took out a raincoat and put it on, then came to the wall on the left side of the gate, and with her body strength, she jumped suddenly. She successfully jumped onto the wall. When she stood on the wall, she found that there was no place to use her hands for support. Just as she was stunned, another flash of lightning flashed across the sky. With the help of the light of the lightning, she saw the flowers, plants and trees in the villa. It's over. She is not only afraid of thunder, she is also afraid of heights. She can't let John Lang laugh at her. Lulu gritted her teeth and jumped under the wall. When she landed, she heard a crack sound. She grimaced in pain. MMB. She actually sprained her ankle. Lulu tried to stand up by holding the wall next to her, but she felt a sharp pain in her ankle. The right ankle could not move at all. Woo woo woo. I am so unlucky tonight. Damn Nandong you ran. If it weren't for you, a dog man, would I be so unlucky? If it weren't for you, I would be sleeping happily in the hotel with my cub in my arms. Lulu really regretted that she had been more ruthless and cut Nandong Yuren's neck with a knife. Would the situation be better now? Maybe it would be worse. He's dead. She probably can only hide in the space. Once she appears outside, she will be wanted. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Lulu felt a severe pain in her ankle, and she squatted on the ground, propped up her body with her other leg, and sat down slowly on the ground. At this time, heavy rain poured down on her. Lulu's heart was as cold as the rain at this moment. After John Lang turned over and climbed up the wall, he saw Lulu sitting on the ground groaning, and immediately jumped down from the wall. He quickly approached Lulu and asked with concern, "Master, what's the matter? Are you hurt?" Lulu gritted her teeth and said, "I probably sprained my ankle. I'll try to move it to see if I can regain some feeling." She forced herself to concentrate and slowly move the muscles and bones in her ankle, hoping to make the bruises on her ankle disappear. As a result, the more she moved, the more obvious the pain in her ankle became. "Master, let me help you." Lulu was about to refuse. Suddenly, a pair of cold and thick palms pressed on her slender ankle. Lulu was frightened and screamed, "Don't touch me." She subconsciously pulled her foot back. But it was too late, because her younger brother John Lang had already grabbed her ankle. Lulu wanted to kick John Lang away, But this younger brother was now at the level of a high-level zombie. And with the triple blessing of vitality water, he was even many times more powerful than a super-level zombie. Her strength was not enough to shake him. In addition, Lulu was reluctant to hurt her younger brother. After all, he was just concerned about her. She could only stare at Zhang Lang and curse. Asshole. Who allowed you to touch my feet? Let go. Master. I didn't mean it. Zhang Lang hurriedly explained. But he didn't let go of Lulu's ankle. Seeing that he didn't let go, Lulu was angry and annoyed. What do you want to do? Let go. Master. I'll just rub your ankle for you. Get lost. Oh. Zhang Lang retracted his hand and squatted in front of Lulu obediently. It was a dark night, and it was almost pitch dark. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Lulu found that Zhang Lang was soaked, and the rain kept falling from his head. This is not the time to be hypocritical. It doesn't matter if Zhang Lang is a little smelly. Go in quickly. It's better than sitting here in the rain and enduring the shock of thunder. I sprained my foot and can't walk now. You, help me in. Zhang Lang nodded in agreement. Okay. Lulu didn't say anything else. She let Zhang Lang support her and walked into the villa with difficulty. Every time she took a step, her ankle was in excruciating pain. Chapter 259. After Zhang Lang helped her into the house, she was sweating on her forehead and collapsed on the sofa in the villa hall. She was having trouble breathing now. The villa was as dark as the yard outside, due to the power outage caused by the outbreak of the apocalypse. There was no power in the villa. Lulu took out a solar and rechargeable functional table lamp from the space and placed it next to the sofa. Zhang Lang stood beside her, carefully observing her reaction. Lulu was still wearing a raincoat at this moment. She took off her raincoat with great effort and threw it on the floor. The sofa was wet by the water droplets on the raincoat, and it was half wet. Zhang Lang, go to the room inside and check carefully to eliminate all dangerous factors. This is a strong light flashlight. You use it first. Lulu said with pain and effort. Okay, master. Zhang Lang turned and walked towards the stairs. Lulu lay on the sofa and watched Zhang Lang leave the living room, until she couldn't see Zhang Lang's shadow clearly again. She closed her eyes slightly and took a few deep breaths. Just now, due to the sprained ankle, her ankle was swollen. It must be treated as soon as possible. Otherwise the injury to the ankle will only worsen. Lulu looked down at the injury to her ankle with the help of the lamp. The right ankle was swollen like a big steamed bun at this moment. She tried to touch her ankle lightly with her hand, and immediately grimaced in pain. Lulu didn't dare to move anymore. She raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead, trying to keep herself calm. The injury to the ankle should be a bone injury, and she must find a professional doctor to help her fix the bone. Vitality water cannot cure this kind of bone dislocation injury. Lulu picked up a bottle of diluted vitality water and poured some on her ankle. The originally swollen ankle slowly subsided. However, not long after the swelling subsided, the ankle swelled up again. Lulu tried to drink some vitality water, hoping to relieve the ankle injury. Soon, she felt the heat in her ankle. The swollen ankle soon subsided under the effect of the vitality water taken internally and externally. She tried to reach out and touch the swollen ankle. As soon as her fingers touched the bone, the piercing pain came again. Lulu opened the bracelet and found that there was no network here. The bracelet left the range of the shelter and could not contact the doctor on the forum to help correct the bones and feet. If she wants to recover completely, she must find an orthopedic surgeon to correct her bones. There are lightning and thunder outside at this time. Even if an airplane wants to fly in a thunderstorm, it is a very suicidal behavior. Lulu looked at the time on the bracelet. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Wait a few more hours. It will be daybreak. Then ask Zhang Lang to go to the shelter to find an orthopedic surgeon to help her check her feet. Otherwise, if the bones are dislocated for too long, she may become a cripple. Nandong Yuran, I'm really upset. It's all because of you. Lulu was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. If she could choose, she wanted to kill Nandong Yuran to vent her anger. However, Lulu knew that this was unrealistic. The other party's tracking ability was amazing, and she couldn't hide in the space for the rest of her life. Xiao Wu will grow up one day. This space is only hers. What if the other party's Nandong family? A big family power belonging to the official. When she dies of old age, Xiao Wu and her grandson may be killed. At that time, Xiao Wu and her lovely grandson will have no place to hide. In short, the farther away from the word Nangong, the better. Lu Lulu secretly made up his mind. At this moment, Zhang Lang has returned to the lobby of the villa on the first floor. He looked at Lu Lulu lying on the sofa with a solemn expression. Master, a body was found in the room upstairs. This body? Only a skeleton is left. After listening to Zhang Lang's words, Lu Lulu frowned. What about other rooms? No body was found in other rooms. But the body odor was very strong. And the smell upstairs was very strong. You'd better not go upstairs. It's unlucky to be with a corpse. Zhang Lang reminded. Lu Lulu frowned, pondered for a moment, and then said, check the rooms on the first floor to see if there is a place to rest. Zhang Lang nodded, and searched the rooms one by one according to Lu Liu's instructions. Lu Lulu sat in the living room, paying attention to the injury on his ankle. Not long after, Zhang Lang returned to the hall. How is it? Did you find the room? Lu Lulu asked hurriedly. I found it. But those rooms are not very clean. And in the master bedroom on the east side, an animal corpse was found. Most of the flesh and blood on the corpse seemed to have been cut off by a sharp blade. Lu Liu's face suddenly became extremely ugly. It seems that there have been incidents of two-legged sheep and two-legged beasts in this villa before. You can only stay in the hall tonight temporarily, Lu Lulu said in a low voice. It's okay, Master. Go back to the space and sleep peacefully. I'll be watching over you by the sofa. Zhang Lang smiled naively. Thank you for your hard work. It's my blessing to be able to watch the door for you, Master, Zhang Lang said sincerely, and then found a sofa chair on the sofa. He dragged the sofa chair to the door of the hall, and sat quietly on the chair to watch the door. Lu Lulu glanced at Zhang Lang and flashed into the space. 2 hours later, August 17th, 4:30 in the morning. Lu Lulu was tortured by the pain in her feet, and was forced to open her eyes. She turned her head and saw Xiao Wu, who was as cute as a doll, lying on the bed beside her. Mom, Xiao Wu muttered in his sleep, which seemed particularly harmless. Lu Liu's heart softened suddenly. She reached out and touched Xiao Wu's soft and delicate skin, and her mood also relaxed a lot. Xiao Wu seemed to have sensed something. He slowly opened his eyes, and saw Lu Liu's familiar blurry figure at a glance. Little Wu, be good. Mommy will sleep with you. Lu Lulu gently coaxed Little Wu to sleep. Little Wu had a sweet smile on his face. He stretched out his little hand, tightly grasped the corner of Lu Liu's clothes, and slowly closed his eyes. Lu Lulu gently kissed Little Wu on the forehead. 15 minutes later, Little Wu made a uniform snoring sound. Lu Lulu carefully pulled out Little Wu's little hand that was holding her clothes, and sat up from the bed. She found a bottle of Vitality water, and continued to reduce the swelling of her swollen ankle. After the injury on her ankle recovered a little, she slowly lay down on the bed. A few hours passed in a flash. Lu Lulu was forced to open her eyes due to the pain. She first fed Little Wu milk, and then dealt with a swollen ankle injury. After doing all this, she returned to the villa hall. The place where she landed was exactly the sofa where she entered the space before. Zhang Lang, who was guarding the door, heard the movement and immediately turned back to look. Master, you are awake. Yes. Chapter 260. The sparrow occupies the dove's nest. Lu Lulu instructed Zhang Lang, go back to the East District shelter and help me find an orthopedic surgeon on the forum to help me fix my bones. Okay. Zhang Lang said with a little concern, Master, if I'm not with you, you should hide in the space and don't come out. There are several villas near here with signs of people living in them. Your foot is injured now, and it will be dangerous if they find you. Lu Liu's left foot stepped on the floor to support his body, and the pain in his right ankle came from time to time. I know. You go, and come back quickly, Lu Lulu said firmly. Yes. After Zhang Lang responded, he left a series of footsteps that gradually went away. Lu Lulu watched Zhang Lang leave. After Zhang Lang climbed over the wall and left, she returned to the space to take care of Xiao Wu, and every once in a while, she would reduce the swelling of her ankle injury. At this time, most people were still sleeping soundly, and the surroundings of the villa were relatively cold. Suddenly, a car stopped at the gate of the villa, and a man and two women got out of the car. They found the SUV at the gate and looked at each other, their expressions changing. The man among the two women and one man frowned slightly, looking at the SUV parked at the gate of the villa, feeling a little uneasy. His name is Li Tianyong. At this moment, he was preparing to go back to the villa with his lover and his lover's daughter to rest. But he didn't expect that someone would come to their place before them. Li Tianyong gestured to his lover Lin Yu and Lin Yu's daughter Sun Feifei. The three of them walked towards the SUV parked at the gate together, and Li Tianyong looked around vigilantly. He looked through the car window and noticed that there was a small refrigerator and a backpack on the passenger seat. It seems that the people in the car should have entered the villa area. I just don't know whether this person entered the villa they lived in or other villas. He secretly guessed that based on the location of the car, it is likely that the people in the car entered their villa. What is uncertain now is how many people there are on the other side and how strong they are. Li Tianyong thought about the possible situation next, and his expression became more and more solemn. Lin Yu and Sun Feifei stood next to Li Tianyong, staring at the off-road vehicle in front of them, with a hint of excitement in their hearts and expectations in their eyes. Tianyong, there is a car refrigerator here, and a backpack. Looking at the appearance of the car, there should be a lot of gasoline left in the car. Let's pry open the car window and take away the supplies inside. Don't worry. Go in and take a look, and act flexibly. Li Tianyong, Lin Yu and Sun Feifei came to the door of the villa, and Li Tianyong stood at the door of the villa. A few seconds later, the charging version of the villa door verification system recognized Li Tianyong's face and opened automatically. Lin Yu and Sun Feifei stood on his left and right, looking up into the villa. The villa was very quiet. The three of them entered the villa carefully, until they entered the villa hall. They found that the sofa in the villa hall had been moved. Be careful. Someone has been home, Li Tianyong reminded in a low voice. The three of them took out a baseball bat from the corner of the villa and entered the villa room one by one to search. Li Tianyong walked into the living room. He saw the traces of the sofa being moved, and his vigilance became even stronger. Lin Yu and Sun Feifei went into the kitchen and bedroom respectively, and they carefully looked for signs that someone had stayed here. 15 minutes later, the three of them reunited in the lobby of the villa. Tianyong, there is no one in the villa, Lin Yu said, his eyes sweeping every corner of the hall. No. There is a car parked at the gate. Li Tianyong frowned, and he began to think that this situation was a bit unusual. The people in the car must be nearby. Maybe they went to other villas? Sun Feifei guessed. Li Tianyong thought about it, and felt that Sun Feifei's guess was somewhat possible. Let's not act rashly. Find a safe place to hide first and observe the situation. Lin Yu and Sun Feifei nodded in agreement, and the three began to look for a safe place in the villa. They came to the second floor of the villa and found a spacious bedroom with windows facing the gate, with an excellent view. It should be okay here, Li Tianyong said. Drawing the curtains, the three waited in the bedroom, and they took turns standing in front of the window, staring at the entrance of the villa. The windows here can just take in the SUV. As long as someone comes to drive, they can find it immediately. As time goes by, the atmosphere in the bedroom becomes more and more tense. Suddenly, they see a white SUV parked at the door of the villa. Behind this car, there is a black Volkswagen. A few seconds later, Zhang Lang got out of the driver's seat. Then, two men and one woman got out of the black Volkswagen behind him. The woman was older, and she was holding a medical box in one hand. Zhang Lang turned around and saw the orthopedic doctor holding the medical box. He pointed to the wall and said, "Wait here for a while. I'll go in first to see if there is anything abnormal." "Okay." One of the three men replied and stood there waiting. Zhang Lang's eyes stayed on the middle-aged woman for a few seconds. According to Lu Liu's instructions, he went to the East District Villa Forum to post, offered points at a high price, and found an orthopedic doctor. He checked the doctor's medical practice certificate. It is said that before the end of the world, he was the head of the department of the East District People's Hospital. The owner doesn't like the opposite sex to touch her. So, when he posted the post, he specifically noted that it must be a woman. Soon someone contacted him. Someone was willing to follow him to help see a doctor outside. The premise is that she must bring 2 official personnel to protect herself, in order to take people back to cure Lu Lulu as soon as possible. Zhang Lang could only agree to the request made by the orthopedic chief physician. He retracted his gaze from the middle-aged female doctor. Then he went back to the back of the car and took out a folding ladder found in a hardware store from the trunk. He put the ladder on the wall, stood on the ladder and climbed up. Originally, he could go up without a ladder, and it was even smoother. But now there are humans. He could only crawl into the villa in the human way. After Zhang Lang entered the villa, he found that the hall was empty. The master should have entered the space. Every time the master entered the space, he couldn't sense the master. Now the doctor has arrived at the door, and he can't contact the master. Just when he didn't know what to do, Kong Kong suddenly appeared on the sofa out of thin air. It and Zhang Lang looked at each other, and for a while, they looked at each other in silence. Zhang Lang, when did you come back? Just now. You quickly called the master out. I brought her a doctor back. Okay. Chapter 261. Kong Kong responded, and the next second, it connected with the space and returned to the space. Master. Zhang Lang brought the doctor back. Lulu sat up from the lazy sofa. She rubbed her sleepy eyes. I know. Take good care of Xiao Wu, she said, and appeared on the sofa in the villa hall. When Zhang Lang saw her appear, he said softly, Master, you sit here for a while. I will bring the doctor in. Yes. Lulu leaned on the sofa. She put her legs on the coffee table to relieve the pressure on her ankles. Zhang Lang quickly climbed out of the villa. He whispered a few words to the two officials and the doctor. After a while, the two officials and the doctor took turns to climb up the wall on the ladder. They used the same method to take the ladder to the villa and set it up, and took turns to climb down the second floor of the villa. Li Tianyang and the other two in the room were in a complicated mood at this moment. Tianyang, there are officials. What should we do? If they find us, we will be in trouble. Li Tianyang's wife Lin Yu looked worried. Yes, Dad. You should think of a solution quickly. Li Tianyang's stepdaughter Sun Feifei was even more frightened at this moment. The three of them have been trapped in the villa since the end of the world. Li Tianyang's original wife, and the golden retriever raised by his wife, were killed by the three of them. The flesh and blood of his wife, and the golden retriever were used by them to fill their stomachs. The traces of corpses in this villa. Those officials will understand what happened at a glance. Li Tianyang saw the wedding photo on the headboard of the bedroom bed, and suddenly felt a chill on his back. His wife's dark eyes were staring at him. That group of people are downstairs. They are on the first floor, and they don't know the password of the villa gate. We can climb out from the upstairs and run out of the gate. When this group of people climb up the wall, we have already driven away, Li Tianyang said to his lover Lin Yu and her daughter. Dong dong dong. While they were discussing, there was a knock on the bedroom door. People inside? Come out. Li Tianyang and the other two suddenly felt cold on their backs. The people downstairs found them. How is this possible? They have been hiding in the room and didn't make any sound at all. When I checked the villa just now, nothing inside was moved. How did the people downstairs find them? The car at the door. Is it yours? Zhang Lang stood at the door and asked calmly. Li Tianyang and Lin Yu looked at the door nervously. It turned out that the car exposed them hiding at home. But this is not right. There are 4 rooms on the second floor. How did that person know that they were hiding in this one? Hee. This is our home. You are trespassing, Li Tianyang said with a bully. He just saw 2 staff members wearing official uniforms downstairs. Most of these people were very pedantic after the end of the world. They maintained a heart to help the strong and eliminate the weak. He stood on the moral high ground. And it was not false at all. Now it was the end of the world. Who could know that the corpse in the villa was the work of the 3 of them? Sorry. It rained heavily yesterday, and we passed by temporarily. We will leave later, Zhang Lang replied politely. Before the end of the world, he was an upright uncle in a hat. In his mind, trespassing into a private house was an illegal act. As a public official, of course, he despised such behavior. Oh, then you should leave as soon as you finish your business, Li Tianyang replied hurriedly. Hearing that the other party was very polite, and that he was only here temporarily to take shelter from the rain, his nervousness was immediately relieved. Okay. Zhang Lang replied with one word and turned to go downstairs. Li Tianyang heard his footsteps going downstairs and breathed a sigh of relief. He's downstairs. We are safe. It's all your fault. Why don't you live in the shelter and go back to the villa? Your wife's body is next to you, and it smells like a corpse. Mom, I really don't want to stay here. I always think of the scene of eating Aunt Zhao's meat. Ugh, Sun Feifei said, and she retched when she thought of the scene of eating Li Tianyang's wife's meat. Li Tianyang and Lin Yu turned pale when she mentioned this matter. Tianyang, Let's follow the officials back to the shelter later. With them leading the way, it will be safer on the road. The camping site in the shelter doesn't cost our family many points. Okay. Li Tianan agreed with Lin Yu's decision. They came here to save some points for accommodation. And they just happened to have finished searching for supplies nearby and wanted to go back to the villa for a temporary rest. But now, they found that the villa was not safe. Those people could climb into the villa with a ladder, which was too dangerous. Living in the shelter, the accommodation conditions are a bit difficult. But personal safety can be guaranteed. The villa is left. The middle-aged female doctor brought back by Zhang Lang is correcting Lu Liuliu's bones. Miss, your foot should have been sprained not long ago. Yes. Lu Lulu responded vaguely. She had sprained her ankle for a night. Fortunately, you just sprained your ankle not long ago. If you swell up in a while, it will be difficult to treat. The female doctor looked at Lu Lulu and slowly said, "Bear it. I will fix your bones now." Okay. The female doctor touched Lu Liuliu's ankle with her hand. After she found the position, she held Lu Liuliu's little foot with both hands and bent it in one direction. Crack. A crisp sound. Lu Lulu cried in pain. "Bear it. It will be fine soon." After the female doctor finished speaking, she found a bundle of gauze from the medical insurance. After simply disinfecting Lu Liuliu's ankle, she used gauze to fix Lu Liuliu's foot. She wrapped layer after layer of gauze. After Lu Lulu felt the pain of bone correction, the pain afterwards was almost imperceptible. She sighed that professional matters should be left to professionals. The middle-aged female doctor fixed her with gauze, applied a layer of plaster, and reinforced it with a splint that fits the ankle. "Ms. Lu, don't let your ankle get wet for half a month. After 3 months, the bones in your ankle should be able to grow back. After 3 months, when you don't feel pain when you move your ankle, you can remove the plaster by yourself. Of course, you can also come to the shelter and ask me to help you remove the plaster. The price can be 50% off this time." Lu Lulu listened carefully to the doctor's instructions and was a little speechless about the 3 months. She replied calmly, "I remember, Mr. Zhang. It's time to pay the balance." An official reminded Zhang Lang to pay. Zhang Lang opened the bracelet and transferred the promised balance points to the official. "Let's go." The middle-aged female doctor picked up the medicine box and said lightly. Lu Lulu watched them leave the yard. When they went out, an official tried to open the door from the inside. He is a little bit skeptical. Chapter 262. However, the smart door-locked door did not move at all. They had to set up the folding ladder again and climb up the wall step by step. Zhang Lang followed them carefully to climb up the wall. Zhang Lang was relieved until he saw them drive away. He took back the folding ladder and put it back in the villa. Lu Lulu sat on the sofa and took out a bottle of vitality water that had been diluted twice from the space. The bottle of water was about 300 milliliters, and she drank it in small sips. Soon, she felt a slight heat in her ankle. That was the effect of the vitality water. Lu Lulu closed her eyes and felt the warmth flowing through her ankle. After a while of relief, she tried to move her ankle. The ankle was clamped by the board and plaster, and it was stiff. Although she could feel some stiffness, she could no longer feel the pain after her simple activities. However, she still did not dare to take the risk of removing the board and plaster on her foot now. She knew that it would take time for bones to heal. If the plaster was removed now, the subsequent recovery time would be longer if the bones did not grow well. More importantly, she did not want to become a cripple with bone problems in the future. So, she decided to wait another week to rest. After Zhang Lang sent the doctors and officials away, he had returned to the villa hall. He lowered his voice and whispered to Lu Lulu, "Master, the people living in this villa are back and are now upstairs. There are 3 people in total. 1 man and 2 women. What should we do now?" Lu Lulu frowned and thought. It seems that when she entered the space, she missed the people who entered the villa later. They didn't find her. If she walked out of the villa now, she would definitely be discovered by the people upstairs. There was no way to explain where she hid in the villa, so that she would not be discovered by the owner of the villa. The people in the villa would definitely think that she had spatial abilities, or that she was an invisibility person. Being discovered by these people would increase the risk of her spatial exposure. "Master, those people upstairs are related to the corpse in the house. They are not good people. As long as you give an order, I will go up and kill them immediately." The morning sun shone into the room through the glass windows of the villa. She nodded slightly to Zhang Lang in the eyes of Lu Lulu, and Zhang Lang wearing sunglasses. Zhang Lang got Lu Liu's tacit consent and turned to walk upstairs of the villa. Just after taking a few steps, his perception told him that there were 3 flesh and blood bodies upstairs approaching downstairs. Lu Lulu also heard the footsteps coming from upstairs. Tianong. There are 2 more people downstairs, Lin Yu exclaimed, holding a baseball bat in her hand, standing at the stairs and looking at Zhang Lang across the space. Mom, what should we do now? Sun Feifei's voice was filled with fear. Li Tianyang and Sun Feifei had already stood beside Lin Yu. The 3 of them were holding baseball bats in their hands. Don't be afraid. There are only 2 of them. And we have 3 people. There is nothing to be afraid of. Li Tianyang tried to calm the emotions of the 3 of them at the moment. The official personnel have left, and they have no weapons in their hands. He quickly glanced at Lu Lulu sitting on the sofa and Zhang Lang standing, and came to this conclusion. No, Tianyang. There was only one woman who came in just now. That woman was carrying a medical kit and had just left. When did the woman on the sofa appear? When we entered the villa? We didn't notice the existence of this woman at all. Lin Yu carefully pointed out the discordant part. Her voice was like a mosquito, almost inaudible, although she had lowered her voice. But for people like Lu Lulu and Zhang Lang whose physiques had been tripled, every word was clearly heard. Zhang Lang frowned. These 3 people cannot be kept. Once they are allowed to leave, the owner's space will inevitably be exposed. Sun Feifei followed her mother Lin Yu's line of sight, and found Lu Lulu sitting on the sofa, with his side face facing her. Lu Lulu. It's really you. Sun Feifei pushed Lin Yu away, and ran downstairs quickly. When Zhang Lang heard the girl call out Lu Liu's name, his claws that had just moved retracted again. When the girl passed by him, a trace of fear appeared on her face. But the next second, when she saw Lu Liu's calm and familiar beautiful face, she suddenly became excited. Lu Lulu. You are still alive too. Sun Feifei walked to Lu Lulu happily. Lu Lulu looked up at the girl with messy hair, dirty body, and smelly body and frowned. She stared at Sun Feifei carefully. Hey, Lu Lulu. Have you forgotten me? I am Sun Feifei, your college classmate. Sun Feifei sat on the sofa enthusiastically, looking at Lu Lulu and said, Oh, it's you. Lu Lulu answered without any emotion. Sun Feifei and Su Jiao have a good relationship. Su Jiao stabbed her in the back and was killed by her. Sun Feifei and her didn't have much interaction during college. If Sun Feifei hadn't recognized her, she might have thought this person was a poor beggar based on her current appearance. She saw Sun Feifei standing a distance away from her, and frowned slightly. At this moment, Li Tianyang and Sun Feifei's mother Lin Yu also came downstairs. Oh, Feifei. This is really a rare fate. Is this the school beauty Lu Lulu you often mention? She is so beautiful. Lin Yu took Li Tianyang's arm, and praised Lu Lulu. Lu Lulu realized that she forgot to wear a mask. Just now, she was in a hurry to see her feet, and was in a hurry when she came out of the space. So she forgot about it. If she wore a mask, she could pretend not to recognize this college classmate. Let Zhang Lang break the necks of these 3 people directly. Student Lu. Are you hungry? Sun Feifei's mother Lin Yu relaxed her tense nerves. She took out a pack of compressed biscuits from the backpack behind her, and put it on the coffee table next to the sofa. Student Lu. In this situation, there is nothing good to treat at home. Take this pack of compressed biscuits to fill your stomach first. Lin Yu smiled amiably. Li Tianyang also relaxed his body, and sat down on the sofa next to Sun Feifei. Zhang Lang stood in place, and after scanning Li Tianyang and the other 2, he quietly looked at Lu Lulu. I'm not hungry. Lu Lulu sat on the sofa, and replied in a voice without sadness or joy, different from her plainness. Sun Feifei's family was very enthusiastic. Lu Lulu. Don't be polite. I have some mineral water I found here. Take it and drink it. Sun Feifei took out an unopened bottle of mineral water from the backpack behind her, and handed it to Lu Lulu. Lu Lulu turned his head, and met Sun Feifei's dirty smile. I'm not thirsty. Sun Feifei's hand holding the mineral water bottle froze. Chapter 263. You really don't know what's good for you. You were so arrogant in college. So annoying. Sun Feifei was furious. If you hadn't appeared out of nowhere, you might be a superpower. I wouldn't be so nice to you. Lu Lulu. You're really welcome. We're classmates after all. Lulu. What to do? Sun Feifei and she were classmates for 4 years in college. It's a bit hard to do it. Zhang Lang saw Lu Luo's embarrassment and entanglement at the moment. The master can't do it. I'll do it. Zhang Lang approached Sun Feifei. His tone was stiff, like the voice of a robot. Then I won't be polite. He took the bottle of mineral water that Sun Feifei was holding tightly in her hand with his black-gloved hand. Miss Lu is not thirsty now. I'll give her a drink when she is thirsty. Li Tianyang and Sun Yu on the side saw that Zhang Lang even wanted a bottle of mineral water. And after looking at each other, they were dissatisfied with him. They spent a lot of points to exchange compressed biscuits and mineral water at the supermarket at the gate of the East District. The classmate of Sun Feifei in front of them did not look very wealthy. Li Tianyang cleared his throat. Lulu. I heard from you, the gentleman next to you, that you are staying here temporarily. Right? After drinking the vitality water, Lulu felt that her ankle injury had almost healed. But she was not a doctor, and could not rely entirely on her feelings. Despite this, she still stood up from the sofa, and tried to support her body with a leg that was not sprained or fractured. Yes, we were planning to leave. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that the villa we accidentally stayed in happened to be Sun Feifei's home. We have something else to do, so we won't bother you anymore. Please help open the door. Sun Feifei's family found that Lulu had a plaster and splint on his ankle. Their eyes were complicated. It was a very complicated color that Lulu couldn't read. Lulu didn't care what they were thinking. At this moment, she really couldn't do it to Sun Feifei. She could only let her younger brother Zhang Lang deal with it. The body in the villa is related to Sun Feifei. In order to avoid the exposure of space, I can only say sorry to Sun Feifei silently. Lulu, you are leaving. What a pity. I said I would keep you for lunch. Sun Feifei had a smile on her face. She had already heard the meaning of sending guests away in the words of her stepfather Li Tianyang. But she still said a polite word. Lulu didn't reply to her. Turn around and walk slowly towards the door. Sun Feifei immediately followed. She was one step ahead of Lulu. Came to the door and prepared to open the door. Zhang Lang also quickly followed Lulu, intending to leave here with her first. When Lin Yu saw them walk to the gate, she immediately shook Li Tianyang's arm beside her. Don't stand there. One of them is a girl with a lame leg. Under Lin Yu's instigation, Li Tianyang was filled with fear. He saw the backpack Zhang Lang was carrying, and there was a hint of greed in his eyes. Do it. Li Tianyang and Lin Yu chased Zhang Lang with baseball bats. In their eyes, Zhang Lang was already a dead man. Let's work together to deal with him first. And Feifei's lame classmate will not be a big deal. Zhang Lang and Lulu both heard their whispers behind them. Lulu had a smile on her lips. She was still too soft-hearted. It was good now. No need to be soft-hearted. Just take action directly. Bang. Bang. Two crisp sounds rang out of nowhere. Lulu and Sun Feifei turned around. They saw Li Tianyang and Lin Yu holding baseball bats and hitting Zhang Lang hard. Zhang Lang turned around. And under his sunglasses, one black pupil stood guard, and the other stood in the middle. What do you mean? Li Tianyang and Sun Feifei saw that their attack did not seem to have the effect it should have on Zhang Lang. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Tianyang, don't leave any alive. Although Lin Yu was a little confused about Zhang Lang's resistance to the beating, she was not vague at all. She held the scissors she found in the room in her hand, and stabbed Zhang Lang hard. Zhang Lang couldn't help but laugh when he saw her slow movements like a turtle. He could dodge it with just a slight dodge. But he didn't dodge. Li Tianyang and Lin Yu were both delighted when they saw the scissors piercing Zhang Lang's chest. This time, he was sure to die. When he died, everything on him would be theirs. Master, I can't stand it, Zhang Lang said with a smile, and reached out to hold Lin Yu's head. Crack. There was a crisp sound. Lin Yu stared at her big eyes, and before she could react, her neck was broken by Zhang Lang. Do you want to die? Or do I do it? Zhang Lang looked at Li Tianyang, who was already dumbfounded. Don't kill me. Sun Feifei saw her mother lying on the side, and after a moment of shock, she screamed and ran towards Lin Yu's body. Mom, don't leave me alone, Sun Feifei cried, hugging Lin Yu's body with body temperature, and cried. Li Tianyang saw that the man in front of him was not a good person. Immediately turned his spearhead to Lulu. He held a fruit knife tightly in his hand and rushed towards Lulu. Lulu standing at the gate sighed helplessly. "Old classmate. Your parents are really blind." "I'm sorry." Lulu was not as tall as Zhang Lang, so she could only stretch out her two small fists and gently hit Li Tianyang's chest. Li Tianyang's fruit knife didn't have time to stab her. He suffered the consequences, rolled his eyes, and staggered back a few steps after being hit by her small fist. Sun Feifei found that blood was flowing from the corner of Li Tianyang's mouth, but he didn't show much sadness. Li Tianyang was not her biological father, but a beast. Not long after he recognized her as his stepdaughter. One night, he slept with her. At that time, she had just become an adult and needed money to go to college. Similarly, she was also very vain and wanted branded clothes and bags. Li Tianyang agreed to buy them for her on the condition that she sleep with him. She had been hiding this from her mother Lin Yu. Li Tianyang's death was actually a good thing for her, but Lin Yu's death was unacceptable to her. She hugged Lin Yu's warm body tightly, her eyes full of disbelief. It was fine just now. The family was still asking about the old classmate's well-being and trying to get close to her. But in the blink of an eye, one of her stepfather and her mother died, and the other was seriously injured and vomiting blood. Lulu moved her little fist and told Zhang Lang, "He wants to kill me. I'm too lazy to do it. Leave it to me." Zhang Lang jumped lightly and came to Li Tianyang in a blink of an eye. Before Li Tianyang could react, Zhang Lang broke his neck in the same way. "Master, how do you deal with this old classmate of yours?" Chapter 264. Zhang Lang looked at Sun Feifei, whose face was covered with tears and snot, coldly and asked. Lulu frowned. Sun Feifei and Lulu looked at each other in the air. "Lulu, we are classmates. Why did you do such a cruel thing? Have you forgotten the friendship we had as classmates for 4 years in college?" In order to survive, Sun Feifei could only put away her hatred for Lulu and the man in front of her who exuded the stench of zombies. Lulu discovered the hatred that Sun Feifei had hidden. That flash of hateful eyes flashed by, but she caught it keenly. She was very familiar with this look. She had this look before she died in her previous life. If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Amitabha. William Tianzuan. Amen. Lulu turned his back and said lightly, "Do it." Zhang Lang received the order and came to Sun Feifei. After a crisp sound of bone breaking, the whole villa fell into deathly silence. It was a sunny day, but the villa seemed to be filled with a chill. The trees in the small garden in the villa yard swayed in the wind, making a rustling sound. Lulu turned his back to the corpse behind him and did not look back. Zhang Lang picked up a folding ladder in the corner of the villa and placed it next to the villa wall. "Master, let's go. There are too many dead people here. It's not suitable for living." "Yes. You go up the wall first. I'll hold the ladder from below. Wait. Carry them to the gate of the villa and try to open the door." Lulu looked at the high wall and felt a sense of fear. Zhang Lang did as she told him. He first tried Sun Feifei's face, but the gate didn't pass. Then Li Tianyang's face. Li Tianyang stared with his eyes wide open, his neck broken on one side. Zhang Lang carried his body to the gate verification. A slight sound was heard. The gate verified Li Tianyang's face and opened successfully. Zhang Lang immediately opened the gate and said happily, "Master, this door is open." Lulu nodded slightly in response, and then walked out of the villa through the gate without looking back. A college classmate just died here. Guilty. Guilty. She was originally hesitating whether to do it. Sun Feifei's stupid parents gave them this life and sentenced them to death. Of course, Sun Feifei was also implicated. Zhang Lang threw away Li Tianyang's body and followed Lulu out of the villa. They returned to the car one after another. "Master, where are we going next?" "We've been to the Blue Lake Shelter in the east, the Central Shelter, and the Lin Wan Shelter in the west." Zhang Lang analyzed word by word. "The remaining are the south and the north. Let's go and have a look." Zhang Lang took out a map of City A from the car. "Master, we are close to the shelter in the south. Shall we go there first?" "Okay," Lulu responded softly. They drove towards the shelter in the south. The scenery along the way became more and more desolate. After the end of the world, the prosperity of the entire city has become a thing of the past, and the shops on the streets have been smashed and smashed all over. Lulu and Zhang Lang drove silently through many streets. They didn't see a single person along the way. It was clearly noon. But these streets were as silent as death. It seemed as if the whole world had become an empty city. About 2 hours later, Lulu and Zhang Lang encountered several waves of zombies along the way. They were all easily dealt with by Zhang Lang. They saw many abandoned vehicles on the road. Zhang Lang asked Lulu to help collect several cars into the space. These cars were worth more than 1 million before the end of the world, and not everyone could afford them. Lulu stacked up the supplies that Zhang Lang asked her to stock up, and put them in a corner of the space. Anyway, it doesn't take up much space. The street shops outside are basically all empty. On the contrary, there are many warm items such as cotton coats and down jackets, which no one takes. Lulu conveniently stored some of the warm items she saw into the space. Smokeless coal, floor heaters, wool carpets. As long as she passed by the street and looked up, she collected some and put them into the space. If she didn't collect them, these supplies would be washed away when heavy rains and floods came, and lose their original function. After the 6th door was opened, the space became more and more empty. Putting these things together would not take up much space. After a long and tiring driving journey, Lulu and Zhang Lang parked the car on the road 1 kilometer away from the shelter in the south. There were a dozen high-level zombies wandering around. Zhang Lang got out of the car and ordered the zombies to be on guard around the 500-meter range. He jumped onto the roof of the SUV and stood high to look into the distance. While he was helping to guard, Lulu sat in the SUV and flashed into the space to check on Xiaowu. About half an hour later, she seized the time in the space to feed Xiaowu and change his diaper. She found a backpack and put some fast food and mineral water in it. Enough for her to eat for 3 days. She put the backpack on her shoulders, disguised herself simply, and returned to the driving position of the car. Zhang Lang sensed her flesh and blood reappearing, got out of the car, and led the way. They came to the warning area of the southern shelter one after another. The southern shelter, like the eastern shelter, is built around the 5A level scenic spot. However, this is not a lake view, but a mountain view. The altitude of this mountain is very high, but it is still more than half lower than the mountain to the west of City A. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, in the scenic area here, only a small part of the top of the mountain can survive, and the rest is flooded. When the flood develops to the most serious, the scenic area here will be completely submerged. Only a peak will be left on the top of the mountain, which is impossible to live in. Especially the altitude of the top of the mountain is too high, which is not something that ordinary people can bear. Therefore, the shelter in the south is built at the foot of the mountain. The mountain is not suitable for most ordinary people to live. Lulu stood at the gate of the Nanshan shelter scenic area, looking at the rich fresh oxygen coming from the gate of Nanshan, and subconsciously took a few deep breaths. The air and environment here are really amazing. While Nanshan is not flooded yet, take a few breaths of fresh air. Master, I'm strolling around. If you have anything to tell me, use a pager or bracelet to contact me. Yes. Lulu exchanged a few words with Zhang Lang. She closed the car window and drove the car to the gate of the scenic area. The license plate of this car had been removed by Zhang Lang as she ordered him to do. Without a license plate, it is not easy to be remembered by others. Lulu's car was parked at the entrance of the vehicle passage. There are 4 duty personnel guarding the entrance here. Behind them, there are more than a dozen officials in green uniforms patrolling back and forth to maintain order at the gate. Chapter 265. A slap in the face. Some female officials in t-shirts were guiding the survivors, who had just entered the Nanshan shelter. Lulu showed her ID on her bracelet, and scanned the QR code at the door with her bracelet. The green light came on, and she successfully entered the Nanshan shelter. Not far from the entrance of the shelter, there is an open-air parking area. To park here, you need to pay a parking fee of 1 point per day. If you park outside, the official staff will not be responsible. And if there is any problem, it has nothing to do with them. However, if there is any problem with the vehicle parked inside the shelter, the official staff will give corresponding compensation. Lulu paid 3 points to the parking lot manager. She planned to stay here for 3 days and secretly look for news about Xiaojio. Lulu drove the car into the open-air parking lot. Some areas outside were already full of cars. She could only drive a little further inside. She sat in the driving position and saw an empty parking space in front through the car window. Just when she was about to drive in, A van suddenly appeared from nowhere in the lane in front of her and drove in the blink of an eye. Lulu was speechless. In recent days, she must have been unlucky. She finally saw a parking space, but it was occupied by others. Lulu could only continue to drive forward and find another parking space. As for getting out of the car and arguing with the owner of the van, she didn't have the time for that. Besides, someone else did drive in before her. Who can tell clearly who saw this parking space first? Plus, her foot was still in a plaster splint, so it was not very convenient to drive at this time. She just wanted to find a place to park the car quickly. Fortunately, there was a little help from the Kiss Vitality water. Her right ankle was no longer painful under the nourishment of the Vitality water. Otherwise, she didn't dare to drive willfully. She continued to drive forward, looking for a parking space, and her eyes swept over the van that had just parked first. A man with a big gold chain, tight jeans, moccasins, and a white t-shirt walked out of the van. The man was about 30 years old, and his expression revealed a little hooligan. Lulu curled her lips, retracted her eyes, and found a parking space in front again. This time, she drove the car to the parking intersection smoothly. However, I don't know if she is really unlucky recently, and misfortunes never come alone. Her SUV was rear-ended by the car behind. Lulu's body was hit and leaned forward, and her whole head hit the steering wheel. Many greetings came to her mind. The pain on her forehead made her very annoyed. Lulu held back her anger and parked the car in the parking space first. When she got out of the car, she saw the sports car that rear-ended her. She stood inside the parking line, staring at the driving position of the sports car. The owner of the sports car, I don't know if he was blind or very blind. As if he didn't see her at all, he drove the car directly to a nearby vacant parking space. MP. Lulu walked towards the parking space of the sports car with a strange pace, with a bump on her forehead. When she came to the side of the sports car, the owner of the car just parked the car and got out of the car. Lulu stared angrily at the man who got out of the car. The man looked a bit like the scumbag Mawejo. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a white shirt and suit pants, and a pair of well-made leather shoes. The man saw Lulu standing in front of the sports car, with a cynical smile on his face. What? I just bumped into your car. Do you have to look at me like that? Lulu was about to ask him to apologize. Two young girls got out of the back seat of the sports car. The two girls were dressed coolly, and they didn't seem to mind that such a dress would bring them trouble. The two girls affectionately held the arms of the man dressed in a slutty way, one on the left and one on the right. Husband this girl. Give her some points to send her away. I'm so hungry. The girl on the left, wearing a black silk leather skirt and a pink shirt, acted coquettishly. The girl on the right, with long hair, high heels, short jeans, and white belly-bearing clothes, was not to be outdone and acted coquettishly. Dear husband, I'm hungry too. When Lulu heard the two girls talking, she suddenly got goosebumps all over her body. The man with gold-rimmed glasses kept smiling. Babies, are you just hungry? Hubby, you're so bad. Hubby, fill your stomach first. Then you fill it. Ugh. Humph. What are you looking at? Are you envious of us sisters for finding such a good husband? The girl in pink clothes put her hands on her hips and asked in a coquettish voice. Lulu pointed at herself in disbelief. Me? Envy you? Only you two idiots care about the rotten cucumber under this man's crotch. You bitch. You actually called us idiots. A burst of coquettish voices sounded again. The man who rear-ended Lulu's car was also very angry at this moment. She actually called him a rotten cucumber. That's not the point. The point is that she said her husband is a rotten cucumber. Our husband is obviously. Another girl in a white t-shirt next to her covered her mouth halfway through her words. It's obviously a small toothpick. Luckily she covered her mouth in time. Otherwise, if her husband heard it, her long-term meal ticket would be lost. Serving such a man is much easier than serving a group of men. Both women were very angry with Lulu, and their coquettish voices were accompanied by a hint of broken reel sound. The man sandwiched between them reached out to adjust his gold-rimmed glasses, with a hint of unruly smile on his lips. Little sister, am I a rotten cucumber? You haven't tried it. How do you know? Lulu didn't respond yet. The two girls on the left and right of the man were immediately furious. You bitch. You want to attract my husband's attention. No way. Bitch. Don't try to seduce my husband. Lulu was amused by these three weirdos, who came out of nowhere. She didn't talk nonsense to the two women. Instead, she took a quick step and slapped them twice before the two women could react. Papa papa. Three crisp sounds were particularly powerful. The man who was held in the middle by the two of them was also slapped by Lulu. Lulu's beating happened in a flash, and her movements were extremely fast. When the three people came back to their senses from shock and surprise, she had completed all the actions and kept a safe distance from them. Lulu moved his aching wrist and said coldly. Chapter 266. I have always been mild-tempered, but today I was in a very bad mood, and I ran into you three idiots, and you completely pissed me off. A man and two women covered their swollen mouths. Feeling incredible, the girl in front of them dressed herself up so that her face and figure could not be seen clearly. But she was so strong and so fast. The two women looked at each other, feeling a little scared. Could this woman be a superpower? Otherwise, how to explain her strength and speed far beyond that of ordinary people? The man in the middle also found that Lulu was quite skilled. Especially he also observed that Lulu had a plaster cast on her foot. She was injured, but she was still so fast. Lulu didn't care what they thought. She turned around and left. It must be said that with this slap in the face, the humiliation she had received in the past 2 days was vented. The two women and one man looked at her back as she left, and did not dare to chase her, let alone argue. They knew that superpowers were something that ordinary people like them could not afford to offend. Lulu left the parking area in big strides, but she always felt a sense of panic in her heart, and wanted to find someone to vent her anger. She was a kind little fairy. She would definitely not cause trouble for others for no reason. In this way, wouldn't she be a bad person? She was a very good person. Lulu walked to the entrance of the parking lot, turned sideways, and saw the two girls opening and closing their mouths and talking to the man in the middle. No need to guess. They must be scolding her. How could she tolerate this? The two women's mouths were so swollen, but they could still continue to make noise. It seemed that they were not beaten lightly. Lulu rushed to the three people with a smile on her lips and eyes. It just so happens that you guys are hungry, and I just happen to be in a bad mood. 3 more crisp sounds. The three of them were stunned. All three of them covered their mouths at this moment, not daring to let go. Lulu saw them trembling, smiled coldly, and turned to walk out of the parking lot entrance. The three of them stood there, not daring to move, let alone say a word, until her back was no longer visible. They dared to let go of their hands covering their swollen mouths. They looked at each other, not daring to say a word. The man in the middle had a gloomy face, and uttered a sentence in his mouth. Are you still hungry? Both women nodded. The man saw their disfigured faces, and he was angry and irritated. Your mouth is swollen like this, and you are hungry? Can you eat? Find a place to eat. As the man's voice fell, the hands of the two women holding his arms became more intimate. After Lulu walked out of the parking lot, he went straight to the Nanshan service area. She arrived at the check-in hall smoothly, and went through the check-in formalities. A short-term rental house somewhere in Nanshan. Lulu checked the room, and found no problem. She took out an oversized lazy sofa from the space. She fell down, and lay lazily on the lazy sofa. After resting for a few minutes, she began to browse the official forum information. Now all major forums are connected to the internet as long as they are within the scope of the shelter. Through satellite transmission of signals, you can successfully access the internet. Although the internet speed is not as good as before the end of the world, it is barely enough. Lulu checked the information about Xiaojiao in the bracelet forum. A/B/C/F/E/F/G. Almost all the top posts in the shelter district forums in the urban area are about the information that Xiaojiao is wanted. The situation of Xiaojiao being wanted is becoming more and more serious. Lulu patted his forehead. He is wanted, so he will definitely not appear inside the shelter. As long as his bracelet information appears at the entrance of the shelter, he will be discovered immediately. Lulu thought that Xiaojiao might be in Linwan shelter, or near Mount Everest. The worst possibility is that he is in some sparsely populated places. Now all the survivors are discussing information about him. Many people popped up under the wanted post. Most of these people are spectators, thinking that they may have met such a person and can provide information and pick up 1,000 points for free. A few people are classmates and neighbors who know Xiaojiao. Lulu saw a few people who said they were Xiaojio's classmates and posted photos of themselves and Xiaojio when they were in school. Don't add me as a friend anymore. He and I are just classmates. We haven't been in touch since graduation. Ah! The official staff came to my door and knocked. Brothers, if I am gone, then... The few people who posted photos of themselves and Xiaojio as classmates left a few words, and did not continue to make comments. The comments below related to them reached thousands in just 1 minute. However, these comments, almost before Lulu could react, the post was deleted by the administrator of the forum. A few people who stood out wanted to show off something. It seems that they were invited by the official to have tea. Lulu continued to enter the 2-word Xiaojio to search. Many top posts appeared on the list. Lulu opened the comment area and read the comments carefully, hoping to find clues related to Xiaojio. However, these comments are all meaningless. Many such as, "This wanted man is so handsome. He looks like a famous star XXX. TSK. Just look at this face. What else does he need a motorcycle for? Girls, I got it by my own ability. Don't fight with me. Nymphomaniac. I tell you, this man is too deep. You can't control him. I can hear your calculations from Mount Everest." Lulu saw that the comments below the forum were getting more and more outrageous. And she was in a mess. Especially some comments that she didn't see normally, which made her speechless. "Is Xiaojio here? Contact me when you see the message. I will protect you." Outrageous. Do you all have Stockholm Syndrome? This man is a vicious criminal wanted by the authorities. Do you all have masochistic tendencies? Brother, your chest muscles are so big. I want to touch them. I really want to sleep in your arms. What's so good about this man? I'm 18. A big man. Add me as a friend. Come quickly. Lulu turned off these outrageous comments. She struggled to get up from the comfortable trap of the lazy sofa. When she got up, she saw a red stain on the lazy sofa. Lulu immediately rushed into the bathroom of the short-term rental house. And she found a large red blood stain on her pants. Damn. A month ago, the Lokia was discharged. Now another month has passed. Her menstrual period suddenly came. No wonder she always felt that her temper was getting worse and worse these days. And she wanted to get angry. Lulu quickly entered the space, carefully avoiding her injured ankle, and took a hot bath. She changed into sanitary napkins and a new and comfortable cotton sportswear. She also washed the dirty clothes and hung them on the clothes drying pole outside the bamboo house. Chapter 267 Summer turns to winter. She took good care of Xiaowu, and after spending some time with him, she turned around and went back to her room to read the posts on the forum. She read the posts for about 2 hours. Lulu sat up slowly from the comfortable lazy sofa. She took out a warm sandwich from the space and ate it as afternoon tea. She had been busy for half a day, and now she was hungry. Time passed quietly. Lulu has been living in Nanshan shelter. During this period, she developed a good and regular life and work schedule. She got up at 8 o'clock every morning, had breakfast at 8:30, and ran on the treadmill at 9 o'clock for physical training. At 11 o'clock, she read the bracelet forum and searched for all the information related to Xiaojio. She had lunch at 12 o'clock and took a lunch break until 2:30 in the afternoon. After 2:30, she would push the stroller and take Xiaowu to stroll around the scenic area, in order to make Xiaowu's appearance reasonable and not be noticed by the authorities. She also made a special trip to the Nanshan shelter, taking Xiaowu and Kong in the stroller, and walked through the gate of the Nanshan shelter. After 5:30 in the evening, she would enter the space, and in a simple kitchen built in front of the bamboo house, she would make dumplings, wontons, and some desserts and biscuits, and store them in the space. It's just that this skill is hard to describe. After a period of training, her cooking skills have also improved. Those foods that she failed to cook were fed to Kong. Such a comfortable life passed unknowingly for 3 months. On November 17th, 2060, the weather was sunny and the sky was blue. Today's sun is particularly bright and sunny. Lulu held 5-month-old Xiaowu and sat on the lazy sofa on the balcony to bask in the sun. The room she lived in required 20 points a day. There was no water, only electricity. The electricity consumption was limited to 3 degrees per day. The room had a large balcony on the 10th floor, and the elevator was available. Because the floor was high, the balcony had very good lighting and a wide view. with a panoramic view of the square downstairs. After lunch every day, Lulu liked to hold Xiao Wu on the balcony and sing nursery rhymes to him to coax him to take a nap. Xiao Wu lay in her arms, with his big eyes open, curiously looking at the blurred figures coming and going on the square. Xiao Wu, who was more than 5 months old, had gained 12 kilograms. He was gaining weight at a rate of more than 1 kilogram per month. Now Xiao Wu would call her mom affectionately every day after waking up. Lulu smiled when she saw Xiao Wu with a chubby face. Xiao Wu would also smile back at her. Lulu looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, and her obsession with finding Xiao Jiao dissipated a lot. In the past few months, she has been frantically looking for information about Xiao Jiao on the forum every day. She even ignored Xiao Wu for a while. Lulu found that her state was not right, so she re-reflected on herself. Now her mentality has changed a lot. Xiao Jiao said that the plane he gave her was equipped with a locator. If he wanted to see her and his son, then he would definitely find her. Lulu basked in the sun for a while and felt drowsy. She carried Xiao Wu back to the house, drew the curtains, and went into the bamboo house in the space for a nap. Kong saw her come in and sat in the corner very well, playing the Super game console in his hand. It has recently fallen in love with the Tetris game, which is very interesting. Kong is very obsessed with playing games, and it has not been clamoring to leave the space recently. During this period, in order to be able to play video games all the time, it learned to charge the game console. Sometimes when Lulu asked it to help take care of Xiao Wu, it was a little distracted. It was addicted to games all day and couldn't extricate itself. It became a little monkey addicted to games. Lulu didn't have a good solution for this. Fortunately, she has been living a comfortable life recently, without any troubles, and has more time to take care of Xiao Wu in person. Kong also liberated himself and got more time to play games. Lulu took a lunch break as usual that day. After getting up, she fed Xiao Wu and checked the forum messages with her bracelet. In the friend list, all her friends are online. Lulu saw the message pop-up window, which was sent by Jiangyi. Lulu, I've been feeling very uncomfortable lately, always nauseous and wanting to vomit. Feiyu said yesterday that I might be pregnant, so I went to buy a pregnancy test stick. Guess what? I'm really pregnant. I plan to give birth to the child. I want to give birth to a baby as cute as Xiao Wu. Congratulations. Lulu gave Jiangyi his blessing and transferred 100,000 points to her. Buy some supplements for your baby in your belly. Lulu. Jiangyi replied with an emoji that was so touching that she cried. Lulu and Jiangyi chatted for a while through the bracelet. She checked the points on the bracelet and found that there were still more than 200,000. Almost all of these points were given by Jie. A few months have passed, and the points have not been used up. The points are stored in the bracelet and depreciate every day. For example, the house she lives in now has increased from 20 points when she first moved in to 60 points a day. Fortunately, Lulu decided to stay here temporarily after 3 days and paid 3 months rent at once. Her rent at that time was 20 points a month. Now the rent has increased, but it has not affected her living expenses for these 3 months. If she wants to continue living here, she has to pay points according to the current price. Lulu lives very comfortably here. She plans to renew it for another 3 months. And after the new year and the beginning of spring, she will go to the last shelter in City A, Beishan Shelter, to have a look. If Xiao Jiao is still not found in Beishan, she must rush back to Linwan district immediately when the heavy rain comes. It was around 5:30 in the afternoon. It was getting dark. Lulu changed into a warm woolen sweater, a goose-down jacket, and furry cotton boots. Xiao Wu was also put on a children's goose-down jacket by her to keep warm. Lulu pushed the stroller and took the elevator downstairs in the rental house. The temperature in mid-November dropped sharply to about 6 degrees. In the early morning, the temperature could drop below 0. She pushed the stroller covered with a windshield downstairs, and Xiao Wu lay in the stroller, looking around curiously. Xiao Wu's wake-up time became longer and longer this month. He could play independently for more than half an hour, and when he was tired, he would close his eyes and rest. He was a very well-behaved and easy-to-care baby. Kong also followed Lulu and looked around. It was originally playing games in the room, but now it was getting dark, so it clamored to go out together, saying that it was to protect its owner Lulu. Kong was wearing the pet dog costume that Lulu found, and his feet and hands were wearing small shoes and gloves specially worn by pets. Lulu pushed the stroller and came to the service hall of the extended residence. Chapter 268. Hello. Ma'am? Do you want to renew your stay? The official staff in the service hall asked mechanically. Lulu looked at her, saw her tired and haggard eyes, and nodded gently. Yes. I want to renew for 3 months. And change me to a room with hot water. A room with hot water and electricity. 100 points a day. 9,000 points for 3 months. 1 deposit and 3 payments. Okay. Lulu knew the price in advance. She showed her bracelet and changed to a larger and more comfortable room. This room is on the top floor of her original room. About 100 square meters. With 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. Lulu took the access card and walked back with the stroller. When she walked downstairs of the apartment building, she saw about 10 large military green trucks parked downstairs. Many survivors pulled suitcases and carried huge backpacks, queuing up one by one to get on the truck. Lulu walked to the back of the line and asked an old man who was queuing, "Why are you queuing here so late?" "Little girl, we are going to Linwon Shelter. Didn't you see the official post? All shelters are scheduled to move to Linwon Shelter before February next year. In 3 months, there will be no one here. The weather has just cooled down. If we go earlier, we can find a good place to stay. If we go later, there will be too many people, and it will be difficult to find a place to stay. Oh! The current accommodation prices are outrageous. We can only sleep in abandoned cars. At night, the temperature drops and people shiver with cold." A middle-aged woman, who was queuing next to the old man, heard Lulu's question and turned to join the chat. She and the old man in the queue were talking to each other. The general meaning was to persuade Lulu to leave here early. It would be difficult to find a place to stay there if we went too late. When there were too many people, the accommodation would be more expensive. Lulu smiled slightly. "Thank you. And I wish you a safe journey." She pushed the stroller, glanced at the queue ready to go to Linwon Shelter, and turned to leave. "If I remember correctly, the heavy rain will start at the end of April next year. It's still early now. When the rent expires and all the official personnel evacuate, there will be no one here. And I can live here for free for 2 months. It won't be too late to go to Linwon Shelter in April." As for Beishan Shelter, Lulu plans to use the network of the bracelet to enter the forum of Beishan Shelter to search for information. Now all major shelters are connected to the internet. There is no need to actually go to Beishan Shelter to find news about Xiaojiu. Lulu strolled in the scenic area at the foot of Nanshan Mountain, and she slowly returned to the downstairs of the apartment building where she used to live. As luck would have it, when she was waiting for the elevator, she ran into the man who had just arrived at the Nanshan Shelter and bumped into the back of her car. The man's expression was no longer as arrogant as when he first came to the shelter, and he looked a little decadent. The 2 young girls who had surrounded him and called him husband affectionately disappeared after a few months, leaving only the man waiting for the elevator at the elevator entrance. The man found Lulu at the elevator entrance and felt that she seemed a little familiar. But in the end, he still couldn't remember where he had seen her, because Lulu next to her changed into a down jacket and a plush hat. Most of her face was exposed. Only a pair of bright almond eyes were exposed. She was dressed like this, and she was 3 meters away, so the man didn't recognize her at all. The sound of the elevator awakened the man's consciousness. He entered the elevator, pressed the floor and left. Lulu didn't want to take the same elevator with such a scumbag. She entered another elevator next to her, pressed the floor, and returned to her new living room. The room was full of dust. It seemed that no one had lived there for a long time. The furniture and appliances in this room were very complete, and the tableware in the kitchen was covered with a layer of dust. In addition to the furniture and appliances that came with these rooms, as well as tableware and sofas, food, water, clothes, quilts and other supplies were not provided by the government. 3 months ago, the government provided a set of bedding to the tenants in a high-profile manner. But now, there was not a single warm item to be seen. Lulu came to the balcony of this room and saw a very old coal stove on the balcony. However, there was no honeycomb coal in this room. Lulu checked the water and electricity in the room again. Just as the official said, the house has water and electricity. Maybe it is located in a scenic area. The pollution is relatively light, and there are few people on weekdays. The water provided by the kitchen and bathroom, without using a water purifier. also meets the national standard of the median value. But this value is still too high for Lulu. So, Lulu installed the 2 water purifiers that Xiaojiu gave her in the kitchen and bathroom respectively. In this way, it is much more convenient to take a bath in the room than in the space RV, including going to the toilet, excreting garbage. Just press the flush button, and it will go down. The house she rented before had no water supply, so every time she went to the toilet, for convenience, she could only go to the public bathhouse next to the apartment. Every time she went to the toilet, she actually had to earn 1 point. Otherwise, you would go naked and find a place outside the shelter to excrete. Anyway, she still had more than 200,000 points in her bracelet, according to the prices in the past few months. The inflation of points will only become more and more outrageous. Lulu followed the old rules and took 3 steps. First, use the detection instrument to check if there are any monitoring devices in the room. Second, call Kong out and clean the dust in the house. Third, find a DVD player that can play movies. Connect it to the abandoned TV in the living room, and play the movie. Lulu worked for 2 hours, and her waist and back ached. She drank a sip of Vitality water to restore her physical strength and spirit, and collapsed on the sofa in the room. For safety reasons, there is still a door blocker at the door of the room, and a glass water cup is placed on the door handle. If someone sneaks in and wants to do something bad, she will find out at the first time. The temperature at night is getting lower and lower. Lulu is worried that Xiaowu will catch a cold in such a temperature. She whispered to Kong, you stay and look after the supplies. I will accompany the baby back to the space to rest. The bathroom has a limited amount of hot water. You go to the bathroom to take a bath. Can you go to the toilet? Kong nodded. Master, don't worry. I can go to the toilet. Well, the water in the toilet can't be drunk. Don't stand in the toilet to take a bath like you did some time ago. This is very uncivilized behavior. Lulu reminded Kong of the precautions and turned to enter the space. Kong happily crossed his legs and lay on the sofa in the living room, holding the snacks Lulu gave him. A big strawberry, a big peach, and a big lychee. It ate happily. There was a Super Game console next to him, and the TV in front of him was playing Journey to the West. Chapter 269 Nanshan Nan. This set of Journey to the West is the high-definition version that it persuaded Zhang Lang to find in the city. One night, passed in a flash. At 8:30 in the morning, Lulu yawned and came out of the space. Xiaowu was held in her arms and yawned with her. Lulu smelled the milky fragrance brought by Xiaowu's yawn, lowered her head, and kissed his chubby cheeks. Xiaowu, do you love your mother the most? Do you love your mother the best in the universe? Mom. Kong heard the noise and echoed loudly, Master, I love you the best in the world. Go and play. Lulu waved to Kong and sent him to mop the floor. Kong helplessly picked up the mop that was half a meter taller than it and mopped the floor in the house. Lulu waved his hand and took out a hearty breakfast from the space. Xiaolongbao plus soy milk. Well, let's eat something light this morning. Lulu picked up a Xiaolongbao, peeled off the outer skin a little, and threw a little into Xiaowu's mouth. Good boy. Come and eat some complimentary food. Xiaowu opened his mouth obediently and ate the tender and soft skin on the bun. Good baby. You are almost 6 months old now. Add some complimentary food. Ya. Xiaowu opened his mouth and laughed. Lulu had a gentle smile on his lips. Xiaowu obediently ate the bun skin that Lulu fed him. It's not enough to just eat this little skin. This skin only has carbohydrates and not much nutrition. Let's eat some Ying's high iron rice noodles. Lulu put down the buns in her hand. Kong. Watch the baby. I'll be here soon. Kong, who was practicing breakdancing on the balcony, heard the sound and immediately jumped into the house and closed the balcony door. It was getting colder outside in this damn weather. Kong thought silently and stood on the anti-fall mat under the sofa. Xiaowu lay obediently on the spacious sofa, looking at Kong curiously, with curved eyebrows and a smile on his lips. Kong saw Lulu's busy back in the kitchen, and took off his gloves immediately while she was not looking over here, and stretched out his hand to pinch Xiaowu's chubby little face. Wow! This touch is so tender and smooth. Xiaowu opened his innocent big eyes, a little at a loss, and the smile on his lips stopped immediately. Lulu didn't notice Kong Kong's little action. She was concentrating in the kitchen, making Xiao Wu a level 1 high-speed iron rice noodles in a pink duck-billed small bowl. According to the recipe on the high-speed iron rice noodles, make a spoonful of high-speed iron rice noodles for Xiao Wu. Soon, Lulu prepared the rice noodles and returned to the living room with a pink duck-bill bowl. Kong Kong had already put on her gloves the moment Lulu turned around and sat obediently on the cushion, staring at the little man on the sofa in a daze. Dear baby, eat rice noodles. Xiao Wu's pursed lips suddenly smiled after hearing Lulu's voice. Mama. Xiao Wu's childish voice struggled to say these two unclear Chinese characters. Lulu's heart almost melted when she heard Xiao Wu calling her mom. She gently picked up Xiao Wu and fed him high-iron rice noodles with a silicone spoon for babies. Xiao Wu opened his mouth very cooperatively and ate all the high-iron rice noodles into his mouth one bite at a time. Lulu picked up the soft towel beside him and wiped off the little iron rice noodles that accidentally remained on the corner of his mouth. Good boy. You haven't eaten AD and DHA today. Come. Mommy will feed you. Lulu picked up the AD and DHA on the coffee table, cut the outer skin of the transparent yellow capsule with special small scissors, and squeezed AD and DHA into Xiao Wu's mouth. Xiao Wu frowned immediately. Maybe AD and DHA don't taste very good. Despite this, Xiao Wu still ate these two children's nutritional supplements. Lulu quickly picked up the warm water from the milk warmer beside him and swallowed a few mouthfuls for Xiao Wu to dilute the smell of the nutritional supplement in Xiao Wu's mouth. After feeding Xiao Wu, Lulu took out the baby fence that she had collected in the big shopping mall outside the 3rd ring road from the space. This month, Xiao Wu will roll on the bed by himself after waking up. For the safety of the baby, she decided to build a safe baby paradise in the house. It is now mid-November. We will live here for another 4 months, which is a long time. After decorating the house, it will be convenient to take the children out in the future. Lulu removed the baby fence. She chose the largest one, which was 2.2 meters long and wide. After reading the instructions and installation book carefully, Lulu moved the coffee table next to the TV cabinet and started to install the baby fence. About 20 minutes later, she successfully installed the baby fence and placed it in the spacious living room. The master bedroom and the second bedroom of this house have beds, and the baby fence cannot be placed. The area of the living room is much larger than the bedroom. In the future, she plans to sleep in the living room. There are 2 bedrooms, one for garbage and discarded plastic packaging. The other one is temporarily unused. After the baby fence was built, Lulu laid a non-toxic and odorless baby anti-fall mat inside. Because winter was coming, she deliberately laid a gray pure wool carpet of the same size on the mat. Then, there are the Enlightenment toys and special quilts that the baby who is nearly 6 months old needs. Kong Kong looked through the hollow gap of the baby fence and saw that it was very comfortable and warm inside. And his eyes widened. I envy the little master. Such a big bed must be very comfortable to sleep in. Lulu arranged the areas of the baby fence in turn. Mainly 3 areas. The game area and the rest area. Arranged Xiao Wu's play and rest space. Lulu carefully put Xiao Wu into the baby fence. The baby fence is big enough, and she decided to sleep in the living room with Xiao Wu in the future. The area is covered with thick anti-fall mats and pure wool carpets worth tens of thousands of dollars. It feels better to lie on it than on the bed. Lulu took advantage of Xiao Wu's sleep to adjust the original sofa and coffee table here. Kong Kong, you will sleep on the small sofa in the future. Lulu pointed to a secondary sofa next to the main sofa and said. Kong Kong blinked his golden pupils and jumped on the sofa excitedly. After Lulu finished his work, he moved the lazy sofa to the side of the coffee table. She picked up the steamed buns on the table and found that they were cold. There is a microwave in the kitchen. She took the steamed buns to the kitchen to heat them up. After a ding sound, Lulu handed the heated steamed buns to Kong Kong. Here, your dinner. Kong Kong took the steamed buns in a porcelain bowl and sat on the sofa to eat with oil dripping from his mouth. It's okay to eat anything. It's not picky. Hee. If possible. Its favorite is still peaches. No. Now there is a food that likes peaches as much as bananas. Big Baby. Chapter 270. Lulu watched the sky turn completely dark. She stood up and drew the balcony curtains to block the prying eyes from outside. During the day, she drew the pure white gauze curtains on the balcony which could let in light and block the view. At night, she closed the glass door of the balcony and locked it, and then drew the curtains. She lived on the 15th floor. The balcony was very high, and it was difficult for ordinary people to climb in and do bad things. Kong Kong. You will move the sofa to the balcony door later, and sleep on the balcony as before. Okay. Kong Kong moved the sofa behind the balcony glass door obediently, jumped on it, and continued to play Tetris. Lulu looked around the living room and nodded with satisfaction. Kong Kong. Watch the baby. I'm going to take a bath. After Lulu finished speaking, she went into the bathroom to take a bath. The house she rented at a high price has an electric water heater that provides hot water. This room is limited to 5 degrees of electricity per day. If the power consumption exceeds the limit, the power will be automatically cut off. The solution is to recharge the electricity card. When Lulu applied for renting a house, she recharged the electricity card with 10,000 points. The TV costs 10 points per kilowatt hour. 1,000 kilowatt hours of electricity, plus the original electricity, is definitely enough. After Lulu entered the bathroom, she first checked the temperature of the electric water heater, which was 60 degrees. It is definitely enough for a bath. She took off her clothes, put on pink rabbit sandals for bathing, and went into the bathroom to wash. There is no bathtub in this room. When the weather gets colder, you can take a bath from the space. Lulu thought to herself, and took out the 3-piece set of shampoo, body wash and body care that had been opened but not used before from the space, and put it in the niche in the bathroom. She took a comfortable shower, dried her hair, put on a pure woolen nightgown and matching pajamas, and walked out of the bathroom slowly. Dinner was Australian A6 Wagyu plus a glass of 1990 Lafite red wine. Why not 1982 Lafite? The production of wine was limited, and now it is 2060. And the 1982 Lafite on the market is basically fake. I don't know how real this 1990 beauty red wine in front of her is. But now when most people are sleeping in the open, naked, and even bathing is a problem, they can have such a meal. Well, it's not bad. Lulu was in a good mood and took a photo of today's dinner and saved it in her Fruit brand mobile phone that she usually used to watch TV series. After dinner, Kong Kong immediately picked up the plate she had used. Master, I'll wash the dishes. You and the little master should have a rest quickly. Okay. After Lulu replied with a simple word, he raised his legs and entered the baby fence. She took out a down quilt and an ergonomic pillow, leaned against Xiao Wu, and closed her eyes to rest. 3 minutes after lying down, Lulu always felt something was wrong. She sat up and saw that the air conditioner in the living room was not turned on. So she went to the TV cabinet, found the air conditioner remote control, and adjusted the temperature to 26 degrees Celsius. As the temperature in the room rose, Lulu stretched comfortably, laid down in the comfortable quilt again, and closed her eyes to rest. After washing the plates and knives and forks, Kong Kong gently tiptoed and turned off the dim night light in the living room. It lay on the sofa, covered itself with the special blanket Lulu gave it, and slept with its clothes on. Midnight. Lulu fumbled to feed the child. Xiao Wu is responsible for cleaning the breast pump and the bottle, and put them in the sterilizer for disinfection. The next day, Lulu repeated the same day with the child. She stayed at home from Monday to Friday. She carried the household garbage out empty, and threw it into the trash can at the end of the corridor. There would be specific official personnel to clean the large trash can. On Saturdays and Sundays, she would push Xiao Wu to stroll around the shelter, and use the remaining points to buy the supplies that could be bought. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, a month passed quickly. Lulu also went to the shopping supermarket in the shelter 4 times. Now the basic supplies in the supermarket can no longer see any trace of vegetables. Not to mention meat. There is none. People can only eat compressed biscuits that have been increased in price once again. Compressed biscuits are considered basic supplies. If the price increase is too outrageous, it will definitely be rioted by the survivors. Considering this, the official supply of biscuits is now 2 points per piece, which is enough for an ordinary adult to barely fill his stomach. An adult working for a day with a basic salary of 10 points is just enough to eat 3 compressed biscuits. This stuff is all carbohydrates. As for the essential vitamins for the human body, fat, it is definitely not there. Eating this kind of biscuits for a long time will reduce immunity and resistance. And it is only a matter of time. After several visits to the supermarket, Lulu found that there are fewer and fewer people in this shelter. The decrease in population has no effect on her. As long as the official personnel here have not all left, and the house can be supplied with water and electricity normally, it will not have much impact on her life. Even if the water and electricity are cut off, she can bring her child and Kong into the space to live. It's just that it's more troublesome if the bracelet doesn't have the network. In this way, she will be completely cut off from the outside world. This day, after lunch, Lulu and Xiaowu were basking in the sun on the balcony. Jiangyi sent her a photo. In the photo, she has gained weight, and her belly is obviously pregnant. Do you have calcium, iron, zinc and DHA for pregnancy? Yes. You got me a lot through internal channels. I'm living well in Linwan shelter. But how are you now? Lulu took a picture of the picturesque Nanshan scenic area and sent it to Jiangyi. Wow. Where are you? The scenery is so beautiful. Nanshan shelter. The former Nanshan scenic area. Jiangyi sent a picture of an envious expression package. Lulu replied with a happy expression package. They chatted for a while. Jiangyi tentatively said, Lulu, Zhou Yining has been transferred. Linwan shelter has a new person in charge. I heard that this person was directly appointed by the leader. When will you return to Linwan shelter? Lulu was a little surprised. Zhou Yining was transferred. Here in City A. Linwan shelter is a safe zone. Zhou Yining must know. Where was she transferred to? I heard from Feiyu that she was transferred to Mount Everest by her superiors. She is gone. No one in Linwan shelter is targeting you. Why don't you come back earlier? After thinking carefully for a few seconds, Lulu replied to Jiangyi, I will come back after the spring. Then you must come back. My due date is next June. I have no experience in giving birth. I will arrive in time. As promised, I will take care of you during the confinement period. After Lulu and Jiangyi talked about the current situation of the shelter for a while, they turned off the bracelet. Time passed quietly in such a relaxing and leisurely day. Until April Fool's Day. April 1st, 2061. Chapter 271. A light drizzle suddenly fell from the sky. Master, the water and electricity are out at home. Kong found something unusual at home after getting up in the morning. Lulu rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked up to find that the air conditioner in the living room suddenly stopped working at some point. She turned on her bracelet to check and found that there was a signal on the bracelet. So she immediately logged into the official forum of Nanshan Shelter. Nanshan Shelter reminds that all official personnel of Nanshan Shelter will retreat to Linwan Shelter before 5 p.m. on April 1st, 2061. All survivors who are still staying in Nanshan Shelter, please gather at the gate of Nanshan Shelter before 5 p.m. And no one will be waited for after the time is up. Originally, it was planned to complete the relocation in February this year, but the plan could not keep up with the changes, and Nanshan Shelter postponed the evacuation of all personnel for 2 months. Several other shelters in City A have now all moved to Linwan in the west. Only Nanshan is left. Lulu turned off the bracelet and told Kong, who was lying on the sofa playing a game. Kong, pack up. We are ready to leave. Lulu took out 4 large storage boxes from the space and placed them in the living room. Kong immediately jumped off the sofa and ran to the kitchen to start working. He sorted the daily necessities they had used in the past few months and put them into the boxes. When they arrived at Linwan Shelter, these things could be taken out and used directly. Baby, we are going to change places. Wake up quickly. Lulu lowered his head and whispered in Xiaowu's ear. Xiaowu opened his confused eyes and smiled when he saw Lulu's face. Mom. Good morning. My little baby. Come. Mom will wash your face. Lulu took out a warm face towel from the space, wiped Xiaowu's face and hands, and applied baby cream. Xiaowu. It's just the beginning of spring. It's still a little cold outside. Let's wear more clothes. Yada. Xiaowu sat up obediently, nodded to Lulu, and replied to her in a language that he was not very proficient in. His pronunciation system is not yet perfect, so he can only use simple words to reply to Mom. Mia. Lulu kissed Xiaowu's soft face. Xiaowu. Play by yourself for a while. Mom will make breakfast for you. Yada. After receiving Xiaowu's response, Lulu flashed into the space. Xiaowu had long been accustomed to Lulu's sudden disappearance. Since he could sit up at the age of 6 months, he became more sensible. and many memories of his previous life became clearer as he grew up. Lulu found imported milk powder in this space, and quickly made a bottle of milk for Xiaowu. This brand of milk powder is the most expensive. There is a saying, you get what you pay for. Since Xiaowu last month, her milk has gradually been insufficient. According to the scientific parenting guidelines, children can be weaned after breastfeeding for more than 6 months. If conditions permit, you can continue to breastfeed. Her milk is automatically weaned. Last month, when the seasons changed, she caught a cold and drank vitality water. Although the cold was cured, her milk suddenly stopped. Xiaowu was breastfed for 9 months, occasionally eating milk powder and mixed feeding. It's better to wean the baby automatically now. In the future, when I take Xiaowu with me, it will be much more convenient to make the milk powder directly when I am in front of people. Lulu found constant temperature warm water in the space, and quickly returned to the fence after making the milk. Xiaowu was playing with a small silicone toy rabbit in the corner to grind his teeth. After hearing the noise, he threw the little rabbit grinding stick aside and crawled towards Lulu. Mom. The sweet call of Mom almost made Lulu lose himself. She handed the bottle to Xiaowu. After Xiaowu took the bottle, he held the bottle and drank milk by himself. During this period, she had already replaced Xiaowu with a ductile tube for 6-month-old children. Xiaowu was very obedient and could eat independently, so she didn't have to worry about it at all. Lulu took advantage of Xiaowu's free time to check the house. In this house, she put all the air conditioners and furniture that originally came with it into the space. There is still a month before the heavy rain is coming. If you don't take the things here, they will be wasted sooner or later. After she cleaned up the house, Kong also followed her instructions and put all the things they often used in the storage box. Lulu glanced and saw that the 2 water purifiers sent by Xiaojio were also in it, so he didn't continue to check. These 2 water purifiers are very powerful. According to the instructions on the water purifiers, each can be used for at least half a year. She reached out and packed all the storage boxes into the space. After Xiaowu finished his milk, he put the bottle aside and sat in the fence, curiously watching Lulu and Kong busy in the house. Good boy. Wait for mommy for a few minutes, and I will finish cleaning soon. Lulu carefully checked the house and found that nothing was missing. So he reached out and put his hand on the fence. In an instant, the entire fence, including Xiaowu, was put into the 4th door of the space. The temperature of the space is constant. The weather is also constant. The only thing that is synchronized with the earth is day and night. Therefore, the fence is placed in the yard of the bamboo house, and there is no need to worry about Xiaowu's safety. Xiaowu at this month can't run out of the fence. Lulu clapped his hands and said to Kong, go in and play with the baby. Kong held its exclusive storage box with both hands. Okay, master. The next moment, Kong and its storage box entered the bamboo house in the space together. Lulu sighed secretly when she saw the empty house. I have spent a lot of good time here, and I have to leave after all. Lulu carried a black dirt-resistant backpack, a blue medical mask, a baseball cap, and a set of casual sports sweatshirt and casual pants. The color of the clothes is also very low-key black. She came to the bathroom, carefully checked her hat and hair, and after confirming that they were very ordinary, she slowly opened the door and walked out. Walked all the way. It seemed that she was the only resident in the whole apartment. In fact, it was true. When she came to the front desk downstairs, the staff here had disappeared. Lulu looked at the room card in her hand, threw it to the front desk, and strode away. The deposit of 10,000 points should be wasted. However, she did not lose anything. She also emptied the air conditioner, TV cabinet, sofa, and other things in the house. During this period, she used the official electricity to charge the battery and mobile power supply in her space. Lulu checked her bracelet. There were still about 20,000 points in her bracelet that had not been used up. These points should be enough for her to go to the Linwan Shelter Division and find a place to rent a house for half a year. In the future, if she wants points, she can also exchange them with the materials in the space. Lulu went all the way to the parking lot to pick up the SUV she left in the parking lot. Chapter 272. Since she came to Nanshan Shelter, she has driven the cars here only a few times. About once or twice a month. Every time she went out, she helped John Lang store the blood and other things he got from some hospitals. She was very resistant. But she still helped John Lang store it. Because her little brother is really strong now. After 11 months of baptism in the apocalypse, John Lang's strength is only one step away from reaching the highest level of zombies. Lulu had just taken the car, sat in the driver's seat, and checked that there was still more than half of the gas in the tank, when she received a message from John Lang. "Master, I'll wait for you at the old place." "Okay." Lulu responded and started to reverse. When she was reversing, she found that there were not many cars in the parking lot. They should have all driven away. When she left, she saw the sports car she had seen when she first came to Nanshan Shelter. The sports car was still parked in the same place. As for how the man and two women are doing now, it should be. Lulu secretly guessed and drove away from here. After all, this man and two women have nothing to do with her. There is no need to pay attention to them. Lulu drove smoothly to the gate of Nanshan Shelter. When she arrived at the gate, there was already a long queue. Her car was blocked by the convoy in front, and she had to wait patiently behind. It is morning now. Are there still so many people in the shelter who have not left? She sent a message to John Lang. "Queue at the gate of the shelter. Wait for me." Lulu patiently queued behind the convoy. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the team in front seemed to have no signs of moving. She was a little impatient. So she took out the car keys, pulled the handbrake, got out of the car, closed the door, and walked to the gate to check the situation. "Sister, why are there so many people blocking the way ahead?" The sister was pale and thin, and looked malnourished. She was standing at the end of the team. She heard Lulio's questioning voice behind her. After turning back and staring for a moment, she slowly said, "The staff of the official shelter went to explore the way ahead. They asked us to wait here. So that's the case." Lulu was very annoyed. "This wait. It will probably take a long time. From Nanshan Shelter to Linwan Shelter, you have to pass a highway next to Beishan Shelter. The round trip takes about 2 hours. This is when there is no traffic jam on the road." Lulu stood in the crowd and reached out to touch the airplane model pendant on her neck. Should she leave with these people? She can use the plane given by Xiaojiu to leave here from the air. Just turn around, drive the car back, and find a place to leave on foot. Lulu was thinking. Suddenly, it started to rain in the sky. Everyone was stunned by the sudden heavy rain. As the rain got heavier, all the people with cars hid in their cars. Those who didn't have cars paid 100 points and got on the official pickup truck. Yes, you read that right. You have to pay 100 points. Only when each person has 100 points, the official pickup truck is willing to take the survivors away. Those who drive themselves also have to pay points. It is also 100 points. They paid protection fees. The points may not seem like much, but for most people, it was the salary for 10 days of hard work. These people had no choice but to pay the points and get on the bus. If you get on the bus early, you can still get a seat. Like most people, Lulu continued to wait in the bus. As the rain got heavier, she became more and more irritable. She hated rainy days the most in her life, especially thunderstorms. In her previous life, when she died, it was a rainstorm. This always made her fall into unexplained panic and bad memories. Lulu took a mint candy from her pocket and threw it into her mouth to taste. Sweet things can make people feel better. The rain got heavier. Half an hour later, lightning and thunder came from the sky. It was broad daylight, but it seemed that the sky changed color in an instant. Thick dark clouds covered the originally clear sky. Thunder exploded one after another. The candy in Lulu's pocket had long been eaten. She didn't plan to continue taking out sugar from the space. If you eat too much, you will get diabetes easily when you get old. No. She has healing vitality water, which should be able to cure this chronic disease. Lulu thought about it and took out a box of bubble gum to eat. While waiting for the car, she blew the gum and spit bubbles out of boredom. As the thunder exploded, her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. It's a good thing that she didn't fly away just now. The plane Xiaojiu gave her was amazing, but the quality had not been tested by national standards. If she had just flown away, now in the sky, she has become a live iron target. Anyway, it's on the way, so it's not a bad thing to leave with these people. If there is a traffic jam, the official staff will immediately arrange for someone to clear it. This saves her and John Lang time. About an hour. An official stood on a pickup truck, holding a large loudspeaker, and shouted to the team of about 1,000 people behind him. Attention all survivors in the shelter. Due to changes in the situation, the convoy will depart at 12 noon at the latest. Survivors who are still staying in the shelter, please come to the gate immediately to gather. No one will be waiting after the time is up. Some survivors who are still thinking about what to bring in the house heard the horn, quickly packed their luggage, and strode towards the gate. The official sent 4 people to drive the car, and used the loudspeaker to notify and publicize various places in the shelter from 4 directions. 12 o'clock noon. The convoy set off on time. Lu Lilio's car, like many survivors' cars, followed the official pickup truck. There were about 1,000 people in their group. There were more than 60 cars in total. There were at least 30 people on the official pickup truck. There are many private cars, like Lu Lulu, who share a car. They only need to spend 30 points to share a car with other people who have cars, and save a sum of points. The rain continued for 2 hours, and began to lighten at this time. An official used a loudspeaker to remind everyone keep a distance and control the speed within 60. After 3 consecutive propagandas, the propaganda sound of the loudspeaker disappeared. The group drove silently on the cement road. Lu Lulu received a message from Zhang Lang. Master, I am mixed in the team behind you. Well, don't let people find out that you are not a human. Okay. After Lu Lulu replied to the message, he drove with peace of mind and followed the official staff to the Lin 1 shelter. The convoy drove for about an hour. Arrived near the Beishan shelter. In order to avoid accidents, the official staff did not stop the convoy. Continue to move forward for another hour, and you will successfully arrive at the Lin 1 shelter. Lu Lulu wanted to relieve herself at this moment. She pulled over and wanted to wait for these cars to leave first, and then enter the space to relieve herself when no one was paying attention. There were many people who had the same idea as her. However, most people, especially men, stopped their cars and peed on the side of the road. They didn't care about the fact that there were women in the team. It has been almost a year since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and they no longer care about these faces, because many women behave more outrageously than these men. Chapter 273. Lu Lulu looked through the car window and saw 4 girls coming to the roadside, squatting and starting to relieve themselves. The men who were peeing near the girls whistled at them. They looked at the men and shouted while relieving themselves, 50 points per time. You are driving up the price. 20 points. The men who were peeing on the side bargained. Lu Lilio's car happened to be parked near them. She saw this scene and wanted to back up the car, but there were also groups of cars queuing behind her, and she had no way to avoid it. Something strange just entered her head. Just when she was speechless and spitting bubbles, her car window was knocked. Lu Lulu looked through the single panel glass and saw a young man standing outside. This man was different from most survivors. He was dressed very cleanly and had a sunny feeling. He was 3 points similar to Xiaojio. Only 3 points. It was already the best. Seeing that he and Xiaojio were somewhat similar, Lu Lulu first took the mask in the car, covered the lower half of his face, and then pressed the window. The man looked through the gap in the window and found that there was no one in the SUV, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Hello. I'm Su Fan. Su Fan showed a perfect smile to ensure that he could give people a sense of intimacy. Lu Lulu saw his 8 white and shiny teeth and asked expressionlessly, What's the matter? Su Fan noticed Lu Lilio's piercing almond eyes, and after a slight pause, he continued to smile with his perfect 8 teeth. My car is out of gas. Can I borrow some from you? Borrow gas? I don't have much gas left. No. Su Fan's smile began to become stiff when he heard Lu Lilio's decisive refusal. Lu Lulu didn't care what he thought. Now there were many people and eyes, and once she did a good deed and lent the gas to this man who looked a bit like Xiaojio. Then, any sand or sea in the vicinity, seeing that she still had some goodwill, would definitely rush over to borrow things from her. There were so many officials in front, and there were many people and eyes. These people were annoying, and they couldn't reach her moral bottom line of killing them. Decisive refusal was the best choice. Yeah. If she only met this man, seeing that he looked good, maybe she would lend him some gas for a fee? Su Fan saw the slowly closing car door, put on a smile, and continued to borrow gas from the car in front. Lu Lulu pulled the mask down a little, exposing her nose for easier breathing. She blew bubbles silently, looked at the man named Su Fan in front, and continued to borrow gas from the car in front. At this time, I want to borrow gasoline just by looking at my face. TSK. Lulu looked at Su Fan chatting with the car owner in front of her board. When she saw Su Fan's profile, she almost overlapped with Xiao Jiu's figure. She swallowed silently. Where did the damn man go? It's been almost a year. If he doesn't show up again, I'll just assume he's dead. People can't hang themselves on a tree. Lulu thought randomly. Su Fan and the car owner were chatting in front. Hello. I'm Su Fan. My car is out of gas. Can I borrow some gas from you? Lulu, who has excellent hearing, heard what the man named Su Fan said to her just now from many noisy voices. The car owner in front was a man, and he shouted loudly, "Why do you do that? I don't have enough gas. Get out." Su Fan's expression management was very good. Even when he was scolded by the car owner, he always had a smile on his face. Wait, Dad. This is Su Fan. A young girl about 20 years old opened the car door and stood happily in front of Su Fan. Her face was flushed, and she was a little nervous when she spoke. Brother Fan, how much gas do you want? Su Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He finally met a little fan of his. Not much. Just enough to reach Lin one shelter. The car owner was very troubled to see that his daughter was so ignorant. He had only one daughter, and he had spoiled her since she was a child. Now he could only let her go. The girl came to the trunk of the car, took out a bottle of spare gasoline from it, and handed it to Su Fan. Brother Fan, this gas will definitely be enough for you. Thank you, little sister. What's your name? Su Fan smiled at the girl. My name is Shui Ming. You can just call me Ming Ming. Ming Ming. Thank you, Brother Fan. I have a small request. Su Fan looked at her quietly. What request? Can I hug you? Shui Ming blushed and looked up at her idol Su Fan. Su Fan nodded gently, took the initiative to step forward and hug Shui Ming. Shui Ming's father looked through the side mirror and found Shui Ming hugging this pretty boy. And he was immediately furious. What time is it? Shui's father pushed open the car door and got out of the car, forcing Shui Ming and Su Fan to separate their hugs. Ming Ming, we don't give this oil for free. We charge for it. According to the current market, this bottle of oil is worth 2,000 points. Dad Shui stood in front of Shui Ming's left with a cold face. Su Fan smiled. Of course. Show me your bracelet, and I'll transfer the points to you. Dad Shui was not polite to him at all, and immediately showed the QR code of the bracelet. Before the end of the world, Su Fan was a celebrity. His status was comparable to Bai Jia. Points. He still has more than 600,000 in his hand. There are not many rare materials. He decisively scanned the code and transferred points to Dad Shui. Shui Ming stared at the side. Dad, why charge points for such a small amount of oil? If Brother Fan needs it, we can just give it to him. Dad Shui heard his daughter talking, and he wanted to block her mouth immediately. Is this to let all the people who are eyeing nearby know that they have a lot of oil? A lot of materials? Dad Shui saw the official truck in the front row and breathed a sigh of relief silently. Fortunately, this is in the official convoy. Even if others covet their family's supplies, they dare not rob them. You are Miss Shui's father. Thank you. You're welcome. The money and goods are settled. Let's go! Father Shui impatiently took the gasoline from Shui Ming and handed it to Su Fan. Su Fan passed by Lu Liu's car window with gasoline and looked back. Shui Ming stared at Su Fan's back infatuatedly. Still looking? What's so good about this little white face? When your father was young, I was 10,000 times more handsome than him. Shui Ming lowered his head sullenly. Oh! Hurry up and get in the car. It's windy outside. Father Shui urged Shui Ming to get in the car and lock the door. We can't let this girl get out of the car and cause trouble again. Just now, taking out the scarce gasoline resources has made the survivors sitting in the pickup truck nearby jealous. Although these people have not committed any crime, there is no guarantee that someone with bad intentions will target them in the future. Chapter 274. Su Fan carried the oil drum and walked in front of Lu Liu's car with his head held high. Lulu spit out bubble gum without looking away, replaced it with a new one, and continued to blow bubbles. Her car stayed where it was and did not move forward. When all the cars behind her moved to the front, her car became the last one to leave. Zhang Lang's white SUV stopped in front of her car. Master, everyone is gone. Shall we go? You watch. I have something to do. Okay. After Lulu sent the message, she flashed into the space RV to relieve herself. 5 minutes later, she returned to the driving position and accelerated with Zhang Lang to catch up with the convoy in front. The convoy drove in the vast and lonely wilderness for about 20 minutes. The more than 1,000 survivors here stopped again. Some official personnel got off the car and explained to the convoy behind one by one. Lulu got the news from these officials who passed by. The highway in front of the Beishan shelter was blocked, and people were being arranged to clear it. It would take about 20 minutes. Lulu took the bag from the passenger seat and reached in to take out a family portrait sushi. 12 sushi were pinched into the shape of the 12 zodiac signs. Each sushi tasted different. This was the food that the deliveryman had bought for her. Lulu opened the transparent lid, picked up a sushi and ate it happily. Her car was at the end, and the official staff left after the promotion. She was eating sushi in a secretive manner. The car in front was far away, and the people in that car were staring at the front, not afraid of being seen eating sushi. Lulu had just eaten the delicious meat floss sushi, and the people in front of him also picked up the food in their bags and started eating. For a while, many compressed biscuit packaging bags were thrown out of the car window. These people were eating compressed biscuits that were not nutritious and difficult to chew. Lulu looked at the 12 zodiac sushi with good color, fragrance and taste, and felt very uncomfortable. What a pity. I can't give it to you. In this case, I will eat 2 more. Lulu finished the sushi happily and took out a hot sandwich at random. There was also a cup of Gu Wat Ming milk tea. This Gu Wat Ming has advanced. The Gu Wat Ming in my memory used very simple packaging. Later, Gu Wat Ming learned from Cha Wat Yin and changed the ancient packaging. The taste and formula were almost exactly the same as Cha Wat Color. It's not that Cha Wat Color can't afford it, but Gu Wat Ming is more cost-effective. It's 5 or 6 yuan cheaper per cup. Cha Wat Yin has also stockpiled hundreds of cups in his space, so he can drink them slowly. Lu Yoyo's belly was full and her mood improved immediately. 20 minutes later, her lunch was ready. Through the consciousness connecting the space, Kong Kong prepared milk for Shiwu, who was holding the bottle and drinking milk by himself. Kong Kong performed a dance program for Shiwu while he was feeding. Shiwu saw Kong Kong dancing with a curious look in his eyes. Kong Kong is a good babysitter. Give him a big banana. In a flash of consciousness, a big banana was moved from the fresh keeping area to Kong Kong by Lulu. Kong Kong, who was dancing, saw the big banana next to him and burst into tears. Master, I am so moved that I burst into tears. You are so good to me. Lulu withdrew her consciousness from the space and stopped watching Kong Kong and Xiao Wu playing. Xiao Wu is very well behaved, and Kong Kong is very competent. She doesn't need to worry about it. Kong Kong has been taking good care of Xiao Wu during this period. This quality of taking care of children is definitely worthy of the title of a gold medal nanny. When Lulu withdrew her attention, the convoy in front of her moved. She turned the car key and restarted the car. An accident. It suddenly appeared. Lulu heard a gunshot. Then, there were more intensive gunshots. The shrill screams were endless. 2 humanoid giant zombies suddenly rushed out from the highway in front. From a distance, Lulu could see the ugly heads of the 2 zombies. This height must be at least 7 or 8 meters. The zombie on the left is very fat, and the zombie on the right is very thin. These 2 zombies will definitely be full of people when they perform crosstalk. Lulu's car was at the back, and the distance between it and the 2 zombies was relatively safe. Those who rushed to the front would be miserable. Pickup trucks were grabbed by 8-meter-tall zombies one by one. The people on the pickup truck screamed and staggered as the cars were thrown into the grass in the wilderness by the playful zombies. They made a deafening noise. The screams from the convoy behind them were even louder. The official staff held a loudspeaker and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! Request support from Lin Wan Shelter! Request support! Ah! Save me! I don't want to die! Who will save me?" Lulu made a prompt decision and turned the car around and drove away. Zhang Lang followed her and accelerated away from this place of trouble. There were about 200 official personnel. Faced with the emergency, they lined up to attack the 2 zombies. In front of them, many survivors of the 4 pickup trucks thrown into the wilderness by the zombies were still able to move. They struggled to get away from the pickup trucks. The convoy behind Lulu accelerated and fled like crazy. The horns kept honking. Lulu urgently pulled the car over. The more than 30 private cars behind her stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and drove the private cars as if they were racing cars. She pulled over and walked to the nearby wasteland. Zhang Lang also got out of the car with her and stood beside her silently. Master, let's get out of the way quickly. Those two ugly things. Are you scared? Zhang Lang nodded and admitted, they are all level 11. The same level as me. I can beat one-on-one. 1 against 2. It's very dangerous. Master, you drive away first. I'll go to the front to help. Zhang Lang asked uncertainly. Lulu saw that most of the official personnel in front were killed or injured, and her eyes became more worried. Go. Be careful not to be discovered. Zhang Lang nodded, raised his leg, and rushed towards the two huge ugly zombies. Lu Liu's bangs were blown up by the airflow generated by his speed. She thought about it, and got on the off-road vehicle. She called Kong Kong, who was eating bananas in the space. Go. Find Zhang Lang. Follow him. In case he can't beat those two ugly things, you take him back to the space. The distance between Lulu and Kong Kong has reached a range of 100 kilometers as the space is upgraded. In this range, people and things that Kong Kong encounters can be taken back to the space. Remember, if all the official personnel are dead, you take those two ugly things back to the space. I have a way to deal with them. After entering the space, she took the two ugly things to the fresh-keeping area. The two ugly things were constrained by the power of the space and fell into stiffness. Just use an electric drill to drill open their brains and take out the core crystal nucleus. Hee. It's still a very happy thing to think about it. However, the crystal core of the 11th level zombie is just a drop in the bucket for the 7th door in space. Chapter 275. It's better than nothing. Anyway, the 18 weird yoga poses opened by the 6th door. Her expectations for the 7th door are not so high. Similarly, this kind of high-level crystal core is hard to come by. If you get it, you can use it to let Zhang Lang continue to upgrade, and give it to Kong Kong to make it stronger. She, of course, has to wait for the 12th level zombie crystal core. It's best to get 2. 1 for Xiao Wu and 1 for herself. Well, there are also Jiangyi and Xiaojiu. Yi's husband Yin Feiyu also needs to prepare 1 as a wedding gift. After Lulu got in the car, he opened the window and saw Zhang Lang restraining 2 high-level zombies. The official personnel concentrated their firepower and were dealing with this zombie. The weapons in their hands have been upgraded for several generations and replaced with more powerful laser weapons. Needless to say, this kind of weapon must have been exchanged from the Golden Mutant. Lulu sighed, reached out and touched the airplane model on his neck, and drove away quickly. 1 hour later, all the members of the convoy returned to the Nanshan shelter. They got off the car, and everyone looked terrified. Fortunately, the 2 monster zombies on the Beishan shelter were very close to the Linwan shelter. When the Linwan shelter sent people to support and successfully killed the zombies, they would be safe. Lulu sat in the car and looked at the panicked crowd through the window. Su Fan, the man who had borrowed gasoline from her before, was chatting with a girl named Xue Ming. Xue's father stood aside and stared at Xue Ming with regret, fearing that she would meet a scumbag and be deceived. Xue Ming said that this man seemed to be a star. Lulu tried hard to recall, and finally remembered that this star was an idol who sang and danced rap very well. She didn't chase stars much. She wasn't interested in chasing stars either. Lulu retracted her gaze, picked up the 304 stainless steel cup, opened it, and took a sip of the latte inside. In the afternoon, the sky was gloomy. She felt drowsy and urgently needed a cup of coffee to refresh herself. She was now used to putting these drinks that were impossible to see now in a thermos when she was outside. People outside didn't know what she was drinking. Lulu looked at the survivors with boredom, waiting for good news from Zhang Lang. Beishan shelter, near the highway intersection. Kong Kong followed Liu's instructions and slowly moved to the place where Zhang Lang and the 2 zombies fought in the wilderness with the help of grass, trees and rocks. In order to avoid being affected, it cleverly climbed up a big tree in the green forest on the roadside. Standing high here, it can see far. What if Zhang Lang can't beat it? It must run away quickly. As for the master's words, take Zhang Lang back to the space. This is not allowed. What if Zhang Lang stays in the space and competes with it to take care of the little master? Then the big bananas, big strawberries, and big peaches given by the master will be divided by Zhang Lang in half. This kind of thing must not be allowed to happen. As for Zhang Lang's death, it can completely find an excuse, saying that it didn't make it in time. Choose a new zombie brother for the master. Kong Kong's golden eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. Zhang Lang and the two ugly zombies, one fat and one thin, fought hard. More than 200 officials took advantage of every opportunity to fire laser bullets at the two ugly zombies of level 11. They were grateful for Zhang Lang's sudden appearance to help deal with the zombies. It should be a master lurking among the survivors. One person was able to fight two huge ugly zombies on equal terms with him. The strong. So terrifying. When Lulu returned to Nanshan Shelter, the support sent by Linlan Shelter arrived. Zhang Lang and the officials fought hard for an hour, and finally got a break. The leader of Linlan Shelter was Yin Feiyu. Since Xiao Jiu left, he was wanted, and his identity, as the captain of the superpower team of Linlan Shelter, was also withdrawn. The superpower team was fully managed by Yin Feiyu. Such high-level zombies. Ordinary people can't deal with them at all. Only people like them, who have been using official resources, and whose physical fitness and superpowers have been strengthened many times, have the capital to compete with the 11th level zombies. This team of 500 superpowers took over the battlefield. Zhang Lang saw this group of superpowers appear, ran quickly to the parking place, got in the car and left. Kong Kong witnessed all this on the tree and disappeared from the tree calmly. In a flash, it appeared in Lu Liu's personal space in Nanshan Shelter more than 20 kilometers away. Zhang Lang held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and sighed helplessly. Two 11th level zombie crystal cores. What a pity. He failed to get them. If he eats one, he can evolve into the highest level zombie. Once the evolution is successful, he can become a half-human state, except for the extremely low body temperature. In other aspects, he looked almost the same as an ordinary person. Zhang Lang drove quickly and returned to the gate of Nanshan Shelter to meet Lulu. After Lulu got off the car, he stood with him in a hidden corner. Are you okay? No problem. Master, I couldn't beat those two zombies. After the superpower support team from Linlan Shelter arrived, I retreated. Although Lulu regretted not being able to get the high-level zombie crystal core, he could only comfort Zhang Lang. It's okay that you are not injured. There should be a chance next time you meet them. Next time, I will dig out the crystal core and present it to you. Zhang Lang promised solemnly. Master, I sense that the highest level of superpower energy among the superpower team is a few points weaker than mine. Although they have more people, they may not be able to deal with those two zombies. After hesitating, Zhang Lang spoke out what he sensed. Lulu had a blank expression on her face, but she was weighing the stakes in her heart. The superpower team of Linlan Shelter, those members, are all Xiao Jiu's hard work. The members have a deep affection for him. Despite this, but now it took Zhang Lang an hour to drive here. Those superpowers have been fighting with the zombies for at least an hour. Even if she wanted Zhang Lang to go back to help, it would probably be too late. Bah! These are Xiao Jiu's own brothers. He himself doesn't care. Why should I be sentimental and meddlesome? After the outbreak of the apocalypse, at least 1 billion people died. A few more deaths are nothing. Lulu stood there with Zhang Lang with a cold face. Silent. Want to know whether these superpowers are dead or not. Wait for a while, and it will be clear. If they succeed in defeating the zombies, they will definitely come to rescue these survivors. Anyway, that group of people with special abilities must have met with an unexpected accident. Chapter 276. Lulu folded her arms and leaned against the wall at the gate of Nanshan Shelter. Zhang Lang stood by her side silently, waiting for the final result. At this stage, Zhang Lang no longer had the unique corpse odor of zombies. Lulu let him stand by her side to protect her safety. Not far away, Su Fan and Xue Ming's chat was forced to end by Xue's father. Brother Fan, when we arrive safely at Linlan Shelter, we must keep in touch. When the time comes, I will add you as a friend. You must accept it. Okay. Su Fan smiled gently, waved to Xue Ming, walked to his car, got in the car, and sat in the driver's seat to rest. When he saw a tall man standing next to Lu Liu's thin figure, he was very puzzled. He is such a big star, and this girl has seen his face and is indifferent. It's only been a few hours. Such a man appeared beside her? Su Fan couldn't understand why he was not as good as the man who was wrapped tightly. He has always been very confident in his charm. Just when he was wondering, several girls nearby ran to his car and asked him about his well-being. Soon, Su Fan's car was surrounded by this group of women. When he saw these girls, he immediately regained his confidence. There was no reason why these girls didn't like him. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, he was a household idol star. If the money in his hand was converted into points, he would have been a big point holder. And his face that everyone loves. How many women can resist? Lulu saw a group of girls surrounding Su Fan's car and whispered, "What time is it now? Why are these girls still so obsessed with stars? Master, this man is a star. He must be rich. He has exchanged a lot of points. Plus his face. Even in the end of the world, he is definitely tall, rich and handsome. Once these girls can get close to him, their future life." Zhang Lang analyzed in an orderly manner. From a distance, Lulu saw his face that looked a bit like Xiao Jiao through Su Fan's car window. Feeling very uncomfortable. Is this handsome? Xiao Jiao is much more handsome than him. Yeah. Xiao Jiao is not like this big star in front of him, smiling at everyone. He often has a blank expression on his face. Even when he was sleeping with her, his face had no emotion. Sometimes, she always wondered if this man had facial paralysis. Fortunately, when he was playing with his son, his smile was still very bright. Through Su Fan's side face that looked 3/4 like Xiao Jiao, Lulu seemed to see Xiao Jiao standing in the distance, smiling at her. She didn't have lovesickness. Lulu shook her head and drove Xiao Jiao out of her mind. Lulu waited in the Nanshan shelter. A fierce battle broke out near the highway of the Beishan shelter, on a mountain next to the battlefield. Xiao Jiao was wearing a black sportswear. His expression was indifferent and calm, and his eyes were deep and profound. In his rough and wide palm, he was holding a white laser gun, aiming at the brain of an 11th level zombie at the foot of Beishan. He gently moved his slender fingers and pulled the trigger of the laser gun. With a swoosh, bang, the brain of the fat zombie on the left was instantly pierced. All the superpowers were stunned when they saw the zombies that they had been unable to attack for a long time suddenly fell down inexplicably. Yan Feiyu discovered the source of the bullet's trajectory at the first time, and his eyes immediately locked on a peak in Beishan. He squinted his eyes. The weeds of the trees and mountains covered his prying sight. Then, another sound of breaking through the air sounded. The ugly zombie on the right also fell down. After Xiao Jiao shot down 2 zombies, he immediately put away his gun and turned around to change his position. "Captain, the zombies were killed." A superpower shouted in surprise. The other team members were also relieved. They took turns to shoot these 2 big guys for 2 hours. But they couldn't take them down. These 2 sudden sniper bullets killed these 2 powerful zombies on the spot. Who was helping them? The members of the superpower team speculated. Yan Feiyu retracted his sight and said in his heart, "Brother Jiao, are you back?" He really couldn't think of anyone else who would care about his life and death, and the life and death of the superpower team, except Brother Jiao. Since Brother Jiao left, the Nandong family accepted the Lin Wan shelter. They, a group of superpowers, were used as animals. They were sent wherever there were zombies that could not be dealt with. They would not go home until the zombies were dealt with. The original 500 superpowers team members now only have more than 250. More than half of them were killed or injured. Today's mission. If it weren't for the 2 superb laser guns on the mountain, they would be in great danger today. "Captain, the crystal core in the zombie's brain has been dug out." The team members excitedly handed the crystal core to Yan Feiyu. Yan Feiyu looked at the 2 pigeon egg-sized crystal cores with his deep pupils and sighed faintly. They brothers tried their best and risked their lives. They were just tools for the children of the noble families and the leaders under the banner of survivors. The purpose was to collect zombie crystal cores and hand them over to the authorities. Overall arrangement. He had to obey orders. All the crystal cores were handed over. And what did they brothers get? He is pregnant now. He is preparing to retire. She and the child cannot be without his protection. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid that without him, he and the child. Yan Feiyu put the crystal core as big as a pigeon egg into a black cloth bag. "You go find the group of survivors and bring them back to Lin Wan shelter. I'll go back and report first." "Okay, Captain." The deputy captain beside Yan Feiyu responded and immediately arranged for people to drive to the direction of Nanshan shelter. He took the other half of the superpowers to Lin Wan shelter. An hour passed. The gloomy weather became even gloomier. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, the superpower team arrived at the entrance of Nanshan shelter and found the group of survivors who drove away. More than 40 cars gathered at the entrance of the shelter saw the superpowers coming to pick up people. And their gray and lifeless faces suddenly showed excitement and excitement. Finally, I waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. Lulu followed the survivor's gaze and looked at the group of superpowers. She glanced at the faces of these superpowers calmly. Among them, there were several superpowers who looked familiar to her. These were the captains of several superpower teams that she had seen at the training ground of Linwan Shelter. Lulu silently retracted his gaze and got into the car with John Lang. They followed the pace of the superpowers and headed for Linwan Shelter. When their convoy passed the highway intersection of Beishan Shelter, you can still see traces of fierce fighting at the intersection. In the wilderness, there were more than 40 dead bodies lying. Chapter 277 Linwan. These bodies were crushed by the pickup truck and died miserably. The private car team that escaped successfully and survived secretly rejoiced that they had escaped. The team successfully entered the highway entrance of Beishan Shelter. On a peak near the Beishan highway intersection, Xiao Jiu's slender body stood on the top of the mountain. He held a silver-white high-tech telescope in his hand and looked at the convoy below the mountain. Through the lens of the telescope, the off-road vehicle driven by Lulu was instantly locked. Her messy black short hair, through the high-tech telescope, fell into Xiao Jiu's deep and dark eyes from a distance of thousands of miles. Her hair was messy. She was thinner. Xiao Wu was not in the car. Why was the child not with her? Did she leave it to Miss Jiang to take care of again? Lulu, who was driving, instinctively felt a sense of being monitored. Her body stiffened and her almond eyes slightly narrowed. The speed of driving suddenly slowed down. Lulu looked around the rearview mirrors on both sides and found nothing unusual. There were vehicles driving at high speeds in front, behind, and around her. How could these people have time to monitor her? Moreover, if they wanted to monitor her, they had all the opportunities before, and they didn't have to wait until now. As her car completely entered the end of the highway intersection, the feeling of being spied on and monitored also disappeared quietly. Lulu's tense body relaxed. Maybe it was just her illusion just now. Brother, is my sister-in-law in this convoy? Xiao Jiu's sister Xiao Yao, sitting on a clean and smooth stone, looked at Xiao Jiu curiously and asked, "Yeah. Humph. Why didn't you tell me just now? I want to see what my sister-in-law looks like." Xiao Yao looked at the convoy going away with a look of regret. "You've waited so long. Don't rush. You will see her sooner or later. Brother, when are you going to see my sister-in-law? Now. Don't be a straight man like before. Think about what gifts to prepare to make my sister-in-law and my nephew happy. Don't forget to give my sister-in-law the gifts I prepared for her and her nephew." "Yes." Xiao Jiu put away the telescope, his voice low. "You should go back to the Sky City. My parents are in the Sky City. It doesn't matter whether I go back or not." Xiao Yao stuck out her tongue mischievously. "I want to go out and play. What time is it? And you still want to play? In another month, the 12th level zombies will descend on the Blue Sea country. When the zombies are destroyed, you can play whatever you want, and I won't stop you." "Okay." Xiao Yao glanced at Xiao Jiu's serious eyes and reached out to touch the model airplane on her wrist. The toy-like airplane turned into a small silver airplane. Xiao Yao jumped on the plane, waved to Xiao Jiu, and leapt on the plane. After watching Xiao Yao leave, Xiao Jiu took out the silver square glasses for disguise in the system space and put them on. Instantly, his resolute and heroic face turned into a weak and bookish college student. A black bracelet appeared on his hand. The avatar authenticated by this bracelet is exactly the same as his current appearance. Xiao Jiu took off his black combat uniform and changed into a casual sweater suit that only male college students would wear. Behind him, a black backpack appeared out of thin air. After the disguise was completed, Xiao Jiu walked down the mountain along the path next to the Beishan scenic area. After he walked for 15 minutes, he came to the highway intersection leading from the Beishan shelter to the Linwan shelter. Here, it is about 30 kilometers away from the Linwan shelter. Xiao Jiu stood on the side of the road, scanned the intersection, and found many abandoned vehicles parked on the side of the road. He found a car, checked it carefully, and refilled the tank with gasoline. 1 minute later, this small black four-wheeled car was reused by him. 1 hour later, the car driven by Xiao Jiu successfully arrived at the gate of the Linwan shelter. He turned on the bracelet and found that it had connected to the official satellite communication signal. Current time, 6:30 in the evening. It was dark as ink. Inside the shelter, the lights were bright. He drove the car to the door of the shelter, and after scanning the code with the bracelet, his personal information appeared on the display screen. The security guard at the door compared his face with the face on the ID card on the display screen, and after confirming that it was correct, he led him into the shelter. Xiaojio parked the car, got out of the car, and walked for a few minutes to the downstairs of the apartment building where Yin Feiyu used to live. Feiyu. 0708. Yin Feiyu was taking care of Jiang Yi next to the apartment where Lu Lulu used to live. He suddenly received a friend request and was stunned. 0708. It was the bed number of the dormitory where he and Xiaojio used to live together. Yin Feiyu thought of the mysterious man who suddenly killed 2 11th level zombies this year, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately clicked to agree to the application. It's you. It's me. See you at the usual place. Wait for me. I'll be here soon. Well, you come alone. Yin Feiyu looked up and met Jiang Yi's dissatisfied eyes. Feiyu, why are you so sneaky? Are you hiding something from me? Wife, what am I hiding from you? I dare not hide it from you. An unnatural smile appeared on Yin Feiyu's dull and honest face. Jiang Yi felt that Yin Feiyu was not right tonight. You didn't hide it from me. Why did you stare at the bracelet while eating? You were smiling. Tell me, are you chatting with some vixen outside without my knowledge? Jiang Yi grabbed Yin Feiyu's ear angrily and asked. Yin Feiyu's ear suddenly felt a burning pain. Wife, I really dare not lie to you. You are my only woman. You know, I don't believe it. Check the bracelet for me. Yin Feiyu was stunned. Brother Jiu has a special status. The fewer people know about his affairs, the better. Brother Jiu said that he should go alone. This, Yin Feiyu subconsciously protected the bracelet. Jiang Yi was pregnant with a big belly, with her hands on her hips, and she looked as if she was on fire. I say it again. Give me the bracelet. Yin Feiyu's abnormal reaction. He must have been seduced by some little goblin outside. He never looks like this in front of her. He said he had nothing to hide from her, but it was obviously something. He just went out to perform a mission. He came back strange tonight. Wife, you have to believe me. Okay. You check the bracelet for me, and I will believe you. Yin Feiyu softened his heart when he saw Jiang Yi's big belly. Wife, you can see it if you want. Brother Jiu, I'm sorry. He is not an outsider. She is very tight-lipped. She will never report you for the wanted order points that have now increased to 1 million. Jiang Yi got the bracelet as she wished and immediately opened it to check. At first glance, she saw a vague conversation between a man named Yin Feiyu and someone else. Chapter 278. What 0708? Apartment building and room number? Good for you. Yin Feiyu. I made a mistake after all. During her pregnancy, Jiang Yi's progesterone was unstable and her mood was up and down. When she saw Yin Feiyu and this man talking so tacitly, she got even angrier. Wife, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Yi found that Yin Feiyu remained calm and continued to look through the personal information of the person on the bracelet. Lin Lei. Male. 22 years old. Why is it a man? Jiang Yi raised her voice. Wife, this is a distant cousin of mine. He just came from the Nanshan shelter and asked me to meet him. Really? Since he is your distant relative, he is also my distant relative. I will go with you. This? What? I am your wife. Can I go with you? No matter how Jiang Yi looked at it, Yin Feiyu was very wrong today. Wife, this distant relative of mine is very introverted and socially anxious. Besides, he is a man. There is absolutely nothing between him and me. What's wrong with a man? In this world, there are so many men with men. Don't try to lie to me. This man's home address has nothing to do with you. I have never heard of such a distant relative in your family. Why is your distant relative not surnamed Yin, but Lin? Yin Feiyu's upper and lower lips moved slightly, and he couldn't say more. He was eager to explain, and the anxious expression on his face became more and more serious. Seeing him like this, Jiang Yi felt that she had seen through the truth. Today, you must take me with you. Yin Feiyu looked down and sighed helplessly when he saw Jiang Yi's big belly. Brother Jiu, I'm sorry. My girl is pregnant. Okay then. Yin Feiyu was forced to compromise. He held Jiang Yi's waist and helped her go out to meet Xiaojio. The night was as dark as ink. In the dim light of Lin Wan's shelter, Yin Feiyu quickly helped Jiang Yi to the downstairs of the superpower team's apartment. Xiao Jiao sat silently on the lounge chair on the left side of the apartment. When he found Yin Feiyu appeared, he didn't go up to recognize him immediately. He didn't know whether Yin Feiyu had betrayed him in the past 9 months. Whether he was confused by 1 million points and chose to betray him. His former comrade and classmate, Xiao Jiao. That is, Lin Lei now. Silently looked at Yin Feiyu and Jiang Yi, who was pregnant, and looked around. Where are the people? Where is your distant relative called Lin Lei? Jiang Yi's legs started to ache after walking all the way. She looked at the door of the apartment with dissatisfaction. But there was no one there. Yin Feiyu immediately looked around for Xiao Jiao's figure. But no matter how he looked, he didn't find any familiar figures of Xiao Jiao. On the contrary, there were many survivors sitting on the benches near the apartment to rest. None of these people was Xiao Jiao. Yin Feiyu immediately opened the bracelet and sent a message to Xiao Jiao. I'm at the door. I saw you. See you another day. You go back with Jiang Yi to rest. At this moment, Lin Lei had already walked away with his school bag on his back. Just now, he keenly discovered that there were supernatural fluctuations behind Yin Feiyu and Jiang Yi. But there was no figure. It is very likely that he is a hidden superpower sent by the authorities to monitor them. Once he appears, even his current identity will be turned upside down by the authorities. The owner of this bracelet has nothing to do with Yin Feiyu and Jiang Yi. He suddenly appeared in the shelter and came to see them. As soon as he appeared, he will definitely be discovered by the leader's people. The past 9 months, he took his grandfather, mother and sister to hide from place to place. It took more than 3 months to get rid of the tracking superpowers sent by the leader. The 12th level zombies are about to appear. The rainstorm disaster will follow. The leader's people must not find any clues at this time. Okay, Yin Feiyu replied. Jiang Yi immediately snatched the bracelet to check. Humph. You said it was okay. Why did your friend suddenly change his mind? How could I have anything with a man? There are hundreds of superpowers in my team. If I had such thoughts, why would I wait until now? Jiang Yi's mind was blown by the cold wind. And she had a third of enlightenment. That's right. Feiyu's superpower team has so many members. He often eats and lives with these people. If he had the idea of cheating, he wouldn't have waited until now. Humph. Don't be sneaky when you meet someone in the future. You must tell me. Okay. My wife. Yin Feiyu coaxed Jiang Yi. Wife. It's windy at night. Let's go back quickly. Jiang Yi nodded, leaned on Yin Feiyu, and walked back slowly. One of the hidden people who followed Jiang Yi and Yin Feiyu found that they returned to the apartment, and one of them quietly left. The seemingly illusory shadow sank into the darkness. Xiao Jiao walked to the middle of the bustling square and stopped. At present, it seems that Feiyu and Jiang Yi did not choose to betray him because of the 1 million points. At the same time, they were surrounded by spies from the official. In the short term, it is better not to contact them as much as possible. Xiao Jiao opened the bracelet and searched for Lu Lilio's name in the search bar. He saw the button to add as a friend and resisted the urge to add. The bracelet was developed by the official. Once he took the initiative to add Lu Lulu as a friend, he would definitely be monitored. Xiao Jiao reached out and pushed the black frame glasses above his tall nose. A photo of Lu Lulu was implanted in the glasses. Once someone who looks like Lu Lulu appears, the glasses will immediately remind him. It is night now. Just now, Jiang Yi and Yin Feiyu did not help Lu Lulu look after the child. This means that the child should be brought by Lu Lulu himself. So late. She is timid, likes to hide, and is usually very lazy. So, she would not bring her children down to hang out at this time. Xiao Jiao glanced at the crowd around him and found a shared 3-person room to live in. Lin Wan shelter is now overcrowded. The accommodation is very crowded. Even if you have points, you can't choose a single room with a separate door and a separate household. Xiao Jiao randomly chose a shared room, paid the points, and went to rest. Wait until tomorrow morning to continue looking for her in Lin Wan shelter. There are about 200,000 people in Lin Wan shelter now. It is not an easy task to find her quickly among so many people. Xiao Jiao sat on a chair in the rental house, opened the bracelet, and sent a message to Yin Feiyu. Captain Yin, where are the survivors who came to the shelter today settled? Yin Feiyu saw Jiang Yi sleeping on the sofa, and sat on the sofa next to her quietly. They were arranged to stay in Qingqing community. What happened to that group of people? Nothing happened. Yin Feiyu saw these 2 words and was about to reply, but suddenly found that Jiang Yi had opened her eyes at some point and was staring at the bracelet in his hand. Chapter 279. Wife. You woke up so soon? Give me the bracelet. Who are you chatting with? Jiang Yi sat up from the sofa and looked at Yin Feiyu coldly. Wife. Yin Feiyu looked bitter. Brother Jiu. Although you are wanted, there is really no need to hide it like this. Should I tell you or not tell you that it was you? After receiving the message, Xiao Jiu got up and carefully checked the layout of the rental house and the windows. The guardrail installed on the window was broken by him with a light bend. In an emergency, you could escape from the window. Xiao Jiu checked the door again and placed a glass on the door handle. This trick can detect the unruly people entering the room in the first time. He once taught Lulu this trick. After carefully checking that there was no problem with the house, he took out a quilt from the system space and spread it on the wooden bed. Then he lay on the bed and slept with his clothes on. He slept straight, like sleeping or not sleeping. When the first light broke through the sky, Xiao Jiu immediately opened his eyes, put on the black framed glasses on the bedside, opened the door and left. It was daybreak. It was time to go to Qingqing community to find her. With the community range provided by Yin Feiyu, it should be quick to find her. As long as he was in the community, she was also in the community range. The high-tech glasses he wore would use big data to compare faces and find her. In order to confirm that Lulu had not deviated from the official arrangement, he deliberately took out a signal device with 4 green dots on it. 3 signal points were on Mount Everest. 1 signal point was at Lin Wan shelter. The 3 people at Mount Everest are his grandfather, mother and sister. The one at Lin Wan shelter is Lulu. He has only redeemed 4 of this type of aircraft so far. The location is probably correct. Now, go to Qingqing community to confirm the specific location. After Xiao Jiu left, he went through the routine procedures and returned the 200 points deposit. He drove the black 4-wheeled car he found to the gate of Qingqing community, about 1,000 meters away from Lin Wan shelter. At the top of the gate of the community, due to the passage of time, the words engraved on it are no longer clear, but it can still be seen that they are the 4 big characters Qingqing community. This is it. Xiao Jiu picked up the only backpack in the car that could be considered as supplies. And after getting off the car, he threw the car aside. He put the car keys in his pocket. The gasoline in this car has run out. Despite this, the homeless people near Qingqing community saw the abandoned car and Xiao Jiu, who walked into the community, and they immediately became restless. This young man looked very weak. Maybe there were some supplies in the car. The 3 homeless people closest to the car rushed to the black car, picked up a huge rock, smashed the car window, and opened the car door. After searching, they found that there was not even a hair inside. Even the gasoline in the car could not be pumped out because it was empty. The people nearby sneered when they saw the 3 big men return empty-handed. So what if you got ahead? It's still a poor guy. Waste of effort. Such rude behavior is staged many times a day at the gate of Qingqing community. As long as the car does not stop within the community, no matter how these people smashed and destroyed the cars outside, no official personnel would bother them. They relied on this trick. Recently, they have made a lot of supplies, because several nearby shelters transported survivors here every day. In order to save some points, many of these people parked their cars outside. This created an opportunity for them. Today, I heard that the last shelter was also moved here. In the future, it will be more and more difficult for them to make a fortune. Xiao Jiu walked into the Qingqing community shelter and pushed the black frame on his face. Soon, the frame automatically recognized the faces of people nearby. Unfortunately, Lu Lulio's face was not found here. Xiao Jiu walked around the entire Qingqing community and figured out the general layout of the room. Here, he never found the shadow of Lulu. He sat in the shopping supermarket in Qingqing community and took out a bread from his backpack for lunch. When he just took out the bread, the crowd squatting near the canteen of Qingqing community cast their eyes on the bread in his hand. Xiao Jiu looked coldly at the people, who looked like beggars while eating bread. His face was too childish. He looked harmless and easy to bully. As a result, the survivors around the canteen were very jealous of the bread he was holding. Xiao Jiu knew the rules of the shelter very well. He was in the community, and there were official personnel patrolling nearby 24 hours a day. These people didn't dare to come up and rob. He ate the bread expressionlessly, took out a box of milk from his bag, and drank it all in one breath. He finished his lunch. He casually threw the bag of bread and the empty milk carton into the trash can beside him. The skinny woman, who was closest to him, immediately stood next to the trash can, quickly reached out her hand, and picked up the plastic bag and milk carton he had just thrown in. She held the 2 discarded pieces of trash, as if she were holding some rare treasure. The woman trembled as she opened the plastic bag and licked the bread crumbs off the plastic bag with her tongue. She had an intoxicated expression on her face. She poured the cold tap water she had exchanged from the official into the milk carton. She reached out and shook the milk carton, and poured the pale white liquid in the carton back into the mineral water bottle. Xiao Jiao frowned at the woman. The woman smiled at him, took a sip of the mineral water bottle, and continued to squat next to the trash can. Xiao Jiao retracted his gaze and looked around. The people nearby stared at his backpack with hungry eyes, like wolves and tigers, until 2 official personnel walked out of the cafeteria. Their eyes moved away from Xiao Jiao and turned to the 2 officials. The 2 officials each pushed a trash can. They came to the garbage sorting area near Xiao Jiao and sorted the garbage into the trash can. Dry garbage. Wet garbage. The woman who had just picked up the plastic bag and milk carton was quick-eyed and quick-handed. She snatched 2 large dry garbage plastic bags and ran away quickly. The 2 officials glared at her, and after throwing away the garbage, they turned around and pushed the cart away. It was almost a blink of an eye. The crowd that was originally guarding the entrance of the cafeteria and the nearby flower beds ran towards the giant garbage area 5 meters away from Xiao Jiao. The garbage thrown out by the officials was snatched away by them. Some people were slow to grab the garbage and sat there crying. Xiao Jiao frowned. His eyelids drooped, and his eyes were deep. He had already told the people above in advance to stock up on supplies and build shelters. Why did these survivors end up like this? Chapter 280. The government took away all the materials in the country 3 months in advance. Now that the apocalypse has been less than a year, how could they not be able to afford their daily expenses and food? Xiao Jiao stood up and walked to the middle-aged man who was holding a child, sitting next to a trash can, and crying loudly. What made such a man suffer? Obviously, hungry. Xiao Jiao stood in front of the man. The crying man was stunned when he found Xiao Jiao, who was dressed cleanly. The child in his arms seemed to be asleep, with pale and cracked lips. What do you want to do? The man hugged the little boy in his arms. I don't want to sell the child. Get out of here. Xiao Jiao took out 3 compressed biscuits from his backpack and handed them to the man. The man's tearful face showed a trace of shock. His lips slightly opened, and he shouted, Get out! I won't sell my child. Xiao Jiao was not angry because of what the man said. He said coldly, I'll give it to you, as long as you answer 3 questions for me. After a pause, the man stretched out his black and patinated hand, snatched the compressed biscuit, and hid it in his arms. What's the problem? The shelter provides jobs. Why don't you work in exchange for points? The man heard Xiao Jiao's question and found it ridiculous. Work? Haha. Those jobs. Open recruitment. Those who can really get official jobs. Do you know who they are? I don't have an official background. I don't have a postgraduate degree or above. How can I get those jobs? Besides, I have a 3-year-old child. How can I find a job in this situation? You can join the search and rescue team. Go outside to search for useful supplies, and exchange points to buy food? The man found it even more ridiculous. He looked Xiao Jiao up and down, and saw that he looked like a student who just came out of college, and showed a strange expression. This must be a rich second-generation college student who has a lot of points and is not panicking. Or he is just lucky and awakened to superpowers. People like you who live in an ivory tower. How can you know the suffering of us lower-class people? Who will help me take care of my children if I join the search and rescue team? If I go out for search and rescue and unfortunately get injured or die outside, what will happen to my children? Xiao Jiao was speechless for a moment. This man has no source of points, which is the ultimate reason for his displacement. The rich official positions are all given to some superpowers with connections and backgrounds or relatives of official personnel. When it comes to ordinary people like them who have no background, there is no work. So are you going to just stay here and wait to die in the shelter? Wait to die, maybe? The middle-aged man looked at the people squatting in various corners searching for garbage bags. Did you see those people? If I can grab a bag of garbage every day, I can live a few more days. Xiao Jiao sighed secretly. The management inside the shelter was worse than he expected. It was unimaginable that after a month, a heavy rain would hit. And these people, It would be difficult to survive. A small cold could kill them. Unfortunately, Linwan shelter was no longer under his management. He was still wanted by the authorities, and could not protect himself. Not only the Linwan shelter, but also other urban areas are not optimistic. You don't have to act so compassionate. This is fate. The fate of me and my child. We didn't get infected with the virus and turned into zombies. And we weren't killed by zombies. We are much better than those who died, because we can survive until now. Death is the end of a person's life. If the child wasn't too young, I would have wanted to die a long time ago. I promised the child's mother that I would take care of the child and survive. The middle-aged man muttered incoherently. Xiao Jiao took out 3 compressed biscuits and 2 chocolates from his backpack and put them in the arms of the child held by the man. Thank you for your answer. These are extra rewards for answering questions. Xiao Jiao saw the miserable state of the child in his arms and felt a little bit sorry. His pity was insignificant and unreachable in the huge group of survivors. In his previous life, he had seen too many such joys and sorrows and miserable situations in the last 10 years of the last days. Why do these people still live such a miserable life after living a new life and informing the authorities in advance? Is it possible that rebirth cannot change fate? Xiao Jiao turned around dejectedly and walked away. The middle-aged man saw his back and immediately hid the food in his arms. He glared at the man who was staring at him, took out a piece of chocolate, broke it into pieces, and put it on the child's lips. Eat it. You can live if you eat it. The child was too hungry to open his eyes and speak. So he opened his mouth and ate a small piece of chocolate. The man took out a half bottle of cold water from his backpack and fed it to the child. Not long after Xiao Jiao left, a group of men and women holding children rushed out from a nearby corner and surrounded him, facing the eager eyes of these people. Before they kneeled down and kowed out to him as if he were a god. Xiao Jiao has taken off his backpack and unzipped it. Everyone is happy, praying that this silly young boy can continue to be kind and give them food. However, Xiao Jiao shook the backpack upside down. No more. The crowd holding children dispersed in disappointment. A few people who were unwilling to give up, plop, knelt on the ground, hoping that Xiao Jiao could help them. Seeing the miserable appearance of these people, Xiao Jiao put away the feelings of human sympathy and pity in his heart. I'm sorry. I really don't have any supplies. After saying that, he turned and left. He still has supplies, which are definitely enough for these people to survive. But he can't continue to be a charitable saint like this. This behavior only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. The most important thing is to let these people have a source of income. His goals and ambitions are far more than that. Whether these people can survive to the first batch of open quotas in the Sky City depends entirely on luck. After Xiao Jiao left, he walked into the cafeteria of Qingqing Community. There were not many people sitting down to eat in the cafeteria, and the mental state of these people was more than a little better than the group of people outside. Xiao Jiao walked steadily and strode to the cafeteria window. The staff at the window saw the unique official aura of his walk and suppressed the contempt for his young face in their hearts. This person might be a relative of an official. His walking posture is exactly the same as those officials he sees every day. Hello. What would you like to eat? If you don't know what to eat, you can look at the menu above your head. Or you can sit at the table opposite and scan the code with your wristband to order food. Xiao Jiao looked up and saw the menu above his head. There are only 3 kinds of food. Porridge, 5 points per serving. Steamed buns, 5 points per serving. Pickles, 5 points per serving. Xiao Jiao. Chapter 281. There were only 3 things. No choice at all. 1 for each. Okay. The staff at the window quickly prepared the food for Xiao Jiao and handed it over. He took the plate and sat down at an empty table in the cafeteria. The porridge in the plate was so clear that you could see the bottom. Xiao Jiao tried to stir the bowl of porridge with a spoon, but there were less than 10 grains of rice. The steamed bun was very small, half the size of an ordinary steamed bun, and the color was not normal white, but with a little yellowish gray, which looked very creepy. Pickles, a small dish. It was the dried radish that you can usually see in major breakfast shops. The dried radish was very dry, and Xiao Jiao picked up the chopsticks provided by the cafeteria and scraped the dried radish. A total of 15 small grains. How could such food fill your stomach? Xiao Jiao did not touch the food on the table. Open the bracelet and check the official recruitment information. Basically, the salary for ordinary positions is 30 points a day. Technical work, 50 points a day. Even ordinary grassroots workers with official backgrounds can only barely fill their stomachs. Not to mention the hundreds of homeless people he saw outside the cafeteria just now. Xiao Jiao stood up silently and left the cafeteria. A survivor who was eating breakfast nearby immediately ran to the chair where he just sat and quickly swallowed the food he had not eaten. Hot porridge. I haven't had it for a long time. The lucky guy who was quick-eyed and quick-handed got this breakfast for free and whistled happily. He sat in the cafeteria and silently observed the people entering the cafeteria. Outside the cafeteria, the sky was gloomy. Xiao Jiao came to the shopping supermarket in the community. In the supermarket, there is only one kind of food for sale. Compressed biscuits. 5 points per bag. The second is cold boiled water, which will not cause diarrhea after drinking. The water is a little turbid, and you can see a lot of yellow and white flocks in it. 5 points per bucket. About 3 kilograms. The situation is not optimistic. Xiao Jiao silently observed the official regular army responsible for maintaining public order in Qingqing community. There are very few regular troops. Almost all of them are ordinary survivors working. At the entrance of the cafeteria, there are 2 official personnel with guns. At the main entrance, there are 2. Each apartment building also has 2. You know, Qingqing community accommodates at least 20,000 people who are overloaded. Food is short and supply is insufficient. Once these people have the intention of resisting, these few official personnel will definitely not be able to control the riot. What is the plan of the shrewd and beastly leader? As the leader's lackeys, the Nangong family pretends to turn a blind eye to these situations? Xiao Jiao stared at the gloomy sky in a trance. He sat down next to a flower bed at the entrance of the supermarket where supplies were exchanged. There was a constant stream of people coming in and out of the supermarket. Most people exchanged for a day's worth of food and water and left in a hurry. There were only a handful of people who exchanged for 7 days' worth of supplies at one time. Xiao Jiao sat silently next to the flower bed and observed. Lulu brought her child with her. The supermarket only had these 2 supplies. How did she and her child survive? When he left Lin Wan's shelter, there were still canned meat and some vegetables in the shelter. Unexpectedly, after 9 months, such a drastic change had occurred in the shelter. He had to find her and her child quickly. After not seeing each other for 9 months. Has she changed her mind? Human nature is sinister. Xiao Jiao's eyes were deep. I hope she is not the kind of woman who is only interested in profit. Xiao Jiao glanced at the time on the bracelet. Yin Feiyu should be training at the training ground at this time. When did she leave the shelter? Xiao Jiao sent a message to Yin Feiyu to ask. She left shortly after you left. He said she was in the Nanshan shelter. At the end of last year, Miss Lu transferred 100,000 points to Yi and often chatted with Yi. Brother Jiao, Miss Lu is not short of supplies and points. What is certain is that she is safe now. But she is unwilling to reveal her address. However, you don't have to worry. Miss Lu said that she will show up when Yi's due date arrives. Xiao Jiao was relieved when he saw Yin Feiyu's reply. She was not short of supplies and points, which meant that she and her child should be doing well. He did not see her outside Qingqing community. It means that she must live in a house in the community. I know. There are tracking and hidden superpowers around you and Jiangyi. Xiao Jiao reminded. Yin Feiyu looked at the superpower team members who were training, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He has been monitored? For so long, he didn't notice it at all. Brother Jiao, thank you. After receiving Yin Feiyu's reply, Xiao Jiao deleted his chat history with Yin Feiyu. The bracelet was developed by the official group of scientific researchers. Those people could not read his conversation with Yin Feiyu, because he knew the characteristics of the bracelet well. He dared to contact Yin Feiyu without any worries, although his chat history with Yin Feiyu could not be read. But one thing is unavoidable. Those people are targeting Yin Feiyu and Jiangyi. He suddenly added Yin Feiyu as a friend, and sooner or later he will be tracked down. It's only a matter of time before those people find him. Xiao Jiao got up from the flower bed and left Qingqing community. When he returned to the community again, he had changed his clothes. This time, his appearance became of vicissitudes of life with unshaven beard. The only thing that remained unchanged was the silver frame on his nose. The previous bracelet was thrown into the system space for storage. The possibility of those people finding him through the bracelet is very low. The past 3 months of life on the run have made him use this set of disguise procedures to perfection. Even his family, the identities they are using now, are all obtained from those who died accidentally. He still has hundreds of bracelets from those people that can be used. It was noon when Xiao Jiao returned to Qingqing community. He went to the supermarket just now and bought 21 days. A week's worth of biscuits. 3 gin of water per bottle. Then, he went to the canteen again to explore the canteen of the shelter and what to eat for lunch. He sat silently at the table in the canteen and scanned the code to check the menu on the table. 1 liang of rice is 10 points. 5 points per plate of pickled vegetables. 5 points per bowl of seaweed soup. Xiao Jiao scanned the code to place an order. When he saw the clear seaweed soup on the table, the only difference from warm water was that there were 3 small pieces of seaweed on it. He ate the ordered food quickly and got up to leave. The survivor who had been staring at him in the morning saw him leave. He quickly ran to the side of his finished plate and licked the remaining juice on the plate with his tongue. After lunch, Xiao Jiao continued to stroll around the Qingqing community. Soon, it was getting dark. The survivors in the square huddled together for warmth. Xiao Jiao sat in a corner of the square, quietly waiting for dawn. Today, he still didn't find her. Chapter 282. The next day, the temperature was slightly lower, and the sky was still gloomy. Xiao Jiao squatted in the community, and the positioning showed that she was within a kilometer of the nearby area. The signal source had not moved. After Xiao Jiao simply packed up, he planned to enter each apartment building and knock on the door one by one to find someone. There are 2,000 residential houses in the community here. She has points, so she will definitely not take her child to live in a nearby concentration camp. She must have rented a house in the apartment building. Xiao Jiao came to the bottom of building 1 and wanted to go upstairs. 2 officials at the door stopped him and asked him for rental records. People without rental information cannot enter the building. Xiao Jiao, who was blocked, turned back to go through the accommodation procedures. Short-term rental. 1-day rental. Just being able to enter the building is fine. Soon, he successfully completed the procedures. Starting from the first building, knocking on the door one by one to find Lu Luoyu's address. Second floor. First household. Xiao Jiao started knocking on the door. Soon, the door opened. A shirtless man asked unhappily, "Who are you?" "I'm looking for someone." Go. 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 You've come to the wrong place. I live alone in this house." The man impatiently slammed the door shut. Xiao Jiao touched his nose and knocked at the second door. He knocked for a minute. No one opened the door. The next one. An hour later. She was not found in this building. Xiao Jiao looked at the bracelet. If he continued like this, the efficiency would be too slow. Why not contact her directly? It would just be another change of identity and appearance. Xiao Jiao walked to the gate of Qingqing community, searched for Lu Luoyu's ID, and applied to add her as a friend. Fan Cat USB drive. Community canteen. After Xiao Jiao sent the application, he immediately put the bracelet into his pocket and put it back into the system space. Then, he quickly found a dark corner and changed his appearance. When he changed his clothes and backpack and returned to the gate of Qingqing community, a large number of official personnel were added to the gate of Qingqing community. Originally, there were only 8 people guarding the gate, but more than 80 people suddenly appeared. These 80 people were all superpowered. Sure enough, his application to add Lu Lulu as a friend was detected by the upper level. If he was 1 minute later, he would be located by the group of superpowered tracking people from the Nangong family, the leader's lackeys. Xiao Jiao scanned the code and entered the shelter without changing his expression, and sat next to a flower bed directly opposite the cafeteria. At this moment, he turned into the image of a male high school student about 16 years old. He originally changed his backpack, clothes, and shoes. That group of superpowered tracking people was very difficult to deal with. 9 months ago, the primary superpowered tracking person could chase his family for more than 3 months. 9 months later, after more than 9 months of crystal core supply from the Nangong family, their supernatural power strength cannot be underestimated. All the details must be done to the extreme. Only in this way can they avoid being entangled by that group of people again. Linwan Shelter. Linwan Villa 5. Nandong Yuran sat lazily on the sofa, listening to Nandong Mei reporting to him about the progress of his work. "Master, I just found someone adding Miss Lu as a friend. Where is the person? Has he been located?" "The person is located near Qingqing community. When we sent someone over, he disappeared. Through the surveillance at the gate." The man was a middle-aged man. After applying to add Miss Lu, he left in a hurry. "Where's the satellite positioning?" The satellite positioning is also near Qingqing community. When we chased him, the man seemed to disappear out of thin air. The man's name is Wang Wu, and he is 45 years old this year. Master, Qingqing community has just ordered to send more people. If that man appears again, I will definitely catch him. Nandong Yuan coughed twice. And this time, he did not spit blood for the first time. The sound of coughing also became much smaller. Where's Lu? Miss Lu. She lives at apartment 1606. Building 8. Qingqing community. She has not left the house since she came to the shelter the day before yesterday. Keep watching her. Xiao Jio will definitely contact her. Okay. Master. After issuing several orders in succession, Nandong Mei asked, Master, will Miss Jiang and Yan Feiyu from the superpower team continue to watch? Reduce one stalker and place him in Qingqing community. Okay. Master. Nandong Mei immediately began to mobilize manpower. As soon as her order was issued, the psychic responsible for following Jiang Yi left quietly. Yan Feiyu was in charge of Xiao Jio's previous team, so the people around him were transferred away. The tracking psychic was responsible for following his dealings with suspicious people. Mei, how many crystal cores do we have in stock? 300 million low level, levels 1 to 4. 100 million mid level, levels 5 to 8. And 80 million high level, levels 9 to 12. Take out half of these crystal cores and prepare them for me. Master, when you want them, the sooner the better. Okay. Master. Nandong Mei immediately issued an order with her bracelet, asking the logistics department to mobilize half of the crystal cores controlled by the Nangong family. Nandong Yuan picked up the thermos on the table and drank a sip of diluted vitality water. The dry cough in his chest that he couldn't stop suddenly stopped. If there was no vitality water, he could only lie on the bed and continue to work for the leader. The vitality water extended his life. The Nandong family's genius doctor checked his body and found that he was almost the same as an ordinary person. However, he still couldn't stop coughing. Once he stopped drinking the vitality water, his illness would rebound and gradually worsen. Even if the body of a superpower and the ancient martial arts of the Nangong family were superimposed, his current physique would cause a dry cough if he didn't replenish vitality water for a week. His physical condition would also deteriorate sharply. He kept the vitality water he got from Lu to treat his stubborn illness. As for using vitality water to create superpowers, it was impossible. He must never tell the leader about what he had in his hand. The amount of vitality water left was enough to make the leader want to kill the Nandong family. Nandong Yuan's eyes were deep. When he was a child, he swore, whoever can cure his disease and save him from the biting pain of cold, he is willing to give everything. Before in Blue Lake, he promised Lu the reward, and he has always remembered it in his heart. Crystal Core, for him now, is of little use. His ability level has already reached the highest level of 12. It is almost impossible to break through. Nandong Yuan stood in front of the window, and looked at the green plants in the villa courtyard. From time to time, he would feel regret in his heart. He activated his ability too hastily. Unexpectedly, 9 months later, there would be a zombie with the strength of level 11. If he activates to become a superpower at this stage, he will get stronger abilities. Nandong Mei looked at Nandong Yuan's slender back and quietly left the room. Qingqing Community 8th Building 1606 Apartment. Lu looked at the application information on the bracelet and was stunned. The last time he disappeared, the same hint as this time was Pink Cat USB drive. Chapter 283. This time, it must be him. Community Canteen? Is it the Qingqing Community Canteen or the Linwan Shelter Canteen? Lu decided to go to both places. At the same time, she accepted the friend request of this person named Zhao Yun. After adding the friend, Lu saw that this person's avatar was gray and offline. This time, she did not lose control of her emotions and sent a message to this person to question. Xiao Jio asked her to go to the canteen. After going there, she saw him or the people he sent. The doubts about his leaving without saying goodbye will be answered. Mom. Xiao Wu made a sweet sound from his little mouth. Lu looked back and saw Xiao Wu standing up with the help of the fence. She immediately walked over and picked Xiao Wu up. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Or do you want to drink water? Xiao Wu shook his head and kissed Lu Lilio's cheek. Mommy. Hold me. Don't frown. Okay. My little sweetheart. Come on. Mommy will take you to find Daddy. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. Does he have a daddy too? In his previous life, he didn't have a daddy. Mommy said that daddy died. In this life, daddy is not dead? Great. I can see daddy soon. Dear, play by yourself for a while. Mommy will clean up. Lulu took a deep breath and walked quickly to the bathroom. She picked up the comb next to the sink and combed her messy short hair. The person in the mirror had skin as white as cream and white as winter snow. The lips were red without makeup, and the eyebrows were dark without painting. Lulu hadn't looked in the mirror carefully for a long time. She stared at herself in the mirror for a moment, then came to her senses. She quickly washed her face and brushed her teeth, walked to the living room, and put on a reusable black mask. Then, there was the milk powder and diapers that Xiao Wu needed to drink. I don't know how much time it will take to go this time. Put some in the backpack, just in case. Lulu packed everything that Xiao Wu needed within 6 hours in a backpack. Then, she put on the same children's mask for Xiao Wu. Mom, let's go and find Baba. Sure. Lulu stretched out a finger and signaled Xiao Wu to be quiet. Baby, there are many bad guys outside. And many big bad guys want to catch your dad. This time we go out to find your dad. Quietly. Don't make loud noises. Do you understand? Xiao Wu's little head immediately nodded like a chicken catching rice. Mom, I won't talk. Good boy. Lulu picked up Xiao Wu and put him in a light stroller. At the same time, she summoned Kong Kong from the space to watch the door to prevent any perverts from sneaking into her house and doing something secretly. Lulu pushed the stroller to the door. When she saw Xiao Wu's forehead, she remembered that it was very windy outside. Moreover, Xiao Wu looked white and plump now, and it was obvious that he was living well. She couldn't let anyone find out that she was a rich woman. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing. I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. So Lulu found a child's warm hat in the space and put it on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu with the hat on, plus the roof and breathable gauze curtains on the stroller, was almost invisible from the outside. Master, I'm watching over the house. Don't worry. Kong Kong sent Lulu and Xiao Wu to the door and waved to them. Lulu pushed the stroller and took the elevator downstairs with Xiao Wu. The room she lived in. Originally, 3 households shared the rent. She had too many secrets and didn't want to share the rent with these people. Originally, these people were not happy to hear her say that she wanted to cancel the rent. But under the temptation of rare food and supplies, they all compromised. At this time, people who can live here have no shortage of points. What they lack is rare supplies. Instant noodles, chocolate, milk, cigarettes, alcohol, sanitary napkins, etc. These are all rare supplies. Even if there are points, the official supermarket sells them in limited quantities. As soon as they appear, they are immediately snapped up. Lulu successfully persuaded them to cancel the rent with the supplies they wanted. After they canceled the rent, Lulu immediately rented the other 2 rooms. The tenants of those 2 rooms just moved out in the morning. Lulu pushed the stroller and waited for the elevator to go downstairs. She decided to go to the Qingqing Community Canteen first. If she didn't see him in the Qingqing Community Canteen, she would go to the Linwan shelter. Zhou Yining has been transferred to Mount Everest. If she really likes Xiaojiu, she should be busy trying to find him and help him right now, instead of continuing to target her. Based on her understanding of Zhou Yining in her previous life, Lulu is 90% sure that she doesn't have time to play such boring tricks with her. The threat from Zhou Yining is eliminated. The only threat now is the sickly Nandong Yuran, who has always made her shudder. Fortunately, 9 months have passed since they parted at the Blue Lake, and Nandong Yuran has not appeared by her side. As for Nandong Yuran's words when he left, he said that he would use crystal cores to buy vitality water from her. She thinks this is just a joke. How many crystal cores can such a sickly person get? During this period, Lulu has searched for official information related to Nandong on the forum, but nothing was found. But she learned from Jiangyi in a casual chat. The person in charge of Linwan Shelter has changed. Not long after Xiaojiu retired, Linwan Shelter welcomed a new person in charge. Yin Feiyu mentioned to Jiangyi that the man seemed to have the surname Nangong. Lulu was very uneasy when she heard the news. She thought about it carefully, and it should have nothing to do with the sickly Nandong Yuran and the Nandong Mei beside him. Otherwise, in these 9 months, if the Nandong family could manage a shelter, they would have come to her a long time ago. Lulu prayed silently. It would be better if it had nothing to do with it. Otherwise, she would have to change her residence again. The land of Lin 1 shelter is so small, and it is not easy to find a safe and hidden place with a signal to contact the outside world. She has also been secretly looking for news about crystal cores. It is necessary to borrow the official signal network and brush the forum to exchange scattered crystal cores. This thing is needed for upgrading the space and replenishing Zhang Lang's energy. Zhang Lang consumes 3 mid-level crystal cores every day, and for her space to reach the conditions for opening the 7th door, it needs 10 million crystal cores. In the past 9 months, Zhang Lang has been helping her find crystal cores. In addition, she has been exchanging materials for scattered crystal cores on the forum. The total number is about 100,000 crystal cores, all of which are mid and low-level crystal cores. These crystal cores are far from enough to open the 7th door. They can only barely replenish Zhang Lang's energy for 60 or 70 years. Lu Lulu has no hope for the 7th door. The number of crystal cores is too different. And, according to the news from my younger brother Zhang Lang, as time goes by, there are fewer and fewer zombies. Almost all the zombies that can survive are half-humans like him. Half-human zombies put on clothes, ignore their cold bodies, and can hardly see any difference from normal people. Most of the survivors in the base have dirty faces. Chapter 284. They are half-humans who have awakened their self-awareness. They only need to smear some dirt on their faces to cover their pale skin to hide. After a simple disguise, the probability of half-human zombies not being discovered by humans is greatly increased. Moreover, the odor of the evolved half-human zombies gradually dissipates and degenerates, and they are not much different from normal ordinary people. Ding. The elevator stopped on the 1st floor. Lu Lulu pushed the baby stroller and followed the sign of the Qingqing Community Shelter to the entrance of the only public canteen inside the Qingqing community. When Lu Lulu appeared, the wandering survivors nearby looked at her and looked away. It is best not to provoke such a woman with a child. This is the blood and tears experience they have summed up after surviving this period of time. This woman is dressed cleanly and is pushing a clean baby stroller. She is either a superpower herself and should not be underestimated, or there is a powerful man or a powerful background behind her. Otherwise, she and the baby stroller she pushed could not be kept so clean. Everyone looked at Lu Lulu with a hint of fear. If this woman was the family member of the official staff of the shelter, they would be deprived of the benefits of living in the open-air area of the shelter. In addition to these vagrants, Xiao Jiao also found Lu Lulu pushing the stroller. She was wearing a clean sportswear, hat and mask. When she appeared, even from a distance, he recognized that the person was Lu Lulu. At the same time as Lu Lulu appeared, in the shadow behind her, the supernatural power fluctuations of the supernatural appeared. Xiao Jiao did not rush up to talk to Lu Lulu immediately. Instead, he stood up and walked towards the cafeteria after she pushed the stroller into the cafeteria. The superpower following Lu Lulu did not chase after her. There were surveillance cameras in the cafeteria, and no matter who Lu Lulu contacted, they could find out. He patiently guarded the gate. There was only one exit in the cafeteria, and she would only come out from this place. Xiao Jiao walked into the cafeteria with the face of a 16-year-old childish male high school student. His tall figure attracted the attention of many people. Among them, Lu Lulu cast his eyes on him. When Lu Lulu saw his completely unfamiliar face, he immediately retracted his gaze and continued to look around for someone. Xiao Jiao remembered Lu Lulu's direction. He shuttled among the crowd who had dinner after get off work in the evening and came to the cafeteria to get a bowl of porridge. He carried the bowl of porridge and walked towards Lu Lulu. When he passed by Lu Lulu, his foot slipped and a bowl of warm porridge instantly fell on the awkward position of Lu Lulu's chest. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Xiao Jiao apologized immediately, because of his own voice changer disguise function. The words he spoke were also the crisp voice of a 16-year-old teenager. Lu Lulu looked down and saw a wet chest, and immediately looked up and glared at this blind man. "Is sorry useful? What do you need the police for?" "I'm really sorry, miss. I'll wipe it for you," Xiao Jiao said, regardless of Lu Lulu's reaction of shaking her head to refuse. His rough and broad hands were about to reach her wet clothes. Lu Lulu looked at his claws holding a gray handkerchief and immediately stepped back to avoid it. "What's wrong with this boy? Is he out of his mind?" Xiao Jiao saw that she dodged very quickly, and he had been practicing speed a lot during this period, but she was still 3 points slower than him. Xiao Jiu's claws pressed the wet part of her clothes through the handkerchief, and moved his hands up and down. The people in the cafeteria saw this scene, and couldn't help but cast their eyes secretly. Some people even stared at Xiao Jiu's hands touching Lu Lulu openly. Damn hooligan! Get out of here! Lu Lulu couldn't help but yell. For so long, she had been living smoothly, and had never suffered such a loss. She could clearly feel that the tall young boy in front of her even took advantage of the short time to wipe the marks on her, and pressed her hand on a place she couldn't say. I'm sorry. I was abrupt. When Lu Lulu was furious, and was about to beat the man in front of her on the spot. The young boy in front of her suddenly retracted his hands that were messing with her. This made Lu Lulu very angry. Miss, your clothes are wet. Otherwise, take them off and I will wash them for you. Lu Lulu looked up and met the eyes of the man, who was talking nonsense in front of him. When he saw the familiar voice of the man and his rough hands that did not match his tender face, he was stunned for a few seconds. Pink kitty. Lu Lulu looked at the person in front of him and quickly whispered to the person in front of him. Xiao Jiu was slightly stunned when he heard the 4 words she said, and immediately reacted. He opened his mouth and silently said, "You disc." 2 words. Sure enough, the person in front of him is Xiao Jiu. Although his voice and appearance had changed, this code is definitely correct. The familiar clear eyes with a touch of sharpness, and the hands that once made her dream. In the huge cafeteria, at this moment, all the noisy sounds have become the background. After Lu Lulu came back to his senses, he chuckled. Take it off here? I think. Why don't you change to a private place with me to take it off? After Lu Lulu took a deep breath, he stretched out his middle finger and tapped Xiao Jiu's young face. For example, go to my house? Sister, I am a serious person. I have a girlfriend. Really? It doesn't matter. You don't have to worry. I don't mind you having a girlfriend. Come with me. I will give you a lot of points. Faced with Lu Lulu's deliberate teasing and teasing questions, Xiao Jiu suddenly felt a surge of blood boiling. He looked at Lu Lulu quietly, with a hint of joy on his face. A lot of points? I am willing. Come with me, handsome boy. Okay. Xiao Jiu nodded and agreed obediently. However, a man who had been watching silently beside him suddenly ran to Lu Lulu. Good sister, I am 19 years old this year. Before the end of the world, I was the top star of Beima KTV. I can play all kinds of music. Take me with you. Xiao Jiu frowned for a moment, and before Lu Lulu, who was embarrassed by this man, responded, Brother, you are stealing my job in front of me. Lu Lulu sneered softly. It's better to do as you said. Come with me. The sloppy man who suddenly rushed out was immediately ecstatic, thinking that he really had a rich woman who was willing to support him. Xiao Jiu's forehead was blue with veins. What exactly does Lu Lulu want to do? The tone of her words sounded as if she had said it many times before. What happened to her during the 9 months he was away? Chapter 285. Xiao Jiu quietly clenched his fists and tried to suppress his anger. It was not a bad thing that this man who was looking for death suddenly came out and followed. With his joining, to some extent, it could have a deceiving effect. When we got to the place where we were talking, he would beat up this idiot. He even dared to covet his woman. Lu Lulu saw that Xiao Jiu had no reaction to her wanting to bring this man along, and suddenly felt powerless. He was so patient. He was indifferent to her deliberate teasing and cuckold humiliation. Lu Lulu suddenly felt bored, and she said in a disgusted tone, TSK. What's the smell on you? It stinks. Forget it. Forget it. I'll find you next time. Lu Lulu stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her nose, pushing the stroller out of the cafeteria. The sloppy man had a bright smile on his face. But before he could continue to promote himself, seeing that he seemed to want to continue pestering, Xiao Jiu, who was standing by, kicked him with his long legs and made him lie on the ground, screaming miserably, Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? With your appearance? You want to steal my job? The man who was kicked to the ground and couldn't get up with his hands on his stomach could only watch Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiu go away. In the cafeteria, people who were eating nearby showed shocked eyes. 11 months after the outbreak of the apocalypse, men nowadays really don't even care about their face for a bite of food. He was actually kept by a rich woman with a child. The world is really going downhill, and people's hearts are not as good as before. After Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiu left, they deliberately talked loudly. This woman was pushing a baby carriage and had given birth to a child, who was still quite young. How could she do such a thing? A mother like her is really a scum among women. Maybe this woman's husband has died, and she is too lonely. So she is looking for a man? Yes. It is possible. Ah! Tears flowed from the corners of my mouth. The man who just asked for support had a great figure and those long legs full of explosive power. Who can not love him? Go to hell. If you feel lonely, quickly join the group holding signs at the entrance of the square. It will not only relieve your loneliness, but also help you earn a living. How can I talk to you? Heh. My biggest mistake was giving birth to you. You bastard. I think you are asking for a fight. Come on. Come on. You son of a bitch. You dare to beat me up with your appearance? The man saw the official passing by the cafeteria and was forced to retract his clenched fist. You too, for speaking inappropriately in the cafeteria for no reason, are hereby warned. Considering this is your first offense, I will let you off the hook. If you do it again, each of you will be fined 100 points to serve as a warning to others. The noisy woman and the indignant man immediately shut up. 100 points? It's really outrageous. They can't afford such a punishment. You stinky woman. Wait until you get out of the shelter. Don't let me touch you. Otherwise, I'll make you look good. The man looked at the woman who stood up because of her excitement, and a cruel and gloomy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With the intervention of the official personnel, the two of them ended their foul-mouthed quarrel. The man who was kicked over on the ground looked pale when facing the questioning of the official personnel. He wanted to report the man who had just hit him and let the official punish him, but he was afraid that the man would retaliate later. In addition, if two people fought, no matter who was right or wrong, the official would take measures to fine both of them. He immediately became timid. I'm fine. I just fell down accidentally. The man rubbed his aching stomach, stood up with the help of the dining table, and staggered away. The farce in the cafeteria was transmitted to the monitoring LCD panel in front of Nandong Yuran. May, check the identity of that person. Nandong Yuran pointed at Xiao Jiao, who was taken away by Lu Lulu, and said. Nandong May heard the order and immediately arranged Nandong Wan to investigate. 1 minute later, Xiao Jiao's information appeared in front of Nandong Yuran. Nandong Yuran picked up the A4 paper and raised his amorous peach blossom eyes slightly. Lin Lei. Male. 18 years old. Height 185. Weight 75 kilograms. Lu Lulu. Are you so hungry? Master. Miss Lu took this man back to the apartment. She is not worthy of you. Nandong May shouted indignantly. Nandong Yuran's tone was a little angry. He looked up at Nandong May with red eyes and asked coldly, how many crystal cores does Lin Wan Shelter have now? Nandong May heard the hidden anger in her master's tone. Her body trembled, trying to calm her inner excitement, and then replied respectfully. The shelter currently has a total of 300,000 crystal cores. 100,000 each for high, medium and low levels. Hand over the crystal cores to me within 3 minutes. Nandong May was stunned for a moment. The master's face was not angry at all, nor did he show any jealousy. On the contrary, she became emotional and unable to control herself because of Lu Liuliu's behavior. The young master was only thinking about his career and crystal cores. No wonder the young master's tone was angry. It turned out that she looked down on the young master. Young master. How could he be interested in a young woman with a child? Her vision was too narrow. Young master. What he had in mind was the future of the entire Hailan country. Nandong May immediately arranged for someone to mobilize the crystal cores. Exactly 3 minutes later, the crystal cores were neatly packed in a black suitcase. Nandong Yuran stood up and walked out with the suitcase. Nandong May immediately followed. May, you go back to Mount Everest now and personally deliver half of the crystal cores to the Lin Wan Shelter. I need them urgently. Nandong May paused. Although she had doubts in her heart, she received such an important task and replied without thinking. Young master, I will definitely deliver the crystal cores safely. Nandong May looked at Nandong Yuran's back as he walked away, and the anger in her heart turned into joy. She was different from others after all. Master, give her such an important task. Not Lan. Ju and Ju. Nandong Yuran carried the suitcase and refused Lan at the door to follow her, and refused the protection of the superpower guards of Lin Wan Shelter. This is inside the shelter managed by his Nandong family. His superpower level is full. No one can threaten his life. He is going to see Lu Lulu. and it is not appropriate for these people to follow him. Just now, he ordered Nangong Mei to adjust the crystal core because he didn't want her to make noise in his ears and speculate on his thoughts. Nangong Mei. He has a distant relationship with him. Although her blood is weak, she is the only person with the blood of the Nangong family besides him. He has no choice but to deal with her cross-border behavior like other subordinates. Transfer her away, and his ears will be quiet. Nangong Yuan carried the suitcase and drove the official car parked at the door of the villa, rushing towards Qingqing Community. Chapter 286. Soon, his car entered Qingqing Community. Qingqing Community. 8th apartment. Elevator entrance. Lulu stared at the elevator display interface. The elevator floor number gradually decreased. Xiao Jiao stood quietly beside her. Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Jiao beside Lulu through the screen window. Is this Baba? Baba is so young. Looks younger than Mom. Mom? Is this an old cow eating young grass? Xiao Wu stared at Xiao Jiao's tender face without blinking. As the elevator arrived at the first floor, Lulu pushed the stroller and entered the elevator first. Xiao Jiao followed. The surveillance camera inside the elevator made them both silent. Neither of them spoke. But Xiao Wu felt a terrible atmosphere on his mother and Baba. This atmosphere was like a sky covered with dark clouds, about to set off a fierce storm, accompanied by fierce lightning and thunder. Woo. Something is wrong. Go home later and pretend to sleep. Xiao Wu tugged at his small fingers, his big eyes moving left and right. About 10 seconds later, the elevator successfully stopped at the 16th floor of Building 8. Lulu walked out of the elevator and came to the door of room 1606. She took out the room card from the pocket on the side of the stroller and opened the door. Ding. The door opened. Lulu entered the room. Xiao Jiao immediately followed and closed the door with his backhand. Kong heard the noise, immediately put down the Super game console in his hand, and ran to the door. Master, you are back? Who is this big guy? Kong walked to Xiao Jiao curiously and circled around him. Is this the master's new little brother? Kong sniffed the scent of Xiao Jiao. Well, unlike Zhang Lang, this big guy is a human. The breath is not weaker than Zhang Lang's pure-blooded human. Lulu looked down at the monkey that was in the way at his feet, and was speechless. He couldn't take Kong back to the space in front of him. And Shiwu. Lulu lifted the folding roof of the stroller, revealing Xiaowu's white and chubby face. Shiwu immediately closed his left eye, and a slit appeared in his right eye. Baby, are you sleepy? Kong immediately interrupted. Master, I'll coax the little master to sleep. Lulu picked up the 25-pound Xiaowu and handed it to Kong. Kong took Shiwu, who was pretending to sleep, steadily, and began to hum the nursery rhyme he had sung countless times while holding Xiaowu. There is only one good mother in the world, and a child with a mother is like a treasure. Xiao Jiao always stood aside, looking at the two people and one monkey in the room. The mutant monkey called her master. She likes this tune? Kong, hold the baby and go play in the fence. Kong heard the unquestionable command in Lulu's tone, immediately held Xiaowu firmly, jumped down from the fence, and landed steadily on the comfortable pure wool carpet. Come with me into the room. Lulu turned and walked towards the rented house where she had simply settled down. Xiaowu and Kong subconsciously looked towards the door of the room, until Xiao Jiao entered the room. The door was closed with a slight bang sound. Xiaowu, the owner, actually brought a man into the room. This single man and a single woman, in the same room, must have ignited a raging fire. And they can't stop. Xiaowu didn't understand the complicated words Kong said. He blinked his misty eyes. Kong, are Dad and Mom dating? No. Kong put Xiaowu in his playground. The master and that man are going to give you a little brother. No. Maybe a little sister? Mom is giving birth to little brothers and sisters. Kong looked at the innocent Xiaowu and sighed helplessly. This silly child. Your mother has found a stepfather for you. When your stepfather is favored and your mother gives birth to a child, you will be miserable. What's the old saying? Your mother is going to favor the concubine and destroy the wife. Support your brother and sister to take the position. Kong said nonsense. Its ability to understand is only a few points better than Xiaowu. The combined understanding of the two people is no more than 18 years. Kong remembered an ancient story about favoring a concubine and destroying the wife that he had read recently. The original wife's child was killed by the stepfather and stepson without knowing it. No trace of the body was left. It was so tragic. Xiao Wu looked at the cute Xiao Wu and felt distressed. Baby, I raised you with my own hands. I will never let anyone bully you. Kong Kong patted his chest and promised. Then picked up a picture book beside him, and told Xiao Wu a fairy tale in the picture book. Cinderella was locked in the wood room by her stepmother and sister, and was not allowed to attend the party held by the palace. Xiao Wu listened to Kong Kong's fairy tale story attentively. He really liked listening to Kong Kong's fairy tale story. In the room, Lu Lulu stood by the bed, looking at Xiao Jiao quietly. Did you have plastic surgery? Xiao Jiao heard Lu Lulu's question and shook his head gently. He clicked a hidden button on the side of his glasses. The next moment, his face gradually returned to its original appearance. High-tech camouflage glasses. How do you prove that this face is not another layer of camouflage after taking off the glasses? You dare to bring me back if you are not sure it is me? This is inside the shelter. I have a high-tech gun that increases my physical fitness by more than 3 times. What are you afraid of? Lu Lulu said, holding up the high-level laser gun that Xiao Jiao gave her when she left. Pink Cat USB flash drive. You have used this code several times. Xiao Jiao took a step closer to Lu Lulu. He spoke slowly in a low voice. One word at a time. There is a little red round birthmark under your left chest. Do you need me to continue? Lu Lulu tried her best to control her calmness. But when he said this ambiguous word, she could no longer control it. She stepped forward, grabbed Xiao Jiao's collar, and pushed him down on the bed. Xiao Jiao did not resist, and reached out and pulled her into his arms. The two of them were very close. Their eyes met. Lu Lulu suddenly didn't want to think about anything. This face appeared in her dreams countless times at midnight. Why did he leave? The answer has been found in the official wanted order. At this moment, she didn't want to pursue the pain and torture his hasty departure brought her in the past 9 months. Lu Lulu didn't hesitate, lowered her head, and kissed Xiao Jiao on the lips. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Outside the window, it was drizzling, and the cold wind was blowing. In the house, 2 hot bodies that had been dry for a long time were tightly entangled and hugged each other. Dong dong dong. Outside the house, there was an untimely knock on the door. The overlapping figures of Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao hugging each other were disturbed by the knock on the door and forced to separate. Who would knock on the door? She had never told anyone the address of her accommodation. She and Xiao Jiao looked at each other with a hint of tension and panic in their eyes. You stay here. I'll go out and check the situation. Chapter 287. Lu Lulu got up from the bed, walked to the bathroom, and tidied up her messy short hair and untidy clothes. Then, she opened the door. At the door, Kong Kong held the milk bottle and smiled at Lu Lulu. You, go into the room first. Kong Kong took the freshly washed milk bottle and immediately entered the room where Xiao Jiao was. Closing the door, Lu Lulu walked to the fence and saw Xiao Wu asleep. She thought about it, picked up Xiao Wu, put Xiao Wu on the bed in the bedroom, and covered Xiao Wu with a small quilt. She walked out of the room again and closed the door. The knocking sound outside the door still sounded from time to time. Lu Lulu looked through the cat's eye and saw a man standing outside with a black suitcase. Due to the obstruction of vision, she could not see the man's face. Who are you? Miss Lu. It's me. Nandong Yuran. When Lu Lulu heard the 4 words Nandong Yuran, she instinctively felt a little panic. She felt that it was good that Nandong Yuran, who was sickly, didn't continue to pester him. Unexpectedly, he didn't show up at ordinary times. But at the critical moment, he suddenly jumped out and disturbed her good things. Her panic was instantly replaced by anger for disturbing her good things. How do you know I'm here? I just saw you in the cafeteria, thinking that we are so destined. I came to visit you specially. No need. You go quickly. Lu Lulu took back the word get out that was about to come to her lips. She didn't dare to believe a word that came out of this man's mouth. Miss Lu, I haven't seen you for more than half a year since we last parted. This time I accidentally saw you, mainly to fulfill my original promise. Lu Lulu's eyes were fixed on the box that Nandong Yuran was carrying. At the beginning, Nandong Yuran said goodbye in a hurry, saying that he would compensate her with crystal cores. This damn promise. Sometimes, it is damn unpleasant to say what you do. But seeing this box that seems to contain crystal cores put her in a dilemma. The 7th door, to open, requires 10 million crystal cores. If this box is fully filled, there will be at least hundreds of thousands of crystal cores. Put the box at the door. I will take it myself. Miss Lu. This box contains 100,000 high, medium and low-level crystal cores each. It is not safe to put it at the door. Miss Lu. This isn't a shelter. What can I do to you? I just want to repay your kindness. Lu Lulu opened a crack in the door, revealing half of his face. Mr. Nandong. It's getting late. I want to rest. Just give me the box directly. This guy knows where she lives. If she doesn't open the door and show her face, take the things. This guy might suddenly appear in front of her for some reason. Nandong Yuan smiled and handed over the handle of the small suitcase. Lu Lulu stretched out her hand to drag the box into the house. When she took the box into the house, Nandong Yuan looked through her head and scanned the scenery of the living room behind her. Mr. Nandong. Goodbye. Wait a moment. Nandong Yuan stretched out his hand to block the door frame. Miss Lu. Just now in the cafeteria, I saw you bring a man home. In this situation, you are a young girl. It's very dangerous to bring a strange man home casually. Lu Lulu felt cold in his heart. This sickly guy has been watching her. Or was it really a coincidence? Lu Lulu looked up and met Nandong Yuan's concerned peach blossom eyes. Mr. Nandong. Thank you for your reminder and concern. But you may be worrying too much. That man is not a stranger, but my new lover. He is very young, with tender skin and a strong body. I like him very much. Lu Lulu had a shy joy on her face. Mr. Nandong. My lover is waiting anxiously. It is really inconvenient for me to invite you into the house today. We can talk again another day, if we have the chance. Nandong Yuan exuded a chill all over his body. Miss Lu. Are you horny? Lu Lilio's smile paused, and her mouth twitched, revealing 8 neat teeth. Oh! Mr. Nandong. You actually noticed it. I've been horny lately. I won't say more. A night of love is worth 1,000 gold. Lu Lulu pretended to close the door. Nandong Yuan's hand was stuck in the door frame, unwilling to let go. How could this sickly guy be so thick-skinned? She said it so clearly. The two froze at the door. Lu Lulu stared at Nandong Yuan's thin fingers with distinct joints, and wanted to reach out and pull his hand away. Master! Who is at the door? Xiao Jio's voice suddenly came from behind Lu Lulu. His harmless face showed innocence. A friend. Lu Lulu gritted his teeth and answered. Xiao Jio lowered his eyes, stood behind Lu Lulu, hugged her gently, and lowered his head to give her a light kiss on the face. Master, why doesn't your friend come in for a cup of tea? Xiao Jio said, his eyes with black-framed glasses looking at Nandong Yuan from a distance. Nandong Yuan was furious when she saw that Lu Lulu was so shameless. She had fallen to the point of looking for a man to satisfy her physical needs. Miss Lu. Goodbye. Nandong Yuan retracted his hand that was stuck on the door frame. He had no position or qualifications to hinder Lu Lilio's actions. He had met Xiao Jio a few times. This woman actually gave up Xiao Jio so quickly and chose a new love. Moreover, during this period, they had been monitoring. They found that Lu Lulu didn't care about Xiao Jio's whereabouts. Xiao Jio. You are wrong after all. Nandong Yuan's heart. The throbbing for Lu Lulu that had just sprouted was completely shattered at this moment. Mei was right. Such a woman was not worthy of Xiao Jio. Even less worthy of him. When Lu Lulu saw the person in the way leave, he immediately closed the door and blocked the door blocker. After Xiao Jio saw the door closed, he looked at the black suitcase at Lu Lilio's feet. He looked up at Lu Lulu, with a complex and indescribable emotion in his eyes. Xiao Jio asked tentatively, Are you friends with him? Lu Lulu pulled up the suitcase, looked up and looked at Xiao Jio. It's hard to say. We have met a few times, fate. In short, stay away from this person in the future. He is not a good person. Xiao Jio watched Lu Lulu drag the suitcase into the room and followed him. Kong Kong had been hiding behind the door and listening to the movement. After hearing the footsteps, it was very tactful to hold Xiao Wu, who was pretending to be asleep, and went into the baby fence in the hall and sat down obediently. Kong Kong and Xiao Wu sat in the fence. A few seconds later, the door was closed. Lu Lilio's ambiguous thoughts about Xiao Jio were suppressed at this moment. At this moment, she only had eyes for the crystal core in the box. Xiao Jio knew that she needed the crystal core very much. In front of him, there was no need to hide anything except the space. Chapter 288. Lu Lulu opened the ramen of the suitcase without a password, and in an instant, 3 transparent thick plastic bags came into her sight. The transparent plastic bags contained crystal cores of various sizes. Judging from the size, they were of 3 grades: medium, low and high. Xiaojiao looked at the box of crystal cores, and his eyes became darker. Lulu saw the crystal cores, and after a moment of excitement, she immediately reacted. She found the detector and scanned the black suitcase carefully. The box was not tampered with. Lulu zipped up the suitcase again. Xiaojiao had been waiting quietly for her to finish the matter at hand, and then asked, "Why did he give you so many crystal cores?" Lulu's scalp tingled when she thought of what happened in the Blue Lake. She said angrily, "He stole my vitality water. The crystal core is his compensation to me after stealing my vitality water. How did he know you had vitality water?" "Ah!" Lulu sighed, sat on the bed, frowned and explained, "That guy awakened the ability of disguise. He pretended to be you, said he was injured, and asked me for vitality water to heal his wound. Look, just like the glasses you wear on your face. The disguise is very strong. I was accidentally tricked by him and took out the vitality water." Lulu stopped talking here. It's scary to think about it now. Fortunately, this Nangong Yuran was only interested in the vitality water on her body, not in her as a person. It was dark at that time, and she even hugged him. This Nangong Yuran's figure looks much thinner than Xiaojiao. However, after the disguise of the supernatural power, even the figure and the birthmark on Xiaojiao's body can be reproduced 1-to-1. It's really terrifying. That supernatural power is more powerful than the glasses that Xiaojiao is wearing now, which can only disguise his face. Fortunately, she just had a brief physical contact with the sickly guy for a few seconds. At that time, she went to the bathroom to take a shower and thought that Xiaojiao wanted to rekindle the fire of love with her. It was a close call. Almost. She would have cheated on Xiaojiao and become the kind of scumbag she hated the most. Xiaojiao saw the fear on her face, but he didn't ask too much about the details between Lulu and Nangong Yuran, who was disguised as him. Because, just now at the door, after a brief contact, he had already judged that the relationship between Lulu and Nangong Yuran had not risen to that level. Lulu, you wouldn't be with him. Xiaojiao pretended to be sad, seeing that he was inclined to misunderstand. Lulu was immediately anxious. She hurriedly said, "No, I didn't sleep with him." "Really?" Faced with Xiaojiao's doubts, Lulu didn't know how to explain for a moment. There is no evidence to prove this kind of thing. It's not the first time for her. She can use that to prove herself. It's annoying. Believe it or not. Lulu turned away angrily and didn't look at Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao looked at her angry back, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. He walked to Lulu and sat down. He didn't continue to tease her, but asked softly in a low voice, "Lulu, do you blame me?" "I blamed you," Lulu replied angrily. "What about hatred?" "Of course. So what about now?" Xiaojiao's hot breath caressed her ears, making her ears and heart itch. Lulu immediately turned sideways. She stared at Xiaojiao with wide eyes. "Now, it doesn't hurt or itch." "Really?" Lulu felt very strange when she heard a voice different from Xiaojiao's. She pointed at the glasses on Xiaojiao's face and said, "Take off the disguise first. Don't you like it when you wear it like this?" Xiaojiao chuckled and said, "Humans have a slight tendency to be polygamous. If you like it, you can tell me. I can change into any celebrity you like." Lulu. His words sounded so tempting. Why not give it a try? Lulu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and whispered, "Since you don't mind, please change your face into the appearance of XX celebrity." Xiaojiao's face turned green immediately. He stretched out his big hand and pressed Lulu under him. "Which type do you like? The pretty boy? This? You didn't bring it up yourself. I just said it casually." The star Lulu was talking about was completely the opposite of Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao was a sunny guy, a bit like XX. The star she was talking about was XX. Lulu felt so regretful. She got fooled. Xiaojiao was testing her on purpose. "Lulu, I'm better than that silver-plated gun head," Xiaojiao whispered, lowered his head, and his slightly cool thin lips pressed against Lulu's pink cherry mouth. Hot breath. Unbearable humming. The restlessness and loneliness in my heart gradually calmed down. When the two people became one, a low moan flowed from each other's lips. After a long time, The sudden rain outside the house just stopped. The house was calm. Outside the bedroom, Kongkong's ears were closed. The battle was very fierce. Although the owner and the man lowered their voices for fear of someone outside, it still heard some strange sounds. It had seen it in a TV series. This is the process of a man and a woman making a human being. The TV series did not broadcast the specific process. It was just dark and dawn. And then the woman got pregnant. Kong Kong looked at the sleeping Xiao Wu and felt very distressed. In the bedroom, Lu Lulu opened her misty eyes. She lay on the bed, looking at the snow-white wall. Dazed. It's been a long time since I felt like this. Now, she felt dazed for a while, and couldn't tell what day it was. The whole person's figure, the long-standing emptiness, was instantly satisfied. She relaxed. Xiao Jiao looked at the little person resting his head on his arm, and his eyes were full of tenderness. The two of them were silent for a moment. Lu Lulu changed from lying flat to lying on her side. She stretched out a slender white hand, showing her index finger, and poked Xiao Jiao's heroic eyebrows with a hint of tenderness. Big bad guy. We should talk about why you are wanted now. Xiao Jiao stretched out her left hand, grabbed Lu Lulu's moving little hand, and interlocked her fingers. Lu Lulu didn't know that her slight movement could make his blood boil again. Wife, we can talk about this issue while taking a shower. Xiao Jiao's low voice revealed a hint of ambiguous magnetism. Lu Lulu's breath was choked. The next moment, Xiao Jiao suddenly lifted the quilt. Lu Lulu was exposed to the air. Without waiting for her to react, Xiao Jiao picked up Lu Lulu, who was panicking with eyes wide open and protecting key parts. What else are you going to do? Lu Lulu asked with a trembling voice. Let's take a shower together. No. Let's take showers separately. Xiao Jiao ignored her weak request. When a woman says no, she wants it. When she says no, she wants more. He read it in a book about love. He knows how to do this question. Chapter 289. Xiao Jiao picked her up and went into the bathroom. The sound of water splashing and splashing sounded. The misty water vapor soon filled the entire bathroom. As the saying goes, I don't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals. I only envy the Mandarin ducks playing in the water every day. In the bathroom, a room full of charm. As for how charming, only Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao know the taste. An hour later, Lu Lulu changed her clothes and sat in front of the dressing table. Xiao Jiao picked up the Dyson hair dryer and blew her hair gently. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the hair dryer sounded from time to time. Lu Lulu sat quietly, looking at Xiao Jiao's serious eyebrows in the mirror, and her heart was soft. A few minutes later, her hair was blown to 70% dry. That's fine. Just let the ends of your hair dry naturally. No, you have to blow dry. Half-dry hair will give you a headache the next day. Lu Lulu had no choice but to let him continue to blow her hair. She had vitality water. If she had any headaches, she could just drink a sip and it would go away. What she feared the most was, he was blowing her hair seriously. But in the end, it became too intense and no longer serious. Yeah, just like in the bathroom. Even a person like her, who was not very shy, could blush all over her face. When a man and a woman who had been in drought for a long time were together, their fighting power was terrifying. Lu Lulu glanced at the time on her wrist. More than 2 hours had passed. This time, she had to control herself and not be led astray by Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao seemed to see what she was thinking and helped her blow dry her short hair properly. During this time, Lu Lulu's hair grew longer again. When she was in the Nanshan shelter, she found a hairdresser to give her a new haircut. It looked much neater than when she cut it herself. After drying her hair, Lu Lulu saw that Xiao Jiao was only wrapped in a bath towel, and her eyelids twitched. I don't have any clothes you can wear here for the time being. She couldn't take out clothes that Xiao Jiao could wear from the space in front of him. I brought a set in my bag. Xiao Jiao walked to the end of the bed and picked up the black backpack that was casually placed on the ground. There were only compressed biscuits and a bottle of not very clean drinking water in it. He reached into the backpack and put 2 sets of clothes in it. Lu Lulu didn't dare to look back. Xiao Jiao must be changing clothes. And seeing him is not good. Although, I saw it all when I was taking a shower in the bathroom just now. After a while, Lu Lulu asked uncertainly, have you changed your clothes? Yeah. Xiao Jiao's low voice was accompanied by a smile. Lu Lulu dared to look back at him. The two looked at each other. and they understood each other tacitly. Just now in the bathroom, Xiao Jiao had told her what had happened in the past 9 months. He was wanted by the authorities, so he had to hide and avoid the limelight for the time being. Although the official wanted list for him is still there, the heat has dropped a lot compared to the beginning. Most of the survivors are busy making a living, and they are satisfied with having enough food and clothes. They have no time, energy, or ability to pay attention to wanted bounties. In recent months, the forum has been filled with a lot of messages asking for help. It's nothing more than asking for help posts, like they are starving to death, and asking the rich to give them some food. Lulu found that there were really kind-hearted people who rewarded these posts with points. These points were directly credited to the accounts of these people who asked for help without deducting any handling fees. Moreover, the amount of these rewards was quite large. People found that help posts were useful. And now there is a trend. On the forum, there are overwhelming posts looking for relatives and help posts. Some people who meet their fellow villagers and have rich points will also give some alms and do good deeds, similar to some charities before the end of the world. As long as you post the corresponding pictures and videos of the tragic situation and are discovered by people with rich sympathy, you can get a point. Lulu also rewarded these people, limited to people who used to work at Yunshang Technology and the hometown of her grandparents. Her supplies are endless. When facing grandpa and grandma, and the former subordinates and relatives of parents, they will reward 100 points at will, every time they take action. They are the kind of people who look like they are about to die. The help posts and recognition posts directly drowned out the posts for wanted Xiao Jiao. The official seemed unwilling to give up. The post was always placed at the second position on the forum homepage. The first position was about the official latest updates and announcements. Are you hungry? Lulu stood up and asked. Hungry. Hearing Xiao Jiao's answer, Lulu naturally took his hand and walked out of the room with him. They came to the living room. In the living room, a wave of heat came. Lulu found that the air conditioner in the corner of the balcony was turned on by Kong Kong and adjusted to a comfortable 26 degrees. In early April, the coldness was heavy in the middle of the night. Xiao Jiao also found that the air conditioner was turned on. He and Lulu looked at Kong Kong, who was sleeping soundly beside Xiaowu. Lulu, has your pet monkey awakened its intelligence? Awakened its intelligence? Maybe? Lulu replied vaguely. The child is asleep now. When he wakes up, you can play with him. Okay. You won't suddenly leave without saying goodbye this time? Lulu asked anxiously. She was really scared that Xiao Jiao would suddenly disappear from her side for some reason. I'm not sure. Lulu sighed helplessly after hearing Xiao Jiao's serious answer. He was such a fool. It would be fine if he lied to her. At least, she could be happy for a long time now. Forget it. Don't worry about things that haven't happened yet. Lulu and Xiao Jiao held hands and came to the kitchen area. She had just moved into this house. Kong Kong cleaned up the kitchen immediately after the two families moved out. There were some simple ingredients in the refrigerator. What do you want to eat? Xiao Jiao asked softly. Just make it simple. I'm so hungry. Lulu pointed to the refrigerator. The ingredients are all in there. There's also a bag of medium-fine flour there. Okay. Go to the living room and wait for dinner. Xiao Jiao lowered his head, kissed Lulu's cheek, and then released her hand. He walked to the refrigerator and opened it to check the ingredients. When he saw the boxed Australian beef, black pepper sauce, tomato sauce, eggs, pasta, jam, celery and other ingredients in the refrigerator, he was stunned for a moment. These things, even the senior executives only have a limited supply every day. The ingredients she has here are not available on the market. Ordinary land that has been contaminated by the virus cannot grow such vegetables. Fresh strawberries, peaches, tomatoes and other vegetables. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but turn around and ask, where did you buy these fresh vegetables? Lulu laughed. Don't you know? Vitality water has another function, which is to promote plant growth and shorten the growth period of plants. Chapter 290. Xiao Jiao raised his eyebrows slightly. This was something he had not expected, nor had he guessed. Who would use vitality water? To water plants? How many crops can a little vitality water produce? It is far less valuable than creating a superpower. After learning about the effect of vitality water, the children of the major families under the leader all followed the leader's lead. It was just to get a drop of vitality water from the leader and create a superpower for their family. Like Lulu, who does not treat vitality water as a treasure. He has many secrets. His wife, who he met by chance, also has many secrets. They are unwilling to open Pandora's box and hand over the most secret cards between each other. Xiaojiu suppressed his curiosity, took out the ingredients he wanted to use, and went to the kitchen to cook. There is only electricity in this house. No gas or gas. He can only use an induction cooker in the kitchen to cook dinner. Lulu saw that he was not too surprised by the food in the refrigerator, but rather a little curious. Any of the ingredients in this refrigerator can make people salivate. These are all rare goods. Xiaojiu was indifferent. Her husband, who was given to her for free after a one-night stand, does not seem to be as simple as he appears. Lulu quietly left the kitchen and cleaned the dining table next to the kitchen. She glanced at Xiao Wu and Kong Kong. One person and one monkey slept soundly. The temperature in the room was also warm. Lulu took out 2 bottles of craft Corona beer from the refrigerator and placed them on the dining table. She always felt that something was missing. That's right. Beer mug. She and Xiaojiu reunited after a long separation. The sense of ceremony must be maximized. Seeing the tall back figure busy cooking, Lulu quietly returned to the bedroom and took out 2 crystal beer mugs from the space. This is a beer mug made of pure natural crystal. Before the end of the world, it cost $19.99 each. Well, it is an imported high-end crystal mug. If you don't take it out and use it, it's a waste of space. Life is hard. Enjoy it while you can. She put the mug of beer, sat lazily on the dining chair, tilted her head, and looked at Xiaojiu's busy back. Height, estimated to be 185 centimeters or more. Figure, thin when dressed, muscular when undressed. Appearance, a top idol male star. Age, 25. The age when a man is most energetic. Skills, can cook. Good physical strength. Not bad. A perfect man who can do both business and cooking. But he has a straightforward personality and is not very good at making people happy. He speaks less. It's better to speak less. Not too noisy. She herself doesn't like men who talk too much. Of course, she doesn't mind nice words that compliment her. Lulu admired Xiaojiu's cooking movements, and her bracelet suddenly vibrated. She opened the bracelet and saw a message from Zhang Lang. Master, I found an amusement park with my little brother, and there are many game equipment in it. These equipment can still be used after being powered on. Lulu's eyes lit up immediately. When Xiao Wu grows up, build him an exclusive amusement park. Send me the address, and we will set out to empty the amusement park tomorrow. Okay. Lulu closed the chat box with Zhang Lang and opened the circle of friends on the bracelet. She quickly scanned and saw the circle of friends sent by the scumbag. Since she applied to add Ma Weizhou as a friend last time and was not accepted, she has not paid much attention to him. A few days later, Ma Weizhou suddenly passed her friend certification and showed his 3 meals a day in the circle of friends every day. They were all meals from the official canteen. For Lulu, who had a lot of supplies, these meals were hard to describe. After Ma Weizhou added her as a friend, he showed his food and accommodation every day. After seeing it, she smiled and said nothing. The dead scumbag can still post on the circle of friends. If he doesn't post, it's probably the end. But this dead scumbag is very punctual. Every morning at 8 o'clock, noon at 12 o'clock, and 8 o'clock in the evening. 3 times a day. On time. Posting on the circle of friends. As time goes by, his circle of friends is no longer just about food and accommodation, but all kinds of women appear. Among these women, there is an 18th tier celebrity that Lulu knows. At the beginning, this celebrity was famous for defrauding her boss. The above events are purely fictional. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Lulu was indifferent to the women that Ma Weizhou brought home. She had already had feelings for the scumbag on that dark and rainy night. Lulu took a look at the scumbag circle of friends tonight. A skinny woman, a piece of compressed biscuits, and a glass of boiled water. The scumbag showed off his superiority. But now he is starting to go downhill. The points in your hand, have you spent them all? Lulu smiled, opened the bracelet, and took a photo of the beer and crystal glass on the table. Just took the photo. Xiaojiu brought the prepared Australian Wagyu steak to the table. Lulu took a close-up of the steak. Then, there was a delicious fruit and vegetable salad. A plate of delicious Italian pasta. A plate of deep-fried spicy chicken wings. TSK TSK. Xiao Jiao saw Lulu taking photos with the bracelet and asked in confusion, Lulu, are you going to post the photos on the forum? Lulu chuckled. Yes. Post anonymously. It will be troublesome if those hungry refugees find out your real name. Okay. Lulu clicked on Ma Weizhou's chat box and sent the photos she had just taken one by one. After sending the photos, she muted the bracelet and ignored it. Xiao Jiao brought the last Chinese tomato scrambled eggs to the table. Lulu saw him sit down, opened the beer bottle with a bottle opener, and poured a glass of beer for Xiao Jiao. The two looked at each other, raised their glasses together, and drank a big mouthful of ice-cold beer. Eat, Lulu said, picked up the knife and fork, and started to eat the top-grade Australian Wagyu on the plate. Although Xiao Jiao had a system space, he had stockpiled a lot of supplies before the outbreak of the apocalypse. But the quantity is limited. This kind of top-grade ingredients are rarely stockpiled. He saw the delicious food on the table, picked up the knife and fork, and ate a sumptuous dinner with Lulu in silence. Just now, he and Lulu consumed a lot of physical energy. After dinner, Xiao Jiao went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lulu took off his home slippers and raised his legs to enter the baby fence in the living room. After Xiao Jiao cleaned the kitchen, he first entered the bedroom. He took out the gift prepared by his sister Xiao Yao for Lulu from the system. An exquisite little box. Xiao Jiao turned on the switch of the box and saw the things inside, shaking his head helplessly. This girl. The things prepared? Her sister-in-law. Probably won't use them. Xiao Jiao took the pure white square box and came to the fence. He took off his sandals, raised his legs to enter the fence, and sat next to Lulu. For you. Lulu took the white square box curiously. What is this? Open it and take a look. Lulu opened the box and saw a plate of tin-foil wrapped pills inside. The pills are black. 30 pills per plate. There are 3 plates in total. What is this? Is it a contraceptive pill? Chapter 291. Lulu was very unhappy when she thought of this possibility. Why did she think that this was a contraceptive pill? Maybe it was because I watched too many TV dramas and novels about a domineering president falling in love with me when I was a child. Every time the domineering president finished having sex with the heroine, he would lift the heroine's chin and say coldly, "Woman, you are not worthy of giving birth to my child. Take the pill obediently." Xiao Jiao found that Lulu's face was not right, and wanted her to guess what was inside. Now it seems that it is better to tell her directly. This is a gift from my sister Xiao Yao. Your sister? Lulu reacted and stopped thinking about it. Did she tell her family about herself? Well, this is my sister's superpower. Hunger. She can use superpowers to turn ordinary food into food that can withstand hunger. These pills. You only need to take one, and you will not be hungry or thirsty for 10 days. So magical? Lulu picked up a plate of pills and checked it. Then put it in the box and covered it. Find a time to put it in the space. Although, she can't use it now. After all, there are too many delicious foods in her space. Thank your sister for me. By the way, do you have other family members besides your sister? Yes. Grandpa and mother. They and my sister. Xiao Jiao thought of the Sky City. He paused for a few seconds and said, they are over there on Mount Everest. The authorities are still looking for my family. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Lulu looked at Xiao Jiao's eyebrows and said worriedly, what about you? When will you return to Mount Everest? She didn't think that she and Xiao Wu's status in Xiao Jiao's mind was higher than his family members, who had been with him for decades. After all, she and her child had been with Xiao Jiao for no more than 2 months. Whenever you want to go to Mount Everest, I will come back. Whenever you want, I will take you to meet my family. Lulu felt warm in her heart. In order to show her feminine modesty, she whispered back, I am not ready yet. Let's wait for a while. No hurry. Think about it. Tell me. We will set off at any time. Xiao Jiao rubbed Lulu's short hair, reached out and picked her up, and sat her on his lap. Lulu, do you know the background of the man who gave you the crystal core a few hours ago? Xiao Jiao asked seriously. Lulu shook her head. I don't know much. I just know that his name is Nangong Yuran, and there is a young girl with him. They have a close relationship. That girl. Her name is Nangong Mei. By the way, I used to. That. Lulu thought of her physical contact with Nangong Yuran. and immediately changed her words, brushing aside what happened in the Blue Lake. In addition to Nandong Mei, he has several relatives. Nandong Wan, Nandong Zhu, and Nandong Ju. Xiao Jiao sighed secretly. He had guessed that the people of the Nandong family were sticking to Lulu to investigate the vitality water. Everyone related to him, including kindergarten classmates who had not been in contact for decades, and members of the superpower team who got along closely. Yan Feiyu, Jiang Yi, Lulu, Zhou Yining, especially those who had long contact with him after the outbreak of the apocalypse. As the leader's lackey, the Nandong family would definitely send people to monitor and observe. However, he did not expect that Nandong Yuran would come to his house in the middle of the night with a box of crystal cores in his hands. Lulu, how much vitality water did he steal from you? Xiao Jiao frowned and asked. What's the matter? About 15 milliliters? Lulu found that Xiao Jiao's expression was serious and heavy, and his heart was troubled. And then he became nervous. Xiao Jiao quietly looked at Lulu's clear and flustered almond eyes. What exactly does Nandong Yuran want to do? He actually came forward in person and contacted Lulu? Lulu. Nandong Yuran is a knife under the leader's hand. He is very dangerous. Now the entire Linwan shelter is under his management. What? Lulu exclaimed. How could it be? That sickly guy? There is such a powerful force behind him. Lulu. Pack up quickly. We must leave here quickly. The people of the Nandong family will soon find out something is wrong. He contacted you for the vitality water. He didn't attack you. He should be monitoring you and finding out my whereabouts. He agreed to send someone to follow Yan Feiyu and Jiang Yi. Lulu felt cold in her heart when she heard what Xiao Jiao said. She always felt that Nandong Yuran was strange. Now she finally knew what was strange. It's really scary to think about it carefully. This seemingly harmless sickly guy hides deeper than anyone else. Lulu. Go quickly and take the important things with you. We will leave here overnight. Lulu heard that, and there was no need to pack anything. She just moved here. It's a pity that she paid 3 months' rent and deposit for the house. She had just put the things in the room that Kong Kong had arranged. Kong, wake up. Get up and pack your things. Kong Kong rubbed his eyes in confusion and stood up. Lulu remembered that Xiao Jiao had not entered the other bedrooms. So, she hurried to the bedroom and pushed the 5 storage boxes where the supplies were placed to the living room. Xiao Jiao saw that she was busy and stepped forward to help take the storage boxes to the living room. Kong Kong was confused. Don't stand there. Quickly take back all the things that were arranged today. After Kong Kong came to his senses, he hurriedly dragged a storage box to the kitchen to collect kitchen utensils. It didn't let go of the food in the refrigerator, and all were neatly stored in the storage box. Lulu was embarrassed by Xiao Jiao's presence, so it was not easy to use the space in front of him. It could only be done this way. He would take the storage box downstairs later and put it on the car in the parking lot. Lulu took a storage box to the room and packed the items in the room. Xiao Jiao picked up Xiao Wu, who was sleeping soundly in the playpen, and gently placed Xiao Wu in the stroller in the living room. Pulling down the light-blocking and wind-proof curtain, he quickly put Xiao Wu's clothes, which were often worn in the playpen, back into the storage box. Milk powder, toys, diapers, small blankets, complimentary food snacks. Lulu cleaned up the bedroom. Xiao Jiao cleaned up the living room. Kong Kong cleaned up the kitchen and bathroom. Soon, the 5 storage boxes were full. What should we do with these boxes? Lulu glanced at the stroller. If they relied on a few people to take down the 5 oversized storage boxes, it would probably take several times. Fortunately, there was an elevator in this apartment, so it would only take a few minutes longer. Xiao Jiao saw the storage box in front of him, and without hesitation, he reached out and touched the storage box, and put the 5 oversized storage boxes into the space that came with his system. He reserved 10 grids in the system space, 10 cubic meters for backup. Each of the 5 compartments contains a storage box that was just packed. The fence in the living room is foldable and removable. Chapter 292 Amusement Park. It has been neatly put away in the storage box by Xiao Jiao. Lulu and Kong Kong, seeing Xiao Jiao's actions, showed shocked expressions. You have spatial ability? Your ability awakened by using vitality water is spatial? Lulu's pupil shrank and looked at Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao didn't know how to answer for a moment. At the same time, He didn't want to lie to her. This is a critical moment. There is no time to stay here. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's leave here. After Xiaojio finished speaking, he carried his backpack that concealed his presence and pushed the stroller with Xiao Wu in it out first. Lulu found that the stroller was pushed away and followed closely without thinking, reaching out to take the stroller. Baby, I'll push it. Xiaojio gently let go and handed the child's dominance back to Lulu. Wait, let's disguise ourselves. There is a tracking psychic planted by the Nandong family downstairs in this apartment building. Xiaojio took out a pair of camouflage glasses from his bag and handed them to Lulu. Lulu put them on. With the help of Xiaojio, she randomly chose a middle-aged woman's face. Xiaojio also changed his appearance at this time. Kong carried his small school bag and followed them happily. The three people and the monkey took the elevator and left quickly. Lulu took Xiaojio to the parking lot and drove her car, which still had half of the gasoline, out of the Qingqing community. They had just left for 3 minutes. The tracking psychic guarding downstairs of Lulu's apartment immediately received a message from Nandong Mei. Are Lulu and the others still in the apartment? Yes. I've been guarding the door and haven't seen her. Are you sure? I'm 100% sure. My tracking ability can identify the appearance of the person I'm tracking at the first time. Even if she wears a mask, makeup and a wig, she can't escape my eyes. The ability user picked up the bracelet and replied confidently. Nandongju put down the communicator and turned to Nandong Yuran and replied, Master. Miss Lu just asked the ability user. He sent a message saying that she is still in the apartment. I hope. I'm overthinking. Master. It's already early in the morning. You should go to bed early. Nandong Yuran rubbed his tired eyebrows and nodded. You go out first. And send more people to the apartment. Okay. Master. Nandongju withdrew. Nandong Yuran walked to the bed, lifted the quilt, and lay down slowly. After he lay down, Nandong Lan turned off the lights for him, quietly left the room, and stood outside the living room to protect his safety. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. The wind was bleak on the dark and wide road. Xiaojio was driving the car. Lulu was sitting in the co-pilot seat, and Kong was behind the SUV, looking at Xiao Wu. The speed was 150 kilometers per hour. In the endless wildness, an SUV was in front, and an SUV was behind. The two cars showed 4 dazzling white lights, illuminating the road in front of the car. In the car in front, Zhang Lang was sitting. He was responsible for leading the way in front. His name is Zhang Lang, a friend of mine. I once saved his life. He is a very grateful person who has always been by my side to protect me. Lulu introduced Zhang Lang and her relationship with a guilty conscience. Under the black glasses worn by Xiaojio, a gleam flashed in his deep pupils. He saved his life and was grateful. It has been almost a year since the end of the world. Is there such a person? Lulu's words might be able to deceive a 3-year-old child. Besides, this Zhang Lang is obviously a high-level zombie, or a half-human zombie who has awakened self-awareness. How could such a powerful creature repay Lulu for saving his life like this? Well, repaying him with gratitude? When he saw this person just now, he spent 10G gold to identify Zhang Lang, a humanoid creature, inside and out. This humanoid zombie has a strength of up to level 11. What method did Lulu use to make this creature choose to protect her? Xiaojio did not expose Lulu's lie. He continued to drive with Zhang Lang to the amusement park. The car drove all the way. Unable to resist the fatigue, Lulu sat in the passenger seat and slowly closed his eyes to rest. Kong, after feeding Xiao Wu with milk powder, lay in the back seat of the car and watched over Xiao Wu, who was sleeping soundly. 5 o'clock in the morning. After a 3-hour-long drive, Lulu and his group came to the amusement park mentioned by Zhang Lang. She thought of Xiaojio's special ability of space. Coming to the amusement park now, he could collect some toys that Xiao Wu could use in the amusement park. Other large facilities, such as Ferris wheels, roller coasters, carousels. These were welded to the concrete floor, and it was unrealistic to move them away. Zhang Lang parked the car at the gate of the amusement park, concentrating and holding his breath, trying to sense whether there was any danger in this area. No one. No zombies. Zhang Lang held the pager and asked, Miss Lu, there is no one inside. Shall we go in? Let's go in and take a look first. Okay. Zhang Lang continued to drive in front and lead the way. They drove together and entered the amusement park. The huge amusement park that should have been lively and noisy could only hear the sound of the wind and the footsteps of several people who parked their cars and walked on the ground. Xiaojiu, how much more can you put in your space? Xiaojiu thought for a moment and replied, about 100 square meters. In his space, one grid is 1 cubic meter, which is about 10 square meters in size. 5 grids are now vacant. According to the current gold reserves, it doesn't matter if 5 more are opened. In the early stage, he traded a lot of high-tech weapons and daily necessities with the government and exchanged a lot of gold. For daily use, there is enough gold. But if it is used in the construction of the empty city, it is still a drop in the bucket. Let's go around the neighborhood separately. My child is with John Lang. And you are with Kong Kong. Okay. Xiaojiu looked up, glanced at John Lang, and then looked away. This half-human seemed to listen to Lulu's words very much. He couldn't figure this out. Xiaojiu took Kong Kong and looked for useful supplies in one direction. Maybe we can get a lot of children's toys here. Kong Kong laughed and jumped on Xiaojiu's shoulder. Xiaojiu felt his shoulder sink, frowned and looked at the mutant monkey, and the monkey next to her. Mutated animals only appear after extreme cold. The people and animals around Lulu made him more and more confused. He was very curious, but also worried that if she exposed her clumsy lies, she would be anxious. Maybe she would let the man attack him? Xiaojiu was silent and strode towards the door of a souvenir shop on the left side of the amusement park. Kong Kong found that this bad stepfather was not angry at his rude behavior, and his favorable impression of him increased inexplicably. Chapter 293. No! This must be the plot of this bad stepfather. Kong Kong's body was tense, staring at Xiaojiu's face, not missing any expression changes on his face. Xiaojiu let the monkey sit on his shoulder. He came to the souvenir shop and saw many plush toys and the same clothes as the amusement park. Colorful princess dresses? Cinderella series, Snow White series, Prince series. This is a store that sells co-branded clothes. The prices are marked on the clothes, ranging from $1,999,8999. A photo shoot, photo frames, and makeup are given with the clothes. Xiaojiu felt dizzy when he saw these colorful little dresses. Looking at the price, the quality should be good. Although he doesn't have a daughter now. Maybe there will be one in the future? Xiaojiu was not sure. And instinctively, he put all the small dresses of various models in these series into the space. Crystal shoes? Magic wand? He packed them all away. There were prince and knight equipment in the clothes. And he took them away too. It's really convenient to store things without hiding space. If she asks about it later, just say it's a high-tech item. Laser weapons, model airplanes, detection glasses, camouflage glasses, water purifier. These things have been taken out. It's not strange to have another ring that can store items. Right? Xiaojiu stood at the door of the souvenir shop, opened the light blue system panel, and pulled to the storage space column. There are 3 packages on it. Ring 1 cubic meter equals 10 kilograms of gold. Bracelet 10 cubic meters equals 100 kilograms of gold. Necklace 100 cubic meters equals 1,000 kilograms of gold. Giving her one just covers up the secret of his system space. This kind of external jewelry storage space is much more expensive than the price of his system. Moreover, it is anonymous. After it is lost, anyone can use it. And the security is low. In addition to the high price and low safety factor, it is very good for storing supplies. Xiaojiu bought 10 1 cubic meter silver rings. This kind of jewelry can be customized by DIY with pictures. He doesn't have the leisure time to DIY. These 10 are sold to the official group of big resentful family children. The price is set at 100 kilograms of gold each. As for the gift for her, let's give this one. Xiaojiu turned around and saw a strawberry bear necklace on the cash register. He took off the necklace and scanned it with the system. A strawberry bear necklace with the same appearance appeared in his hand. 100 cubic meters can hold about 1,000 square meters of things, which should be enough for her. Kong Kong was frightened and panicked after sensing the strange energy fluctuations on Xiaojiu. When it saw the cute strawberry bear pendant necklace in Xiaojiu's hand, its golden pupils widened. This is a storage space. Although it is only a small 100 square meters, it is quite explosive in the current environment. Xiaojiu put the necklace into his pocket. He continued to look for a gift that could be given to Xiaowu as a toy. On the other side, Lulu asked Sean Lang to take her to find a place to sit down. She can no longer use up the supplies in her space. As long as she collects vitality water regularly, she can eat whatever she wants. Snacks and so on. It fills up the space. She has already given up. Lulu sat on a rest bench next to the carousel in the amusement park. She picked up Xiaowu, who had just woken up and lazily basked in the sun that had just risen. Muma budgie. Xiaowu took the initiative to stretch out his two soft little hands, holding Lulu's face, and stretched out his little head, using his soft little mouth to gently kiss her on both sides of her face. Muma. Lulu was kissed twice by Xiaowu, and a bright smile appeared on her face. She asked gently in a low voice, "Do you want to eat? Eat millet cakes?" "Beans eat beans," Xiaowu babbled. Lulu looked around and saw no one, so she took out the strawberry dissolving beans that Xiaowu loved from the space. She tore open the packaging bag and handed the dissolving bean bag to Xiaowu. Xiaowu's little hands were not very coordinated, but because of some survival experience in the previous life, plus Kong Kong's teaching during this period of time, he firmly grasped the snack bag and reached out to grab the dissolving beans in the bag to eat. He ate one dissolving bean. 2. 3. Lulu stared at Xiaowu eating the dissolving beans on his own. The strawberry pink color of the dissolving beans stained Xiaowu's little hands and face, making him look very cute. Lulu felt that he could hold Xiaowu like this until the end of time. "Master, don't you want to search nearby? There is a theme restaurant in this amusement park, and there must be supplies in the warehouse." "I don't want to search. Let the child's father search." Lulu held Xiaowu in the sun and didn't want to get up at all. Those supplies were all left to Xiaojio to store. Xiaowu silently finished a bag of dissolving beans. Lulu found a wet tissue and helped Xiaowu wipe off the red strawberry powder paint on his face and hands. She fed Xiaowu some warm water. "Sleep." Xiaowu squinted his eyes and whispered, "Don't let Mom hold him all the time. He is very heavy now. If you hold him like this, Mom will have a root cause of back disease." In his previous life, before he died, Mom often complained of back pain. Although Mom didn't complain in front of him, he knew that this was because Mom had just given birth to a child at home and had been holding him to feed him, which led to overstrain and the root cause of the disease. "Good baby. Mom will sing to you to sleep." "Mom, I will sleep in the stroller." Xiaowu was worried that Lulu would hurt his waist again by holding him, so he asked. Lulu smiled and put Xiaowu back in the stroller. La, good baby. Sleep." After a while, Xiaowu fell asleep. Lulu stood up and stretched. She saw Xiaojio's figure in the distance, slowly walking towards her. Kong Kong sat on Xiaojio's shoulder with a smile on his face. When Xiaojio and Kong Kong came closer, Lulu saw at a glance that Kong Kong had a dazzling bracelet on his hand. This bracelet was made of golden metal, with a hollow carving of the Monkey King Sun Wukong engraved on it. Under the bright sun of spring, the bracelet flashed and attracted people's attention. Wow! In such a short time, Kong Kong followed Xiaojio to get such a delicate little item, or the Monkey King, which he liked the most. It seems that Xiaojio and her monkey get along very well. Kong Kong jumped off Xiaojio's shoulder excitedly and ran quickly to Lulu. "Master, look! I have my own space storage bracelet." Kong Kong stretched out his hand wearing a black glove and showed Lulu the treasure that Xiaojio gave him. Although the bracelet only has 10 cubic meters of space, it can actually hold 100 square meters of things. Its game console and leftover snacks can be placed inside. Although the bracelet does not have a fresh keeping function, it is already a pleasant surprise for Kong Kong. Chapter 294. Space Storage Bracelet? When Lulu heard what Kong Kong said, she felt that the whole world seemed to become mysterious. Shouldn't this kind of thing appear in fairy tales? In her previous life, she had never heard of such a thing appearing after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Yes, this is what Ba Xiao gave me," Kong Kong said with a grin. It has thrown away all its previous prejudices against Xiaojio. A space bracelet has completely bought it, which is easy to satisfy. "Boss Xiao." Lulu's mouth twitched. It's been less than 2 hours, and Kong Kong actually recognized Xiaojio as the boss. This monkey is really unreliable. She even doubted that if other people gave Kong Kong a lot of delicious food, would it betray her master? Kong Kong noticed the anger in Lulu's eyes and shuddered all over. Did it say something wrong? The master looked at it with eyes that seemed to want to eat people. "Master, I'll go take care of the little master. Kong Kong whispered, ran to the stroller, and blocked Lu Lulio's weird gaze. A few short seconds. Xiao Jiao walked to Lu Lulu. He took out the strawberry bear crystal pendant necklace from his pocket and handed it to Lu Lulu. Lu Lulu looked at the beautiful strawberry bear pendant in the sun, wondering, could this pendant also be a storage space? Xiao Jiao met her bright almond eyes with doubts, smiled slightly, and said slowly in a low voice, for you? A storage space necklace. Storage capacity 100 cubic meters. Lu Lulio's pink little mouth opened slightly. Where did Xiao Jiao get such a magical item? Where did you find it? I used the vitality water you gave me and exchanged it anonymously with the official. Oh! Lu Lulu understood instantly. The official attaches great importance to vitality water. They can provide a steady stream of high-tech weapons and high-tech daily necessities. This shows that the gold-type superpowers are on the official side. Vitality water in exchange for high-tech products can be regarded as mutual benefit. Come! I'll help you put it on. Lu Lulu blushed. She reached out and took off the airplane model Xiao Jiao gave her from her neck. I only have one neck. I'm afraid I can't wear so many necklaces. When Xiao Jiao saw the airplane model Lu Lulu took out, his heartbeat accelerated for no reason. Take the model off and I'll adjust it. Lu Lulu took off the necklace curiously and handed the airplane model to Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao looked down and found that Lu Lulio's ears were pierced. This way. It's easy. Lu Lulu and Zhang Lang, who was watching silently beside them, saw Xiao Jiao fiddling with the airplane model at the same time. The exquisite airplane model, originally the size of a coin, was instantly reduced to the size of an earring airplane pendant. This way, there will be no problem. The airplane model earrings are matte and look very inconspicuous. When Lu Lulu and Zhang Lang saw Xiao Jiao's operation, they immediately felt as if they had opened the door to a new world. Xiao Jiao gently tilted his head and reached out to put the earrings on Lu Lulio's small and white earlobes. When Lu Lulio's ears were touched by Xiao Jiao's big hands, she couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation all over her body, as if she had been electrocuted. Damn it! She and Xiao Jiao had just slept together. Why did she have such a big reaction when he touched her? The natural reaction of the body was too embarrassing. Xiao Jiao seemed to be completely unaware of Lu Lioli's embarrassment. He carefully put the earring on Lu Lioli's right earlobe. Then, he gently put the strawberry bear pendant on Lu Lioli's slender neck. Do you like it? Yes. Lu Lulu nodded with a red face. She reached out and touched the pink pendant. How should I activate your gift? Airplane model. After you double-click it, a pop-up window will appear. After your fingerprint or face recognition passes, click the option to enable it, and you can use it. The same goes for the necklace. Lu Lulu double-clicked the necklace as Xiao Jiao said. Instantly, a light blue screen appeared in front of her. Do you want to activate the dimension space? Yes/no. Lu Lulu reached out and clicked the yes button. Face recognition in progress. Please wait. Recognition successful. Please confirm whether to use this face to bind the dimensional space. Lu Lulu continued to click the YC button. Binding has been successful. When using, use the space medium to scan the item, and you can reclaim the dimensional space. Lu Lulu saw the light blue screen turn off and immediately scanned a fallen leaf under her feet. Do you want to save 20 fallen leaves? Confirm by double-clicking the medium pendant. Lu Lulu clicked on the pendant. The next second, all the fallen leaves nearby were received into the space. When she clicked the medium again, the light blue interface appeared again, and the number of items popped up automatically. 20 fallen leaves. Oh my god! This thing is much more useful than her space. Automatic intelligent identification. One-click scanning and storage. Item storage name and quantity are automatically arranged in order. Xiao Jiao, you give the things to me in Kong Kong. What about you? Xiao Jiao reached out and touched his neck, and took out the pocket watch decoration in his clothes. I have it. After Xiao Jiao replied, he continued, Lu, the dimensional space can only collect inanimate objects. Food placed in it will rot and deteriorate in sync with the outside climate. Oh, I see. Lu Lulu hid the pendant on his chest. It seems that this dimensional space has great disadvantages. It cannot keep fresh. The space area is limited, and it cannot be used for farming. Living people cannot enter. There are many restrictions. Hee. Her ancestral space is still better. The only disadvantage of her space is probably that the space cannot organize materials and classify them in one click. Every time you need to mobilize your own items, it takes a long time. Things that are frequently used in the future will be placed in the space Xiaojiu gave me, so it will be more convenient to take them out. Keeping things fresh and stocking up will still be placed in the space. The combination of the two is great. Thank you for your gift. I like it very much. Lulu looked up and met Xiaojiu's deep eyes. As long as you like it, Xiaojiu said with a low laugh. The breeze gently caressed Lulu's soft black short hair. Xiaojiu reached out and helped her to tidy up her messy short hair behind her ears. Lulu's legs softened when his rough big hands touched her delicate skin. Xiaojiu held her in his arms properly. Lulu's face was red, and she didn't know what to do. And she was stunned. You are shy. No. Xiaojiu's thin lips curled slightly. Okay. Okay. If you say no, then no. Zhang Lang was standing aside, and he was inexplicably unhappy when he saw Xiaojiu holding Lulu. Perhaps Zhang Lang's gaze was too hot. After Xiaojiu found that Lulu had stabilized his body, he gently let go of his hand and looked at Zhang Lang, who had a strong presence standing aside. Chapter 295. Hello. Xiaojiu greeted Zhang Lang, who seemed to be emitting a cold breath. What's good about that? Zhang Lang spoke in a very aggressive tone. I've seen a lot of pretty boys like you. Ha. Don't think that you can deceive the master with your face that can seduce women. If you do anything wrong, I will immediately separate your head and body. Lulu was stunned when she heard Zhang Lang's threatening words. This was the first time that Zhang Lang, the younger brother, said such terrible words in front of her. She clearly remembered that Zhang Lang, the younger brother, always looked harmless. Zhang Lang. Xiaojiu is different from those people outside. He is the biological father of my child. Zhang Lang was inexplicably irritated when he heard Lulu defending Xiaojiu. Despite this, he immediately responded to Lulu's order as usual. Master, I understand. Xiaojiu didn't take Zhang Lang's threats and provocation seriously. Zhang Lang is half human and does not have human body temperature and functions. In short, he looks no different from a normal person. In fact, he has lost some of the functions of men. It is impossible for him to have an improper relationship with Lulu. As for his death threat, Xiaojiu is not worried. The lethal weapons that come with this system are enough to kill the half-human in front of him in an instant. Moreover, in another month, after he kills the 12th level zombie, gets the crystal core, and awakens his superpowers, the half-human in front of him will not be strong enough. After all, this is somewhere around her. Xiaojiu quickly exchanged a storage bracelet in the system. The shape was punk style, and a skull was engraved on the metal bracelet. This is for you. Xiaojiu pushed the skull bracelet towards Zhang Lang. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Lang reached out to catch the storage space uncontrollably. The hollow skull shape on the bracelet was lifelike, which was really to his liking. He had just been listening to the conversation between the owner and him. Undoubtedly, this is a space bracelet. Zhang Lang was reluctant to throw the bracelet away. With this thing, his actions outside will be much more convenient. Boy, don't think that a bracelet can buy me off. I'm not a primate like Kong Kong who is easy to fool. Kong Kong on the side was inexplicably named. He stretched out his hand to scratch his head and glared at Zhang Lang with a squint. You should talk properly. Why are you talking to me? Don't think it didn't hear that Zhang Lang didn't say anything good. Zhang Lang put away the bracelet and fiddled with it by himself, not looking at Kong Kong and Xiaojiu. Kong Kong, this silly monkey, has mastered the connection contract between him and his master. For the time being, he cannot be offended. What if Lulu finds 2 more younger brothers? Then, there will be 1 more person to compete for his favor. Zhang Lang's temper is a bit bad. Don't bother with him. Xiaojiu smiled gently and nodded gently. Indeed, there is nothing to bother with a man. Where are we going next? Lulu asked. I'll take you back to the foothold of Mount Everest to meet my family. Lulu shook his head. For the time being, I don't want to leave City A. My parents and grandparents, their tombstones are all here. When Xiaojiu heard Lulu's reminder, he realized that Qingming Festival had arrived. I'll accompany you to pay tribute to them. Wait until you finish your business, and then we'll set off back to Mount Everest. Lulu nodded gently in agreement. Every Qingming Festival in the future, she can take a plane to come here and burn incense for her parents and grandparents. Where are the people in your hometown? Lulu remembered that Xiao Jiao didn't seem to mention his father and grandmother. It's probably. I'll accompany you to pay tribute to your parents-in-law first. And then you'll accompany me to pay tribute to my family. Where is your hometown? Lulu asked casually. My hometown is in H City. It takes half an hour to get there by plane from here. H City? Lulu recalled a memory of H City. It said that the first place where the golden superpower appeared was in H City. Xiao Jiao is also from H City. This is too coincidental. Lulu thought of the storage space and high-tech airplane model that Xiao Jiao took out casually. A bold guess appeared in his heart. The child's father. Could it be that the golden superpower? No. The golden superpower first appeared in H City. After the natural disaster. It was said that he went to Mount Everest. How could he appear in a city? Maybe. It was just a coincidence. After all, the population of H City is more than 1 million. Let's go. What is the name of the cemetery you want to go to? Chongling. Wait a minute. I'll check it. Xiao Jiao took out a small silver round disc similar to a compass. Navigate to Chongling. After receiving the command, the disc did not fluctuate in particular. About 3 seconds. The disc made an intelligent mechanical sound. Based on your current location, there are a total of 5 places named Chongling. Please check the details and confirm the final destination of the navigation. Chongling in the suburbs of Linwan. Lulu replied immediately. Xiao Jiao found the option of Chongling Cemetery in Linwan district and clicked OK. Going from here, we are back to the old place. Lulu patted his forehead. Very depressed. Last night, in order to avoid the people of Nangong family, he just ran away. Now it's good. It will probably take more than 3 hours to go back. My parents and grandparents are all buried in the cemetery in the suburbs of Linwan. The feng shui master said that it is a rare feng shui treasure land. Let's take a plane. We will arrive at the destination in 40 minutes. After explaining the time required for the journey, Xiao Jiao took out his own plane from his pocket and found an open space to activate it. Let's go! Zhang Lang was a little confused by Xiao Jiao's series of operations. The man next to Lulu is not simple. Kong lowered his head and looked around with a sidelong glance, then followed them to get on the plane. The surface of the plane looks more exquisitely decorated than ordinary small private planes. Other places are not much different. The front is the pilot and co-pilot position, and there are empty seats for 8 people in the back. The group took the plane and arrived at the Chongling Cemetery in the suburbs of Linwan on time 40 minutes later. The plane stopped on the main road outside the cemetery. The group got off the plane. Lulu pushed the stroller, and Kong stood next to the stroller. But he was short and not as tall as the stroller. Zhang Lang habitually stood on the left side behind Lulu, responsible for observing possible dangers nearby. Xiao Jiao put away the model plane, and he held the navigation disc in his hand to locate the location of the mausoleum. We take a car up the mountain. Xiao Jiao turned around and said to Lulu. He took out the off-road vehicle that was placed in the space, put it down, and then went to take the baby stroller that Lulu was pushing. Chapter 296 Chongling. I'll do it myself. Seeing Xiao Jiao trying to help carry Xiao Wu into the car, Lulu refused his help. She usually takes care of the child by herself and does these things that she is used to. Xiao Jiao's appearance broke her habitual life. Okay. Be safe, Xiao Jiao said, and silently watched Lulu carry the stroller into the back seat of the car. Kong jumped into the car immediately. What about you? Xiao Jiao turned his head and asked Zhang Lang beside him. I'll drive. After Zhang Lang became half-human, the stench of corpse on his body had disappeared. He walked to the driving seat and sat down. Xiao Jiao opened the car door and sat next to Lulu next to the stroller. Kong saw that there was a warm atmosphere between their family, and he flipped over and sat in the co-pilot seat next to Zhang Lang. Soon, the off-road vehicle was started by Zhang Lang. They walked along the mountain road to the gate of Chongling. The mountain road is rugged and winding. Lulu and her group looked through the car window and saw the lush trees on the mountain, full of vitality. But because there is no one around here, and there is a cemetery above, people always feel a sense of chill in their hearts for no reason. There is vitality everywhere, and there is also death everywhere. I don't know if it's Lulu's illusion. When they arrived at the gate of the cemetery, as soon as she got off the car, she felt that the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Every year, she would take a car here once. This year, It was the strangest time she felt. Let's go! Lulu walked in front, pushing the stroller to lead the way. Xiaojiu put the car back into the space. Xiaowu had woken up at this moment. He sat in the stroller, staring with a pair of round eyes, curiously looking around. Zhang Lang and Kong Kong, one on the left and one on the right, walked beside Lulu and Xiaojiu, responsible for guarding against possible dangers. They walked about 100 meters. They stepped into the gate of the cemetery together. They bypassed a row of weedy artificial flower beds at the gate, and there were densely packed cemetery tombstones inside. The tombstones of Lu Liu's parents and grandparents were in the area on the left. She came here every year, and was already familiar with the route. However, when she walked to the nearest tombstone, she finally found something wrong. There were signs of damage on the tombstone. In the past, every time she came to pay tribute to her relatives, there would be more or less some withered flowers and shriveled fruits on other tombstones. These fruits have added a lot of technological work, and they will not go bad even if they are left for a year or two. It just looks a little shriveled on the outside. Something is wrong here. Xiaojiu also found the weirdness of the cemetery. A cold wind happened to blow by, and everyone shuddered. Kong Kong was so scared that he ran to Zhang Lang's side. The master's little brother is quite powerful. If something unclean appears, let him block the knife first. The tributes on the tombstones are gone, Xiaojiu whispered. Not only that, the bottom of these tombstones have been dug up, Zhang Lang added. We can't let this man named Xiaojiu steal the limelight alone. Lulu was speechless and complained. Who would be so wicked that he wouldn't even let go of the tributes of the dead? You said that taking away the tribute would be fine. But you actually dug up other people's ancestral graves. It should be done by a supernatural person related to the nature system. Zhang Lang had walked to a cemetery that had fallen to the side without knowing when. He squatted next to the dug tombstone. I need a small shovel. Xiaojiu stretched out his hand and conjured up an ordnance shovel. He threw it casually, and the ordnance shovel was steadily inserted into the soil next to Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang raised his eyebrows, picked up the ordnance shovel, and pushed away the covering less. Lulu walked closer, and saw that the urn inside was broken and the ashes were scattered all over the ground. There was nothing inside except the ashes that no one wanted. Those buried here are basically some rich people. They usually bury the owner's favorite things in it before the tombstone is sealed. The tomb of Lu Liu's parents is no exception. Some valuable jewelry items were buried inside. Thinking of this, Lu Liu's face turned pale. Could her family's tomb also be destroyed by these wicked people? When she thought of this possibility, Lulu pushed the stroller and ran to the left. Xiaowu also noticed the change in his mother's mood behind him. He didn't make a noise, but sat quietly in the car and observed the movements nearby. Zhang Lang and Xiaojiu found that Lulu was running very fast. Immediately stood up and caught up with her. They came to pay tribute. If the tomb was robbed, what was the point of paying tribute? Zhang Lang and Xiaojiu looked at each other tacitly. After their observation, no tombstones nearby were spared. Lu Liu's tomb was likely to have suffered an accident. 3 minutes later, Lulu came to the tombstones of her parents and grandparents breathlessly. This tombstone was bought a long time ago. The tombstones were in order of Grandpa, Grandma, Dad and Mom. But, at this moment, the tombstone had been dug through. The flowers, cigarettes and alcohol that Lulu placed in front of the tombstone last year had long disappeared. Xiaojiu and Zhang Lang looked at Lulu silently. They were afraid that she would get excited and do something stupid. Lulu. Xiaojiu reached out and held Lulu's soft little hand, pinching her fingers to comfort her. It's okay. Let's take a look at the urn, and we can find a new feng shui treasure land to bury my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Lulu gnashed his teeth in anger, wishing to find these unscrupulous tomb robbers immediately and chop off their hands that dug their ancestral graves to commemorate the souls of my parents and grandparents. Give me the shovel. Lulu shook off Xiaojiu's hand and walked to Zhang Lang. She personally took the military shovel, squatted carefully beside the tombstone, and dug up the nearby loess with tears. After some searching, Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, their urns are still there. When she customized the urns, she remembered that her grandmother specially asked someone to make them. She was still young at that time, and she didn't remember the specific material. But now, the 4 urns with metallic luster gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Lulu knelt in front of the urns with a thump sound, and kowtowed 3 times. Her forehead was red, and tears were rolling in her eyes. Mom, Dad, Grandma, the unfilial daughter is late. Lulu choked and spoke, and tears kept falling like beads that had broken off the string. Xiaojio stood beside her, feeling distressed. Zhang Lang was also indignant. Who the hell is this bastard? He actually destroyed all the ancestral graves here. A good supernatural being actually did such a sneaky and immoral thing. Chapter 297. Kong Kong was grimacing in anger. His master cried. It was the first time he saw his master cry. Damn grave robbers. When Xiaowu saw his mother crying again, he babbled, Mom, don't cry. The tender and clear voice of a child diverted Lu Liu's attention. She wiped her tears, stood up from the cold ground, and carried Xiaowu, who was sitting in the stroller, to the urn. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, this is Xiaowu, my baby. I brought the baby to see you. Xiaowu, call someone. In his previous life, Xiaowu often heard his mother mention the names of relatives intentionally or unintentionally. He tried to make a sound. Grandpa, Grandma, great-grandfather, grandmother. Okay, I am Xiaowu. Lulu did not expect Xiaowu, who was just over 10 months old, to be able to say a person's name completely. His voice was not fully developed, and he did not speak very fluently. Unexpectedly, Xiaowu could actually call a person completely. Lulu hugged Xiaowu tightly, whispering to herself, Mom and Dad. It's been almost a year since the apocalypse. Grandfather, thank you. I will keep the relics you left for me well. Lulu finished what she wanted to say. Xiaojio and Zhang Lang stood by and waited silently. After a long time, Lulu put the 4 urns into the space pendant given by Xiaojio for safekeeping. When we find a feng shui treasure land, we will rebury our parents and grandparents. Let's go, Lulu said, preparing to put Xiaowu back into the stroller. Xiaojio's heart was almost melted when he saw the cute Xiaowu. I'll hold the baby. It's too in here. Lulu saw the desire in Xiaojio's eyes, so he reached out and handed the baby to him. Pa! Xiaowu called out obediently. Xiaojio liked it even more. He carefully held Xiaowu and took out a high-tech baby-holding artifact out of thin air. This baby-holding artifact is similar to the waist stool developed by the people of Highland Country a long time ago. However, this thing can automatically fit the baby's sitting posture and adjust to a comfortable shape. Lulu wiped the snot and tears on her face with a wet tissue, and then looked up and found that Xiaowu was leaning on Xiaojio's chest, grinning at her. A small white tooth was looming in Xiaowu's mouth, coupled with Xiaowu's rosy, plump and tender face, as red as a red apple. Lulu's originally bad mood suddenly turned from gloomy to cloudy. Mom, hungry, Xiaowu whispered. Lulu glanced at the time on her bracelet. It was 11:30 in the morning. She was hungry now. Let's leave here first and find a place to eat something. Lulu put away the stroller, cheered up, and walked side by side with Xiaojio to the gate of the cemetery. Zhang Lang and Kong Kong followed closely. After a while, the 3 of them returned to the gate of the cemetery. Xiaojio took out the car and drove them away. Unfortunately, these beasts have left after robbing the tomb. If we find them, I will make them wish they were dead. Zhang Lang, who was driving in front, said viciously. Lulu said coldly, Drive well. Zhang Lang heard Lulu's cold voice, and suddenly realized that he seemed to be talking about something else. Along the way, they didn't talk. Lulu saw that Xiaowu was hungry, and wanted to take out milk to feed him. But Xiaojio was sitting next to her. If she took it out, she would immediately expose the secret of the space. Although Xiaojio did not keep it from her, and told her all his secrets. But in the previous life, she died tragically because of the space. In this life, the space has become a demon in her heart. Can't say. Lulu held back and comforted Xiaowu softly. Be good. Wait until we get to the foot of the mountain. We will eat. Okay. Xiaowu responded sweetly. A few minutes later, Zhang Lang drove the car to a vacant lot on the side of the road and stopped. After the group got off the car, Xiaojio set up camping tables and chairs on the spot, took out the gas stove and started cooking. The ingredients were left in Lin Wan's refrigerator and not used up. These things can only be kept for 3 days at most, and must be eaten quickly or made into a durable finished product. Kong Kong saw that Xiaojio was going to cook, and immediately found a place to sit down. Xiao Jiao skillfully opened the gas stove, put a big hot pot on it, and added water. Hot pot base. Top-grade Wagyu beef. Eggs. Tomatoes. Tofu skin. And various delicious ingredients. After a while, a faint aroma of food wafted away. Kong Kong looked at the food in the big pot, drooling with greed. Xiao Wu couldn't help drooling. The taste of the hot pot base was really overbearing. At this time, the sun in the air was getting more and more dazzling, and the green mountains and green waters were shining with a shimmering luster under the sun. Lulu admired the natural beauty nearby. Next to her sat her handsome husband. Next to her was her beautiful and cute baby. And on the table were exquisite delicacies. The anger just now gradually became peaceful and tranquil with the influence of the people and scenery around her. Xiao Jiao skillfully used kitchen utensils to stir the hot pot base. After 7 or 8 minutes, the first batch of ingredients were almost cooked. It's cooked. Let's eat. Lulu picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fat beef. It's delicious. Bring out some wine, Lulu suggested. Xiao Jiao took out 2 bottles of champagne from the food storage box beside him and opened them. Master, I want to drink that water too. Kong Kong scratched his head greedily, anxious. Okay, I'll give you a glass. Xiao Jiao poured 3 glasses of champagne. 1 for him and Lulu, and 1 for Kong Kong. Put Xiao Wu in the stroller. It's easy to get burned if you hold him while eating. Okay. Xiao Jiao put Xiao Wu in the stroller and fastened his seat belt. Good boy. Drink your milk yourself. While Xiao Jiao was cooking dinner, Lulu had already prepared Xiao Wu's milk. She handed the bottle to Xiao Wu to drink by himself. Zhang Lang sat down quietly against a big tree, holding a large thermos in his arms. In the bottle was the human blood he had put in his bag. The hot pot smelled delicious, but he couldn't eat it. He no longer had the function of a human digestive system, and his sense of taste had also decreased by half. The food that humans eat, when eaten by him, would only increase the burden on his body and speed up the consumption of energy in his body. Xiao Jiao knew that Zhang Lang was not a human, so he didn't ask him to sit down and eat together. Lulu also knew that, so he didn't ask him to come over for dinner. If he called him over, he would have to explain to Xiao Jiao again. For example, he doesn't eat spicy food? Or other lame excuses. Fortunately, Xiao Jiao didn't ask, so he just pretended not to know. Lulu picked up the chopsticks and had a delicious lunch with Xiao Jiao. Disposable bowls and chopsticks were used for eating, and there was no need to wash them. As for the pot and kitchen utensils, Xiao Jiao conjured up a bucket of domestic water out of thin air, cleaned the cooking utensils, and put them back in the storage box. Lulu, come and take a look at what the baby's things are. Put some of them in the dimensional space so that you can take them out later. Chapter 298. The water of Teotihuacan is 1,000 feet deep. Lulu walked to the green grassy open space beside Xiao Jiao. 5 huge storage boxes were placed on the green grassy ground. They were mainly filled with Xiao Wu's food, drink, and entertainment supplies, as well as some daily necessities she often used. Xiao Jiao bent down to open the storage box and called Lulu over to count the supplies. Lulu picked up the strawberry bear pendant and scanned several storage boxes. Soon, all the details of the supplies appeared on the light blue screen frame. For cans of milk powder 800 grams, 2 bottles of 240 milliliters, 2 boxes of diapers, 1 box of each complimentary food and snacks, 10 early educational toys, 4 sets of clothes for spring, summer, autumn and winter, plus 3 sets of warm base clothes, bedding pillows, quilts, 4-piece sets, 4 sets each. On the light blue screen, these supplies are displayed very clearly. If you want to take out something, click on the corresponding small icon of supplies on the screen to take it out. Lulu put all the items she and Xiao Wu often used in the strawberry bear space. Other daily necessities, food and drinks, were given to Xiao Jiao for safekeeping. He would be responsible for making 3 meals a day in the future. She was responsible for the ingredients, and he was responsible for cooking. However, in order to integrate with most of the survivors, she still brought 3 days of food behind her backpack to cover up. Xiao Jiao put the remaining items, including 5 large storage boxes, into his pocket watch space. Lulu noticed with her sharp eyes that she could also see the light blue screen when Xiao Jiao opened the space. It seems that when using the space, It is still necessary to be more concealed. However, she didn't have to be sneaky like before. Now, she could find an excuse to take things from the space, and say that she took them from the space of the pendant Xiaojiu gave her. Lulu moved her eyes from the densely packed material names on Xiaojiu's space screen to the pocket watch on his chest. The pocket watch was open at this moment, because it was storing things. She noticed that the photo on the pocket watch was the ID photo that was authenticated by default on her bracelet. Although she was very beautiful. But this ID photo was taken when she was 14 years old. And she looked very immature. An old photo from 10 years ago. Lulu blushed. But her heart was full of sweetness. He had always kept her in his heart. The photo was placed against his chest. After Xiaojiu closed the pocket watch, he saw Lulu blushing and dazed. A little confused. Why are you dazed? Ah? It's okay. Lulu waved her hand hurriedly to put away her uncontrollable behavior of love brain. The feeling of happiness caused by hormones is really fatal. Especially when she and he went to Wushan to make love. It made people's minds become unclear. I'm glad you're okay. Xiaojiu walked to Lulu, gently held her hand, and asked gently, Lulu, do you have anything else to do in City A? Lulu came back to her senses and thought carefully. In City A, the urns of her relatives, who she was most worried about, were now in the space. Another thing she couldn't let go of was Jiangyi. Once she left, she didn't know when she would be able to come back. She had to say goodbye to Jiangyi. She promised Jiangyi that she would come to take care of her during the confinement period when she gave birth. If she went to Mount Everest, Jiangyi's due date would arrive in 5 months. If she encountered something, she might not be able to return to Lin Wan shelter on time. Giving birth is a big deal. It is also one of the most important things in a woman's life. Jiangyi has no relatives around her. Only her and Yan Feiyu. Xiaojiu, do you have any storage space? Lulu looked up and asked. Do you want to give it to Miss Jiang? Xiaojiu saw the worry and expectation in her almond eyes. He immediately guessed Jiangyi. He already knew Lu Liuliu's family situation. Her only good friend is Jiangyi. The last time I saw Jiangyi, her belly was very obvious. I'm afraid she will give birth in a few months. Yeah. I have another bracelet here. Are you willing to let me give her such a precious dimensional space? Xiaojiu stretched out his hand and pinched Lu Liuliu's little face. Silly. Have you forgotten? Jiangyi is your good friend. And Yan Feiyu is my comrade in arms and classmate. He and I have been brothers who have been through life and death for many years. This dimensional space is my wedding gift to them. Well, the dimensional space is given by you. And I will give you a zombie crystal core that can awaken superpowers. I currently only have 2 11th level zombie crystal cores. You said that the awakened superpowers of the 12th level crystal cores are the most powerful. But now there are no 12th level zombies at all. Xiaojiu smiled dotingly. Little silly. There is only one 12th level in every country in the world. Ordinary people can't get it. And they can't deal with this kind of zombie king that can destroy a country. The 11th level awakening crystal core you gave Miss Jiang is enough for her. Lu Liuliu's eyes lit up. Then give this to ye. Here. This is a bracelet. 10 cubic meters. A little less than the pendant I gave you. But 100 square meters of storage space is definitely enough for Miss Jiang and Feiyu. Xiaojiu handed the bracelet he had just exchanged in the system to Lulu. The appearance of the bracelet was randomly cloned by him. A black matte plain bracelet. It looks like a mosquito repellent ring. Low-key and unobtrusive. Lulu took the bracelet and put it in the pendant on his chest for storage. Let's go. This place is very close to Lin Wan's shelter. Let's drive there. Okay. Xiaojiu picked up Xiaowu, who was sitting in the stroller, lowered his head, and kissed Xiaowu on the face. Xiaowu laughed giggle. Non-stop. Beep. I like it so much. Zhang Lang ate a pot of dog food and a pot of hot pot food temptation. And he felt very uncomfortable. Kong Kong was very happy. He ate at least 1/3 of the delicious food in the hot pot. Xiaojiu opened the car door. He held Xiaowu firmly with one hand, and made an invitation gesture with the other hand. Princess, please get in the car. Lulu pouted, walked to the door, and glared at Xiaojiu. Where did he learn these mushy words and actions? Pretty princess mom. Get in the car. Xiaowu also imitated Xiaojiu's babbling and waving. Lulu was touched by Xiaowu and quickly got into the car and sat down. Xiaojiu then hugged Xiaowu and got in the car. Zhang Lang held the steering wheel with a sad face. acting as a driver who ate dog food. Kong Kong stood in the passenger seat, opened the car window, and put one hand on his head. He leaned his head out of the window, imitating the appearance of the Monkey King Sun Wukong, and stared at the green mountains and rivers in the distance. The car was moving at a steady and fast speed. Lu Lulu and Xiao Jio were sitting in the back of the car, chatting quietly. Chapter 299. She stretched out her white and slender fingers and pointed at the small white wing mark on her wrist. What is the use of this sticker you left for me and the baby before you left last time? Xiao Jio had already thought of an excuse. The sticker is the admission ticket to the empty city. Empty city? What is that? Lu Lulu tilted her head, very confused. She had never heard of the empty city. In her previous life, she lived for a year and a half and died with a lot of illness. 1.5 years after the apocalypse broke out, she had not heard of the empty city. In this life, she met Xiao Jio unexpectedly. Did a chain reaction occur? She saved Jiang Yi, killed Su Pingting, and changed the direction of some things. Is the city of the sky related to her behavior? Lulu. This is a long story. I have to start from the beginning. At the end of June last year, I was transferred to Mount Everest by the leader for investigation. They didn't believe that I didn't hide the vitality water. So the leader sent the Nandong family to follow me to Myanmar to cooperate with the investigation, hoping to get more vitality water. In order to dispel the leader's concerns and suspicions, I had to go to Myanmar. I took out a small part of the vitality water you gave me and deliberately let the Nandong family find it, hoping to avoid suspicion. On the way back, the Nandong family attacked me and wanted to kill me to silence me. After a hard fight, I successfully escaped. Later, I found my family and fled with them. The city of the sky is a shelter that my family and I found when we were fleeing. The technology there is advanced, far beyond the current level of civilization in the Blue Sea country. The white wing mark is the ticket to enter the empty city. Anyone with the empty city mark can be recognized and settle there after entering the defensive wall of the empty city. Ah? Lu Lulu opened her mouth slightly, and instantly felt as if she was listening to a very strange science fiction story. She touched the wing mark on the back of her hand. A little unbelievable. Is there really such a place on Earth? Lu Lulu looked at Xiao Jio half doubtfully. When you finish your business here, we will go back to Mount Everest to live for a while. The empty city will open in March next year. When that time comes, our family will live in the empty city. Haha. Okay. Lu Lulu smiled half doubtfully. She stared at Xiao Jio carefully for a long time, confirming that his deep roving eyes showed seriousness. I'm not kidding. Maybe there really is such a place. She was a year and a half in her previous life. This empty city should be opened after she died. She didn't live to that time. Even if he survived, if he hadn't met Xiao Jio, he probably wouldn't have gotten the magical white wing tattoo ticket. Do you still have the ticket? Xiao Jio nodded slightly when he heard Lu Lilio's question. We passed by the Sky City at that time and grabbed 10 places. In addition to my family, you and the baby, I still have 4 places. Yan Feiyu and Jiang Yi. Will you give them places? Lu Lulu asked uncertainly. When Xiao Jio asked Jiang Yi to leave an envelope for her, there were only 2 tickets. He didn't want to give Jiang Yi and Yan Feiyu tickets. I have extra quotas. This time you go and say goodbye to Miss Jiang and give this admission ticket to their family. Give it to them. And you will only have 1 quota left. Quotas can be exchanged for gold every year when the Sky City opens. 1 kilogram of gold can be exchanged for 1 admission ticket. Your quota. Can't it be exchanged for gold? Xiao Jio nodded gently. As long as you have enough gold, you could enter the Sky City and become a citizen of the Sky City. Lu Lulu looked at Xiao Jio's handsome face and didn't know what to say for a while. 1 kilogram of gold can be exchanged for 1 admission ticket. It seems that she has hoarded a lot of gold in her space. At first, she wanted to use it to exchange for high-tech aircraft and weapons. Now the gold storage has not been moved at all. In addition, she later swept all the jewelry stores in the outer third ring. The amount of gold in the space is very considerable. Xiao Jio's words are very convincing, although it seems like she is telling a very outrageous science fiction story. But during this period, she had come into contact with too many incredible things that she had never come into contact with in her previous life. Now, she had to believe that this was really the case. No rush. It will be open next year anyway. Let's see what the situation is and make plans. Xiao Jiao took out 3 stickers that looked like white paper and handed them to Lu Lu. You will meet Miss Jiang later, and give them to them. Yes. Zhang Lang drove the car to the warning area 2 kilometers away from Lin 1 shelter and stopped. Lu Lu stood outside the barbed wire fence at the edge of the warning area, turned on the bracelet, and contacted Jiang Yi to meet. She did not choose to scan the code to enter the shelter area inside the barbed wire. The signal source can be received just through the barbed wire. Soon, Jiang Yi replied to her. Lu, wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be there soon. Jiang Yi sat up from the sofa, put on a coat, quickly closed the door, and went downstairs. She drove the car left by Yin Feiyu in the open-air parking lot to meet Lu Lu at the agreed place. Lu Lu stood near the barbed wire, staring at the road leading to the inside of the shelter. The guards on duty near the barbed wire found that she was waiting for someone, but didn't pay much attention. There are many wanderers like Lu Lu, who camped and settled around the barbed wire. The area division in the shelter is very strict, and many survivors have formed their own small forces. Some people didn't get a place, and could only live near the barbed wire. There was a guard every 10 steps of the barbed wire. They were not surprised by this, and didn't pay any attention to Lu Lu and his group, who had just arrived at the edge area. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yi drove to the vehicle entrance. She saw Lu Lu standing at the door waving at her from a distance. Although Lu Lu was wearing a hat, a mask, and black glasses, she covered herself tightly. But she saw her at first sight. A few seconds later, Jiang Yi stabilized the car, and Lu Lu sat in the back seat of the SUV. There are too many people here. It's not a place to talk. Drive the car forward a little. Jiang Yi did as she was told. Lu Lu took this opportunity to open the strawberry bear dimensional space and took out the bracelet inside. When Jiang Yi was driving, she found that a light blue light appeared at the location where Lu Lu was. She parked the car on the side of the road where there were not many people, shaking with doubts, and then said, Lu, Zhou Yining has been transferred. You don't have to be so nervous. Lu Lu turned sideways and looked behind the car. He saw that Xiao Jiao and Zhang Lang, who had originally parked their car on the other side, were now holding a thin man on their left and right, facing him. Chapter 300. Lu Lu felt a chill in her heart. Xiao Jiao was right. There were also stalkers around Jiang Yi and Yin Feiyu. The psychic being beaten by Xiao Jiao and Zhang Lang should be the lackey sent by the Nangong family. The threat now is not Zhou Yining, but the official wanted by Xiao Jiao. Jiang Yi didn't quite understand. Lu Lu didn't have time to explain it to her in detail. She took out the black dimensional space bracelet and explained to Jiang Yi how to use it. This is a storage space that can store about 100 square meters of supplies. Jiang Yi was completely stunned. You must have a lot of doubts now. Yin Feiyu will give you the answers to these questions when you go home. This bracelet is a wedding gift from Xiao Jiao and I. It contains some maternal and child supplies. Lu Lu removed the processed 11th level zombie crystal core and handed it to Jiang Yi. Take this back and swallow it when Yin Feiyu gets home from get off work. This crystal core can make you a superpower 100%. Lu, you? Jiang Yi heard Lu Lu speak very quickly, and her heart became inexplicably anxious. Put the things away first, and activate the bracelet as I said. Jiang Yi was full of doubts. The crystal core that Lu Lu handed her was the size of an egg. Can she really swallow such a big crystal core? Also, where did she get this crystal core? Will it affect the baby in her belly after she swallows the crystal core? And this dimensional space bracelet that was suddenly taken out made her even more confused. Lu Lu spoke quickly. Her speaking speed was like firing a machine gun. Someone followed you out of the shelter base, and was stopped by Xiao Jiao and my friends. I don't have much time to explain to you. Activate the bracelet first. Double-click the button on the bracelet. Jiang Yi saw Lu Lu's nervous expression, and immediately did it. A few dozen seconds later, she successfully bound the dimensional bracelet. You put the crystal core into the dimensional space. Okay. Jiang Yi immediately used the function she had just learned to put the crystal core back into the dimensional space. The egg-sized crystal core was instantly sucked into the bracelet. The light blue light returned to normal as the crystal core was taken in. Jiang Yi was very shocked when she saw this scene. What kind of magical bracelet is this? Not a space-based mutant. Can you easily put supplies into this small bracelet? It's really unbelievable. Repeat the information I just told you. Before Jiang Yi recovered from her shock, Lu Lu quickly continued to ask. Jiangyi rolled her eyes and repeated Lu Liu's instructions without knowing why. After Feiyu returns home, swallow the crystal core. The crystal core can make me a superpower. The bracelet is a dimensional space that can store 100 square meters of supplies. Double-click the bracelet to open it. Lu nodded slightly. She bent down to get out of the car and sat in the passenger seat. Jiangyi turned her face to the side, staring at Lu with wide eyes without blinking. At this moment, she suddenly received so much incredible information from Lu that she really felt that the brain capacity of her cerebellum was a little insufficient. Put all these things back into the bracelet dimension. Lu moved his fingers, and the next moment, 10 boxes of imported organic pure natural milk powder appeared in the back seat of the car. So many boxes directly filled the entire back seat of the car. Jiangyi stared, almost tearing her eyes. Put them away quickly. Jiangyi didn't have time to think about it, and used her bracelet to scan the unopened milk powder boxes in the back seat of the car, as Lu said. Lu continued to put things in. 10 boxes of milk powder in order. 100 boxes of diapers. Several sets of level 4 clothing for babies. 20 boxes of natural mineral water for babies. Some people say it's an IQ tax, but I bought a lot at that time. 20 boxes of Kong XX instant noodles. 1 water purifier given by Xiaojiu. Warm and cold resistant clothes. 10 sets of goose down clothes that can be worn in extremely cold weather down to -50 degrees. 10 sets of warm pure wool underwear for men and women. 10 pairs of wool and cowhide boots. 3 windproof and cold-proof tents. 10 boxes of self-heating lunch boxes and hot pot. 3 boxes of bird's nests for nourishing the body. 10 boxes of milk. 1 box of gas stove with gas tank. All kinds of supplies were put in the back seat of the trunk by Lu in order. Lu moved his fingers to put the supplies. Jiangyi was stunned and collected the supplies. While collecting the supplies, she looked at Lu Liu's calm face. 10 months passed. What happened to Lu? Where did she get all these rare supplies? Did Xiaojiu give them to her? 5 minutes later, Jiangyi began to call for a stop. Lu, this bracelet is full. Lu let out a long sigh. Just fill it up. These things should be used by Jiangyi and the baby in her belly for a long time. Lu, where did you get so many out-of-print supplies? Lu didn't know how to answer. These were all what she stockpiled before the end of the world. What's the matter with the dimensional space? Faced with Jiangyi's questions, Lu pushed all the blame on Xiaojiu. You know Xiaojiu. His family is very powerful, and he stockpiled a lot of supplies before the end of the world. These are all given to me by him. Yan Feiyu and he have been brothers and comrades in arms for decades. These supplies are all his wedding gifts to you. And this? You must keep it well. And you can't tell anyone except yourself and Yan Feiyu. Lu handed a 3-gene bucket of diluted vitality water to Jiangyi. This bottle of vitality water can cure all diseases. Keep it well. If you encounter any difficulties when giving birth, drink a sip. Yeah. Jiangyi responded blankly. She was completely stunned when she saw the big bucket of diluted vitality water in Nongfu Spring mineral water bottles. The shelter is now connected to the internet. When I reach Mount Everest, keep in touch. In case I can't make it in time, just drink the vitality water I left. Okay. Finally, I want to tell you that I'm not too sure about this matter. You know, I was reborn and know a lot of things, but I only lived for a year and a half. This matter should have appeared after I died. Lu handed 3 blank tickets to Jiangyi. This is the ticket to the City of the Sky that Xiaojiu gave me. You can activate it by tearing off the film and sticking it on any part of your skin. Jiangyi took the blank paper. Although she was still confused, she didn't hesitate at all. She stuck the ticket on her wrist to activate it. The remaining 2 are for the child in your belly and Yan Feiyu. According to the gossip from Xiaojiu, the City of the Sky will be open next year. Chapter 301. The person disappeared. I haven't been there, so I don't know the specific situation. When the time comes, you can decide whether to go there. The altitude over there on Mount Everest is high. You are pregnant now. You should live well in the Linwan shelter for the time being and make a decision after the baby is born. Jiangyi listened attentively to Lu Liu's quick instructions. Go back. If someone asks you about your relationship with me, just say you are a junior high school classmate. Otherwise, I don't know anything. Lu. Jiangyi opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Sitting next to her, Lu, who hadn't seen her for 10 months, felt familiar and strange at the moment. Lulu wore a mask and black framed glasses that he had never seen before. Take care. After Lulu said the last sentence, he pushed the door and got out of the car without hesitation. Jiang Yi looked at her back as she went away, but didn't get out of the car to chase her. Lulu gave her too much. She will never be able to repay her kindness in her lifetime. All words can only turn into endless silence. On the forum, Xiao Jiao was wanted by all the shelters. I hope they can escape the pursuit of those people and live well and happily. Jiang Yi drove quickly and turned around to leave. Maybe after Yan Feiyu got off work. Maybe after Lulu arrived at her new home on Mount Everest. They could contact each other again with the internet. Lulu returned to the car parked on the side of the road. The tracking mutant, who was beaten up by Xiao Jiao and Zhang Lang, just now confessed that the mastermind behind the scenes was from the Nangong family. There was a crack in his head. His neck was broken by Zhang Lang's bare hands. His body was lying on the cold road. Zhang Lang said with a trace of regret, "It's not easy for you to get to the 11th level. But unfortunately, you are on the wrong team and follow the wrong person. Going against the master will only end in death. Let's go." Lulu ordered Zhang Lang and turned to get into the car, in order to prevent Xiao Wu from seeing the bloody scene. Xiao Wu turned his back to the direction of the battle. Kong Kong was performing the monkey dance for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu didn't see the quick battle that just happened outside the car. Yeah. Very good. Xiao Wu is still young, and he can't be allowed to see such cruel scenes. He will learn bad things when he grows up. Kong Kong saw Lulu get in the car, turned over smoothly, and sat back in the co-pilot seat. Xiao Jiao also got in the car and sat down. Zhang Lang stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and quickly led a car of people to evacuate this place of trouble. Half an hour later, a car with the Nandong family emblem appeared where they left. Nandong Zhu opened the car door and got out. She squatted down, briefly checked the broken neck of the corpse, and ordered the men who followed behind her to carry the body back to the base for an autopsy. Nandong Zhu and the car behind her came in a hurry and left in a hurry. After she returned, she immediately arranged for a forensic autopsy. She herself went to report the situation to Nandong Yuran, who was looking at the map. "Master, the person is dead. How did he die?" The fatal injury was that someone broke his neck with one blow. Some bruises can be seen on his body. An 11th level superpower died so easily. Nandong Zhu did not dare to respond. Nandong Yuran turned away from the huge electronic map. His charming peach blossom eyes exuded a cold breath at this moment. "Speak. Master. The forensic doctor is dissecting the body for investigation. The results should be available soon." "Should? Immediately?" Nandong Yuran's tone was cold and hard, exuding an air of keeping strangers away. "Master, I'll go over to track the progress now." Nandong Zhu was almost suffocated by the low pressure on Nandong Yuran. "Send another psychic to continue tracking. Remember, don't let anyone leave the range of Lin Wan's shelter this time." "Okay, Master." Nandong Zhu was relieved after hearing the order. She hurriedly left the room, closed the door, and went down to arrange personnel to perform the task. Not long after Nandong Zhu left, Nandong Mei, who was transferred by Nandong Yuran to Mount Everest to transport the crystal core, came back. Nandong Yuran became more irritable when he saw her back. "Master, all the crystal cores have been delivered. Give the crystal cores to Lulu." "Ah?" Nandong Mei was completely dumbfounded. The master asked her to work so hard to airlift the crystal cores, just to give such a precious crystal core to Miss Lu? I don't want to say it again. Nandong Mei woke up from a dream when she heard Nandong Yuran's cold voice. After she came to her senses, she quietly retreated and went to deliver the crystal core to Lulu. But she ran in vain this time. 10 minutes later, she stood in front of Nandong Yuran again. "Master, Miss Lu said." She disappeared. Nandong Yuran's face changed, and he hurriedly ran towards the apartment where Lulu lived. When he arrived at the downstairs of the apartment building, the tracking psychic was standing at the door, not knowing what to do. When he saw Nandong Yuran coming from afar, his face was full of fear and worry. "Master." The tracking psychic nodded and bowed to Nandong Yuran. "Where is she?" Nandong Yuran asked coldly. I have been guarding the door of the apartment, and Miss Lu has not appeared." "Oh, she has not appeared? I don't know why she disappeared out of thin air." Nandong Yuren's anger at this moment completely erupted at this second. He stared closely at this 11th level tracking psychic, who was cultivated by the Nandong family. Don't know? My Nandong family never raises useless people who eat idle meals. After Nandong Yuren finished speaking, he gently waved his hand, and a sharp blade instantly chopped at the psychic's forehead. The psychic found the attack so close, and his face was ashen. He was an 11th level psychic, and could completely avoid this attack. However, he didn't dare to hide. The Nandong family held his parents and sister hostage. If he hid, his family would definitely meet with an accident. This mission was his fault. The psychic closed his eyes tightly, and welcomed death. The next second, the wind blade of the knife chopped firmly at the junction of his clavicle and neck. Instantly, blood gushed out. He didn't even have time to scream, and fell into a pool of blood with a plop. Nandong Yuren didn't look at the miserable state of the psychic, and turned away. Nandong Mei glanced at the psychic, and signaled to the security guard at the door of the apartment to carry the body away. She looked at the back of Nandong Yuren, who was walking away, and quickly chased after him. Master, I have notified Lan to track Miss Lu's location. Nandong Yuren's pace slowed down. Lulu must be wearing a bracelet. Unless she doesn't live in the shelter. As long as she was wearing a bracelet, her location could be found by the official satellite positioning device. She actually escaped under the eyes of the heavily guarded Nandong family. Chapter 302 Calculation. What means did she use to leave? Nandong Yuren had a smile on his lips. He remembered the man that night, his face, and his muscles that could not be concealed. Like a movie, scenes replayed in Nandong Yuren's mind. Could it be him? Nandong Yuren immediately quickened his pace, and drove back to Linwan Villa 5. This was once the old house of Lu Luoyo's family. The villa was occupied by Nandong Yuren as his temporary residence. After returning to the villa, Nandong Yuren called up the training video of Xiao Jiao that was saved in the official website, and the filming records of his activities in the shelter. By comparing these videos, he finally confirmed. The pretty boy he saw that night was Xiao Jiao. Ha! Good. Very good. Lulu and Xiao Jiao actually deceived his eyes right under his nose. Nandong Yuren smiled wantonly and brilliantly, but his eyes were as cold as a cold pond. Master, are you okay? Nandong Mei felt her scalp tingling when she saw Nandong Yuren smiling so strangely. It's okay. Nandong Yuren retracted her smile and turned around to sit quietly on the sofa. Not long after, Nandong Lan entered the room. Master, I found out that Miss Lu's bracelet is located in a commercial distribution center 10 kilometers away from the shelter. I will send someone to catch her back immediately, Nandong Mei said loudly. Nandong Yuren smiled, and her peach blossom eyes were full of coldness. No need. Nandong Mei turned around and looked at Nandong Yuren with some confusion. The master just killed a superpower who had been trained at a great cost because of Miss Lu's disappearance. He cares about Miss Lu very much. Why don't you chase her now that you've found her? It's really hard to guess what the young master is thinking. If I'm right, she has already changed her bracelet and left City A. As for Yan Feiyu and Jiangyi, withdraw everyone. Young master, you can definitely send someone to arrest Captain Yin and Miss Jiang. Use their lives to force Miss Lu to surrender. She and Miss Jiang are very good friends. Nandong Mei's thoughts are simple and crude. Nandong Yuren shook his head. Yin Feiyu has more than 300 tough guys under his command, and they used to only listen to Xiao Jiao. Now that Xiao Jiao is gone, Yan Feiyu is their core. Once we capture Yan Feiyu, these 300 psychics will sooner or later leave the Lin Wan shelter and start a new business. For us now, this is not worth the loss. The last round of zombies is about to attack. I need Yan Feiyu to lead the team to defeat the 12th level zombie king. You are? Want to send those disobedient tough guys to die. When they defeat the 12th level zombie king, the crystal core and all the spoils will be yours, young master. By then, Yan Feiyu and his psychics will have weakened combat power, and we can easily tie him up and force Xiao Jiao and Lulu to surrender. Even if Yan Feiyu dies in battle, we can take Jiangyi as a hostage. Nandong Mei excitedly analyzed Nandong Yuren's idea. Nandong Yuren nodded gently. Go ahead. Send someone to keep an eye on them, and don't alert them for the time being. Nandong Mei and Nandong Ju looked at each other and said in unison, Okay. Master. Nandong Yuren picked up the green tea on the table and took a sip. Those hundreds of high-level psychics are very difficult to deal with. If Yan Feiyu or Jiangyi is kidnapped, That group of people is likely to rebel. All the psychics in the entire A city are in this team. He has been sending this group of people to carry out tasks, trying to eliminate some of Xiao Jiu's old team members. In 10 months, more than 200 people in this group have died. But now, there are still more than 300 combat forces, according to current statistics. In Hailan country, each city has only about 500 psychics. Once there is no combat force of these 300 psychics. In a city, only some ordinary people are left. And it is difficult to control the situation. If the prophecy mentioned by the leader is correct. Next is the more difficult zombie king and the extreme cold disaster. These people cannot die yet. Once these people die, without absolute military suppression, City A will surely fall. No hurry. His illness has been effectively controlled. And there is plenty of time to play cat and mouse with them. As long as Yan Feiyu and Jiang Yi are still in Lin Wan shelter. One day, she will appear again. Wait until that day. Nangong Mei and Nangong Wan stood in the hall. Mei, I still want to send someone to check. The location is clearly there. Whatever you want. Nangong Mei left a word, and went to select the people who followed Yan Feiyu and Jiang Yi without looking back. Nangong Wan gritted her teeth, and sent people to check the location without giving up. When she rushed over with people, as expected, they came up empty-handed. Within the signal positioning range. After searching, their people found a bracelet at the bottom of the river. No bracelet authentication? How do these people live? If they can't enter the shelter, the supplies will be eaten up sooner or later. These people, they really don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Nangong Wan threw Lu Liu's bracelet on the ground and stepped on it. This bracelet was developed by the official group of old antiques. The leader persuaded them to go through the back door, and designed a system to master the right to locate. As for detailed chat information and the like, those old antiques refused to design it. They said something like, they were afraid that their secrets would be peeped, and they would have no privacy. The children of the noble families also opposed it. Once this kind of thing is developed, all big families have no secrets. The bracelet can't find anything. Now it has become waste. After Nangong Wan stepped on the bracelet and crushed it, she turned around and left. She had just taken a few steps when she received a message from Nangong Yuran. Bring her bracelet back to me. Nangong Wan turned her head and saw the broken bracelet. And sighed. If I had known, I would not have stepped on it to vent my anger. I can't let the young master be unhappy. Hurry up and find someone to fix the bracelet. Nangong Wan picked up the broken bracelet and packed it. And left here in a hurry. Not long after she left, Kong Kong, who was sent out to watch here, somersaulted from a nearby hidden tree and ran away. 10 minutes later, Kong Kong ran to a nearby mountain. At this time, the sun was setting. Kong Kong saw Lu Lulu sitting on a folding camping chair from a distance. She was holding a piece of fat beef with chopsticks in her hand and putting it into her mouth. Fortunately, it came back at the right time. If it's any later, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat the hot pot tonight. Kong Kong sat down on the chair reserved for him. Boss, you guessed right. Someone from the base is chasing us. Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiu just saw the person chasing us through the high-tech telescope. They understood Kong Kong's report clearly. Chapter 303 Night Watch. Well, it's well done, Xiao Jiu praised. Lu Lulu wiped his mouth with a napkin, then pointed to the hot pot that was still steaming. Kong Kong, we're almost done. Kong Kong looked at the big iron pot, his eyes full of emotion. Master, you are so kind to me. Are these all for me to eat? Lu Lulu nodded. Eat. They are all yours. Kong Kong picked up the chopsticks with emotion and ate heartily. Let's go to the side to rest. Xiao Jiu stood up and walked to the temporary baby fence area. Xiao Wu sat in the fence, playing happily with a rattle. Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiu sat next to Xiao Wu, watching him play with toys tenderly. Zhang Lang leaned against the tree, and when he saw Kong Kong's silly look, he curled his lips. This silly monkey is really stupid. Didn't it realize that the two people deliberately sent it away? Well, it's what the monkey deserves. Who told him to scoop all the freshly cooked beef and vegetables into his bowl while eating hot pot? This made the owner and the man surnamed Xiao stare at him helplessly, waiting for the next pot. It's his fault. If I were the owner, I wouldn't leave any for this monkey. It's really ignorant. After Zhang Lang took a big gulp of the blood bottle, he sat down with his back against the tree and closed his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, The sun was setting. Lulu, you have finished your work here. Let's rest here for one night, and set off for Mount Everest tomorrow morning. Lulu nodded gently. Xiaojiao stood up with Xiaowu in his arms. It's dark. Let's go into the tent to rest. Lulu followed Xiaojiao out of the fence. She put the fence back into the pendant space, and followed Xiaojiao into the double tent next to it to rest. Conditions are limited now. We can only make do with this for one night. The tent is spacious. About 20 square meters. Inside is the quilt that Lulu put in the space. And it is very comfortable for people to lie on. After being held by Xiaojiao for a while, Xiaowu began to yawn. Lulu got up, and went to the dining area to make a bottle of milk for Xiaowu. After she entered the tent, she handed the bottle to Xiaojiao, and sat down beside her. At this moment, Xiaojiao only had eyes for the little milk ball Xiaowu in his arms. My dear son, eat, and sleep after eating. Xiaowu held a pacifier in his mouth, and his little head rested on Xiaojiao's broad chest. He tilted his head, and stared at Xiaojiao with his big eyes without blinking. This is Dad. He is so handsome. When I grow up in the future, will I be as handsome as Dad? Xiaowu prayed silently. When I grow up, I must be as handsome as Dad. Lulu looked at the warm interaction between them with a soft look, and did not disturb them. After Xiaowu finished drinking milk and fell asleep, Xiaojiao covered Xiaowu with his own quilt. Lulu, let's go to bed early too. Okay. Lulu turned her back to Xiaojiao, took off her coat, changed into a set of pure cotton home clothes, opened the quilt, and laid down in the soft and warm quilt. Xiaojiao also changed into a set of home clothes, and laid down next to her. After seeing him lying down, Lulu took the initiative to move forward, resting her head on his arm, and slightly bending one leg to press on his lower abdomen. Well, it's really comfortable to lie like this. Xiaojiao felt the warm and soft little man hanging on him like a koala, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but bend. He stretched out his other hand, and hugged Lulu's slender waist. Let's chat for a while. Lulu's muffled voice came from Xiaojiao's chest. Okay. What to talk about? You say? Lulu closed his eyes, and reached out to touch Xiaojiao's abdominal muscles. I don't know. Xiaojiao's body stiffened instantly, and he whispered in a low voice, Lulu, don't move your hands. Move around? What's wrong with me moving around? I'm not breaking the law. I just want to move around. Lulu giggled and stretched out a finger to draw circles back and forth on his abdomen. Huh? Xiaojiao took a deep breath, and tried his best to restrain his inner restlessness. Lulu felt the temperature on his body suddenly rise, and his hands stopped messing around. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. The baby is asleep. Don't wake him up. Lulu said mischievously, listen. The baby is sleeping so soundly. He's still snoring. Xiaojiao turned his head to look at Xiaowu, pursed his lips, and whispered sleep. Lulu stuck out her tongue and stopped moving. She leaned in Xiaojiao's arms, and soon fell asleep. Xiaojiao heard her steady breathing. His eyebrows curved. However, his body was still in an excited state at this moment. He could only bear it. It was just one night, and it passed quickly. Xiaojiao lowered his head, sniffed the lavender scent emanating from Lulu's short hair, and slowly closed his eyes to sleep. Outside the tent, Kong had no place to rest, so he could only stay and look for Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang was a zombie, and the later it got to night, the slower his physical energy was consumed. The best time for zombies to sleep is actually during the day. Night is more suitable for activities. He consumed too much energy during the day. Now he can't resist the sleepiness, and can only go into the tent to rest. Zhang Lang. I'm coming in. Kong called out, and ran to the tent to spend the night with him. Zhang Lang lay flat in the tent without a blanket. When Kong called him, he suddenly widened his eyes, and looked very stinky. This stupid monkey is so annoying. Oh! Why is there nothing in your tent? It's too hard. How can I sleep? Kong complained dissatisfiedly. Zhang Lang sat up and stared at it with a bad face. Because it was dark, there was no light in the tent. When Kong took out the light from the bracelet space to illuminate, he suddenly saw Zhang Lang staring at it with a pair of dead fish eyes. In particular, those dead fish eyes were full of murderous intent. Kong was startled. Zhang Lang, what's that expression on your face? Don't forget who left you with your master. If it weren't for me, You would have died long ago. Kong Kong put his hands on his hips, and said to Zhang Lang angrily. Stop talking nonsense. What are you doing here? Of course I'm sleeping. It's so cold outside. How can I sleep? Although Kong Kong was frightened by Zhang Lang, he was not at all insecure. It was the master's space pet, and Zhang Lang would never do anything to it. Kong Kong took out the sleeping nest that Lulu gave it without fear, and it got into the sleeping nest, closed its eyes, and went to sleep. Zhang Lang shook his head helplessly. He opened the door of the camping tent and walked out. A group of people fell asleep. It won't work if no one keeps watch. Zhang Lang's thin back leaned against a big tree and sat down, his eyes staring at the dark sky without stars or moon, wondering what he was thinking. About half an hour later, he heard 4 different frequencies of even breathing coming from the tent. The master and the others fell asleep. Another hour passed. 12 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 304 Finding a Stepfather for Xiao Wu. Zhang Lang suddenly saw more than 30 medium-sized military pickup trucks on the road at the foot of the mountain. So late. Where are these officials going? Zhang Lang was very confused. He came to the camping table where they had dinner in the evening, picked up the high-tech telescope used by Xiao Jiao and Lulu, and pointed it at the convoy below to explore. The total number of people in the convoy was 350. 35 vehicles. Fully armed officials sat inside. The high-tech telescope counted the data of these people at the first time. In a short time of about 1 minute, the convoy drove away from the road at lightning speed. The convoy gradually disappeared into the darkness. Zhang Lang thought about it, and hurried to the tent where Lulu and Xiao Jiao slept. Master, there is a situation outside. Lulu was sleeping lightly, and when she heard Zhang Lang's unique stiff voice, she immediately opened her eyes. Xiao Jiao also opened his eyes at this moment. After he and Lulu exchanged a glance, he immediately stood up, put on his coat and trousers, and walked out of the tent. Just now, an official convoy of more than 350 people passed by here at the foot of the mountain. Based on the superpower fluctuations of those people, I guess that team of people should all be superpowers. After hearing Zhang Lang's information, Xiao Jiao and Lulu's expression suddenly changed. If they are all superpowers, they can only be Yin Feiyu and his group. So late. What did the Nandong family send them to do? This group of superpowers is Xiao Jiao's hard work. There were more than 500 superpowers at the beginning, but now there are only more than 300. If his guess is correct, this time, like last time, they were sent to deal with high-level zombies. Yin Feiyu's strength is around level 9. Other superpowers are around level 5, 6, or 7. The current zombies are at least level 10. The low-level zombies were killed in such a long siege. Those who survived are not ordinary people. Do you want to help them? Lulu saw the determination in Xiao Jiao's eyes. Go and take a look. You wait here. Before you go, give me a usable identity bracelet. You want to go into the shelter to find her? Xiao Jiao saw the hesitation in Lulu's eyes. These superpowers must be Yin Feiyu's men. He often participates in such dangerous activities. I am really worried that he is not with thee. We just left. Those people would never think that I would go back to find someone again. No. It's too dangerous. Xiao Jiao shook his head immediately. We have been discovered by the Nandong family. Now the shelter must have strengthened the monitoring methods. I can't let you take risks. Lulu was very upset. If she had known earlier, she should have taken Jiang Yi away directly in the afternoon. Yin Feiyu went on a mission and left Yi alone in the shelter. The Nandong family might attack her. Lulu patted her forehead. At that time, considering that they were going to Mount Everest, the altitude there was high, which was harmful to Jiang Yi's pregnant body. Going to high-altitude places, there are a series of problems such as lack of oxygen and altitude sickness. It is difficult for ordinary people to adapt, let alone pregnant women. The most important reason is that Xiao Jiao is wanted. They could be discovered at any time. Implicated Jiang Yi and Yin Feiyu. But now it seems, leaving them in the Linwan shelter is not a good decision. I have to go. It's late at night. The sick guy must be asleep. It's decided. You go to help Yin Feiyu, and I'll go find Jiang Yi. We'll meet here after we pick him up. No. You can't go. Xiao Jiao said in a commanding tone. You stay here with the child and wait for me to come back. Let him go to help Yin Feiyu. With him, the team will be fine. I'll go and bring Jiang Yi out. Xiao Jiao didn't want to let his men die for no reason again. Since he came back this time, He encountered the whole team of superpowers. Might as well give it a try. Even if he knew, the hope was very slim. Most of these superpowers have families with them, and are controlled by the shelter and the authorities. They may not leave with him. If they don't do this, they will be used as guns by the Nandong family sooner or later, and sacrificed in battles of all sizes. John Lang didn't have any special reaction when he heard Xiao Jiao call him to help. He asked Lu Lulu softly, "Master, what is your decision? You go and help. I'll wait for you here." Lu Lulu agreed with Xiao Jiao's decision. She couldn't leave Xiao Wu. At this moment, she admitted that she was selfish. Even if she was selfish, she couldn't put herself in danger. If one day, she sacrificed everyone around her, including herself. But if Xiao Wu could survive, she would let everyone sacrifice without hesitation. If Xiao Jiao couldn't come back tonight, she would most likely not save him. There was only one child, and the child's father could be found again. Lu Lulu looked at Xiao Jiao's tall figure, lost in thought. "My child's father. You've worked hard." In the moment when Lu Lulu was stunned, John Lang took a plane from Xiao Jiao, activated it, and chased in the direction of the superpower team. Xiao Jiao quickly took out a set of women's clothes and put them on, and put on a black medium-length wig on his head. This outfit, combined with the function of glasses, a tall and sexy supermodel image, freshly baked. "Lulu, if I'm in danger, you take the child away. Don't come to save me." After Xiao Jiao gave a warning, he reached out and hugged Lu Lulu. Lu Lulu smiled and said half seriously and half jokingly, "Don't worry. If you can't come back, I will find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stepfathers for Xiao Wu to take care of him." Xiao Jiao's face darkened. "I won't let you have this opportunity." After that, he walked down the mountain quickly. After Xiao Jiao and John Lang left, the whole forest fell into a short, deathly silence. Kong Kong rubbed his sleepy eyes and came out of the tent. "Huh? Is it daybreak?" Kong Kong muttered. And when he looked up, he saw Lu Lulu sitting on a camping chair next to the camping table with a serious face. "Master, what time is it now?" "Lu Lulu, this silly monkey is too slow to react." "Master, have you seen John Lang? I just said a few words to him, and he ran out of anger with me." "Stop. Go. Go in and look after Xiao Wu, and leave me alone." Kong Kong noticed that Lu Lulu seemed very angry, and did not dare to say much, and ran to the tent to look after Xiao Wu. Lu Lulu sat on the camping chair in the dark, looking at the dark sky, waiting for Xiao Jiao to successfully bring Jiangyi back. She sat there for an hour. She found a dazzling light in the sky. Lu Lulu immediately stood up and put away all the tables, chairs and tents set up for camping. Chapter 305 H City. Xiao Wu was placed in the stroller by Kong Kong to rest flat on his back. After a few seconds, Xiao Jiao operated the aircraft control system to lower the flight altitude. He came down the long metal ladder of the plane, picked up the stroller and Xiao Wu, and then said to Lu Lulu, "Hurry up. The people of the Nandong family will catch up soon." Lu Lulu and Kong Kong followed Xiao Jiao and ran up the long metal ladder. When Lu Lulu entered the cabin door of the plane, he saw Jiangyi sitting in the seat at a glance, with a seat belt that fit her waist. "Lulu, come here quickly." Lu Lulu took Xiao Wu from the stroller, put the stroller back into the space, and immediately sat next to Jiangyi. The two of them smiled at each other, with an indescribable joy in their eyes. Kong Kong ran to the co-pilot seat and stared at Xiao Jiao controlling the plane. After a while, the plane left this unknown barren mountain. After Xiao Jiao activated the autopilot function of the plane, he said to Lu Lulu and Jiangyi behind him, "Let's go now and find Yan Feiyu." "Okay." Lu Liu's heart was relieved, and she whispered to Jiangyi. Not long after they left Linwan Villa 5, Nandong Yuran slept very uneasily. He struggled and woke up from the nightmare. It was already bright. "Where is the person?" Nandong Mei, who was guarding outside the door, heard the voice and immediately pushed the door open. "Master, what do you want?" "Go. Bring Jiangyi to the villa. I have to keep her under my eyes to feel at ease." Nandong Mei immediately turned around and arranged for someone to bring Jiangyi over. A few minutes later, Nandong Yuran's face was livid. He picked up the glass on the coffee table and smashed it to the ground. Bang! A sound was heard, and the glass was instantly smashed into pieces. Young master, calm down first." Find out for me. What time? What method? How did she fly out of Lin Wan shelter? Nandong Mei sighed secretly in her heart. Young master. You said yesterday that she would not come back. And she must have left. Let's remove the people around Miss Jiang. Anyway, there are spies in Yin Feiyu's team. Just keep an eye on Yin Feiyu. Although Nandong Mei thought so, she didn't dare to tell the truth. In her heart, she felt that it didn't matter. The Nandong family has been working like a cow and a horse for the leader for so many years. But they didn't give much benefit. The whole family has been weaker from generation to generation. As for catching Xiaojiu, just let it go. There is really no need to be so persistent. If the task is not completed, the leader will not do anything to the Nandong family. Moreover, the young master has received enough vitality water, activated his supernatural powers, and strengthened his physical fitness. The miracle doctor said that it is not difficult to live to be 100 years old. Why get angry over such a small matter? Nandong Mei didn't understand it very much. But she saw that Nandong Yuran was unhappy. And she didn't want to offend him at this time. Young master, don't be angry first. I will send someone to check it immediately. Nandong Mei retreated to adjust the surveillance. 10 minutes later, her answer was the same as when Lulu disappeared before. I don't know how she disappeared. I haven't seen Miss Jiang come out of the door of the apartment. Nor have I found a woman with a big belly. However, there was a surveillance camera at the door. An old lady about 1.74 meters tall came out of Miss Jiang's house. Nandong Yuran was so angry after hearing the report that he was shaking all over. He was played around by these people one after another. Hee. Locate Yin Feiyu's position. I will personally lead people to capture him. Master, you can't go. Nandong Mei screamed to stop him. Yin Feiyu must have arrived in H-City by now. He and the superpowers in H-City are now fighting against the 12th level zombies. It's very dangerous for you to go there now. My order is not your turn to question. Nandong Yuran did not accept Nandong Mei's reminder. Go. Call Lan Juju. And we will go to H-City. Nandong Mei saw that her master was so paranoid. So she could only sigh and arrange a flight after retreating. Since the master was born, he has been obsessed with curing his illness. The Nandong family invited countless famous doctors. But they couldn't cure his illness. Now, the illness is cured. The master's paranoia is getting worse and worse. In her opinion, the young master really didn't need to be so serious. Even if Yin Feiyu and Jiang Yi ran away, it wouldn't have much impact on the young master's life. A trace of sadness appeared between Nandong Mei's eyebrows. I hope her guess is wrong. The young master won't be paranoid about such a woman. Nandong Mei didn't want to admit it. Nandong Yuran didn't want to admit it even more. Even he himself couldn't explain why he was so unwilling to give up on the people who stayed with Lulu and lured her to appear. If he could think more last night. For example, she wasn't the kind of woman who could be slept with by anyone. Maybe Xiaojiu could catch them all in one fell swoop. And she would be at his fingertips. She? Why do I want her? Nandong Yuran was shocked by his sudden thought. For so many years, he has lived a hard life. He has never felt truly happy. But, after seeing her that time, an inexplicable seed has taken root in his heart. Lulu, we will meet again soon. The sky is clear and cloudless. It is a good day today. Lulu and his group followed the location and arrived near a wilderness in H-City at dawn. Here, it is about 20 miles away from the shelter built in H-City. Put on this. Lulu put on a new camouflage glasses that he got from Xiaojiu on Jiangyi. How do I use this? Double-click this place next to it. Lulu briefly introduced to Jiangyi how to operate the camouflage glasses. A few minutes later, 3 brand new faces are freshly baked. Xiaojiu and Lulu disguised themselves as a young couple. Jiangyi chose a face that looked somewhat similar to European and American people. Xiaojiu was in charge of driving in the front. Lulu sat in the co-pilot seat and held Xiaowu. Jiangyi and Kong sat in the back seat of the SUV. The 4 of them and the monkey drove towards the H-City shelter. Don't worry too much. My partner is located in the H-City shelter. This means that Yin Feiyu has not started the mission yet. Jiangyi smiled slightly. Well, I believe Feiyu will be blessed by heaven. An hour later, they successfully entered the H-City shelter with a new identity. Xiaojiu held a metal compass in his hand, and a green dot on it kept flashing. The person is in the northeast. Don't worry. I'll contact Zhang Lang first and ask him to come to us. Lulu took out the bracelet confirmed that there was a network, and sent a verification request to Zhang Lang. Chapter 306 Treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. The bracelet identity Zhang Lang used this time was named Shui Air. Soon, the application was approved. Zhang Lang. We are on the street at the entrance of the shelter. Come and find us. Wait a minute. I'll be there soon. Lulu and others were waiting on the street opposite the entrance. 5 minutes later, Zhang Lang trotted to them. What's going on? Lulu asked anxiously. I saw their car coming in, and I followed them into the shelter. I just heard that Lin Wan, who came to support the superpowers who cooperated with H City to kill the Zombie King, was settled in the superpower camp in the northeast corner to rest. According to reliable information, they set off at 8:30 today and went to the mountain where the Zombie King was found to carry out the operation to destroy the king. We'll wait here. They will definitely pass by here later. Lulu and others relaxed when they heard the news. Xiaojiu looked at the time on his wrist. It was 6:30 in the morning. After several hours of tossing, they still hadn't eaten breakfast. So, he took out 3 self-heating rice from his backpack, unpacked it, poured in clean water, and waited for the rice to cook. The official guard station nearby found that they were about to eat self-heating rice, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. After such a long time, there is still such a good thing? Smell this smell. It's potatoes stewed with beef brisket. Wow. They haven't seen meat for more than half a year, let alone beef. The head guard sitting in the sentry box, and the guard patrolling outside the sentry box were drooling with greed. If they met these people outside, they would definitely rush up to grab the food. But now they are in the shelter. The system had not completely collapsed, so they could not take action. Several nearby guards could only watch Lulu and others eating the fragrant breakfast. Some survivors passing by also found Lulu and others sitting on the flower bed eating the rare food. Many survivors looked at the backpacks behind Lulu and Xiaojiu intentionally or unintentionally. Near another flower bed, there were many people gathered. They looked at Lulu and others eating breakfast and talked about it. Those people must have a lot of supplies. What's the point of you saying these useless nonsense? They don't lack food. Anyone can see that. Find a way to borrow some food from them. What way? In this day and age, would you be willing to lend supplies to strangers you don't know? Sure. I have an idea. Let Sister Lin carry the child over. Among these 4 people, one woman is carrying a child, and the other is pregnant. They are all mothers. These 2 women will definitely help their peers when they see them in such a miserable state. The decadent man who gave the idea was full of confidence. Sister Lin tried to carry Xiaoya. Sister Lin, who was named, was almost starving at the moment. She picked up her grandson beside her, aimed at the flower bed where Lulu was, and stumbled towards them. Lulu and others had just eaten half of their meals when they saw this gray-haired old lady in her 50s rushing over with the child. They were all stunned. The corners of Lulu's mouth twitched. She suddenly remembered that when she was in Linwan and was stockpiling supplies, she passed by the streets outside the 3rd ring road, and something familiar happened there. No! Does she look like she has a kind face? Although she didn't wear a mask at the moment, she used glasses to disguise herself as a vicissitudes of life woman in her 30s. She doesn't look very rich. Why are there still people running over to beg for food? After Lulu swallowed the food in his mouth, he looked at the old lady and the child in her arms. I saw. The old lady and the child in her arms stared directly at the self-heating lunch boxes in their hands. That look was as if an old pervert who had abstained from sex for 100 years had met a peerless beauty who was so beautiful that she could overwhelm the whole country. Lulu and the old lady met their eyes and understood instantly. It turned out that they came for the lunch boxes in their hands. What's so good about this unhealthy food? No. It's different now than before. It's been almost a year since the apocalypse, and the shopping supermarket inside the shelter only supplies hard-to-swallow foods such as compressed biscuits. The fast food products with flavor and meat like the ones they eat are already very rare foods. Please save my grandson. The elder sister knelt on the ground with tears in her eyes, and began to cry bitterly while looking at Lulu and others. If I can't find food, my grandson will starve to death. Zhang Lang's heart did not fluctuate at all, and he quietly looked at the elder sister crying, which he felt was a bit noisy. Quite annoying. If they continued to quarrel, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold back and let the old thing's body and neck separate immediately. Please, Please give me some food and save my grandson. Grandma, woo woo woo. Grandma. I'm so hungry. I'm starving to death. When Lulu saw the elder sister kneeling on the ground, his appetite, which was not very good to begin with, became even more difficult to swallow. The old lady and her grandson sang in unison, crying with snot and tears, causing serious noise pollution. She frowned and handed the half-eaten self-heated potato and beef brisket rice to the old lady. I only have this one left. Give it to you. Take it and go away. Xiao Wu was still sleeping. The two of them were making such a big noise. If they continued to make noise, they would wake up the child. She had a lot of supplies. This food was not to her taste. It would be better to send the two away. Jiang Yi walked to Lulu with a big belly. I will give you mine too. The quarrel between the two grandchildren made her uneasy. She had the same idea as Lulu, just wanting to send the two away quickly. The old lady and the 3-year-old child in her arms saw the food and were a little bit unbelievable. It was so easy to get it. The child in her arms was originally crying, but now he seemed to be a loach, crawling out of his grandmother's arms and snatching the lunch box handed over by Jiang Yi. The child's grandmother was not to be outdone. She snatched the food handed over by Lulu, covered it with a lid, and ran away quickly. Chow. Run. Grandma Lin and her dying grandson Chow suddenly ran away as if they had a last breath. Lulu and Jiang Yi looked at each other helplessly. Good guy. Although it was food they had eaten. But these two people didn't even say thank you. How could the posture of running away look like someone who was about to starve to death? Lulu and Jiang Yi returned to the flower bed, sat on the cushions, and continued to wait for the team of superpowers to pass by here. Xiao Jiao had a blank expression on his face, and continued to finish the self-heating meal in his hand. He had encountered too many situations like this where people stopped him and asked for food. At the beginning, he could still be kind. In the end, he was numb. Once, twice, 3 times. Even if he kept giving alms, it was only a temporary solution and not a permanent solution. Chapter 307 The Xiao Family. The Big Resentment. With the current official system and practices, this situation of hunger will only get worse. The opening of the empty city must be accelerated. Otherwise, even if these people survive the first round of zombie virus and the second round of rainstorms, they would definitely not survive the third round of extreme cold disasters. He needs a lot of gold to buy materials for building the empty city. The amount of gold reserves he currently has is far from enough. Xiao Jiao looked at the embarrassed crowd of survivors nearby and silently planned to get a lot of gold. Each person collected 1 gene of gold, which could increase the area of the empty city by 1 square meter. At the beginning of the opening, he only planned to open the first batch of quotas to 5,000 people. Assuming that each person needs 100 square meters of activity area, 5,000 people need at least 50,000 square meters. At least 30 square meters of it are consumed as the area of the common area, unless they are selected. Others who want to buy quotas must pay 10 gene of gold to meet the admission standards of the empty city. He must not do a business that loses money. A few people from the official side can also be put in to facilitate transactions with the official. Buy low and sell high, and hoard gold. In his previous life, he selflessly contributed to the official and the shelter led by the leader, and explained everything about the system clearly. In the end, he got nothing. The City of Sky was successfully established, and the actual power belongs to the leader and the Nangong family under his command. And their Xiao family only got a reputation for selfless dedication. And it was a reputation known only to internal personnel who were not known to outsiders. At that time, he also thought that he could contribute to the leader and the country, which was a great merit and good thing, until he heard his subordinates talking in the bathroom. The Xiao family is a pure resentful family. The leader gave them a good name, but actually sent people to monitor their family behind the scenes. Once Captain Xiao dares to resist, his family will be in trouble immediately. You speak softly, so that the Xiao family can't hear it. What are you afraid of? Everyone knows about this. Only the people of the Xiao family are kept in the dark. Look at Captain Xiao's righteous look all day long. I really feel sorry for him. From then on, he realized that his family seemed free. But in fact, there were more than a dozen tracking superpowers around them for 24 hours. But it was already the 9th year of the apocalypse. It was too late for him. The power of the leader and the Nangong family was too great. All his relatives were controlled, and he could only be forced to provide the leader with supplies in the system. In his previous life, He did not awaken his superpowers. Compared to those 12th level psychics who have awakened their powers, his strength is not enough. But in this life, with the vitality water provided by Lulu, everything is different. His system was not exposed, and his family entered the prepared empty city in advance to formulate the rules. In this life, he tried to give the leader and his lackeys a chance. He informed the leader and the major families in advance that the end of the world is coming, hoping that they can minimize casualties. At the same time, he also concealed the ability of the system, only secretly hoarding gold and training the psychic team in preparation for 10 years later. But the power of the vitality water was accidentally exposed, causing those officials to reach out their evil hands to him in advance. The people above wanted to kill him after all. Below, the survivors were living in poverty and hunger. This was not the result he wanted. In this life, he did not want to be burdened by the false reputation of the Xiao family for generations of loyalty to the country. Such a leader was unworthy. Xiao Jiao lowered his head to eat, and the silver frame of his glasses covered the deep light in his eyes, like a cold pond. After he finished the lunch box in his hand, his face was expressionless, and his heart returned to the state of calmness. Lulu did not notice Xiao Jiao eating behind him. Her and Jiang Yi's eyes were attracted by Xiao Wu, who had just woken up. Xiao Wu sat in the stroller, staring with big eyes, looking at Lulu with a smile. Mom. Lulu also laughed with Xiao Wu. She bent down to lift the sunshade of the stroller, and picked up Xiao Wu from the car. My dear, are you hungry? Xiao Wu nodded obediently. I am hungry. Jiang Yi smiled at the side. She reached out and touched her belly subconsciously. In a few months, her baby will be born. I hope the baby in her belly can be as cute and obedient as Xiao Wu. Lulu, where is the milk powder? I will go to make milk. Lulu pointed to the stroller. There is constant temperature 50 degrees warm water inside. Just make it directly. Jiang Yi nodded. Walked to the stroller, found the milk powder can and the clean milk bottle, and made milk for Xiao Wu. Next to the stroller, there is a large storage pocket. On the left are Xiao Wu's diapers and clothes, and on the right are milk powder, milk bottles, and thermos cups. This kind of cup can be heated and charged with a mobile power supply. The water can be boiled to 100 degrees, and then the temperature will automatically drop, and it will stop automatically when it reaches 50 degrees. This temperature is just right for making milk powder for Xiao Wu. It won't burn him at all. Jiang Yi first read the instructions next to the milk powder can. For 3 spoons of milk powder, add 200 milliliters of warm water. The milk bottle is 240 milliliters. After reading the instructions, she made 200 milliliters of milk for Xiao Wu. After adding warm water and milk powder, the actual amount of milk made has exceeded 240 milliliters. She was afraid that Xiao Wu would not have enough to eat. So when she put the milk powder, she scooped a full spoonful. Jiang Yi looked at the full bottle of milk and felt something was wrong. She made it according to the instructions. It should be fine. Lulu just smiled after seeing it from the side. Xiao Wu, your godmother Yi was afraid that you would not be full, so she made a big bottle for you. I guess you can't finish it. Xiao Wu pouted. Who said I can't finish it? Mom is underestimating me. I will definitely finish it. Eat milk, Xiao Wu said loudly. Jiang Yi handed the bottle to Lulu. Okay. Eat milk. Lulu handed the bottle to Xiao Wu and let him hold the handle of the bottle to drink milk. Xiao Wu seemed to be angry and sucked the milk in the bottle with big mouthfuls. Soon, 1/3 of the big bottle of milk was gone. Lulu laughed, and the provocation method was really useful. Usually, Xiao Wu could only drink about 150. But today he might be able to finish the 200. Xiao Wu drank milk hard. At the end, he really couldn't drink anymore. His stomach was bloated and swollen. So uncomfortable. Xiao Wu spit out the pacifier. And when he saw that there was still some milk left, his eyes were a little frustrated. Xiao Wu is really amazing. He only drank 150 yesterday, but today he can drink 180. Xiao Wu's dim eyes became brighter and brighter when he heard Lu Liu's praise. Mom praised him. He was so happy that he almost flew up. Lulu handed the bottle to Jiang Yi and took it aside to wash it. Chapter 308 Stimulated. She slowly walked to Xiao Jiao and handed Xiao Wu in her arms to Xiao Jiao. Hey, kid, play with me. Boys need to play with their dad more to develop their masculinity. Xiao Jiao was amused by Lu Liu's reason. He took Xiao Wu and asked with his head down, "What do you want to play?" "Listen, ancient story," Xiao Wu said unclearly. "Okay. Dad will tell you the story of the kitten fishing." Xiao Wu pricked up his ears and listened carefully to Xiao Jiu's low and magnetic voice telling the story. Lu Lulu was very satisfied to see this scene of father and son loving each other. Finally, Xiao Wu was stuffed out. Even though Xiao Wu came out of her belly, he was definitely her own child. But Kong Kong could only help her share half of the time to take care of the child. And it also needed a rest. For so long, most of the time, she was the only one who took care of the child, which was really tiring. Getting up in the middle of the night to suck milk and feed. He hardly ever slept a full night. Now, let this guy try the fun of taking care of a baby. Xiao Jiu seemed very patient about taking care of a baby. He never tired of telling Xiao Wu fairy tales one after another. Lu Lulu just handed Xiao Wu to Xiao Jiu. And when he turned around, he saw hundreds of ragged survivors, followed by a large group of children, surrounding them. Their eyes were like wolves and tigers, as if they were about to rush up and eat them alive. Jiang Yi noticed that among this group of people, there was the old lady who had just taken the lunch box and her grandson Chao. Damn. Just now the meat bun hit the dog and it went nowhere. In the blink of an eye, another group of hungry and thirsty people came. Judging from the scene, there are at least 200 people. What do you want to do? John Lang, wearing black-framed glasses, used his eyes that looked like a dead body to scan the survivors who surrounded them. Hand over the food. Among the hundreds of people, there was a middle-aged man who looked burly and shouted loudly. Just you chickens and dogs? Zhang Lang laughed mechanically, without waiting for Lu Lulu to give orders. He clenched his fist and lightly punched the old tree in the flower bed that no one could hold. Crack. With a crisp sound, the place where he hit the old tree broke in two and fell to the ground with a bang. The survivors who surrounded them saw this scene and took 2 steps back in fear. Yes, they are superpowers. They are superpowers. The middle-aged man in the lead changed his expression, and the survivors watching nearby lowered their heads and whispered to each other. The officials standing guard on the side also gave up the idea of taking advantage of the situation. They originally planned to watch from the sidelines and wait for these people to grab the supplies, and then take advantage of their positions to pocket some of them. These survivors, and they used this trick to cheat many superpowers who had just entered H City. Every time these people succeeded, they would give them half of the supplies. So, when these people surrounded Lu Lulu and others, they all watched from the sidelines. Even if Lu Lulu and others came to them to argue afterwards, they could shirk responsibility and let them go to those people to get it back. The reason is very sufficient and has been tried and tested. The general meaning is, retrieving supplies is not within their duty scope. Don't be afraid. He is only one person. At most 2 people. Look, there is a pregnant woman and a man with a child. He alone can never beat hundreds of us. The leading middle-aged man persuaded the crowd behind him who began to retreat, asking them to rush up and grab supplies. Hundreds of eyes instantly stared at the baby stroller next to Lu Lulu. There are a lot of supplies on the 2 hanging baskets on the left and right of the baby stroller. Milk bottles, milk powder, snacks. These are rare supplies. If you take them to the superpowers with children in the base to exchange for food, you can get a lot of money. This baby stroller is a big brand at first glance. After it is stolen, it can also be exchanged for a lot of money. Do you want to die? Zhang Lang's temper instantly rose. The noisy old immortal and her rude grandson just now have made him very upset. Surrounded by so many living foods, his unique zombie-like bloodthirsty nature was instantly aroused. Even his usually well-controlled calm eyes were instantly filled with a lot of red blood because of these living flesh and blood. This isn't a shelter. So what if we are superpowers? Do you dare to kill us? If you kill us, you will be blacklisted by all shelters. Be sensible and hand over the supplies obediently. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that these people will not push the pregnant women and children behind you when they grab the supplies later. Another big man next to the leader threatened loudly. Lu Lulu frowned. Xiao Jiu picked up the fixed bench hanging next to the stroller and fixed Xiao Wu firmly on his chest. Xiao Wu opened his eyes wide and looked at the ferocious crowd in confusion. Ah, Dad, do these people want to steal our things? Yes. Give them. Ah, give them all the things. Xiao Wu raised his voice and shouted this sentence. He remembered very clearly that in his previous life, His mother was broken her leg by the bad ant in order to protect the supplies. And he was also thrown to death by the bad ant. If these things are handed over, they will leave. Dad and Mom will not be injured. Nor will they be beaten to death by them. Xiao Wu's scream gave a headache to the hundreds of people who were on edge, and Lu Lulu and others. His scream was so loud that it spread out in circles like a loudspeaker. All people near the flower bed, without exception, had to subconsciously stretch out their hands and cover their ears. This kid is also a superpower. He is a special type of sonic superpower. Everyone's eardrums were hurt by Xiao Wu's shouting. Many people with poor physical fitness rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. A trace of blood flowed from their ears. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao quickly covered Xiao Wu's mouth. Baby, don't be afraid. Daddy listens to you and gives them everything. Xiao Wu's excitement eased a little when he heard Xiao Jiao's steady voice. It took about 10 seconds. More than 200 people fell to the ground in unison, covering their ears with their hands, shouting, "Help! Don't! My head hurts." Zhang Lang's bloodthirsty eyes also regained their sanity because of Xiao Wu's scream. Just now, he was just a little bit away from killing. The instinct of the zombies made him almost unable to control himself. "Master, I'll wait for you outside the shelter," Zhang Lang said to Lu Lulu, and quickly ran out of the shelter. Chapter 309 Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Lu Lulu first glanced at Xiao Wu, who leaned obediently in Xiao Jiao's arms. His pale face gradually regained its rosy color because of Xiao Jiao's comfort. She retracted her gaze and looked at Jiang Yi. "Yi, are you okay?" Jiang Yi rubbed her painful forehead. "I'm fine. Just a little dizzy." Lu Lulu quickly took out a bottle of diluted vitality water and handed it to Jiang Yi. "You are pregnant now. You can't be careless. Drink some water quickly." After Jiang Yi took a few sips of the vitality water, she instantly felt that her dizzy head gradually became clear. The little naughty boy in her stomach had also calmed down because of Xiao Wu's scream just now. "How do you feel?" Jiang Yi handed the bottle to Lu Lulu. "Much better. What about your stomach? Do you feel uncomfortable?" "No." Lu Lulu let out a long sigh. "I'm glad I'm okay." "Lulu, go check on Xiao Wu. He should have awakened his superpowers." "Yes." "Kong Kong, follow Yi and protect her safety." Kong Kong, who had been hiding behind the stroller, was called out and forced to walk out from behind the stroller and stand next to Jiang Yi. "Ah, it's just a fragile little monkey. It can't beat so many humans." Kong Kong widened his eyes, staring at the crowd, and silently comforted himself. These people were stunned by the little master's move. "It's okay. They are just chickens and dogs. Vulnerable. But how come Zhang Lang ran away faster than me when he saw something was wrong?" Kong Kong was thinking about it in silence. Jiang Yi walked silently to Lu Lulu and looked at Xiao Wu in Xiao Jiao's arms with concern. "What's wrong with the baby?" Lu Lulu's face was dark, and his tone was full of doubt. Xiao Jia rubbed Xiao Wu's head. The baby should be stimulated and suddenly awakened his supernatural power. Xiao Wu saw Lu Lulu's serious eyes and stuffed his hands into his mouth to suck his hands. He lowered his eyes and didn't dare to look at Lu Lulu. "Did I do something wrong?" Mom looked so fierce. Scared, Lu Lulu pulled Xiao Wu's little hand out of her mouth. She held Xiao Wu's head and forced Xiao Wu to look into her eyes. "What stimulation did the baby receive?" "Tell Mom quickly." Xiao Wu was scared and at a loss. Lu Lulu's eyes at this moment were too sinister. "Mom, I was wrong." Xiao Wu whispered and began to cry in panic. Lu Lulu was confused. She felt bad when she saw Xiao Wu crying. "Baby, dear, you didn't do anything wrong. Don't cry. Okay?" Lu Lulu temporarily put aside the question of what exactly stimulated the child. Right now, it is most important to make Xiao Wu happy. Xiao Wu secretly showed one eye, and when he saw the smile on Lu Lulu's face, his panic gradually became stable. The tears that were originally falling seemed to have stopped, as if the pause button was pressed. Xiao Jia saw that Xiao Wu's emotions had stabilized, and whispered to Lu Lulu, "Baby, I will comfort him. And you will deal with the group of people over there?" "Yes." Lu Lulu slowly walked forward a few steps, and she stood 3 meters away from the group of survivors. "Do you want food?" When the middle-aged man in the lead heard Lu Lulu's question, he suddenly took a few steps back like a frightened young wife. "No. You heard wrong. We don't want food." The big man stood up in a hurry and took a few steps back. He turned around and wanted to run away, but found that because there were too many people around him, his retreat was blocked by his companions. These companions had been lacking food for a long time, malnourished and weak. They were also affected by Xiao Wu's scream just now. At this moment, these companions sat on the ground in a daze. Everyone's eyes were full of stars. How many people are there? When the leading man heard Lu Liu's question, he was a little unresponsive. After a while, he stuttered back, 248 people. We are all residents of Qingqiao town, and we have never done anything bad in our lives. The man's arrogance just now had long disappeared, and at this moment, only humility and fear were left on his face. Are you sure about 248 people? Yes. The man nodded immediately. After Lu asked, she turned around and returned to the tree that Zhang Lang had cut down. She took advantage of the shelter of the tree to take out 248 Snickers bars, 248 cans of 8 treasure porridge, and 248 bags of dry compressed biscuits that she bought from the official website. She had no intention of eating the official compressed biscuits. It was too unpalatable, without nutrition, and as dry as bones without meat, and it was hard to swallow. After Lu communicated with the space through her mind, she packed all these materials in black opaque plastic bags and put them in a 1 cubic meter oversized cardboard box. She dragged the cardboard box to the man and said to him and the survivors behind him, "You should be happy. Today, you accidentally made my son awaken his special ability." As Lu said this, a smile spread across her face. His son's ability has just been activated, and it can cause such great damage to ordinary people. It should not be underestimated when he grows up. Even if her ancestral space cannot be inherited by Xiao Wu after 100 years, Xiao Wu can also live well in the future apocalyptic disasters through the special ability of Sonic Spirit System that he accidentally awakened this time. These people are hateful. However, they are lucky today. It is a great joy for his son to awaken his special ability. Lu is not a stingy person, but he is definitely not generous. You line up and come up one by one to receive the gift for my son's awakening of superpowers. The middle-aged man walked to Lu in confusion. He looked at the almost bottomless cardboard box in front of him and hesitated to reach out to take the black plastic bag handed by Lu. The man took the bag and slowly opened it to check. When he saw the things inside, he immediately held the plastic bag tightly and stuffed it into his arms, fearing that it would be snatched away by someone. The people who were close to him saw his behavior, and their eyes suddenly brightened. They have gradually woken up from the dizziness just now. After their mayor received a package of supplies, they immediately stood up from the ground and ran to the cardboard box next to Lu to line up. This group of people suddenly became very honest, and they were as obedient as they could be, as if they were afraid that Lu would be angry and suddenly stop giving them supplies. As for where the supplies came from, they also vaguely guessed it. These people, even their children, have awakened such powerful superpowers. There is no doubt that these two women and the tall man holding the child are also very likely to be superpowered. Chapter 310 Kindergarten. Perhaps there are space-based psychics among them. Space-based psychics are not rare. It has been so long since the apocalypse broke out. They have seen pigs run even though they have not eaten pork. It is no longer a secret that there are 2 space-based psychics in the logistics department of H City. Half an hour later, this group of people got a bag of supplies. They were very happy to see the food in the bag. There was not much food. If they eat sparingly, it will be enough for them to last for 3 to 5 days. The iron can of 8 treasure porridge can be used to boil water, and Snickers can be exchanged for compressed biscuits with official personnel. They looked at Lu and others at this moment, and they no longer had the aggressive momentum they had at the beginning. The mayor, who had previously led the charge in threatening Lu to hand over the supplies, shouted to the villagers behind him, "Why don't you thank the superpower master quickly?" "Thank you, sir. You will definitely be blessed. May you be blessed forever." The villagers who originally lived in the nearby town all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lu and others to express their gratitude. "Go quickly. You are making so much noise." Lu turned back to the group of people and turned back to the flower bed to wait. After the group of survivors who had made trouble knelt down to thank them, they said a lot of auspicious words and left the deserted street that was blocked under the leadership of their mayor. It was almost in the blink of an eye. The east gate of the shelter returned to a dead silence. The official who had been responsible for guarding the east gate saw Lu distribute supplies to these people and immediately trotted to her. Hee hee. Congratulations, Superpower Master. Your baby has just awakened superpowers. And the power is unprecedented. Yes. This child looks smart and is blessed. Several officials flattered Lulu crazily. Lulu likes to hear these auspicious words, especially when others praise her child. No matter how true these words are, she likes to hear them. Lulu smiled and said to the 8 officials who flattered her, "You are right. Let's do this. Each of you think of a sentence to bless my baby. You can't repeat what you say. Say one sentence, and I will give you a bag of compressed biscuits." When Xiao Jiao heard the noise here, he immediately hugged Xiao Wu and let him face the group of officials who were smiling flatteringly. This child is so handsome. This child is chubby and smart. The baby is so cute. He has a bright future and will live a long life. He has fair and tender skin. His eyes are so big. The most beautiful eyes I have ever seen. His legs are so long. He will definitely have long legs and run fast in the future. His hands are so beautiful. I have never seen such beautiful hands before. Xiao Wu heard these people looking at him and saying nice things all the time. His chubby little face turned red. This is embarrassing. Am I really as good as they say? When those people saw him before, they would only say that he was a burden and a burden to his mother, and cursed him to die early. Xiao Wu suddenly became unhappy when he thought of the sad past. Mom, they are so noisy. When Lulu heard Xiao Wu's voice, he frowned and waved to the group of people. Go. 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 Do what you need to do. 3 packs of compressed biscuits per person. After Lulu threw 24 packs of biscuits to the team leader, she stood up and stood beside Xiao Jiao. She lowered her head and whispered, "My dear, no one will bother you now." Xiao Wu opened his big dark eyes. Mom, I am not a burden. I will protect you when I grow up. Xiao Wu is the best kid and the baby I love the most. How can I be a burden? When Xiao Wu heard Lulu's praise, his unhappy mood gradually dissipated. After a while, because of the consumption of his superpowers just now, Xiao Wu slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep in Xiao Jiao's arms. Xiao Jiao took out a blanket, wrapped Xiao Wu tightly, and held him by the flower bed waiting for Yan Feiyu's motorcade to pass by. After the farce just now, not long after, the time came to 8 o'clock in the morning. Lulu and others saw from a distance that the superpower team led by Yan Feiyu drove in groups and left Dong Demon one after another. There were more than 35 vehicles in the convoy, as Zhang Lang said. A total of 70 official medium-sized pickup trucks drove through the wide street in front of them one by one. Lulu and his group were all wearing camouflage glasses at this moment. Yan Feiyu passed by here and did not notice their presence. Xiao Jiao opened his bracelet and tried to apply to add Yan Feiyu as a friend. At the same time, they quickly took an off-road vehicle, left Dong Demon, and chased the convoy in front. After Yan Feiyu, who was encouraging the team's morale, spoke a few words. He saw the bracelet vibrate. He stopped talking and immediately approved Xiao Jiao's friend request. Brother Jiao, have you changed your bracelet again? Well, we are behind your convoy, and he is with us. Yan Feiyu was shocked. And he had spies around them. The possibility of leaving Lin Wan's shelter was basically zero. Although he was shocked, the next moment, his heart was filled with joy. Brother Jiao came to pick him up. Finally, he could muster up the courage to get rid of the shackles of this suit and live the ordinary life they wanted with E. Every time he went on a mission, he was afraid that he would be like the more than 200 brothers who died in a mission and never come back. Feiyu, go on your mission as normal. When you complete this mission, we'll find a place to talk in detail. Okay, Brother Jiao. You, pretend not to know me. There are spies from the Nandong family and more than 300 superpowers from H City in our team. If your identity is discovered, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Don't worry. They won't recognize me. Yan Feiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly adjusted his mood and continued to assign tasks to his superpowers before the action. 71 vehicles drove all the way to the distance. About half an hour later, all the members of the convoy arrived at the encirclement site. The public kindergarten in H City. Captain, it's here. Yan Feiyu got off the car silently. He looked back and saw that it was full of vehicles. At the end of the convoy, he did not see Xiao Jiao and others' car. Yan Feiyu retracted his gaze and asked the captain of the H City psychic team beside him, "Our people go first?" "Why?" The commander-in-chief of the H-City psychic team sneered. Yan Feiyu. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. Let your people get out of the way. Our H-City psychic team can easily complete the task without you. Sun Ming, the commander of the H psychic team, waved his hand. And a team of psychics, who are good at hiding and exploring, came out. Chapter 311. You go in and check the situation. Okay, Captain. A team of 10 psychics, holding their weapons tightly, moved towards the kindergarten. They carefully pushed open the big iron gate and entered the kindergarten to find the location of the high-level zombie. Yan Feiyu stood there in silence. It would be good if the psychic from H-City could take down this high-level zombie. His brothers under him would not have to risk getting hurt or even sacrificed. The psychic team from H-City killed the high-level zombie. And the crystal core belonged to H-City. A large amount of supplies will be rewarded to H-City. They in a city naturally got nothing. So it was a wasted trip. However, on the way back, they passed by some abandoned buildings and found some supplies. If they couldn't find food, they could bring some clothes and other daily necessities to exchange for some points and earn some extra money for the brothers in the team. The superpower commander of H-City and Yan Feiyu were waiting for useful information from people who went in to explore. In a shop 500 meters away from the kindergarten, Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao sat on the open-air Western-style chairs outside the shop. The tables and chairs were originally covered with dust, but Kong Kong wiped them clean. Xiao Jiao took out the gas stove and ingredients one by one and started cooking lunch. Today, he decided to make a hot pot to fill his stomach. Lu Lulu told Zhang Lang on the side, "Go help Yan Feiyu." Zhang Lang nodded, and in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared at the end of the street. With Zhang Lang, a late-stage 11th level monster, it was only a matter of time before Yan Feiyu completed his mission this time. If it was solved quickly, maybe he could come back and have a hot pot. Lu Lulu saw Xiao Jiao cooking hot pot and frying steak at the same time. She stood up, pulled out the plants in the flower pot next to her with her bare hands, and planted strawberry seeds casually, then poured the vitality water that had been sacrificed twice. A few seconds later, the strawberry seeds quickly took root and sprouted, and grew into fresh big strawberries that were bright red and juicy. Each strawberry weighed about half a pound. Lu Lulu found an extra-large baking tray, picked all the strawberries, and put them in the baking tray. She counted them while picking them. A total of 20 strawberries. Each person could get 2 or 3. He is now in the middle and late stages of pregnancy, and it is the time when she needs to replenish her body. Strawberries are very friendly to the baby in the belly of pregnant women. Jiang Yi was no longer surprised by Lu Lulu's actions. These days, Lu Lulu has brought her so many shocks that her heart has become numb. Even if Lu Lulu suddenly took out a spaceship, she would not find it strange. Model airplane, dimensional space, camouflage glasses, 11th level zombie crystal core. Rapid growth of plants is not too outrageous compared to those. Eat some fruit first. Jiang Yi picked up the fruit, which was very clean. No pesticides, no pollution. It just grew out of thin air. She felt that even without soil, these strawberry seeds soaked in the magical mineral water that Lulu just poured. The strawberries could take root and sprout instantly, and grow into plump and tempting fruits. Jiang Yi opened her mouth and took a bite. Sour and sweet, the rich aroma of strawberries filled her nose. She quickly finished a half-pound strawberry. Lulu, you too. This is so delicious. Lu Lulu smiled, picked up a strawberry, cut it into small pieces with a fruit knife, and put it in Xiao Wu's special rice bowl. Baby, come, eat some fruit first to supplement vitamins. Xiao Wu laughed and reached out to pick up a strawberry with a silicone fork next to him. You too. Lu Lulu handed a strawberry to Xiao Jiao, who was frying steak. After Xiao Jiao got the strawberry, he ate it in no time and continued to fry steak. Soon, a vegetable and fat beef hot pot, a steak and a pasta were cooked. Jiang Yi chose tomato sauce for seasoning. Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao chose black pepper sauce. They ate this hearty lunch leisurely. They were disturbed by the group of people in the morning and didn't eat well. When they were eating, there were bursts of noise from the kindergarten. Jiang Yi had a trace of worry between her eyebrows. My little brother is very strong. With him around, there will be absolutely no problem with Yan Feiyu. Yeah. Jiang Yi forced a smile and continued to eat the lunch on the plate. In the public kindergarten in H City, the roars of zombies came. Wang Wu, who was practicing yoga, was angered by the sudden arrival of the superpower. Why do these ants always come to disturb him when he is resting? My king. What should I do now? I am so scared. The two half-human twin sisters beside Wang Wu hid behind Wang Wu. Don't be afraid, my beloved concubine. I will kill those flies that are in the way and give them to you as snacks. Wang Wu, who was originally 5 meters tall, has become taller after practicing hard and practicing yoga. Of practice, his height at this moment has been reduced to 2.2 meters. From the outside, there is not much difference from normal humans. Although he looks only a little taller than ordinary people, his strength cannot be underestimated. Even the pair of sisters behind him have already reached the level of the late 10th level because they have been nourished by him for a long time. Wang Wu rushed to the playground of the kindergarten, picked up a superpower, and threw it casually. The superpower was like a kite with a broken string, and he was thrown from the playground of the kindergarten to the gate of the kindergarten. All the superpowers changed their faces when they saw it. They fired laser bullets while releasing colorful superpowers. These attacks were just tickling for Wang Wu. My beloved, this snack is for you, Wang Wu said, twisting the neck of a superpower and rotating his head 360 degrees. He learned this trick from the boss Zhang Lang. It works, especially when these ants' heads make a click sound. It is very powerful. The eyes of the two women who received the body of the superpower lit up. They hugged the body, opened their mouths and showed their fangs, and bit through the aorta in the superpower's neck. What delicious blood! Energetic, the two sisters instantly turned into blood-sucking monsters, sucking fiercely at the neck of the dead fire superpower. Wang Wu laughed and played a game with this group of superpowers. You run, I chase. You can't fly away even if you have wings. The superpowers noticed Wang Wu's abnormality and began to retreat. Wang Wu saw that they were about to run, so he raised his legs and chased them to the door. In the blink of an eye, Wang Wu chased them to the door of the kindergarten. Across a fragile iron door, Wang Wu looked up and saw a strange face standing next to Yan Feiyu. Hiss. What routines do these ants have? This, the half-human standing next to this ant has a familiar breath. Wang Wu suddenly felt scared. Chapter 312. Boss, is that you? Wang Wu shouted in the direction of Yan Feiyu. When Wang Wu spoke, all the psychics were dumbfounded. Zombies can actually talk? They have never encountered zombies that can talk. No. What does he mean by boss? The psychics who were frightened by Wang Wu's slaughter and pursuit looked at each other in confusion. Get away from me. Zhang Lang, who was standing next to Yan Feiyu and disguised as a psychic, shouted in a low voice. Wang Wu was surprised and happy to hear this familiar tone and voice. It's really the boss. Wang Wu did not question it at all. He glanced at these humans, turned around and rushed to the playground, grabbed his two beloved concubines, and jumped to the roof of the kindergarten building. All the psychics were dumbfounded. The jumping ability of this monster is really shocking. In this situation, should we go up or not? Also, who is the person who just spoke to Yan Feiyu? Why does he know the high-level zombie who has awakened the zombie ability? The zombie actually calls him the boss. Yan Feiyu turned his body and looked at Zhang Lang. This person is called Sun Lu, an Earth-type ability user in his team. What's going on? When did such a great person appear in his team? How come he doesn't know? Just when everyone was confused, Zhang Lang grabbed Yan Feiyu's arm. Before everyone could react, Zhang Lang jumped onto the cement platform at the top of the kindergarten gate. Fuck. Sun Lu. No. You are Sun Lu? Shut up. I'll take you to see the master. Zhang Lang ignored Yan Feiyu who was yelling. He grabbed Yan Feiyu's arm and took him to the tall building next to him in a few jumps. What's going on? The captain was captured by a monster? What monster? That's Liuzi. Sun Lu. No. Not Sun Lu. Sun Lu was knocked unconscious and is lying in the car. A superpower happened to find Sun Lu who was knocked unconscious, and he shouted to everyone. What's going on? The superpowers were confused. They watched Zhang Lang take Yan Feiyu away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. They could only focus their attention on Sun Lu who was knocked unconscious by Zhang Lang and stuffed into the car. Wake up Sun Lu and find out what's going on. Are we going to save the captain? Are you sure we can save the captain? The superpower teams in City A and City H fell into a deathly silence. Let's go back to the shelter first. The commander-in-chief of City H suddenly spoke. After hearing the captain's order, the H City superpower team got on the bus and prepared to leave. Many of Yan Feiyu's subordinates were unwilling to leave. The captain was captured by the monster. They were going to save the captain. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Yan Feiyu has been taking good care of them. Many of them have survived the zombies. Yan Feiyu never gives up saving people. It can be said that many people in the team were already dead. It was Yan Feiyu who saved them at the critical moment, so they could survive countless missions big and small. Let's go find the captain. A superpower who had received favor from Yan Feiyu's team shouted loudly. That's right. Go save the captain. That monster is heading forward. Let's chase it. Why chase it? If you are caught by that monster, you will definitely die. Let's go! In the superpower team, dozens of superpowers who were planted by the Nandong family as spies began to retreat. They had already received a notice when they set out that if Yan Feiyu's superpower team encountered a crisis that could not be solved, they just had to run away quickly. The life and death of these people in Yan Feiyu's team had nothing to do with them. Every time they went on a mission, their purpose was just to watch Yan Feiyu. As for fighting high-level zombies, it was absolutely impossible. The superpowers who originally wanted to save Yan Feiyu began to become hesitant after being told by the spies planted in the team. If you don't go, I will. The more than 300 superpowers were quickly divided into two groups. One group is the people who often receive Yan Feiyu's favor and attention. Another group is the people who are hesitant after hearing the instigation of the Nandong family. You should think clearly. Yan Feiyu is stronger than all of you. He has no power to fight back in front of that monster. What about you? I know that you have a deep friendship with Yan Feiyu, but you should think about your family in the shelter. If you sacrifice, they will have no one to protect and support them. In this situation, I am afraid that your relatives who are left in the shelter. The group of people who have been instigating Yan Feiyu's men to leave began to persuade them. More than 50 people came out of the team of more than 100 people. They looked at the group of superpowers, who stood firm in their ideas and felt deeply ashamed. Gongzi, if you can save the captain, please apologize to him for me. I have hungry children and a wife at home. I can't die. I'm sorry. A group of people walked out of the team, followed the spies sent by the Nandong family into the car, and drove away. In the end, there were only 60 of the more than 300 superpowers under Yan Feiyu. Let's go. Let's go find the captain. We are a group of people. We have nothing to worry about. Without the captain, we would have died long ago. The 60-man team quickly sorted out their emotions, encouraged each other, and drove the 3 pickup trucks left by others to the place where Yan Feiyu disappeared to find him. Their car drove to the commercial street below the building where Yan Feiyu disappeared. After taking a deep breath, everyone got out of the car, held their weapons tightly, and walked towards the commercial street on foot. This street is actually a very narrow alley. The pickup truck couldn't get in. 1 minute later, the 3 level 6 psychics walking in front smelled the aroma of food coming from the corner. They looked at each other and whispered, "It's the aroma of hot pot. Spicy hot pot. What a nice beef smell. Fresh beef. It's been almost a year since the apocalypse. How could there be such a fresh beef smell? Let's go and have a look." The 60 psychics slowed down their pace and turned left along the smell of food. When they saw the open-air area of a Western restaurant in front, where Lulu and others were sitting, they all fell into confusion. Am I dreaming? How can there be people in this ghost place? And these people are actually eating hot pot? Look! That person seems to be the captain. A psychic who awakened clairvoyance was shocked. Across a long and short street, Yan Feiyu opened his mouth to eat a piece of potato fed by Jiangyi, and whispered, "I'll take them over." Chapter 313. Yeah! Jiangyi smiled gently and continued to put the cooked beef and fat beef into Yan Feiyu's bowl. "Brother Xiao, you are right." Sure enough, someone came to save Feiyu. Xiao Jiu replied without sadness or joy. This group of people are free from worries and are grateful in their hearts. Their kindness has not been annihilated by the cruel diet vat of the end of the world. They can be treated as their own people. Or, treat them as friends. Lulu did not comment on what Xiao Jiu said. This group of people can choose to stand with Yan Feiyu today, but they may not be sure in the future. People's hearts are unpredictable. Even Xiao Jiu. She did not believe it completely. In the face of absolute temptation and threat, she did not believe that humans would not have the bad intention of betrayal. Except for herself. No one can make her trust 100%. Lulu ate hot pot silently. After Yan Feiyu took over the group of people, Lulu and others stood up and greeted them. Zhang Lang sat on the roof of the Western restaurant. staring coldly at the superpowers below. He must keep a certain distance from these flesh and blood. The energy fluctuations on their bodies are very strong. And he can't help but want to suck the blood of those people. This blood is the most delicious food for him. The crystal core can only keep him from starving or dying. But there is no way to satisfy his appetite. Boss, come with me. I'll treat you to a big meal. Zhang Lang was bored and greedy. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him. He looked back and saw that Wang Wu had jumped onto the roof at some point. The twin half-humans beside him stood behind him on the left and right, looking at Zhang Lang curiously. Zhang Lang nodded to Wang Wu, lifted his legs slightly, and flipped to the balcony of a shop opposite. Wang Wu and the two girls beside him followed closely. Boss, a lot of superpowers died in the kindergarten just now. Very fresh. Wang Wu jumped to Zhang Lang's side, smiling flatteringly. His current strength is almost the same as Zhang Lang's. Although he did not drink the vitality water, his physical fitness was 3 times worse than Zhang Lang's. But he has been practicing the 18 styles. After 10 months of diligent practice, his strength has finally increased greatly. The physical fitness limit, which was originally doubled, suddenly increased 3 times. Now if he fights with Zhang Lang, it's a 50-50 level. Despite this, he still didn't dare to mess around. Zhang Lang took away the crystal core in his brain. As long as he had a thought, the core was destroyed, and he would die immediately. Zhang Lang also found that the energy fluctuations on Wang Wu's body were not weaker than his. And he was very curious. Soon, Zhang Lang, Wang Wu, and the 2 twin companions beside Wang Wu returned to the kindergarten just now. Boss, come and try it. It's still hot. Wang Wu grabbed the body of a high-level psychic and handed it to Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang was not polite and bit the aorta in the psychic's neck. After sucking the blood out of the psychic, he broke the psychic's neck with his bare hands, stretched out his fingers, and pierced the psychic's abdomen. When he took out his bloody fingers, he held a crystal core in his hand that was exactly the same as the one in the zombie's brain. Psychics also have energy cores. Their core is in the abdomen, which is often called dantian by humans. Zhang Lang casually threw the crystal core into his mouth and swallowed it. A pure energy instantly filled his whole body. Ah, so comfortable. After being nourished by this energy and the fresh blood of the superpower, Zhang Lang felt an electric shock-like pleasure all over his body. This feeling is even more exciting and pleasant than the Wushan rain between men and women. Wang Wu saw that Zhang Lang was eating happily, and his nervousness eased. Boss, these are the 2 concubines I took in. I have seen The 2 women hesitated and didn't know how to call Zhang Lang. Call me Grandpa. Wang Wu remembered that Zhang Lang liked others to call him Grandpa. Hello, Grandpa. Yeah. Zhang Lang responded softly. Boss, these 2 women of mine are very good. I'll let them give you a massage. Massage? What the hell? Zhang Lang was confused. Wang Wu saw Zhang Lang stunned and thought he had tacitly agreed to experience it. Go. Give the boss a massage. Okay. The 2 girls looked shy, pulling Zhang Lang from the left and right, and walked to the abandoned bench in the kindergarten. Zhang Lang was pushed down on the bench by the 2 half-human girls. Then he saw the twin sister start to do things. One massaged his shoulders. The other massaged his feet. Wang Wu, this little brother, knows how to enjoy himself. Zombies like them have very hard bodies, almost invulnerable to swords and guns. Only this kind of high-level half-human zombies, exerting their strength, can make them feel numb and painful. Such an experience seemed to make him return to the time when he was still a human. Grandpa Lang, are we still strong enough? Push harder. The 2 women heard the order and hit Zhang Lang harder. Zhang Lang enjoyed it happily. He could vaguely sense that the connection line of the contract with Lu Lulu had been fixed in the nearby range, and he was carrying a pager. When the master was done and left, he would call him. Going there, a large group of superpowers with strong superpower fluctuations would make him manic and uneasy. It's better to stay away and enjoy the fun of being a zombie boss here. The camping area of the Western restaurant. More than 60 superpowers were brought to Xiao Jiao and Lu Lulu by Yin Feiyu. Captain, what happened just now? The team of superpowers asked. But they were surprised and happy in their hearts. They made the right choice this time. The monster who disguised himself as Sun Lu and took the captain away just now scared away the zombie king in the late stage of 11 with a sound. It's a friend, not an enemy. Otherwise, The captain would have met with an accident by now. How could there be a fresh hot pot to eat? A team of 60 people looked at Yin Feiyu quietly with doubts, waiting for his answer. Yin Feiyu and Xiao Jiao had just discussed it. The group of people who came to save him were very credible. But they decided to temporarily hide the identities of Xiao Jiao and Lu Lulu and observe, in case there were spies from the Nandong family who followed them and reported their whereabouts to the higher-ups. It would be more troublesome to get rid of these people. Sit down and eat something first. Yin Feiyu pointed to the empty seats next to the Western restaurant. 60 people plus them. 8 tables were just full. Lu Lulu sat in the same place without moving. Xiao Jiao stood up and said to Yin Feiyu, Feiyu, come with me to move supplies and food inside. Yin Feiyu settled the group of people, stood up, and went into the Western restaurant with Xiao Jiao. This Western restaurant has been looted by countless people. The restaurant was a mess. And there were only some worthless tables, chairs and benches left. Chapter 314. As for food, they couldn't see anything at all. Xiao Jiao brought Yin Feiyu to a corner. He waved his hand, and 6 gas stoves appeared on the empty dining table. Next to the gas stove, there was a brand new gas tank. There were many of them, and it was estimated that these fuels could only be used twice at most. Xiao Jiao took out 3 boxes of egg noodles for wholesale. Kong X Master brand. The wholesale price was less than 2 yuan per bag. 24 bags per box. There were about 60 of his old subordinates, and 3 boxes of noodles were barely enough. Add some potatoes, tomatoes, cabbage and other vegetables that Lulu had spawned. For people nowadays, such food can already be regarded as the ultimate delicacy. Yin Feiyu had learned from Jiang that the dimensional space was like this. At this moment, he saw Xiao Jiao taking out supplies out of thin air, and he didn't feel strange. Brother Jiao, do you still have that dimensional space? Yin Feiyu scratched his head embarrassedly. Yes. What style do you want? It's low-key, similar to Yi's. Xiao Jiao took out a matte black bracelet of the same style as Jiang Yi without saying a word, and threw it to Yin Feiyu. Hurry up and activate it. The brothers outside are waiting for dinner. No problem. Yin Feiyu had seen Jiang Yi open the dimensional space. He quickly activated it, and together with Xiao Jiao, they carried a 1 cubic meter storage box out of the Western restaurant. Don't stand there. Someone come to help. Prepare to cook lunch. A group of people heard Yin Feiyu's instructions, and they all stood up and ran to him. When they saw the vegetables and instant noodles in the storage box, they were very happy and incredible. So many rare supplies. Where did the captain get them? Could it be in this Western restaurant? This is unscientific. If there were such good things in the Western restaurant, they would have been searched long ago. What's more, there are green cabbages and red tomatoes in this box. Captain, is this good thing really for us to eat? Stop talking nonsense. Turn on the fire and cook a big pot of noodles. Okay. Captain. More than 60 superpowers were very happy to be hit by this unexpected surprise. They changed their faces from the decadence they had just entered the street, and everyone was smiling happily. Soon, 6 gas stoves were ignited. On each gas stove, there was a large stainless steel pot. This pot was found in the cupboard of the Western restaurant. This kind of thing is not worth much. There are many restaurants nearby, and the team collecting supplies left some tableware. Nearly 2 billion citizens. At least 1 billion died. It was useless to have so many tablewares, which were far less useful than food. Captain, I'll add water. A water-based psychic stood up and began to clean the stainless steel pots and fill each pot with clean water. His water-based psychic had weak attack power. However, water-based psychic powers were not weaker than those attack-based psychic powers under the current water pollution situation. When they were out on the move, sometimes they would be gone for 10 days or half a month. He was indispensable to replenish water resources. Soon, with the help of this water-based psychic, 6 large iron pots, actually a super large iron bucket, were filled with enough clean water. The gas stove was ignited by a superpower in front of the dining table. Soon, the water boiled. Without Yin Feiyu's reminder, the superpowers began to unpack the instant noodles. They threw the instant noodles into the iron bucket to cook. The cabbage, tomatoes, and potatoes that had just been placed in the storage box were cut into neat pieces by an unknown superpower. Hey, come on. Add some vegetables. The superpower in charge of handling vegetables skillfully carried another large iron bucket and put enough vegetables in each steaming iron bucket. Next, put the seasoning packet. Soon, the aroma of braised beef instant noodles drifted with the wind. Lulu and Xiaojiu remained silent, sitting at the western table next to them, silently eating the fat beef rolls. This fat beef roll was the last one. The supplies she had put in the refrigerator before were almost eaten up in these few meals. Lulu couldn't take out fresh meat out of thin air. Only vitality water can be used to stimulate the growth of fruits and vegetables. And to eat with the previous pasta. Free pickles. Bottled Lao Gan Ma. This kind of food. Xiaojiu and Jiangyi ate the ingredients in the hot pot silently. After lunch, Xiaojiu put the child in the stroller and got up to clean up the bowls and plates. Lulu and Jiangyi sat on the chairs and each ate a freshly picked strawberry. Let's share these strawberries with them. Well, you sit down and I'll share them. Jiangyi smiled gently, picked up a fruit knife, and started cutting strawberries. She stood up, counted the number of people, and divided the strawberries evenly according to a certain ratio, put them on a plate, and placed them on the nearest table. The superpowers who were frantically inhaling the cooked instant noodles were a little flattered when they saw the fruit said by Jiangyi. Sister-in-law, you are pregnant. Don't tire yourself. Leave it there. We will take it. Yes, sister-in-law. Please sit down and rest. We will take it ourselves. A group of people immediately put down their bowls and chopsticks, ran to the table where Lulu was sitting, and took the cut fresh strawberries themselves. Jiangyi did not choose to sit next to the superpowers. She smiled at these familiar faces, turned around and sat down next to Lulu. Yin Feiyu saw that she was struggling to walk, and immediately hurried forward. Call me if you have something. Don't move around. Okay. After Yin Feiyu instructed Jiangyi a few words, he walked to the group of brothers who were eating lunch and asked about their family situation. 10 minutes later, all the superpowers had finished their lunch. There was not even a drop of noodle soup in their bowls. Lulu looked from afar and saw that the plates and bowls were easy to wash. They were all licked clean by the group of people. At this moment, Lulu realized more clearly that the shortage of supplies was more serious than what she saw. These people were superpowers, not ordinary people. They reacted like this after seeing instant noodles and vegetables, not to mention ordinary people with no status. She quietly held Xiao Wu and watched the group of people clean up the table and her backpack. The bowls and chopsticks used by the group of people were also stainless steel. Each of them brought their own bowls and chopsticks. After eating, they put them in the green oversized backpack behind them. Yin Feiyu strode to Jiangyi and sat down. He looked at Xiaojiu who was sitting next to Lulu and slowly said, You guessed right. These people's family members have passed away. Brother, are you going to take them with you in the future? Chapter 315. Get ready to go. I have this plan. You can ask for details. For the time being, don't reveal our identities. Xiaojiu whispered back. Lulu frowned when she heard Xiaojiu's determination. Bringing this group of people means that she has to provide some supplies to support these people. She has no shortage of supplies. But what benefits can these people bring to her? Lulu, if these superpowers follow me, I will arrange their food and daily life. You don't have to worry about it. Before Lulu could think carefully about the pros and cons, Xiaojiu had already opened his mouth to pick her clean. Lulu pouted and asked, How do you plan to settle them? I will send them to the vicinity of the empty city, 30 kilometers away. Is the Sea City shelter. They are superpowers. They form a team to search for some supplies outside. Bring them back to the shelter to exchange for points. And they will not worry about lack of supplies and food. When the empty city opens next spring, let them go to grab a spot in the empty city and become citizens of the empty city. Oh! Lulu responded lightly. Xiao Wu in her arms was laughing. Dad has been talking. Although he can't understand. But Dad's voice is so nice. Xiao Wu smiled brightly at Xiaojiu. When Xiaojiu saw Xiao Wu's smiling face, his heart softened. He stood up, took Xiao Wu from Lulu's hand, and held him in his arms tightly. Dad, Xiao Wu called sweetly, and kissed Xiaojiu on the face again. Xiaojiu was numb all over. This little guy is so cute. My dear, I have something to talk to you about. I'll play with you later. Okay? Okay. Xiao Wu leaned on Xiaojiu's chest obediently, turned his head, and followed his line of sight, looking at Lulu who was sitting next to him. When Lulu saw Xiao Wu's obedient appearance, a sour feeling spread in her heart. She knew that she was jealous. Or jealous of Xiaojiu. Lulu. Let's go to the Haisher shelter with them to stay temporarily. It's 2,500 meters above sea level, which is relatively close to Mount Everest. For Jiangyi's current pregnant physique, this altitude can allow her to temporarily adapt to the plateau climate. Yeah, Lulu responded lightly. It doesn't matter where she goes. Children, husband, good friends, are all around. When do we leave? In half an hour. Okay. After a few brief communications, Lulu and others determined the time to go to the Haisher shelter. It takes about a day and a night to travel from here to Haisher. This is still the case when someone takes turns driving. Gasoline supply is a big problem. Lulu retracted her gaze from the offline map. She had stored a lot of gasoline in her space, and it was obviously inappropriate to take it out suddenly at this time. Xiaojio, that guy, could take out several boxes of instant noodles. He had a necklace-shaped storage space, which could hold more than 1,000 cubic meters of supplies. Lulu decided to play dumb. This guy might be hiding something deeper than her. Lulu looked at the psychics who left vaguely. The psychics wearing the official green jackets, reported to Yin Feiyu that they had left the team, and then scattered to search for supplies. They still have half an hour. Maybe they can find some useful supplies in this food commercial street. Soon, half an hour passed in a flash. All the superpowers appeared at the entrance of the Western restaurant on time. After counting their supplies and backpacks, the 60 superpowers, led by Yin Feiyu, got back on the pickup truck. Xiaojio and others got on the off-road vehicle parked nearby. Lulu used a pager to call Zhang Lang to come and follow the team. Zhang Lang received the message and took his younger brother Wang Wu and two half-human sisters with a few jumps, and jumped down from the roof of the Western restaurant. These 4 high-level zombies landed steadily at the entrance of the Western restaurant. Their appearance scared the superpowers sitting in the pickup truck. Isn't this the brutal high-level zombie just now? All the superpowers picked up the laser guns on their waists and aimed at Wang Wu and Zhang Lang, who suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Western restaurant. Don't shoot. They are my friends. Yin Feiyu saw that his brothers were about to take action and said hurriedly. His words surprised and shocked all the psychics. How could the captain be friends with zombies? Can zombies really be friends with humans? Despite Yin Feiyu's order, these psychics still dared not put down their laser guns. Relax. Don't be so nervous. These jumps in your hands are useless to me. Wang Wu grinned and shouted at the team of psychics. Zhang Lang walked to the SUV where Lulu was with an expressionless face. Master, Wang Wu, I and the 2 zombies will take another car. Do you have any more gasoline? Zhang Lang was not sensitive to the smell of flesh and blood on Lulu. But the energy fluctuations of Yin Feiyu and Xiaojio were too tempting. It was not convenient for him to continue riding in the same car with them. Xiaojio, who was standing by, heard Zhang Lang's question and conjured up a barrel of gasoline out of thin air and threw it to him. After seeing the gasoline, Zhang Lang turned around and walked to the street to find a vehicle to travel. Wang Wu and the 2 women followed Zhang Lang closely and got into a Mercedes-Benz sedan. The superpowers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Wang Wu leave. It would be better if they didn't get in close contact with the monster. The combat power of this monster just now was too terrifying. If the superpowers of their team had just been sacrificed, even if Yin Feiyu stopped them, they would have attacked the monster and avenged their sacrificed brothers. Luckily, the superpowers of H City were the first to take the lead, and the sacrifice was also theirs. They didn't have a deep hatred with this high-level zombie. Let's go. Follow the big Mercedes in front. Yin Feiyu walked to the middle of the 3 pickup trucks and instructed the captain of the superpower team, who was in the driving and co-pilot seats of the pickup trucks. As the 3 pickup trucks set off, they left. Yin Feiyu sat in the co-pilot seat. Xiaojio sat in the driving seat. Lulu held Xiao Wu and sat behind Xiaojio. Jiang Yi sat in the seat behind Yin Feiyu. Kong, you go to the front. Lulu considered that he was pregnant, and Kong was very naughty. It would be bad if he scratched Yi, although the vitality water on her body seemed to be able to treat most diseases. But for her pregnant child, she didn't dare to gamble on that one. Kong ran to the driving seat helplessly. He had already worshipped Xiaojio as the boss. Compared to Yin Feiyu, the big guy, Xiaojio looked more amiable. Boss, I want to learn to drive with you. Kong found an excuse and ran to Xiaojio's lap and sat down. Xiaojio. Chapter 316. This monkey is really annoying. I can bear it because you are Liolio's pet. Go to the side. I want to drive. Xiao Jiao lifted Kong Kong's arm and threw it to Yan Feiyu next to him. Kong Kong looked at Yan Feiyu aggrievedly. This big guy looks like he is easy to bully. He should be easy to get along with. Little monkey. Sit down. We have to catch up with the car in front. Okay. Kong Kong reluctantly half pushed and half pushed. Sat on Yan Feiyu's thigh and left with them in the car. Mom. Put me down. I will sit by myself. Xiao Wu made his request in a low voice. His mother has been holding him for a long time. Your arms will get sore. Baby. Don't you like mommy holding you? I like it. Mommy is tired. Lulu. Xiao Wu is so sensible. If I remember correctly, he should be just over 10 months old. Can such a young child speak? Jiang Yi looked at Xiao Wu in disbelief. Lulu winked at Jiang Yi. Stop asking. If you ask again, you'll be exposed. What's going on? What's wrong with Lulu's eyes? Ahem. Lulu cleared her throat, took out a bottle of chewing gum, and handed it to Jiang Yi. We just finished eating hot pot. There's a bad taste in our mouths. Let's eat some chewing gum to get rid of the bad taste. Jiang Yi widened her eyes, took the chewing gum and threw a piece in her mouth. Xiao Wu can speak at 10 months old. It should be related to the environment. Look! The end of the world is coming. Xiao Wu has awakened his superpowers. He must be different from other ordinary babies. Lulu forced an explanation, hoping that he would no longer be obsessed with the question of Xiao Wu being able to speak clearly after 10 months. She couldn't say that Xiao Wu could speak in advance. It was because Xiao Wu was also reborn with her. If they continued to talk, she would really worry that Jiang Yi would also tell about her rebirth. She hadn't told Xiao Jiao about this yet. Hey, this chewing gum is strawberry flavored. It smells good. Yeah. Come and try it too. Lulu handed a piece of chewing gum to Xiao Jiao, who was driving in front. Jiang Yi followed suit and gave the chewing gum in her hand to Yan Feiyu and Kong Kong. 5 cars were driving at a constant speed on the empty and deserted road. Lulu took out the charged tablet and shared the music downloaded in the end times with Jiang Yi. They each wore a Bluetooth headset and closed their eyes for a nap. Xiao Jiao observed that Lulu and Jiang Yi were both taking a nap. So he quietly closed the window and turned on the air conditioner in the car. It was still cold in early spring, and the wind was cold outside. There was no need to worry too much about the fuel consumption of the air conditioner. He had stockpiled a lot of gasoline before the end of the world. When the end of the world came, space was limited, and he asked his family to store many supplies in a warehouse in the suburbs. In the past few months, he collected all the supplies hidden in the abandoned air raid shelter according to the warehouse information provided by his mother and sister. The supplies were divided into 3 parts. 1 for him, 1 for his mother, and 1 for his sister. These supplies could cover the living expenses of 10,000 people for 10 years. Gasoline alone filled 1,000 square meters. Outside the car, the trees were green, and the scenery was lonely and beautiful. Lulu and Jiang Yi fell asleep. 2 hours later, Yan Feiyu and Xiao Jiao exchanged positions and took over driving. Lulu also woke up at this time. She was stunned for a few seconds, and when she looked up, she saw the baby carriage between her and Jiang Yi. Xiao Wu was sleeping soundly. Yi seemed to feel that the car had stopped, and she slowly opened her eyes. Lulu, let's rest here for half an hour. There is a small town nearby, and there is a toilet in the abandoned shop next to it. Xiao Jiao stood in front of the car window and said to Lulu and Jiang Yi, who had just woken up, let's go to the toilet. Jiang Yi nodded, opened the car door, and went to the toilet of the shop across the street with Lulu. Xiao Jiao sat in the back seat of the car and looked at the sleeping Xiao Wu. Yan Feiyu followed Lulu and Jiang Yi and accompanied them to the toilet inside the shop. He saw Lulu and Jiang Yi enter the women's toilet and then turn to the men's toilet. There were more people queuing in the men's toilet. The women's toilet was quite spacious. After Lulu and Jiang Yi finished using the restroom and left, after the queue of superpowers confirmed that there were no other women, they went into the women's restroom to use the restroom. In today's social situation, if Lulu and Jiang Yi were not there, they would have gone into the women's restroom to use the restroom. Among them, more people would find wildflowers and weeds on the spot to solve physiological problems. After a short half-hour break, the 5 cars continued on the road, with Wang Wu driving and leading the team. Some high-level zombies hiding in the wilderness nearby did not dare to come out to trouble them. Along the way, John Lang and Wang Wu sensed the presence of at least 10 high-level zombies. Boss, those zombies are of good level. Are you really not going to catch them and bring them back as your subordinates? John Lang shook his head. I don't have time to think about these things. Didn't you see that the master asked us to open the way? When we settle down, you can recruit soldiers nearby. Okay. Wang Wu, your strength has improved very quickly. John Lang tried to ask. Wang Wu's physical fitness is similar to that after he drank the vitality water and increased 3 times. This made him very puzzled. Wang Wu smiled and his head facing the road in front suddenly turned 360 degrees flexibly, aiming at John Lang sitting in the back. Boss, thanks to your support. Look at my head. I have successfully practiced the first 2 of the 18 styles. 360-degree rotation of the head plus 365-degree rotation of the limbs. Wang Wu's arm, which was driving, seemed to be broken in an instant, and it turned a circle and stretched in front of John Lang. John Lang, who was sitting in the back seat, turned green. Drive well. Does this 18 styles technique given by the master really have such an effect? John Lang really wants to know the secret of practicing the 18 styles, but he is too embarrassed to ask Wang Wu. This will make his boss lose face. Grandpa Lang, we can do it too. We can do the first style. The 2 half-human zombies holding John Lang's arms on the left and right were pale, with stiff and creepy smiles on their mouths. Look, we can do it too. The 2 women turned their heads 360 degrees 3 times, as if showing off. John Lang had a blank expression on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. This technique given by the master is really a good thing. If you can master 2 moves, you can be so powerful. What if you can master all of them? John Lang's breath was choked. He took out the 18 styles technique in the space and studied it carefully. When Wang Wu and the 2 women saw it, they didn't dare to make any strange sounds. Grandpa Lang is studying the 18 styles. Maybe they can understand the true meaning of the 3rd form from Grandpa Lang's training track. Wang Wu quietly watched John Lang flipping through the exercises through the rearview mirror. The 2 girls also watched and learned silently. Chapter 317. 2 hours passed in a flash. It was about 5:30 in the afternoon. The setting sun leaned against the mountain, revealing a half-hidden face. There is a small village ahead. We will rest here and continue to set off after dinner. Okay. While Xiao Jiao was talking, Yan Feiyu pulled the car over. The group of people stopped at the entrance of the village called Shuizhu Village. Brother Jiao, Yi is pregnant. I am afraid that traveling overnight will affect the baby in her belly. Yan Feiyu supported Jiang Yi and said worriedly. Xiao Jiao thought for a while. Rest in Shuizhu Village tonight and continue to set off at dawn tomorrow. Yan Feiyu said with a happy face. Thank you, Brother Jiao. What are you thanking me for? Let's go and take a look. Lu Lulu had no objection to Xiao Jiao's arrangement. She was not in a hurry. Jiang Yi was pregnant, so it didn't matter if she delayed for one more night. Xiao Jiao held Xiao Wu to his chest. Lu Lulu put away the baby stroller and entered the entrance of Shuizhu Village with Jiang Yi, Yan Feiyu and others. John Lang and Wang Wu stood at the entrance of the village to guard the vehicles. In the front were the 60 superpowers. They were responsible for exploring whether there were any dangerous factors in the village. Soon, Xiao Jiao and others found a row of 2-story rural villas. After several superpowers entered to explore, they found 6 2-story villas where no one had died. The houses here looked clean, except for a little dust. The household items were almost complete. However, now there is no water and electricity. Even if these household appliances and kitchen supplies are used, they are not very useful. Lu Lulu found a well in the spacious yard of the first villa. The well water looked very clear. She found a bucket next to the well and drew a bucket of water. First, use a water tester to measure the value. Lu Lulu put the water tester into the bucket. Instantly, the red alarm light on the water tester kept flashing. The pollution value of such clear well water is so high. Xiao Jiao, go and remind those superpowers that the water in the yard cannot be drunk. Okay. Xiao Jiao hurried out of the yard and found a superpower who was picking up firewood at the door. Notify everyone that the water and food in the house, as well as the fruits and vegetables in the fields, should not be moved for the time being. The superpower saw Xiao Jiao's unfamiliar face, was stunned for a moment, picked up the pager on his chest, and notified the team members exploring nearby. Are you the captain's brother? The superpower asked Xiao Jiao while picking up firewood. Yeah. He looked at the former team member and patted his shoulder gently. Continue to collect firewood. Okay. After a moment of stunned silence, the superpower picked up dry firewood around the village house. Xiao Jiao turned back to the yard where Lu Lulu was. Xiao Jiao, what are they eating tonight? A pot of stew and a pot of rice. What about us? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Or, you can try the special stew of the superpower team, which tastes pretty good. Okay. You arrange it tonight. Lu Lulu pointed to the fruits and vegetables that had just grown in the yard. The staple food is up to you. Leave it to me. Xiao Jiao handed Xiao Wu in his arms to Lu Lulu. You and the child go into the house to rest. I'll go prepare dinner. Yeah. Lu Lulu entered the living room of this farmer's house. The light in the living room was very dim. Lu Lulu looked up at the sky. It looked like it would get dark soon. She found a candlestick in the space, lit it, and placed it on the table in the living room. Good boy. I'll feed you dinner first. Okay. Xiao Wu replied obediently. Lu Lulu looked around. There were only her and Xiao Wu in the living room. In the field at the gate of the yard, two superpowers were picking firewood. Yi had just gone to the village with Yan Feiyu and was not with her. Lu Lulu saw that there was no one around, so there was no need to hide anything. She directly took out the thermostatic milk that had been preserved in advance from the space. Good boy. Drink milk. Xiao Wu smiled when he saw the bottle. He held the bottle and quickly finished a 180 milliliters bottle of milk. Baby, stay in the car first. Mommy will clean up the sleeping place for the night. Okay. Lu Lulu put Xiao Wu in the stroller that she had just taken out. She then began to collect the furniture in the family's living room, with the dimensional necklace given by Xiao Jiao. After scanning around, all the sundries in the living room were put into the dimensional space. Lu Lulu put down Xiao Wu's baby fence. She assembled the fence with her bare hands and laid a comfortable mat. 10 minutes later, a comfortable rest area was built. Lu Lulu put Xiao Wu in the baby fence to play with the candlelight. She played with Xiao Wu in the fence for about 20 minutes. After changing his diaper, Xiao Jiao came back. Lulu, dinner is ready. This is for you. Xiao Jiao put the food prepared in the thermos in the fence. You play with the baby for a while. I'll go over and have dinner with them. Okay. Lu Lulu saw the thermos and breathed a sigh of relief. She was not used to interacting with too many strangers. After Xiao Jiao left and closed the door, she opened the hot pot with white rice in the thermos and tried a bite. Well, it tasted very good. There should be some hot pot base in it. Xiao Wu looked at Lu Lulu eagerly. There are chili peppers in it. Children can't eat chili peppers. Okay. Xiao Wu continued to play with the rattle disappointedly. I want to grow up quickly so that I can eat chili peppers when I grow up. Lu Lulu quickly finished dinner and put the tableware aside. She didn't plan to wash the dishes. Well, let Xiao Jiao wash them. Washing dishes is the most annoying thing. After Lu Lulu played with Xiao Wu for a while, she took out the tablet to watch the movie downloaded in advance. Xiao Wu was not sleepy at all at this moment. He really wanted his mother to play with him for a while. But mom wants to watch TV series. Just when Xiao Wu felt bored, Xiao Jiao and Kong Kong entered the yard. The door of this two-story villa was also closed by him and locked. Baby, have you taken a bath? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Jiao coming back. Good dad is back. He wants to tell Xiao Wu a story and play with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu immediately stood up with the help of the fence and smiled brightly at Xiao Wu. Dad plays. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but smile widely. He stretched out his hand to pinch Xiao Wu's smiling face and waved to take out a baby bathtub filled with hot water. Okay. Dad will play with you. Come on. Dad will wash you first. Xiao Jiao first took out a solar energy-saving lamp and placed it in the living room. In an instant, the living room was illuminated by this high-power energy-saving lamp. After putting away the candles on the table, he placed a chair next to the bathtub. Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Jiao without blinking. Chapter 318, I'll help you wash. Dad is so hard-working. After getting ready, Xiao Jiao picked up Xiao Wu and took off his clothes. Baby, come and try the water temperature. Xiao Jiao put Xiao Wu's bare feet in the warm water. Xiao Wu smiled and stood up in the bathtub. After he observed that Xiao Wu was very comfortable with this temperature, he began to bathe him. Lu Lulu put away the tablet on which she was watching TV series. She stood up, walked to the fence, and threw Xiao Wu's bath towel into the bathtub. Xiao Jiao picked up the towel and bathed Xiao Wu. Lulu turned around and continued to watch TV series on the comfortable lazy sofa. 6 or 7 minutes later, Xiao Wu's face was flushed after taking a bath. After Xiao Jiao took off his shoes and socks, he carried Xiao Wu into the fence. He dried Xiao Wu's body and changed him into the baby underwear that Lulu had placed aside. After changing Xiao Wu's clothes one by one, Xiao Jiao then raised his eyes and looked at Lulu, who was lazily leaning on the lazy sofa. Shall we take a simple bath too? Lulu withdrew her gaze from the plot. Where is the child? Kong replied in time. I'll come to see the child. Let's go. Lulu slowly stood up and stepped out of the fence. Xiao Jiao took her little hand and led her into the master bedroom on the right side of the living room. Bang. A light sound. The bedroom door was closed. Lulu's heart beat uncontrollably with the sound. She looked at Xiao Jiao's tall and broad back in front of her and couldn't help swallowing. There was nothing to be shy about. She had seen it all. Xiao Jiao waved his hand and placed the adult super-large bathtub filled with hot water in the middle of the bedroom. After putting the bathtub in place, he placed a warm yellow desk lamp in front of the desk in the room and turned it on. Under the dim desk lamp, it was not very clear. Lulu, you wash first, Xiao Jiao said, pulling out the stool in front of the desk and sitting down. He turned his back to Lulu, and it seemed that he did not intend to watch her take a bath. Lulu pouted and took off her clothes calmly. Then, she raised her legs and entered the bathtub. Maybe the temperature of the hot water was a little bit. She shrank her feet because of the scald. The dog blood thing was. Her feet slipped and she fell into the bathtub. Ahem. Lulu was forced to drink 2 mouthfuls of bath water. Her originally dry hair was now all wet and dripping with water. Xiao Jiao heard the noise and hurriedly got up and helped Lulu up. Are you okay? What do you think? Lulu replied angrily. Put your hands here. There are non-slip handrails here. Xiao Jiao could hear the anger in her tone. In a hurry, he held Lulu's wet and warm little hand and placed her hand on the stainless steel handle installed next to the bathtub. Come in. Let's wash together. After Lulu stabilized her body, she stretched out her other hand, grabbed Xiao Jiao's collar, and said every word seriously. Xiao Jiao looked at her pretty face that was red after being soaked in hot water. His eyes, which were originally calm, suddenly showed a touch of charming desire. Okay. Let go first. I'll take off my coat. I'll help you. How do you help? Xiao Jiao looked at Lulu, whose half body was hidden under the bathtub, and chuckled. Lulu's lips curled slightly, and suddenly stood up. Her flawless white skin hit the depths of Xiao Jiao's eyes. A few seconds later, Xiao Jiao stepped into the large bathtub. His tall body occupied most of the bathtub. The water in the bathtub spilled all over the floor because of his entry. After a long time, Lulu and Xiao Jiao changed into couple's pajamas and came out of the master bedroom. They entered the fence one after another, and Xiao Wu and Kong were already asleep. Xiao Jiao adjusted the energy-saving lamp on the side to nightlight mode. The child is asleep. Let's go to bed early too. Okay, Xiao Jiao responded. When he saw Lulu lying down next to Xiao Wu, he also leaned against her and lay down with her to rest. The next morning, at 6:30 in the morning, Lulu was awakened by Xiao Wu's cry. When she looked back, Kong had already made milk and handed it to Xiao Wu. Master, you wash up first. I'll take care of the baby. Lulu nodded gently. After she lifted the quilt, she found that Xiao Jiao had disappeared. When she finished washing up, Kong had already fed Xiao Wu breakfast and changed his diaper. She put the fence assembled in the living room, along with the daily necessities inside, into the dimensional space necklace given by Xiao Jiao. Just finished. Xiao Jiao entered the living room with the thermos bucket from yesterday. No hurry. We'll leave at 8 o'clock. You go wash up and have breakfast first. I've finished washing up. Lulu took the thermos from Xiao Jiao's hand. You haven't eaten yet. Right? Let's eat together. Okay. The two finished their breakfast leisurely. It was a tomato beef sauce egg fried rice. It tasted very good. After eating, Xiao Jiao habitually put Xiao Wu on his chest and hugged him. Kong followed Lulu, and the two walked out of the yard of the villa together. When they walked out of the villa, it was already 7:30 in the morning. Lulu and Xiao Jiao walked along the cement road of Zushui village towards the entrance of the village. The scenery here is quite beautiful. Yes. It's a pity that the crops in the fields have produced mutant toxins and cannot be eaten. Xiao Jiao sighed in a low voice. This is the first year of the end of the world. In addition to zombies, there is a problem of supplies. When the natural disaster comes, when it comes, there is no fear. By that time, the Sky City has been built. After all, she and her son will not starve. Yes, it's very strange. What exactly is the cause of this zombie outbreak? It seems to have suddenly broken out. Humans were infected with the virus and turned into zombies. The virus broke out. So why did the natural water and crops also mutate inexplicably? If it continues for a long time, the food stored by the official group will be eaten up sooner or later. Xiao Jiao explained. I don't know the specific cause of the zombie outbreak. As for planting crops, there is a planting base in the official shelter. The soil inside has been treated by scientists with some means, and the crops grown can be eaten. There is no problem with eating. It is limited to greenhouses, and the resources are limited. It is only for people with superpowers and powerful positions. Lulu suddenly remembered that her job in her previous life was to plant crops in greenhouses. It suddenly became clear. At that time, the temperature dropped sharply, and the temperature in the greenhouse was always maintained at 26 degrees. The temperature outside was completely opposite to that inside. She tried to recall that the temperature at that time seemed to be minus 30 degrees on the forum. Hiss. Lulu felt a chill on her back when she thought of that temperature. She grew up in City A, which is located in the south. The temperature has never been lower than minus 5 degrees. Chapter 319 Haisher. She felt sick at the thought of having to go through this kind of weather again. Don't be afraid. It's warm in the space. If there is no condition at that time, she will find an excuse to sleep separately from Xiao Jiao. She can't let her baby son get cold again. Lulu and Xiao Jiao chatted and walked to the place where they parked last night. They got in the car and waited. Not long. Yan Feiyu hugged Jiangyi, followed by a group of superpowers, and got in the car. Let's go! As Yan Feiyu gave orders to the pager, a half-human female zombie sitting in front drove the car to lead the way. They drove along the way, and there were beautiful scenery everywhere along the way. It's a pity that no matter they passed by the once prosperous streets or the nearby ancient towns, they were all deserted. It seemed that the whole world was left with only their team of people on the road. After driving for 6 hours, the car took a short half-hour break, continued to head towards Haisher, until after 10 o'clock in the evening. Lulu and others successfully arrived at Haisher, which is 3,000 meters above sea level. Haisher is more like a small county town than a city, because of its unique geographical location. Haisher was divided into a municipality by Hailan country. The permanent population here is 500,000 to 800,000. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, there are only a little over 100,000 Aboriginal residents left, except for the Aboriginal residents near Haisher. The rest of the population is almost all official personnel from major urban areas. They brought their families with them, and the leaders of each city brought 10,000 people under their command to live in Haisher. There are 26 cities in Hailan country. The number of these immigrants plus the permanent population is about 400,000. The regional division of Hai City is based on the urban area. Every 4 urban areas form a ring, with a total of 7 rings. The closer the urban area is to the middle of the ring, the higher the ranking. When Lulu and others arrived in Hai City, they learned the rules of Hai City shelter from the official personnel at the entrance of Hai City. They are foreign residents who came to Hai City by car, according to the address on the wristband certification. They live in which ring? Lulu, Xiao Jiao, and the superpowers behind them all got out of the car and listened to the announcement of the official personnel at the entrance of Hai City. Each of you has a different address, so you will be divided into different areas after entering the shelter. There are special people guarding the gate of each area, and you can enter the corresponding area by swiping the wristband. People in the upper area can go to the lower area at will. People in the lower area can only enter the upper area across areas if they have a specific identity and pass the background certification. What does a specific identity mean? Yan Feiyu asked. For example, people with special abilities, high-tech researchers, people with a doctorate or above, people who can provide rare materials for the establishment of shelters, etc. The official at the Haisher Highway entrance explained with a smile. If any of you meet any of the above conditions, you can live in the A City area. Lulu was speechless. How did this get into class antagonism? So without the household registration status given by parents in a city or B, C, D, you can only rely on other abilities to enter the inner ring? Brother, which ring should we go to? Xiao Jiao said in a deep voice. We should be able to go to any ring. The official middle-aged woman, who was promoting at the entrance, had a hint of impatience on her face when she heard what Xiao Jiao said. Did she not explain it clearly just now? We can go to any ring? Do these people have household registration in the urban area of City A? You know, people with household registration in counties and towns below City A cannot live in the inner ring. Enter the information for us. Xiao Jiao winked at Lu Lulu and Yan Feiyu beside him, and reported his information to the people at the door. I, Zheng Shi, a power-type mutant. I, Yan Yu, an earth-type mutant. Jiang Cc, a native of City A. Jiang Yi and Yan Feiyu looked at each other and thought to themselves that it was a close call. They almost reported their original identities. This was completely out of habit. They have used the names Yan Feiyu and Jiang Yi for decades, and they almost didn't react in time. When Jiang Yi reported the information, she did not choose the identity authentication of a superpower. She was pregnant with a child, and the child would be born in more than 5 months. When she was pregnant, swallowing the crystal core to awaken the superpower, she was worried that it would have a negative impact on the child. Fortunately, the disguised identity Xiao Jiao gave her happened to be the original address of City A. I, Lu Xiaoyan, a native of City A. Lu Lulu calmly made up her current identity name. Zhang Chong, a fire superpower. Wang Lu, a fire superpower. Sun Yin, the more than 60 superpower teams behind Lu Lulu, divided into 6 teams, reported their names and superpowers respectively. Officials were a little confused when they heard the information reported by these people. They are at a high altitude here, and few people from outside come here to take refuge. Most people will choose to live in convenient places, like City A or other urban areas with suitable climate and temperature. She was really surprised that so many people came here all of a sudden today. What surprised her even more was that these people were all superpowered people. How could so many superpowered people suddenly come to the Haisher shelter? Did they hear something? After listening to their report, the promoter at the entrance of Haisher said, "Wait a moment." The promoter hurried to the booth, closed the glass window, picked up the satellite radio phone, and called the superior leader in the shelter to inquire about the situation. Yes, leader. That's what happened. Are there any special talents introduced in other districts today? No. Follow the formal procedures. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. The minister who was responsible for registering people entering High City left a dissatisfied word, turned around and pressed the beautiful internet celebrity next to him on the sofa. No. The publicist heard that the minister was fooling around again, and had no choice but to hang up the phone. The minister said that according to the formal procedures, that's how it should be done. Even if so many superpowers suddenly appeared, it wouldn't cause much trouble. There are quite a few superpowers from major families in High City. The publicist took a deep breath and walked out of the booth. She smiled at the group of superpowers. If these people are all superpowers, this little face should be given. Come on. Each of you aim at the open space in front of you and show your superpowers. Yan Feiyu was the first to aim at the ground and use his superpowers to build a brick. The superpowers behind him, according to their different superpower attributes, also showed their superpowers to the publicist. A young girl standing next to the promoter saw the superpowers they released and verified their identities according to the information on their bracelets. Chapter 320. Half an hour later, everyone's identity verification was passed. Your current bracelets can enter any area. Remember that each area will charge a settlement fee separately. Well, according to the current price, 10 points per day. If you can't pay the points, even if you are a superpower, you will be kicked out of the shelter. After listening to the instructor's reminder, Xiao Jiao didn't have any special expression. Haisher is different from other shelters. The terrain here is winding and rugged, and settlement fees are required. This regulation is to prevent people from the lower urban areas from rushing to Haisher for refuge. Haishi's area has limited capacity, and people from other urban areas will cause congestion. More importantly, it is to prevent ordinary people from entering here and gathering people to rebel. Because City A, after the extreme cold, will gradually become a parasitic paradise for mutant animals and plants. Other urban areas are not much different. Haisher, as well as the suburban towns and villages around Haisher, are at a high altitude and have many powerful forces entrenched here. They quickly wiped out the mutant plants and animals nearby. This place will become a new refuge for people in a year. The upper-class officials occupied the territory in advance. This is to prevent other ordinary people from coming to snatch survival materials and space. In the early stage, such rules are used to reduce the number of people entering. When the extreme cold disaster is over, almost all useless ordinary people will die. Only the remaining technical talents are qualified to enter the Haisher shelter for refuge. Xiao Jiao is familiar with these official regulations. Unfortunately, the empty city will not be opened until after the natural disaster next year. He was powerless in the face of such a situation. The power of an individual is too small, and he cannot save all the survivors. Originally, he planned to use the relatives of the Xiao family to enter the empty city to plan urban construction. But those distant relatives, who had some relationship with him, after learning that the Xiao family was wanted by the leader, drew a clear line with them and were unwilling to communicate with him. They handed over a large amount of supplies to the leader to show their loyalty, just to save their lives and status. Xiao Jiao did not blame these relatives for their behavior of currying favor with the powerful. They just wanted to survive. On the contrary, it was because of him that these Xiao family members, who originally belonged to the upper class and held important positions, were demoted layer by layer and became marginal figures because of him. He had no talents under his command. This resulted in the need for a lot of gold to build AI intelligent robots to maintain the daily operations of the empty city. After systematic calculations, according to the current gold reserves, the empty city will be officially launched as early as the beginning of next spring. Xiao Jiao walked to the window of the booth without any emotion. First, pay 1 year settlement points. You alone. Or everyone. Everyone. Manager. I just counted. There are 70 people in total. 1 year settlement fee requires 252,000 points. The young girl who had been silently following the promoter suddenly reminded him. 70 people? We should have 69 people. Then, that monkey. It's yours. The young girl pointed at Kong Kong beside Lu Lulu and shouted. Pets are also charged separately. Jiang Yi raised her voice speechlessly. Of course. It's okay if you don't pay. If you don't pay, it can't go in. Kong Kong heard the girl's voice and immediately rushed to Xiao Jiao's side and pulled his trouser legs. Boss. Xiao Jiao picked up Kong Kong and said, I will pay you points. Stay away from me, he said coldly, raised his hand to show the QR code on the bracelet, and asked the staff at the booth to scan the code to deduct points. Alpay has arrived. 252,000 points. After Xiao Jiao completed the formalities, he turned around and smiled at Lu Lulu. The middle-aged woman and young girl who handled the formalities for him looked up from the computer screen dully and looked at Xiao Jiao's tall back. Manager, am I seeing this right? Count how many zeros this person has in his balance. You are not seeing this right. The balance is over 98 million. How rich must he be before the apocalypse? Shh. Notify the security guards at the door and let them pass. Okay. The young girl picked up the pager and asked the security guards at the checkpoint behind her to make way. She walked out of the booth while calling, staring at the back of the car that Xiao Jiao and others left. So rich. And they are all superpowered. No. Those two women are not superpowered. One of them is pregnant. Did these two women save the Milky Way in their previous life? Don't stand there stupidly. Enter their information into the personnel system. Ah? Okay. Manager. The young girl went into the booth to work. There would be no one passing by here for 10 days or half a month. There were only 4 staff members. The manager, her and 2 other sisters who were on shift. With so many people coming here today, it will probably take a long time to check the information. The young girl didn't think too much and sat at the computer desk to get busy. Inside the Haisher Pass, after driving about 3 kilometers, Lu Lulu and others arrived at the outermost 7th ring road of Haisher. They came to the iconic railway station of Haisher. They came from the west, and the railway station was in the north. There were 2 wide roads to the east and south of the railway station. 10 kilometers to the east is District Y. 10 kilometers to the south is District Z. They chose to move in the direction of District Y. At the junction of District Y and District X, there is a long solid concrete wall. In the middle of the wall, there is an entrance similar to the guardrail of the highway intersection. There are walkways and lanes next to the entrance. Near the entrance, there are 2 teams of 20 uniformed officials standing guard. What are you doing? Xiao Jiu's car was in the front this time. He sat in the driver's seat and rolled down the window. We want to enter the 5th ring road. After hearing this, the staff at the booth window suddenly opened her narrowed eyes and pointed to the QR code on the glass window next to the booth. Scan the QR code to verify. Everyone must scan it. Under the supervision of the staff, Xiao Jiu and others scanned the code one by one for verification. About 10 minutes later, they successfully entered District X. On both sides of the road leading into District X, rows of solar energy-saving lamps were installed. Through these lights, they vaguely saw that there were many scattered residential gatherings on both sides of the road. When they continued to drive forward for 5 kilometers, they came to a bridge. The bridge has 4 directions, which are the names and direction signs of the 4 districts, namely U, V, W, and X. Which ring road do we settle in? After seeing the road sign, Jiangyi asked the people in the car. Lulu likes a quiet life. It is inconvenient to live too noisy. Chapter 321. The crowd here seems to be relatively loose, and she thinks it's not bad to live here. After all, when there are too many people, it's easy to cause trouble. I think this place is not bad. Lulu yawned. It's almost 12 o'clock now. Finding a place to live is the most important thing. She has been sitting in the car for a whole day, and she can't stand it anymore. Jiangyi is a happy-go-lucky person, and she doesn't care even if she lives on the main road. She agreed with Lu Liuliu's proposal. Let's live here for the time being, and change to a better place in the future. Yin Feiyu also agreed, Brother Jiu. Let's go to the direction of District U. The higher the district, the better the living area and environment, and the more abundant the supplies. Okay. Since everyone agrees, let's decide to stay in District U tonight. Xiao Jiu started the car and drove towards the area of District U in the east. A few minutes later, they came to the wall port in District U. The staff on the homepage saw their car and allowed them to enter the gathering place in District U after verifying their identity. At this time, it was past midnight. After they entered the streets of District U, they found that the streets were empty, so they had to drive the car further in. When their car drove to the center of the street, they saw a huge, glittering signboard erected at the door of a large shopping supermarket. The signboard had a few big words: 24-hour service center in District U. Go in and take a look. Xiao Jiu pulled the car over, opened the door, and got out. Others also turned off the engine and got out. I have been sitting in the car for a whole day today. I feel very depressed because I have been sitting in the car for too long. Everyone entered the U District Service Center one after another. Lulu looked up and saw a middle-aged man in his early 30s sitting at the counter in the U District. The man was wearing the official green jacket. When he heard the footsteps, he suddenly raised his head from the counter. Huh? No one has come for half a year. And so many people came today? These people are all residents of their U city? Xiao Jiu walked to the window first and asked, We need a place to stay. The middle-aged man glanced at the crowd behind Xiao Jiu, and then handed him a tablet. Vacant accommodation is here. Each area has a detailed introduction, and the price is also marked. You can choose it yourself. Submit it after selection, and scan the code to pay directly. After Xiao Jiu took the tablet, he handed it to Lulu beside him. You choose. I pay the points. Okay. Lulu took the tablet and stood at the counter with Jiangyi to choose a place to stay together. Lulu, here are the options. Choose from low to high prices. Jiangyi was worried about Xiao Jiu having to pay for the accommodation of so many people. So, she suggested choosing the place to live by price. Okay. Lulu wanted to save some points for Xiao Jiu, so she clicked the price sorting button on the tablet. All the hotels displayed on the tablet were the same. Each hotel was equipped with exterior and room pictures, and the address prompts were all within 2 kilometers of the main street in District U. The first one was called Sugar Cube Hotel, which cost 70 points per night, and the facilities looked very old. And it only provided electricity but not water. Electricity needs to be drawn with an electricity card, and each kilowatt-hour of electricity costs 10 points. Lulu and Jiangyi saw the lowest priced hotel. If the water and electricity are calculated, it is estimated that it will cost 100 points per night. There are 70 of them, and every 2 people share a double room. And the daily consumption is as high as 3,500 points. This is just the cost of accommodation, not including the purchase of food. Counting the expensive food, these superpowers are very good eaters. If Xiao Jiu really wants to support this group of people, The minimum daily consumption is 10,000 points. If you really want to live here, at least 3.65 million points will be consumed in a year. Lulu frowned and continued to scroll down. The lower you go, the higher the hotel specifications. After she glanced at it, she found that the prices of these hotels are linked to the star rating. Less than 100 points are small hotels with simple decoration and old facilities. 100 to 200 points are the standard of 1-star express. 200 to 300 points are about 2 stars, similar to the business hotel Han Mounting. 300 to 400 points is the 4-star standard, such as the high-end hotels under Yamuduo. 400 to 500 points is the 5-star standard, such as Zimmading. Hotels above 4 stars have very beautifully decorated rooms, and water and electricity are included, so there is no need to charge the water card separately. There are also dedicated restaurants above 4 stars, and each room provides up to 2 free double breakfasts based on the number of people. Although breakfast only has porridge and steamed buns, but in the current situation of scarcity of supplies, it is already a very good treatment. Similarly, the price is also very high. A bowl of porridge and a steamed bun, bought with points, can be bought with 20 points at the current price. The total cost of water and electricity for 1 day will not exceed 20 points. Even after the end of the world, capital still controls the source of survival for the survivors. If you don't have points, then work hard to earn points. If you can't earn points, then rent a cheap low-rent house. 20 points a day. 8 people squeezed into a small room. Lulu was speechless for a while. There are only tens of thousands of points left in her bracelet now. If you want to live better, you may have to use supplies to pay for the room fee. The staff at the window noticed that Lulu and Jiangyi looked a little ugly. He smiled and said, "If you don't like these, you can take a look at the long-term rental houses. Long-term rental houses are good quality and cheap, and the minimum rental is 3 months. 1 deposit and 3 payments. The cheapest long-term rental house. Only 300 points a month. Of course, only 1 bed position for an 8-person room is provided." Xiao Jiao looked at the words of the staff and felt underestimated. "Open 34 rooms for me for 3 months. Sir, which hotel are you talking about?" Xiao Jiao picked up the tablet on the counter and directly selected the price from high to low. The first one was the Shimao Dun 5-star hotel. This one. Open 34 rooms. Lulu and Jiangyi looked at each other, and they both saw the shock in each other's pupils. Yan Feiyu and dozens of superpowers behind him sat in the lobby, waiting for accommodation. What they thought was that a house that could shelter from the wind and rain would be enough. "Sir, are you really sure about this 5-star hotel? Stay for 3 months in a row? Don't talk too much. Hurry up and open a room." Xiao Jiao raised his hand and saw that it was already 12:30 in the morning, and urged hurriedly, Okay, I'll do it for you right away." The drowsy staff suddenly felt very excited. For every room opened, he can get a 5% commission. Chapter 322. 34 5-star rooms were opened at once. This is a big profit. "Excuse me, do you want a standard room or a king-size bedroom?" 30 standard rooms. For king-size bedrooms. Xiao Jiao thought for a second and replied, "Okay. Sir, you have booked a lot of rooms. It will take some time to make a card for you. Please sit next to me for a while," the middle-aged man said to Xiao Jiao respectfully. Xiao Jiao nodded gently, turned around, took Lulu's hand naturally, and pulled her to the bench in the hall to sit down and rest. Jiangyi walked away silently, and sat next to Yan Feiyu in a daze. What kind of man did Lulu sleep with? It's too generous. No wonder this man is wanted by the authorities, and offered a reward of 1 million points. These 1 million points are just the cost of accommodation for a month with his subordinates. 15 minutes later, the staff member sighed, holding 34 room cards, walked to Xiao Jiao and handed him the room cards. "Sir, the room cards are all here, and the 4 king-size rooms are marked separately. The hotel is 200 meters straight behind the service center. You can swipe the room card to enter the hotel directly. If the room card is lost, you need to pay 100 points for each card. Please keep the room card safe." "Well, the room card for the standard room. Go and make 30 more for me." Xiao Jiao considered that the movements of these superpowers under his command could not be completely consistent, and it would be more convenient for each person to have a room card. "Okay. Please wait." The middle-aged man rushed to the counter and hurriedly took out a bunch of room cards to make cards. A few minutes later, He handed the room card to Xiao Jiao again. Xiao Jiao handed the room card of the standard room to Yan Feiyu and asked him to distribute the room cards to his subordinates. Sir, breakfast time is 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. If you miss the meal time, there will be no free breakfast. Yes. After Xiao Jiao responded, he casually chose a king-size bedroom and distributed the other room cards to Jiang Yi, Zhang Lang and others. He and Lu Lu shared a room. Yan Feiyu and Jiang Yi shared a room. Zhang Lang had 4 zombies and 2 rooms, which were freely allocated. Another 5 minutes later, everyone got the room card and drove away in the direction of the hotel. The staff of the U District Service Center saw them leaving and immediately picked up the pager to notify the staff of Shimutan to turn off the power switch and come out to work quickly. No one has come here for more than half a year. Now it is suddenly open for business, which makes people very uncomfortable. It seems that I have to report the situation to the manager tomorrow and arrange one more person on duty. Otherwise, if more and more people come, he will not be able to handle it alone. Xiao Jiao and others drove and arrived at the entrance of Zimeding 5-star hotel about 1 minute later. The hotel, which was originally dark, urgently mobilized staff to welcome them because of their arrival. The security guard at the gate saw their car and guided them to park in the open-air parking lot at the entrance of the hotel. Sir, please come this way. Do you need help with your luggage? The 2 security guards greeted Xiao Jiao and others who got off the car with concern. No need. Xiao Jiao spit out 2 words coldly and strode towards the brightly lit interior of the hotel. A group followed closely behind. They passed by the front desk, where there were 2 young girls who had just started work. When they saw Xiao Jiao and the others enter the room, they smiled and greeted them. Xiao Jiao and the others took the elevator in batches and went to the room floor marked on the room card without looking away. Go to bed early. Good night. Lu Lulu stood at the door, waved to Jiang Yi, and entered the hotel room side by side with Xiao Jiao. Her room was separated from Jiang Yi's by the room of Zhang Lang and his 3 younger brothers. Even if something happened in Jiang Yi's room, she couldn't hear it. The sound insulation of the 5-star hotel room should be good. Lu Lulu closed the door and thought silently. After all, when they were in Linwan, Jiang Yi and Yan Feiyu made too much noise. Now, he is in the middle and late stages of pregnancy. It is relatively safe to have sex at this time. Xiao Jiao put the room card into the card slot to get power. The next moment, the dark room suddenly lit up. Xiao Wu sat on the waist stool in Xiao Jiao's arms, looking around curiously. Lu Lulu walked around the room and found that there were 4-piece bedding sets provided by the hotel. Pure white sheets. It seemed very clean. Lu Lulu first sniffed it, and there was no special smell. Then, she came to the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window balcony and looked outside. It was pitch black nearby, and the only light was the U District Service Center they had just passed. Nothing could be seen. Lu Lulu curled her lips, closed the sliding door of the balcony, and pulled the curtains of the balcony. While she was walking around, Xiao Jiao picked up the remote control and turned on the central air conditioning in the room. After testing, the air conditioner was fine and had enough power. After he adjusted the room's air conditioner temperature, Lu Lulu had already taken out the stroller. This stroller is dual purpose. It can be used for lying or sitting. Put the baby down first, and you help me change the 4-piece bedding. Okay. Xiao Jiao put Xiao Wu in the stroller, fastened his seatbelt, and gave him a rattle to shake for fun. How to change. Put away the quilt cover and pillow that come with the bed first. Xiao Jiao opened the dimensional space and did as he was told. After a while, the entire bed was left with only the bed frame and mattress. Lu Lulu directly took out the quilt and quilt pad she had put on before. Xiao Jiao took over the bedding and quickly laid out the quilt and quilt pad. This bed is a bit high. Change to the crib fence. Lu Lulu muttered softly, took out the crib fence that had been prepared before, and placed it on the ground. You install this. I'll go to the bathroom to take a shower first, Lu Lulu said, hurried into the bathroom and locked the bathroom door. Taking a shower with Xiao Jiao was too painful. The shower ended up being very frivolous. It was more comfortable to take a shower alone. Lu Lulu skillfully changed the water purifier adapter, put the commonly used shampoo and shower gel in place, took off her clothes, and stood in the bathroom to take a shower. Wait for her to blow dry her hair and come out of the bathroom. More than half an hour had passed. She walked to the bed and found that the fence had been installed. Xiao Wu lay on the bed, covered with his exclusive down quilt, and slept very sweetly. I'm done. You go. Yeah. Xiao Jiu responded and went into the bathroom to wash. When he came out of the bathroom, it was already past 1 in the morning. He turned off the main lights in the room, leaving only the warm night light under the bed, and then turned over and lay flat on the bed. Lulu. Good night. Lulu was pretending to sleep, but when she heard his voice, she suddenly felt flustered. Good night. Xiao Jiu heard her response and reached out to hold her in his arms. I'll hold you while you sleep. Chapter 323. Lulu did not refuse, nor did he have any reason to refuse. Xiao Jiu seemed to have an electric heater on him. Very warm. Good night. Lulu leaned on Xiao Jiu's chest, replied in a muffled voice, and slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, Xiao Wu was the first to wake up. Xiao Jiu found that Xiao Wu was calling for his father, and immediately opened his eyes, changed his diaper, washed his face, and fed him. When Xiao Wu took the bottle to drink milk by himself, he kissed Lulu on the forehead, then got up and went to the restaurant on the 5th floor of the hotel to pack breakfast. At 7:30, the restaurant was open. Xiao Jiu quickly finished the porridge buns provided by the hotel, and solved his breakfast with a small bag of pickles he brought. He packed Lulu's portion and walked back. When he left the hotel restaurant, he met Yin Feiyu and Jiangyi coming downstairs together. The restaurant only has steamed buns and porridge, Xiao Jiu said, taking out a vacuum-sealed salted duck egg from his backpack and handing it to Yin Feiyu. Give your wife some nutrition. Thank you. Take your time to eat. I'll take it up to Lulu. Goodbye. Xiao Jiu greeted them and turned back to the hotel room. He put the thermos on the coffee table in the room, and when he turned around, he saw Xiao was sitting obediently in the corner of the bed reading a picture book. Lulu was sleeping soundly, with no sign of getting up. What a lazy little bug. Xiao Jiu left a note on the coffee table, and then took Xiao Wu out to play. 2 hours later, Lulu woke up slowly. She habitually turned her head to look at the baby next to her, and when she opened her eyes, the bed was empty. Both of them disappeared. Lulu lifted the quilt and stood up. After seeing the note on the coffee table, she went to the bathroom to wash up. The rent of more than 500 points for the day was worth it. The decoration and water and electricity supply of the hotel were in place. After Lulu simply washed up, she opened the breakfast that Xiao Jiu brought her. A steamed bun, a salted duck egg, and a bowl of warm porridge. The ingredients looked okay. Lulu picked up the porridge and took a sip. It tasted a bit sour. She put down the stainless steel box containing the porridge, picked up the steamed bun and tasted it. Similarly, a faint smell of sourness came. Such food made her frown, even though she knew that in the current situation, having such precious ingredients as rice and flour was already a very luxurious life. But she still couldn't eat it. Lulu took out a warm ham and egg sandwich from the space and a cup of thick milk latte to fill her stomach. She simply rinsed her mouth and took another bite of the sandwich. This is so delicious. Lulu finished the food and latte in her hand, and then hid all the packaging bags of sandwiches and coffee in the space. Xiao Jiu only ate such a few stale things in the morning, so he must not be full, let alone eat well. Lulu walked to the refrigerator in the house and opened the refrigerator door to check. The refrigerator was empty. She picked up the plug and powered on the refrigerator. After confirming that the refrigerator could be used normally, immediately fill the refrigerator with vegetables and fruits. She chose 3 commonly eaten vegetables, namely tomatoes, cabbage and carrots. The fruits are her favorite: strawberries, apples and bananas. If you ask, it's easy to explain. I use Vitality Water to promote the growth. She has tried it. If the Vitality Water has enough energy, these seeds can also be hydroponically grown without soil to quickly germinate, bloom and bear fruit. As for meat, there is really no excuse or reason to take it out. If I don't find a reason to take it out, it will be troublesome to eat fresh meat dishes made by Xiao Jiu in the future. Lulu closed the refrigerator door, sat on the sofa, and connected to the livestock door in the space. The chickens, ducks, cows, pigs, sheep, rabbits, geese and other small animals that she put in before the end of the world were strolling in their respective livestock areas. Before the end of the world, she didn't have many of these animals. After 10 months of free development and growth, These small animals have reproduced several batches. I have to find a way to get the fat animals that are waiting to be slaughtered here out and appear in front of Xiaojiu reasonably. Let him catch and kill these animals. And he can eat fresh meat every day. These animals that grow up in the space eating space grass and drinking space dew must taste better than the meat that was stockpiled before the end of the world. Lu Liuliu's eyes swept over the animals in the livestock pen, and her saliva almost flowed out. Her eyes flashed quickly, and she thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a good way to eat meat reasonably. Just as she was thinking hard, suddenly, she heard the sound of a card swiping and opening the door. Xiaojiu sat in Xiaojiu's arms with a cute Xiaowu. He walked to Lu Lulu and put the two environmentally friendly canvas bags in his hand on the coffee table. I went to the U District shelter, and there is an official shopping mall here where you can exchange meat. But it's all frozen meat. Take a look. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. While Xiaojiu was talking, he held Xiaowu and sat on the sofa next to Lu Lulu. Lu Lulu smiled at Xiaowu first, kissed his rosy little face, and then stretched out his hand to open the ingredients that Xiaojiu brought back. Quick frozen beef balls, with a lot of additives in the ingredient list. Quick frozen steak and chicken wings and chicken breast. Quick frozen pork ribs. Quick frozen lamb rolls and fat beef rolls. Quick frozen eggs into ice cubes. There are meat and eggs for sale here? Yes. Limited. Only one of each. Xiaojiu quietly looked at Lu Lulu, who was checking the shelf life and ingredient list of the food. This is the last pure land of the future Hailan Country's shelter, the location of Hailan Country's granary. After he sent the prophetic letter, Hailan Country transported all the country's grain reserves to the warehouse built by Mount Everest 1 month in advance. There is a high altitude and low temperature there, which is a natural large ice storage. Only in the Sea City shelter near Mount Everest can you buy food such as meat, milk and eggs. He didn't plan to snatch those supplies from the official family children and leaders. After the City of the Sky is opened, the robots will automatically grow crops with nutrient solution. As long as everyone collects 10 kilograms of gold, the City of the Sky can be completely self-sufficient in the next 100 years. At noon today, we will have carrot and lamb roll hot pot, tomato scrambled eggs, and cabbage fried pork. I just gave birth to a batch of vegetables and put them in the refrigerator. Okay, you take care of the baby first. I'll go cook. Yeah. After Lu Lulu took Xiaowu, he held him and sat on the balcony to look at the scenery in the distance. Baby, do you see the high mountain in front? Xiaowu smiled. Yeah. That mountain is called Mount Everest, and it is more than 8,000 meters above sea level. Mom, I want to go to the top of the mountain to see. Will there be gods on the top of the mountain? Xiaowu asked Lu Lulu naively. Baby, don't go to the top of the mountain. The temperature there is extremely low and very dangerous. Okay. Chapter 324. Xiaowu was frightened by Lu Liuliu's serious eyes, and dared not mention his wish to climb to the top of the mountain to see the gods. While they were chatting, Xiaojiu quickly took out the cooking tools and placed them on a long table. He moved the long table to the balcony, connected the multifunction socket, and started cooking. Next to the balcony where the cooking tools were placed, there was a separate wash basin, and next to the wash basin, there was a washing machine with a washer and dryer. This is the standard configuration of this hotel. Xiaojiu first installed a water purification conversion head on the wash basin, and then began to wash vegetables and rice. The water here has been purified once and reached the usable standard. But he was not sure whether the water quality would suddenly change and the pollution would worsen. For the sake of caution, he still installed the high-tech water purifier in the system. Lu Lulu stood up with Xiaowu in his arms, walked to Xiaojiu, and watched him cook. Xiaowu widened his eyes and said loudly, Dad, when I grow up, I will cook for you and Mom. Lu Lulu and Xiaojiu looked at each other, with a hint of joy and excitement in their eyes. My dear, you must study hard then. Okay. Xiaojiu shook his head helplessly and continued to cook. Half an hour later, Xiaojiu finished cooking and brought it to the right rest area of the balcony. There were 4 chairs and a table there. It was just right for outdoor dining. The dishes are ready. Let's eat. Wait. I'll ask you to come over for dinner. After Lu Lulu handed the child to Xiaojiu, he opened the bracelet and sent a message to Jiangyi. Come over for lunch. No. Feiyu and I will go to the cafeteria to eat. There is a public canteen here. You can order food by yourself. You are pregnant. Can the food in the canteen be nutritious? Lulu. I have received too much favor from you. You can't support me forever. Fei Yu is a superpower. He can participate in the base's mission. Go out to explore and collect supplies. At least I and the child will not starve. Also, the dimension you gave me before is filled with all kinds of supplies. Don't worry about us. Okay. Lulu closed the chat box with Jiang Yi and picked up chopsticks to eat lunch. Xiao Jiao hugged Xiao Wu and gave him a bite of the freshly cooked tomato. Is it delicious? Xiao Wu held the tomato in his mouth and nodded gently. Delicious? Don't just take care of the child. Eat quickly. It will be cold and not delicious later. Okay. Xiao Wu said with a smile. Dad? I can eat by myself. Xiao Jiao heard Xiao Wu's voice getting clearer and clearer, and suddenly reacted. His son is different from ordinary children. He can talk at 10 months old and has awakened special abilities. Okay. Dad will put you on the cart and you can eat by yourself. Okay. Yeah. Lulu didn't look at the interaction between Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu. She only had eyes for the delicious food that Xiao Jiao had just made. Well, the quality of the eggs was a little bit worse. If she replaced them with eggs from native chickens in her space, the taste would definitely be better. The frozen beef rolls were still fresh. Delicious. Lulu picked up the chopsticks and bowl and ate like crazy. When she was full and looked up, she found that Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu were looking at her in surprise. Why are you two staring at me? Am I particularly beautiful today? Xiao Wu. Why is my mother's face getting thicker and thicker? Xiao Jiao. How long have you been hungry? Lulu. You eat too fast. You guys eat slowly. And after that, we'll go out for a walk as a family. Lulu said. Got up and went back to the room. Picked up the tablet and continued to watch the soap opera that he hadn't finished watching. Half an hour later, Xiao Jiao cleaned up the simple kitchen and carried Xiao Wu back to the house. Lulu. Let's go. Lulu put down the tablet in his hand. Wait. I'll go to the bathroom first. A few minutes later, she came out of the bathroom and went downstairs with Xiao Jiao to stroll around the U District shelter. An hour later, she and Xiao Jiao basically walked through the 2-kilometer streets nearby. After understanding, she learned from the staff in the shopping supermarket that they were all relatives of the U District manager. In short, they were all related. Special personnel, responsible for the operation of the U District. The same treatment is also quite good. On Mount Everest, supplies and daily necessities are distributed to each district every month. The shelter in City U is managed by the descendants of the family. Every month, Mount Everest will send people to the shelters in various cities to collect rare supplies and crystal cores regularly. It is equivalent to working for the leader and his party on Mount Everest. After handing over the supplies, Mount Everest will give them some in return. Of course, they are not the kind of fair and selfless good people. The supplies found in District U will definitely be kept privately. And then the space-based superpowers in the family will be secretly sent here to store. Anyway, all the big families do the same thing. As the saying goes, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. The higher-ups turn a blind eye to their family's behavior. Let's go back. Okay. After Lulu figured out the situation here, she and Xiao Jiao took the child back to the hotel room. She sat on the sofa and asked Xiao Jiao, who was making milk for Xiao Wu. In confusion, you said that Mount Everest has transferred all the country's supplies to the mountain. How do those people in the city live? The soil is damaged. The crops are toxins. And the water is not drinkable without treatment. If they do this, it won't take long before the staff and survivors in the shelters in major cities will starve to death and die of thirst. Xiao Jiao said to Lulu calmly. This society is the law of the jungle. We alone can't save 26 cities and hundreds of millions of survivors. Among them, there are also water-based superpowers. Superpowers that promote plant growth. Survival of the fittest. After listening to Xiao Jiao's point of view, Lulu fell silent. Yes, survival of the fittest. Don't think too much. You've been walking around for more than an hour. Lie down and rest for a while. What about you? I'll play with the children for a while. Okay. Lulu walked to the bed, took off his shoes and socks, and turned over to bed for a nap. Xiao Jiao carried Xiao Wu to the balcony. He stared at the towering snow-capped Mount Everest in the distance. Lost in thought, time passed quickly, like a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, It was the end of April. At 12 o'clock in the morning on the last day of April, all areas of Highland Country, big and small, were drizzling with rain. Except Highland Country. Other countries also welcomed the baptism of this spring rain at the same time. After being tested by experts at home and abroad, the rain was non-toxic, clean, and full of pure energy. When this information appeared on major forums at home and abroad. Chapter 325. Almost all the survivors who saw the forum message were cheering at this moment. They took various containers, walked out of their comfort zones, and stored rainwater in the open air. The official is really stupid. Why didn't they issue an announcement earlier? The rain looks like it's almost over. Don't complain. It's good to have some rain. Hurry up and find some containers to collect the rainwater. Practice has proved that the official announcement is true, and the rainwater can be drunk directly. After trying it, many people found that their physical fitness and some relatively minor injuries have been restored. This kind of rainwater is a sign of good fortune from heaven for everyone. Have you noticed? Zombies are almost extinct. Yes, I haven't seen zombies for 2 months. And I haven't heard any official news about zombies appearing anywhere. Maybe the end of the world is over. And this energy rain from the sky represents the end of the world. At home and abroad, countless people cheered and collected rainwater everywhere in the middle of the night. They were afraid that such rain would be fleeting, like a dream that could never be regained. Yuzone, Xiao Jiao, and Lu Lulu did not sleep. They used to go to bed on time at 10:30 p.m. But tonight was different. Xiao Jiao and Lu Lulu were both reborn. However, one lived to the 10th year of the apocalypse. The other survived for a year and a half. Long before the official announcement, Xiao Jiao had already known that it would rain tonight. Lu Lulu was waiting for the rain to fall and the rainstorm to begin out of pure curiosity. Xiao Jiao was waiting because this rain was an energy rain. After being caught in the rain, physical fitness will be significantly improved. He had been waiting for the rain to fall. When the rain just fell, Xiao Jiao took Lu Lulu's hand and said to her, "Come with me to the rooftop to catch the rain." Lu Lulu didn't know why and followed Xiao Jiao all the way to the hotel rooftop. When the rain wet her body, she suddenly realized that this rain could slowly improve the quality of the human body. In her previous life, she didn't know that the first light rain before the rainstorm was an energy rain, which was good for the human body. At that time, she hid in the villa and didn't dare to go out. She went to bed as soon as it got dark at night. There was no notification of forum messages, so she didn't know that this rain had its own energy. Now it seems that she missed too much information in her previous life. When Xiao Jiao and Lu Lulu were caught in the rain, Kong Kong stayed in the room to watch Xiao Wu. He was sitting on the sofa happily, eating snacks and watching TV series. Xiao Wu fell asleep on the bed, making a slight snoring sound. On the rooftop of the hotel, Lu Lulu looked through the dim rooftop street lights and saw the drizzle like a bee curtain. She couldn't help but reach out to touch the energy rain. The drizzle wet her fair hands. When the rain touched her skin, a refreshing feeling spread from her hands to her whole body. What a comfortable feeling. She was refreshed. This effect was almost the same as the feeling of drinking diluted vitality water when she was tired. But the medium of these two kinds of water has completely different effects. This energy water can be superimposed with the effect of vitality water. After enjoying it, Lu Lulu turned on the bracelet and wanted to notify Yin Feiyu and others to go upstairs to get wet in the rain together. Before she could send a message, she heard dense footsteps coming from the rooftop stairs. A few seconds later, Yin Feiyu and his psychics, who received Xiao Jiao's notification, all ran up to the rooftop shirtless to get wet in the rain. Each of them held a container for storing rainwater in their hands. "Captain, this rainwater is awesome. I feel my body has become stronger." "Me too," a group of enthusiastic psychics roared. Standing in the rain, receiving the baptism of energy rain, Yin Feiyu saw that everyone under his command was soaked in the rain. He turned around and told Jiang, who was standing under the eaves, "Go back to the hotel to rest first. After I receive the energy rainwater, I will bring you some back to store for use." Jiang nodded gently, turned around and prepared to go downstairs to leave. Lu Lulu saw Jiang coming downstairs with a big belly, and hurried to the door of the rooftop. She handed the room card in her pocket to Jiang. "Please help me look after the child in the room for a while. Kong Kong is the only one in the room. I am worried." "Okay. You can go out in the rain. I will take care of Shiwu." "Thank you." "Silly. Don't say thank you to me anymore. Okay. Jiang Yi took the room card, turned around, and went downstairs to take the elevator to leave. She opened the door with the room card and entered the room where Lu Lulu lived to help look after Xiaowu. After watching Jiang Yi leave, Lu Lulu turned around and saw more than 60 strong men standing in the rain. Good guy. Why did these superpowers run out with their upper bodies naked? Aren't they cold? It's okay to be upper body naked. But why are everyone's figures so damn wow? The one on the left, the eyebrows and eyes are very similar to YY. The one on the right, the figure is comparable to WYZ. Lu Lulu couldn't help but look back and forth at this group of superpowers. This is an instinctive reaction as a normal woman. She really couldn't control herself with such a wet temptation. Lu Lulu. Xiao Jiao found Lu Lulu standing at the door of the rooftop, showing admiration and appreciation to other men, and suddenly felt very annoyed. He stepped forward and grabbed Lu Lulu, pulled her into his arms, and let her face lean on his chest. Don't look at other men. Lu Lulu smiled awkwardly. Just now, I was only concerned with admiring the beautiful figure, and forgot that Xiao Jiao was also on the rooftop. Lu Lulu reached out to wipe the rain off her face and whispered, I didn't look. Wasn't I looking for you? There were too many people, and I couldn't find you for a while. After that, Lu Lulu quietly admired the group of strong and perfect bodies behind him through the gap in Xiao Jiao's arms. She was too careless. At the beginning, by some strange coincidence, she hanged herself on the tree of Xiao Jiao. The children were born. The rice was cooked and could not be cooked anymore. Alas! If she had not met Xiao Jiao, or Xiao Jiao died, she really did not mind finding a few more stepfathers for Xiao Wu to take care of her, and Xiao Wu. Lu Lulu. Look up at me. Xiao Jiao's cold voice was full of anger. He stretched out his hand and forcibly straightened Lu Lulu's head, so that she could only see his face. Your face is not good looking, Lu Lulu said honestly. The face that Xiao Jiao pretended to be was really ordinary, far less attractive than the group of shirtless young men. The rain slid down the upper body of the young brother with 8 abdominal muscles, and fell on the boxer shorts they wore on their lower body. The curves of some places were faintly revealed. Although it didn't look as magnificent as Xiao Jiao's. But it was not bad. Do you think your face is beautiful now? Chapter 326. Lu Lulu was speechless for a moment. Her and Xiao Jiao's current image is a middle-aged decadent man and a vicissitudes of life haggard woman. Perfect match. Don't look. After Xiao Jiao uttered 3 words in an unquestionable tone, he reached out to pick up Lu Lulu and lowered his head to kiss her moist red lips. The drizzle of rain fell from the sky. The cold rain could not wet the hot breath bursting out of their bodies. The superpowers who were drenched in the rain on the side were drawn out of some emotions that they shouldn't have after seeing this scene. A few minutes later, Lu Lulu panted slightly and pulled away from Xiao Jiao's suffocating superb kissing skills. It's really terrible. This guy doesn't know the occasion. There are so many people here. We'll see each other from now on. Do you still want to see me? Lu Lulu shook her head vigorously. No. You can only have me as your man in this life. If there is another man who wants to hit on you, I will skin him alive first, and then turn you into a human pig. Lu Lulu glared at Xiao Jiao angrily. What do you want to do to me? Kill me? How can I bear to kill you? Xiao Jiao said, and suddenly reached out to hug Lu Lulu tightly, as if to blend him into his body and become one with him. Lu Lulu's red lips opened slightly. She bit her lower lip lightly, and locked Xiao Jiao's waist with her backhand. As you said, if there is another woman who wants to hit on you, or if you have an affair with another woman, I will skin her alive first, and then turn you into a human pig, torturing you day and night. If you are willing to turn me into a human pig, if that person is you, then I am happy to do it. Bah! I'm not kidding you, Lu Lulu said fiercely. Be good. Get wet in the rain quietly. Do you think I don't want to get wet in the rain quietly? What's that thing under your belt? It's a belt buckle. Bah! You shameless bastard. Lu Lulu cursed with a red face, hugged Xiao Jiao's strong waist, and stopped talking. 15 minutes later, the energy rain gradually weakened, and finally disappeared suddenly. Yan Feiyu and 60 superpowers saw that the sky suddenly cleared up, and each of them carried a water storage container, and went downstairs from the rooftop. Lu Lulu heard the footsteps gradually fading away, and pushed Xiao Jiao. Let's go. We'll go back too. Hurry up and take a hot bath to avoid catching a cold. Xiao Jiao suddenly grabbed her hands and pressed her against the wall beside her. Here. Lulu heard Xiao Jiao's low and hoarse voice and his suggestive body movements. And the whole person seemed like a cooked shrimp. Red and smoking. What is here? This is too outrageous. Looking up is the sky. Underfoot is the ground. And next to it is the open entrance to the rooftop. What are you doing here? You can't play like this. Let's go back to the room. Lulu said this with difficulty, with the remaining rationality. Try it. After Xiao Jiao finished speaking, he didn't give her a chance to refuse. Lulu only felt a tingling touch from point to surface, spreading out in a line. You can't play like this. Damn Xiao Jiao. Lulu cursed in her heart. But her body was very honest. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked into the dark and boundless distance. Luckily, on the rooftop, only the entrance was lit with street lights. The direction they were in was still relatively hidden. After a long time, footsteps were heard at the entrance of the rooftop. Lulu pushed Xiao Jiao away, tidied her clothes, and hurried down to the entrance. After running a few steps, her legs softened and she fell to the ground. Xiao Jiao laughed heartlessly behind her. Big bad guy. Why don't you help me up? Xiao Jiao strode forward and picked up Lulu horizontally. He just picked up Lulu. Yan Feiyu and two psychics appeared at the entrance. Xiao Jiao said to Yan Feiyu, you and them move the energy rain in the container down. Okay. Hearing Yan Feiyu's answer, Xiao Jiao hugged Lulu, who buried her face in his chest, and strode downstairs. A few minutes later, he and Lulu returned to the room. Jiangyi saw Lulu, stood up, and said to her softly, you guys should rest early. I'm going back. Okay. Lulu replied in a hoarse voice. When Jiangyi passed by her, she found a suspicious red mark on her neck. Good guy. These two are quite passionate. Jiangyi walked out of the door and waved to Lulu, who was standing at the door. After Lulu saw her enter her room, he turned around and closed the door. Just close the door. Xiao Jiao carried her into the bathroom to wash up. Kong heard the door closing sound, and it was no longer surprised. The master and the boss often take a bath together, and it has become accustomed to it. Maybe taking a bath together can save water. No words all night. The next day, it was just dawn. It suddenly rained outside. Lulu and Xiao Jiao, who were sleeping, didn't hear anything outside the window, and just wanted to sleep in. The drizzle in the sky did not have the energy effect at midnight this time. On the forums of major shelters at home and abroad, at this time, there was already a lot of noise. Damn. I worked all night with the widow Zhang next door last night. And finally I was exhausted and fell asleep. I didn't expect to miss the energy rain. This rain brings energy. Can it improve people's physical fitness? Yes. Upstairs. Didn't you get wet? I'm selling energy rain in my building. The quantity is limited. First come first served. How is it sold upstairs? Private chat. Ha. I was wet from beginning to end yesterday. Now my physical fitness is great. Everyone. Look at me breaking a brick with my bare hands. Picture GIF. When Lulu and Xiao Jiao were sleeping, monsters and demons appeared in an endless stream on the forum. Yan Feiyu was very excited when he saw the overwhelming messages asking for energy rain. After he moved Xiao Jiao's rain storage container to the room yesterday, he counted the amount of rain. A total of 105 kilograms. At that time, because he only brought 2 buckets, the rainwater he collected was not much. Only a little over 20 kilograms. Other members of the superpower team did not count. He did not plan to let the superpower team members hand in these rainwater. The team members dealt with the energy rainwater by themselves. They were willing to exchange it for supplies or points. It was up to them. After Yan Feiyu sent a message to Xiao Jiao, he woke up Jiangyi, and the two went out to the cafeteria for lunch. They had just left for a short time. Xiao Jiao and Lulu woke up slowly. I want to eat black pepper steak. But there is no steak. Lulu smacked his lips. The beef in the space cannot be taken out. So annoying. I have ingredients here. What else do you want to eat? I want to eat Swiss rolls. But there is no oven and materials. Can you make it? Get up and wash up. And you can eat it when you finish washing up. Lu Liu's face was full of disbelief. Could it be that Xiao Jiao also had a fresh keeping space? The dimensional space he took out did not preserve freshness at all. How could he take out a fresh steak to cook? Lulu went into the bathroom to wash up with curiosity. After she entered the bathroom, Xiaojiu linked to the main system space and found the fresh frozen beef and some Swiss rolls that he had stockpiled before. Chapter 327. The steak needs to be thawed and heated. The Swiss roll is ready. Why are there these things? After careful consideration, Xiaojiu decided to tell Lulu that he is actually the golden superpower. His superpower space has the ability to preserve food. If he doesn't reveal part of the truth to her, in the future, he will really be asked to eat the bland and tasteless breakfast provided by the hotel and the public canteen. It's quite uncomfortable. The sooner you confess, the sooner you can enjoy happiness. If you make the system into a superpower, everything will be justified. 5 minutes later, Lulu finished washing up and sat quietly in the hall next to the room waiting. Kong Kong sat aside playing the game console. When Xiaojiu brought the food to the table, Lulu looked at the Swiss roll produced by Smu and the original grain-fed ribeye steak with good color, fragrance and taste, and his eyes widened. Where did Xiaojiu get these things? He has been in the room and has never gone out. The shopping supermarket in District U definitely doesn't have these two super rare foods. Where did you get these? I stockpiled them in my space. Try it. No. The dimensional space you gave me doesn't have a fresh keeping function. Swiss rolls can only be kept for 3 days at room temperature, and will go bad if refrigerated for 15 days. Someone went bankrupt a month ago. I stockpiled these before they went bankrupt. My space, in fact, has a fresh keeping function. Xiaojiu said this calmly, and sat down next to Lulu. Ah? The dimensional space you gave me doesn't have a fresh keeping function. What I gave you was exchanged for gold. But my own supernatural power has a storage space with a fresh keeping function. Lulu was silent for a moment. Would you be wondering where my superpowers came from? Do you remember the golden superpower you mentioned to me? Lulu vaguely guessed what Xiaojiu wanted to say. She lazily replied, You don't mean to say that you are the golden superpower? Xiaojiu said word by word, Yes. I am the golden superpower. Oh! Lulu replied without any emotion. Picked up the knife and fork to enjoy the food. Lulu, you won't blame me for always deceiving you, right? Xiaojiu looked at Lulu, who had no emotions, and was unsure. She would be angry. Angry that he lied to her. Maybe she would be happy that he had such superpowers. He had expected these emotions. But now that he was confronting her, why didn't she have any special reaction? No. Everyone has their own secrets. Lulu picked up a piece of Earl Grey Swiss roll, and after eating a few bites, she looked up at Xiaojiu. Hee. Actually, I have some little secrets too. You won't blame me if I don't tell you. Right? No. Xiaojiu said firmly, no matter what little secrets you have, I won't ask you to tell them all. What little secrets could she have? As early as when they just met. Her family situation and every detail from childhood to adulthood were investigated by him clearly. Recently, they have lived together for more than half a month. If she had a secret, he should have noticed it long ago. That's good. After hearing Xiaojiu's response, Lulu no longer felt guilty about keeping this little secret with him. He said this himself. I don't blame you for hiding the fact that you are a gold-type psychic from me. Don't blame me either. However, it's better to be honest with him about the rebirth. She only lived for 1.5 years in her previous life. Now 1 year has passed. Heavy rains are coming. And extreme cold is coming. There is no need to hide this matter. Xiaojiu often contacts Jiangyi, and it will be exposed sooner or later. As for the fact that Xiaojiu is a gold-type psychic, she has long guessed it. But she is not sure. Now she heard him admit it. She was relieved. In order to exchange high-tech items with gold-type psychics, she hoarded a lot of gold. If she had known that Xiaojiu was a gold-type psychic, she would have taken out the gold and asked Xiaojiu to exchange it for more useful daily necessities for her. You, tell me one of your secrets, and I'll tell you one of mine. Lulu smiled softly and leaned close to Xiaojiu's ear. I'm a reborn person. Xiaojiu's pupil shrank. His breath choked, and he reached out to grab Lulu's shoulders. You are a reborn person? Lulu smiled and nodded. Xiaojiu's eyes, which had never seen the world, made her feel very interesting. No wonder. She was able to learn about the golden superpowers just 1 month after the outbreak of the apocalypse. All the doubts in Xiaojiu's heart, when she heard Lulu say that she was a reborn person. Everything can be matched. Yes. Did you see the heavy rain outside? What's wrong with this rain? This rain will continue for the next month. After the rain stops, the global temperature will drop and extreme cold will come. You know extreme cold. The lowest can be as low as -90 degrees. Oh! After listening to Lu Liu's description, Xiao Jiu's reaction returned to normal instantly. It's not more than 90 degrees. The specific value is -150 degrees. It seems that although Lulu is a reborn person like him, she didn't live to the stage of -150 degrees. How did you die before you were reborn? Lu Liu's smile suddenly froze on her lips when she heard Xiao Jiu's question. This is the past she least wants to recall. The dead scumbag Ma Weizhou is not dead yet. That day, she sent a picture to the dead scumbag to show off, and ran into Xiao Jiu. Before she had time to settle accounts with him, she left Lin Wan's shelter overnight. I have a fiancé. Do you know? Yeah. You were betrayed by your fiancé. And your fiancé and your best friend conspired to kill you? Lu Liu's originally not very beautiful mood was instantly disrupted by Xiao Jiu's question. You can guess this? Your expression says that's what happened. Looking at your expression, the person who killed you is still alive? Xiao Jiu read from Lu Liu's eyes that the person was indeed still alive. Want revenge? Nonsense. Of course I want revenge. Let's take a plane and kill that scumbag. I don't want to talk about the sad things in the past. Eat. Don't eat it cold. Come. I'll feed you. No. Lulu refused Xiao Jiu's feeding and picked up the knife and fork to continue eating. Kong Kong smelled the fragrance and immediately came up. Boss. Where's mine? Next. Xiao Jiu took out 2 Swiss rolls from the space and threw them to Kong Kong. Kong Kong caught one, bite steadily with one hand, and immediately stuffed it into his mouth. After it took a bite, happy stars appeared in its eyes. Oh my god! What kind of delicious little cookie is this? This is so delicious. After Xiao Jiu threw the food to Kong Kong, he turned to the balcony and made a portion for himself and brought it inside to eat. Lunch is over. Xiao Jiu received a message from Yin Feiyu. Chapter 328. Brother Jiu, we collected a total of 125 kilograms of energy rainwater yesterday. Now all the major shelters are buying rainwater. Come to my room after you wake up. Xiao Jiu closed the pop-up message window and walked to Lulu. I'm going out for a while. Where to? Next door. Yesterday's energy rain can be exchanged for a lot of supplies. Survivors in all the major shelters are looking for it. Can it be exchanged for crystal cores? I'm short of crystal cores. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xiao Jiu slowly said, I want to exchange for some gold. Lulu and Xiao Jiu's eyes crossed in the air. She was short of crystal cores, but he was short of gold. Give me a reason to exchange for gold. With gold, I can exchange for more high-tech items. Lulu was immediately interested. Tell me what good things you can exchange for. Winter clothing. It can withstand the severe cold climate of 0 to 150 degrees and automatically adjust the temperature. Lulu's eyes lit up immediately. If there is such a winter clothing, life will be much more convenient. It will also greatly reduce the possibility of her space being exposed in the future. Can Xiao Wu wear it? Yes. One size fits the body automatically. How much gold for one? Xiao Jiu thought about it and said slowly, 100 grams. Only 100 grams. Lulu couldn't help but smile. How many kilograms of gold did she hoard? 10 months later. The gold was left unattended in the space for a long time. I can't remember clearly. It seems that I hoarded about 100 kilograms. Later, all the jewelry stores and bank vaults in the third ring were cleared out. I estimate that there should be about 1 or 2 tons. I will use part of the energy water to buy gold, and half to buy crystal cores. No, I will buy all the crystal cores. I need them urgently. Very much. Lulu said seriously. Nowadays, almost all zombies are extinct. Crystal cores are becoming increasingly scarce. If she doesn't use the energy rain to exchange for some crystal cores, she may not be able to upgrade her space in the future. She still has some obsessive-compulsive disorder. If she doesn't open all the doors in the space, she always feels that something is blocked in her heart. I know there is a place where gold is hidden. About 2 tons? Lulu estimated and replied. Xiao Jiu was overjoyed after hearing this. Help me find a way to change the crystal core. When I have time, I will go with you to get the 2 tons of gold back. Xiao Jiu excitedly held Lulu's hands, looked at her steadily and asked, Are you sure there are really 2 tons of gold? X people don't lie to X people. Barbie. X people don't lie to X people. As expected, Xiao Wu, who had just woken up, looked at his parents holding hands, and called out in Lu Liu's voice. Xiao Jiao turned around, picked up the little girl who had just woken up, and put her in Lu Liu's arms. Wait for me. I'll go change the crystal core for you right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and went out to find Yin Feiyu to change the crystal core. Next door. Next door. Next door. The room where Yin Feiyu was. Brother Jiao, the energy rainwater we have added up can be directly exchanged with the noble families in each district of High City. You can also exchange it with other survivors and the official exchange. So you can quickly get the various materials you want. The price is relatively low compared to other survivors. Directly exchange it with the official U district and exchange it all for crystal cores. Okay, Brother Jiao. The rainwater is all in this storage box. Xiao Jiao reached out and touched 4 storage boxes, and another one contained all the energy rainwater. 125 kilograms. Let's go. We'll take the rainwater to exchange. Yin Feiyu nodded, walked to the balcony, said hello to Jiang Yi who was planting crops, and went to the U district's material purchase and exchange supermarket with Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu took the elevator downstairs and walked for 10 minutes. They came to the trading supermarket for material purchase and exchange in front of the U District 24-hour service center. In the supermarket, 2 cashiers were eating melon seeds. When they saw Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu coming in, they didn't react much. They were all distant relatives of the head of the U District, and their status was noble. They didn't have much good face for other people who came to the supermarket to buy supplies. After all, in the U District, they belonged to the upper class status. These 2 people looked quite unfamiliar. They looked quite ordinary, and their figures were pretty good. They were carrying a large plastic storage box, probably to exchange for supplies. Perhaps they were survivors who had recently come to District U. Yin Feiyu smiled friendly at the 2 cashiers. Hello. We want to exchange energy rainwater for crystal cores. Energy rainwater? The 2 cashiers looked at each other, hurried out of the counter, and looked at the storage box in front of Yin Feiyu. Is it all energy rainwater? A cashier asked happily. Yes. A total of 120 kilograms. We want to exchange all this energy rainwater for crystal cores. It was originally 125 kilograms. With Xiao Jiao's consent, he left 5 kilograms of energy rainwater for Jiang Yi to use after giving birth. If he uses it now, he is worried that something unexpected will happen. These rainwaters are stored in Yi's bracelet space together with the 11th level crystal core given by Lu Lulu. Wait a minute. We need to check and confirm whether it is energy rainwater. Okay. Please do it as soon as possible. Yin Feiyu turned sideways and looked at the door. Today's drizzle is getting heavier. When he and Xiao Jiao went out just now, they saw that the rain was light and did not open an umbrella. When using the dimensional space to take the umbrella, the space panel will emit a blue light. If someone with ulterior motives notices it and has bad intentions, it will only cause trouble. You sit next to me for a while. A cashier's face became kind. She put away the half-eaten melon seeds on the table and stood in front of the storage box of energy rainwater to watch. Another young cashier hurried out of the door. 10 minutes later, the rain outside changed from drizzle to moderate rain. 2 people suddenly came in at the door of the material exchange transaction. One of the 2 people was a cashier who had just gone out to call someone. The other one was a middle-aged man with a big head and a face that looked imposing without anger. From a distance, you can see that he exudes an imposing aura. Uncle San. They are the ones who want to exchange for energy rain. Oh, the energy water is in there. The middle-aged man, called Uncle San by the cashier, came to the storage box, opened the lid, took out a plastic cup from his pocket, scooped up a spoonful of energy water, put it to his mouth, and drank a mouthful. A refreshing coolness spread from top to bottom throughout his body. It was energy rain for sure. The rain lasted less than half an hour last night. Many people did not get the energy rain for some reasons to improve their physical fitness. Almost all survivors who did not get the energy rain at home and abroad are looking to buy energy rain. Energy rain is in a state of being in short supply. As soon as it appears, it will be sold out immediately. The middle-aged man narrowed his long eyes, turned around, and looked at Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu who had just stood up. Chapter 329. These 2 people looked very unfamiliar. He has seen the faces of the high-level people in the U district. These people are outsiders. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes with a hint of shrewdness, and nodded slightly to Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu. Are you going to exchange this water for crystal cores? Yes. Is that so? To exchange crystal cores, you need to verify your identity first. Come here and scan the QR code on the table with your identity bracelet. Xiao Jiao had a sneer on his lips. This middle-aged stranger man obviously has other intentions. He walked to the cashier counter with Yin Feiyu in silence, took out the bracelet, and scanned the QR code in front of the middle-aged man. After a few seconds, Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu finished scanning. The middle-aged man checked their detailed information on the computer, because they were wearing camouflage glasses at this time. The middle-aged man saw that their information belonged to the original owner of the bracelet, a power-type mutant and an earth-type mutant. This is a bit difficult to deal with. I thought that if these two people were just ordinary people, he could easily control them and take the energy reign for himself. The boss of the U district is his cousin. It would only take a few minutes to control two ordinary people in the U district. In order not to miss the chance, the middle-aged man thought for a moment and smiled at the two people standing in front of him. Identity is fine. Exchange crystal cores. Right. I'll have someone weigh it first, the middle-aged man said with a smile, and ordered the two girls beside him. Go. Lift the energy reign onto the scale. Weigh it. Check it clearly. And hand the crystal core to them. The two girls were a little confused. Uncle Sam likes to take advantage of small things. Today, Uncle Sam didn't take all the energy reign for himself, which surprised them. The two women lifted the plastic storage box calmly, and they struggled to move the box to the electronic scale next to them. The middle-aged man saw them put the scale on and hurried over. He put his hand in the blind spot behind the storage box and turned a secret button on the electronic scale. U2. A total of 100 kilograms of energy water. According to the official exchange rate, these energy reigns can be exchanged for 1,000 high-level crystal cores. Yin Feiyu frowned and subconsciously wanted to argue. He had clearly waited before coming here. A total of 120 kilograms of energy water. How come it shrunk to 100 kilograms when it came here? Is there something wrong with the scale at his home? Xiao Jiao shook his head at Yin Feiyu, and he took a step forward and replied in a voice without sadness or joy, "We are in a hurry." The middle-aged man was overjoyed when he saw that the two had no objection. This deal gave him 200 high-level crystal cores for free. He made the right bet. These two superpowers didn't have a scale at home, and they didn't know the weight of rainwater at all. Go. Get them 1,000 crystal cores, the man said to the two girls anxiously. The two girls suddenly realized that Uncle Sam had adjusted the electronic scale, and these energy waters must be more than 100 kilograms. They hid their thoughts and took out the key to open the safe under the counter where the crystal cores were stored. A few minutes later, after they counted the 1,000 high-level crystal cores, they packed them in a wrinkled plastic bag and handed them to Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao took the plastic bag containing the crystal cores and walked towards the door without looking back. Yin Feiyu saw Xiao Jiao walking back with big strides. Although he was doubtful about the weight of the energy water, he followed him out of the U District Material Exchange Center. When they arrived at the door, it started to rain heavily outside. The sound of clattering rain continued. On the street outside the door, more and more water gathered. Brother Jiao, I waited when I came here. It is definitely 120 kilograms. Yin Feiyu had 8 points of trust in the electronic scale provided by the hotel. There was no reason for the staff in the hotel to weigh him inaccurately. Moreover, I have only heard of people who adjusted the scale down, but not the scales that were adjusted up. I know. Then, why don't you argue with that guy? He cheated us of 200 high-level crystal cores for nothing. No hurry. Wait until night. We will go back and give back the crystal cores he took away. With interest. After hearing this, Yin Feiyu did not continue to ask. Brother Jiao must be 100% sure to say this. Their identities are special now, so it is not convenient for them to have a direct conflict with the people they are protecting. Once their identities are exposed and they attract the attention of the higher-ups, it will be very difficult for them to live a peaceful life. Let's go! Xiao Jiao ran towards the hotel in the pouring rain. Yin Feiyu followed closely behind. They just ran away. The two women at the Material Exchange Center walked to the door, and after confirming that their figures disappeared in the heavy rain, they turned back to the Material Exchange Center. Uncle Sam, you made a lot of money, right? Shh. Don't make a sound. I'm your uncle. Come on. Come on. Everyone who sees it will get a share. You too. 1 high-level crystal core each, the middle-aged man said, and gave his 2 nieces 1 high-level crystal core each, which he had just taken out of the safe and embezzled. The 2 girls smiled from ear to ear when they saw the high-level crystal core. Although the benefits given by the above are good, but it is just barely enough for their daily life. 1 high-level crystal core is equivalent to a month's salary for the 2 of them. The middle-aged man zipped up his pocket happily. If there is such a thing again, remember to call me. You will definitely get the benefits. Of course. Chunpai-san, who was called Uncle San by the 2 girls, picked up the umbrella beside the counter and walked to the door. He opened the umbrella and walked away in the opposite direction of Xiaojiao and the others. The 2 girls returned to the counter and took out the treasured melon seeds to continue eating. These melon seeds were cheated from the new village 2 days ago. They continued to wait and see, waiting for the next sucker to deliver supplies. Hilton Hotel. Xiaojiao and Yan Feiyu returned to the hotel all wet. Seeing Xiaojiao soaked through, Lulu hurriedly stood up and got him a towel to wipe his hair. Xiaojiao first took off his framed glasses, revealing his original appearance. Lulu looked up and saw Xiaojiao's pair of phoenix eyes, full of charm. He was damn handsome. She suspected that Xiaojiao's wet body temptation today was intentional. He definitely didn't hold an umbrella on purpose. Lulu, I'll take a shower first, Xiaojiao said, handing the plastic bag containing the crystal core to Lulu, and then turned to go into the bathroom to take a hot shower. Lulu took the plastic bag given by Xiaojiao and walked to the sofa and sat down. She opened the plastic bag stained with rainwater and poured all the crystal cores inside onto the table with her backhand. The peanut-sized 9th-level zombie crystal core exuded colorful and dazzling light. The whole body of the 9th-level zombie crystal core that had just entered the high level. Lulu instantly judged the level of the crystal core from the energy concentration emitted by the crystal core. There are only 3 levels of crystal cores. Chapter 330. Low level, medium level and high level. Each level of crystal core is divided into 4 levels. Low level 1 to 4. Medium level 5 to 8. High level 9 to 12. The higher the level, the less virus impurities inside, and the faster the ability user absorbs the ability. And the higher the level, the larger the crystal core, and the higher the energy inside. For example, the 11th level high level crystal core is the size of an egg, and the pile on the coffee table is only the size of peanuts. According to the official news, 1 pound of energy rainwater can be exchanged for 10 high level zombie crystal cores. High level is high level. Yes. It's just the lowest level of high level. TSK. Those old 6 are quite good at playing word games. After Lulu put all the 1,000 high level crystal cores back into the space and put them away, she picked up an apple and bit it with the skin. When she finished eating the sweet apple, Xiaojiao came out of the bathroom. After hearing the noise, Lulu looked up and saw that Xiaojiao only had a white bath towel around his waist, and his upper body was naked. Hiss. This guy. Why is he not wearing a shirt? If he doesn't want to wear it, then don't wear it. That's good. She likes him not wearing it the most. It's very pleasing to the eyes. His tight abdominal muscles make people feel itchy. Xiaojiao walked to the bed fence. He saw Xiao Wu turn around and walk towards Lulu step by step after taking a nap. When he sat down, a faint lavender scent mixed with his strong musk scent instantly lingered on her upturned nose. When Lulu smelled this indescribable mixed scent, her heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate. Her tongue was a little knotted for a moment, and she stammered, Why are you so close to me? Put on your clothes quickly. Lulu didn't dare to look up at Xiaojiao, who was shirtless beside her. So, she lowered her eyes and looked down. With just one glance, she saw Xiaojiao's long legs full of muscles and explosive power. Hiss. Love it. Suddenly, I really want to be pressed on the sofa by him. Lulu's mind began to wander uncontrollably again. Xiaojiao stretched out his rough and slender fingers and gently pinched Lulu's white chin. His thin lips pressed against her ear and smiled softly. Why? Do you want it? Lulu was forced to meet his bright and soul-stirring eyes. No. Really? Of course. Really. Lulu's voice became more and more hoarse and strange, and her delicate and fair face was instantly covered with blush. Ahem. It's broad daylight now, And it's most important to talk about serious things. You mean? What we are talking about now is not serious. After a few seconds of silence, Lulu said weakly in a soft voice, you exchanged the crystal core for me. And I just agreed that I will take you to find the place where the gold is hidden. We have agreed that you get the gold and use your supernatural power to exchange all the good things in your space for me. This? No rush. Xiaojio suddenly picked up Lulu and walked to the balcony. Kong, who was playing the Plants vs. Zombies game on the balcony, noticed the ambiguous atmosphere between them, immediately put away the game console, ran into the house, and closed the balcony door with his backhand. Just bolted the door. Xiaojio and Lulu stared at it at the same time. Kong scratched his head and tried to reach out to pull the curtains in the room. When it sensed the expectation on the faces of the master and the boss, it immediately understood. It quickly pulled the curtains on the indoor balcony. In an instant, the figures of the master and the boss disappeared in front of it. The master and the boss are really something. They are like this. Do they think it doesn't know? If you want it to pull the curtains, just tell it directly. It has seen many movies. The hero and heroine want to have a private world for two people. Fortunately, it is witty and guessed the master and the boss's thoughts. After the master and the boss have finished their world of two people, dinner will be a sumptuous batch. When Kong thought of the delicious dinner, his saliva dripped uncontrollably onto the floor, on the balcony outside the soundproof and heat-insulating glass. After Xiaojio put Lulu down, he pressed against her back tightly. He smiled and moved his thin lips slightly. Here. Lulu's scalp tingled when she heard his low, magnetic and clear voice. The two of them were on the balcony on the 25th floor of the Hilton Hotel. From her angle, there were densely packed buildings below. In front of the buildings was a long commercial street. No. Lulu refused immediately. She was so confused last night that she agreed to be intimate with Xiaojio on the rooftop. Now it was broad daylight. Why not? Look. It's rainy today. No one will see. It's raining heavily outside. And the rain curtain is dense. Xiaojio leaned close to Lulu's ear and said earnestly, Lulu, our relationship is no different from that of a couple. While Lulu was hesitating, Xiaojio put her down and let her hold the dense wooden fence on the balcony with both hands. Before she could come back to her senses, Xiaojio pressed against her back. Swish. Swish. The sky was gloomy, and the rain was getting heavier. When the rain curtain fell, the only sound in the huge U-area shelter was the rhythm of the rain hitting the eaves. Lulu's white and round fingers grasped the safety fence on the balcony uncontrollably. She turned her head and looked back, and was kissed by Xiaojio behind her, when her rosy red lips opened slightly. The snow-white bath towel fell on the floor of the balcony at some point. The two people on the balcony had no intention of bending down to pick it up. They had no time to pick it up. Not long after, Lulu's sobbing voice was blown into the rain by the breeze of early spring. After a long time, the sky was gloomy, and dark clouds filled the sky. Outside, there was a little light, but it gradually dimmed. After Xiaojio picked up the snow-white bath towel on the ground and tied it up, he reached out and picked up Lulu, who was as limp as cotton, and knocked on the glass door of the balcony. Kong inside heard the noise and jumped over immediately. It gently pulled open the curtains and found that Xiaojio's feet were facing it. So it immediately pulled open the curtains and pulled open the floor-to-ceiling glass door of the balcony. After Xiaojio entered the house, he saw Xiao was sitting on the ground, playing with a toy car. He retracted his gaze and told Kong to take care of Xiao Wu. Then, he went into the bathroom with Lulu. 15 minutes later, the two walked out of the bathroom one after the other. Lulu's fair face had a drunken blush. She raised her arms slightly, and saw that the bracelet on her left wrist showed that the time was 5:30. So long? Time flies by so fast. Seeing Lulu checking the time, Xiaojio moved closer to her and said gently, Wife, play with the baby for a while. I'll go make dinner. Wife. When Lulu heard his deep voice and the intimate name, her little body trembled unnaturally, and she rushed to Xiao Wu's side. Chapter 331. Xiao Wu looked up and saw Lulu, grinning. Mom. Lulu's heart was instantly hit. She picked up Xiao Wu, who was sitting on the carpet playing flashcards, picked up a children's picture book, and read the story on it to Xiao Wu. Xiaojio saw that she was like a frightened little white rabbit. and his thin lips curled up slightly in a good mood. He walked slowly to the small kitchen built temporarily on the balcony and started cooking dinner. 20 minutes later, Xiaojiu brought the prepared dinner into the house and put it on the coffee table. Lulu held Xiaowu and moved to a different position, staring at the tomato beef soup and potato shredded pork on the table. Wait a minute. There is another dish. Xiaowu blinked left and right, and when Lulu turned his face and stared at Xiaojiu's back in a daze, his little hand was like lightning, grabbing a piece of tender egg and stuffing it into his mouth. Hee. It tastes so good. When Lulu looked back, he saw the dirty oil stains on Xiaowu's hands, and his expression was a little out of control. The baby's little hands are too fast. He scooped up a handful of food in a few seconds. She picked up the wet tissue on the coffee table and wiped Xiaowu's greasy hands. Baby, don't eat with your hands. Use chopsticks, Lulu said, handing Xiaowu the chopsticks that he used to pick up food. You can eat if you can pick it up, but you can't eat if you can't. Xiaowu held the chopsticks tightly with his little hands and tried hard to pick up the food on the table. When Xiaojiu brought the green vegetables and tofu to the table, he frowned. Wife, you eat? I'll feed the baby. No. Xiaowu is a boy, and he must be trained to be independent from an early age. Don't spoil him. Xiaowu pursed his lips, a little unhappy. He was just a little baby. He wanted his mom and dad to spoil him and feed him. If he was a girl, would his mom always feed him? Mom favors girls over boys. Woo. Xiaowu held the chopsticks tightly to pick up the egg with grievance. He finally picked it up, and just as he was about to put it to his mouth, the egg fell on the bibimbap on his neck. Wow. Xiaowu screamed in grievance. Xiaojiu quickly took Xiaowu out of Lulu's arms. Baby, Dad will feed you eggs, he said, picking up a small piece of delicious egg with chopsticks and feeding it to Xiaowu's mouth. Xiaowu immediately opened his mouth, swallowed the egg, turned his head, and laughed at Lulu. Lulu was immediately furious. Stinky Xiaojiu. Just spoil the baby. Don't you know how cruel the end of the world is? Good habits must be developed from childhood. Wife, the child is too young. It's okay to feed him. Wait until he grows up. You may not have the chance to feed him even if you want to. While feeding Xiaowu, Xiaojiu comforted Lulu's emotions. It's not too late to cultivate his independence when the child grows up. Xiaowu nodded repeatedly. Mom, I'm still young. I need Dad to feed me. Lulu sighed and said unhappily, just spoil him. My son? Of course I spoil him, Xiaojiu said, as if he suddenly remembered something. Baby, sit by yourself for a while. Xiaowu blinked and nodded gently. Xiaojiu put Xiaowu on the sofa beside him and sat down next to him. Next, he linked the system and made a dimensional space necklace for Xiaowu. A very miniature milk bottle pendant with a red rope hanging on it. This design is very sturdy. The space rope will not break if it is not taken off by the person himself. After Xiaojiu made the milk bottle pendant necklace, he took it out and put it in the palm of his hand. Baby, this is a gift from Dad. In the future, you can put snacks in it. Xiaowu blinked his eyes, not quite understanding. After Xiaojiu asked Xiaowu to touch the mini milk bottle with his fingers twice, a light blue panel appeared in the air. Dad, what is this? This is a treasure box, which can hold a lot of things. Lulu activated the strawberry bear space, took out 2 boxes of snacks that Xiaowu often ate, and put them on the stall. Dad will show you how to take things. Xiaowu looked at Xiaojiu operating the pendant a little confusedly. A few minutes later, a light flashed in his confused big eyes. It seems that he knows what this is. A very fun toy that can hide all the things you like. Dad, I want to play. Okay, you try it. Xiaojiu hung the bottle pendant on Xiaowu's neck. Xiaowu stretched out his little hand to touch the bottle and activated the blue panel on his neck. He followed Xiaojiu's example and clicked the first scan button below the panel. When he held the bottle and scanned the coffee table, in an instant, the coffee table and all the items on it were sorted and classified in a dimensional space. Xiaowu was startled. Mom, Kai is gone. Be good. Don't panic. Xiaowu is so smart. Make Kai appear again. Xiaojiu picked up Xiaowu and patiently comforted and guided him to use the collection and take out functions of the dimensional space. A few minutes later, Xiaowu went from panicking at first to having a lot of fun later. He struggled to get down from Xiao Jiu's arms and lay on the carpet, collecting the small toys next to the motor cabinet one by one. Rattle, car, reading machine, story picture book, singing cactus, small rocking car. Hee hee. It's really fun. In the future, you can play with any toys you want and take them whenever you want. Let's eat. Yeah. Xiao Jiu and Lu Lulu picked up chopsticks to eat and looked at Xiao Wu crawling around the room. The room was covered with wool carpets. Xiao Wu would not hurt his knees when crawling. Kong Kong held a big strawberry in his hand and followed Xiao Wu to watch him play. After Xiao Wu walked around, he leaned against the bed, reached out to grab the bed sheet, and stood up. After he stood up, he smiled brightly, walked around the bed, moved his feet step by step, and learned to walk by himself. After Lu Lulu finished his meal, Xiao Wu drank milk from the bottle. After he finished drinking milk, Xiao Jiu cleaned the kitchen and dishes and entered the house from the balcony. Lulu, I'm out for a while, and we'll be back later. Oh! Lu Lulu only glanced at Xiao Jiu and didn't ask where he was going. It's okay as long as he comes back. It's okay if he goes out. Hurry up and put some snacks, toys, milk powder, and so on in Xiao Wu's space. Xiao Jiu stood at the entrance of the door, put on camouflage glasses, and put on a completely unfamiliar look. He took out a raincoat out of thin air, put it on, opened the door, and left the room. After he left, Lu Lulu immediately took out the baby supplies in the space and put them on the stall. Baby, Mommy will play a game with you. While your daddy is away, Mommy will give you something delicious and fun. Use the small bottle you just used to collect the toys and food on the ground. Everything I collected is given to you, and you can use it at your own will. Xiao Wu clapped his hands. Mommy, let's start. Chapter 332. Lu Lulu took out the baby items one by one and put them on the carpet. Xiao Wu was happy to collect the supplies. When he saw his favorite electric toy car and delicious nut biscuits, he smiled from ear to ear. These will all be his in the future. Delicious biscuits, fun toys. Kong Kong stood aside, smiling flatteringly. Master, I also want to participate in this game. You? Go out and watch the door. When you see Xiao Jiu coming back, knock on the door and report immediately. Kong Kong turned away disappointedly, standing at the door and watching like a resigned person. An hour later, Xiao Wu stretched out his little hand and yawned. Mom, I'm sleepy. Let's stop here today. Lu Lulu picked up Xiao Wu and put him on the bed to rest. Xiao Wu fell asleep almost as soon as he touched the bed. After Lu Lulu covered him with his own small quilt, he got up and opened the door. Master, Kong Kong shouted aggrievedly. He stood at the door for an hour, shivering with cold. It rained heavily outside for a day and a night, causing the temperature to drop sharply. The temperature, which was originally around 15 degrees, dropped to 5 degrees in just one day. It had just gone out without wearing pet warm clothes, and was shivering with cold. Come in quickly. Lu Lulu also found that it was unusually cold outside the door, and immediately let Kong Kong in. After Kong Kong entered the house, Lu Lulu waved his hand and took out a lot of pet warm clothes for pet cats and dogs. Find the right one for you. Okay. Kong Kong opened the dimensional space set by Xiao Jiu, put all the clothes in the space, and ran to the bathroom with a somersault. It faced the mirror and tried on the warm winter pet clothes that Lu Lulu had just thrown to it one by one. Lu Lulu walked to the temperature display panel of the central air conditioner and saw that the indoor temperature was 25 degrees. This temperature is just right. She walked to the sofa, half lying down, and turned on the bracelet to browse the forum information. The temperature dropped by 10 degrees overnight, which is a precursor to the arrival of extreme cold. As the heavy rain continued to fall without stopping, the temperature will only get lower day by day. Help! Buy 10 milliliters of energy rainwater. Fool! Go to the official mall to buy it. Buy it as soon as possible. Isn't it? 10 milliliters rainwater and 2 intermediate crystal cores. Hurry up and grab it. Brothers, don't just focus on energy rainwater. Don't you find that the temperature drop is a bit outrageous? It's so cold. I don't think so until you say it. For sale, sweaters, woolen pants, cotton clothes, limited quantities. Buy as soon as possible. Borrowing a building to find a boyfriend, be your girlfriend for a day. You can do everything a girlfriend should do. Lu Lulu browsed the posts on the forum for a while. Most of them are about buying energy rainwater, as well as various sales and exchanges. The most popular ones are warm and cold-proof supplies. Lulu looked at posts from other regions for a while, and finally switched to the high city area. She thought about it. There are too many woolen sweaters in the space. At least there are tens of thousands of them, and she can't wear them all. There are other clothes like down jackets. They can be sold at a good price now. The temperature is low now, so you can sell basic warm coats and sweaters. When the temperature drops below zero, take out the down jackets for sale. Lulu first entered the online mall of U area to check the information. When she saw that there were no sweaters or other clothes for sale in the mall, she was overjoyed. This means that she can sell clothes and dominate the market. She can definitely make a lot of money. Points and ordinary materials are useless to her. What she needs is crystal cores. What Xiaojiao needs is gold. Lulu thought about it and posted a sale transaction post. 1G gold/1 low-level crystal core. Exchange for a set of plush autumn clothes. Wear to 5 to 15 degrees. 10G gold/10 low-level crystal cores. Exchange for a set of pure wool warm sweaters and pants. Wear to 0 to 5 degrees. She only sells these two types of hoarded materials for the time being. After posting the post, Lulu continued to browse the forum. After browsing for a while, she saw her former college counselor. The counselor was posting to ask for points and food. The posting time has exceeded 3 days. I don't know if he is still alive? Lulu moved her little hand and gave the counselor 2,000 points anonymously. The counselor had taught her for 4 years when she was in school. 2,000 points are nothing to her. But for the counselor, it may be a temporary solution to the urgent problem. Lulu spent half an hour browsing the forum, stood up and stretched. She looked towards the balcony glass door and saw that it was pitch black outside. When she pushed open the glass door and stood on the half-closed balcony, she saw a few lights nearby. The heavy rain outside was accompanied by a cold wind, which made Lulu shiver. She hurried into the house and closed the balcony glass door. The temperature was estimated to be at least 0 degrees. It was still warm inside the house, and the central air conditioner always kept the room at a constant temperature of 25 degrees. Lulu entered the bathroom, put the bracelet on the sink, turned around and went into the bathroom to take a hot bath. Wait for her to come out after taking a shower and applying moisturizer. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Xiaojiao had been gone for almost 2 hours. Why hadn't he come back yet? It was very cold outside, and it was raining so hard. When he went out, he was only wearing a set of thin sports sweatshirt and pants. Lulu couldn't help but worry. After she wiped the bracelet in her hand with toilet paper, she sent a message to Xiaojiao to ask, "Why haven't you come home yet?" On the way, Xiaojiao hid under an eaves, replied to Lulu's message, and ran into a hotel with the most lights on. When he came out again, he had changed his clothes and face. He walked to the door of the hotel calmly, held up an umbrella and left. 1 hour after he left, more than 30 armed officials suddenly appeared on the main street of District U. The person can't run far. We must dig deep to find him. Uncle San. Who do you think did it? How would I know? Uncle San. Have you offended anyone recently? When asked, Chenpai San's narrowed eyes tightened, as if he suddenly thought of something. The 2 people who came to exchange supplies today are both superpowers. Uncle San. Do you suspect they did it? One of them has a power superpower, and the other has an earth superpower. Where do they live? The 25th floor of the Hilton Hotel. Chenpai San picked up the pager and ordered the 30 men who were searching for clues nearby, "Follow me to the 25th floor of the Hilton Hotel." A few minutes later, Chenpai San and his niece Qingyu, together with 30 official security personnel, braved the heavy rain and ran towards the Hilton Hotel. When they arrived at the hotel entrance, almost all of them were soaked. One of the security guards was drenched by the heavy rain because of his thin clothing. He was also blown by the cold wind for more than 10 minutes, and his 2 rows of teeth could not stop chattering. Chapter 333. Everyone cheer up and go. Chenpai San gave an order, and the security guards, who were related to the Chen family, shook off the water drops on their bodies and followed him to take the elevator to the 15th floor. A few minutes later, the elevator stopped at the 25th floor. Uncle San. They live in room 2505. Chenpai San rushed to the door of room 2505 and banged on the door with his hands without any hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Lulu and Kong Kong, who were waiting for supper at home, were startled by the sudden loud banging on the door. Lulu frowned. She glanced at Xiao Jiao, who was cooking on the balcony, stood up, and walked towards the door. 1 hour ago, Xiao Jiao went home soaking wet. Remind her that there might be visitors in a while, so that she could stay calm, no matter what the other party asked. She just said she didn't know. After Xiao Jiao gave instructions, he turned back to the bathroom to wash up and play with Xiao Wu. After playing for a while, both of them were hungry. Xiao Jiao went to the balcony to cook supper. Just 10 minutes after cooking, an uninvited guest came to visit. Why was it an uninvited guest? Not Jiang Yi. There is no doubt that Jiang Yi would not knock on the door with such an angry thump. Lulu glanced down at her clothes. A thin coral fleece home clothes suit in taro purple. She wore coral fleece and star rabbit fur slippers in the same color. Her whole outfit was very simple and conservative. She picked up the camouflage glasses from the open wardrobe at the entrance and put them on. Adjusted to the identity when she entered the U area, and looked at herself in the mirror again. That's alright. Xiao Jiao's camouflage glasses were always on, so there was no need to remind him. While she was checking her clothes, the knocking on the door had become uncontrollable. The noise attracted the attention of Zhang Lang and others next door. Bring the master control card here. Chen Pisan knocked on the door impatiently and yelled at the people around him. At this moment, Lulu suddenly opened the door. She naturally asked in confusion, "Excuse me, is there anything wrong so late?" Chen Pisan saw the layout of the room through the gap behind Lulu. In his memory, the floor of this hotel was not equipped with this kind of soft and shiny wool carpet. Chen Pai-sen narrowed his eyes. "Have you left the hotel tonight?" Lulu shook his head. "It's so cold outside, and it's raining so hard. I'm with my child. How could I leave the hotel? Are there other people living in your room?" "There's another one. My husband, and my pet monkey. Important supplies have been lost in the U area. I suspect your husband is related to this matter. I want to ask your husband for routine questions." As soon as Chen Pai-sen finished speaking, he forced his way in. "If you have anything to say, I'll ask my husband out, and you can ask." Lulu saw the 30 armed security guards behind Chen Pai-sen and didn't want to cause trouble. It took them a group of people to find a place to stay. Staying in the hotel cost Xiao Jiao more than 1 million points. Can't change places easily again. Chen Pai-sen was about to ask Lulu to get out of the way, when Xiao Jiao suddenly came out with a plate of freshly cooked black pepper beef tenderloin pasta. "Hello. I'm Lilio's husband." Xiao Jiao smiled innocently and scratched his head with a hand that was not holding the plate. Chen Pai-sen swallowed his saliva when he saw the food in Xiao Jiao's hand. Spaghetti, black pepper beef tenderloin, fried eggs, all valuable goodies. Plus the hotel room where these people live. They don't look like bandits who are short of points. Chen Pai-sen began to doubt his judgment. This guy looks familiar. Have we met him somewhere before? Xiao Jiao continued to ask Chen Pai-sen with a puzzled smile. Chen Pai-sen reminded, "I saw him in the Material Exchange Center in the afternoon." "Oh, I remember now. Have you left the hotel tonight?" Xiao Jiao shook his head. "I have been in the house with my wife and children." Chen Pai-sen looked at the room behind Xiao Jiao and Lulu. Feeling unwilling, Lulu said with dissatisfaction, "If there is nothing else, we are going to have dinner." A few seconds later, Xiao Jiao and Lulu closed the door of the hotel room with their backhands. Chen Yu stamped her feet aside. "Uncle San, what should we do now? If the supplies are lost, we will be in trouble. They are the most likely to steal the supplies. For more than half a year, there have been no strangers settled here. Once they come, the things will be lost." After listening to Chen Yu's analysis, Chen Pai-sen felt that it made sense. He thought so too. Chen Pai-sen picked up the master control card and forcibly opened the door of Xiao Jiao and Lu Liu's hotel room. Chen Yu followed Chen Sanpi into the house. Xiao Jiao and Lulu both glared at the two people who broke into the house with anger. "What do you mean by this?" Chen Sanpi smiled and comforted. "It's a routine inspection. Don't be nervous." He waved to the people behind him. For official security personnel immediately entered and rushed into their house to search everywhere. Lulu was instantly furious when she saw the dirty water stains from the feet of these people falling on the wool carpet. This is a wool carpet worth tens of thousands. It was ruined by this group of people. Xiao Jiao reached out and held Lulu's arm, whispering in her ear, "Don't be angry. I have a better carpet for you. 5 minutes later. Manager. We have looked for it. But we didn't find it. Chinsampi's face turned pale when he heard the report from his subordinates. Go to the next room to search. Chinsampi led the crowd to the next room to continue searching. They still have companions. Not in this room. Maybe in other rooms. Lulu closed the door with dissatisfaction and installed the 2 door blockers next to it at the door. With the door blocker, these people can't get in even with the master control card, unless the door is removed. This feeling of being broken into the house is quite uncomfortable. In the past, it was her negligence. Today, although Xiaojiu had given her a shot of prevention in advance, she still felt uncomfortable. Are you unhappy? Xiaojiu took off his camouflage glasses and put them next to the wardrobe. Then, he picked up Lulu and sat down on the sofa. Don't be angry. I'll show you something good. What good thing? Xiaojiu didn't continue to keep her in suspense. He reached out and took out a large black cloth bag and handed it to Lulu. Lulu curiously opened the bag. When she saw that it was filled with a bag of high-level crystal cores, she was shocked. She immediately activated the strawberry bear pendant and scanned the pile of crystal cores and received them in the space. The panel data prompts that there are a total of 20,000 high-level crystal cores. Where did you get it? Xiaojiu smiled and looked at her, but didn't answer. Lulu thought of the official personnel who broke in today and searched everywhere, and suddenly realized. You stole their crystal cores. Xiaojiu stretched out a finger and placed it on Lulu's pink lips. This is not called stealing. This afternoon, that person took advantage of my 200 high-level crystal cores. I took back 20,000 high-level crystal cores, but I just got back the principal and interest. It's just a loan at high interest. How can it be called stealing? Chapter 334. Lulu was speechless for a moment. She turned off the light blue panel and thought to herself. The ratio between crystal cores is 1 to 100. These high-level crystal cores, converted into low-level crystal cores, have an energy of 20 million. If her guess is correct, the 7th door of the space can be opened. There are 10 doors in the space. The first door is the magical water in the jade pool. The second door is to grow native plants. The third door is to grow aquatic animals and aquatic plants. The fourth door is to raise animals. The fifth door is a bamboo house and courtyard suitable for human habitation. The sixth door is a magical 18 styles. Yoga. What will the 7th door be? Lulu prayed silently in her heart that something useful would be opened this time. The yoga book in the 6th door is a chicken rib. According to the instructions, it will be very powerful if you practice it. But if you want to practice it, you must die first. I feel uncomfortable in my stomach. I'm going to the bathroom. Lulu was impatient to open the 7th door. She found an excuse, got up, and went into the bathroom. After closing the bathroom door, she immediately locked the metal bolt. God bless me to open something good. Lulu leaned against the long rainbow glass door of the bathroom, took out the crystal core that Xiaojiu had just given her, and held it in her hand. She walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. The sound of splashing created a layer of sound cover for her actions. Lulu immediately flashed into the space, holding the black bag in her hand, and slowly walked to the 7th door. When the 1st to 5th doors were opened, there was nothing abnormal in the space. But when the 6th door was opened, the space suddenly could not be entered. And it lasted for a long time. She was very worried that after the 7th door was opened, similar abnormalities would occur again in the space world. To be on the safe side, Lulu picked out the materials in the space that were urgently needed and stored some in the dimensional space given by Xiaojiu. When the space was almost filled, she decisively threw the crystal core to the door of the 7th door. About 5 seconds later, the space suddenly vibrated violently. Before Lulu could react, she was shaken out to where she was standing. When she tried to connect to the space and take the items inside, she found that the space did not react at all. She could sense that the space was in her mind, but it seemed that there was an invisible film that prevented her from using the space instantly. The space was upgrading. This time, I don't know how long it will take to open it again. Recently, keep a low profile, Lulu thought secretly. She turned off the shower, opened the bathroom door, and walked out. As soon as she went out, she saw Xiaojiu standing at the bathroom door. Xiaojiu asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "Yeah." Lulu walked straight past Xiaojiu, took off his shoes and socks, opened the quilt, and lay flat on the bed. Xiao Jiao didn't think too much. He turned off the light switch at the bathroom door, walked to the bed, and lay down next to Lulu. No words all night. Early in the morning, Xiao Wu, who was more than 10 months old, woke up early, stood up with the help of the bedside, and practiced walking along the fence beside the bed with a smile. His movements were very light, but he still woke up Xiao Jiao, who was used to light sleep. After Xiao Jiao opened his eyes, he gently pulled out his arm that was being pressed by Lulu. Lulu noticed something, and when she squinted her eyes and saw Xiao Jiao holding Xiao Wu out of bed and playing, she immediately closed her eyes and went to sleep again. It was too cold outside, and it was raining heavily. She continued to take a nap. Xiao Jiao would leave her a portion of breakfast, and she could eat it directly by heating it in the microwave after getting up. Kong Kong, go and spread the carpet. Xiao Jiao gave an order to Kong Kong, who had just gotten up, and reached out to take back the wool carpet that was soiled by the group of people last night. He found a better cow hair folding and splicing carpet and threw it to Kong Kong. Kong Kong immediately picked up the carpet and worked hard. Do the work well, and you can eat delicious food later. Xiao Jiao, the boss, is a great cook. After Xiao Jiao gave Kong Kong an order, he picked up Xiao Wu and went to the bathroom to help him poop and pee. A few minutes later, Xiao Wu solved the problem of pooping. Xiao Jiao changed his diaper skillfully and put on a warm cotton and fleece autumn coat and a one-piece white goose down jacket. He held Xiao Wu in one hand and came to the sink, and took out a cotton towel with the other hand, wet it with warm water, and washed Xiao Wu's face and hands. Then he applied moisturizer to Xiao Wu. After taking care of Xiao Wu, Kong Kong had already finished splicing the folded carpet according to the rose pattern according to his instructions. Boss, go make breakfast quickly. I'll play with the baby. Xiao Jiao took out 2 self-heating hot pots and put them on the coffee table. I won't cook breakfast today. Eat this. Leave 1 box for Lulu. After that, he conjured up 2 boxes of pure milk out of thin air and put them on the coffee table. Kong Kong was very excited when he saw the self-heating hot pot. This kind of food tastes delicious too. Xiao Jiao made a bottle of milk for Xiao Wu. After Xiao Wu finished the milk, he carried Xiao Wu to the next door to find Yin Feiyu. Room 2508. Jiang Yi made a cup of tea for Xiao Jiao and put it on the coffee table. Yin Feiyu and Xiao Jiao sat opposite each other around the coffee table. Brother Jiao, the manager of the materials in the U area, turned all our brothers' rooms upside down last night. What materials did they lose? On Xiao Jiao's disguised decadent face, he uttered 2 words without any emotion. Crystal core. I opened the safe where they put the crystal core. Yin Feiyu asked mysteriously. How many crystal cores are there in it? 20,000. Only 20,000. This U area is too poor. 20,000 high-level crystal cores. 20,000 high-level crystal cores. Yin Feiyu opened his mouth in surprise. This must be the total amount of crystal cores that the entire U district has collected so far. Yin Feiyu said worriedly. Brother Jiao, they will never give up easily if they lose their crystal cores. But don't worry. We brothers are not weak. The superpowers who have settled in the U district now are not as good as our brothers in terms of quantity or quality. Even if we fight, we can get away unscathed. Xiao Jiao nodded gently and said slowly, tell the brothers not to conflict with the people in the U district. We are not afraid of trouble. But don't go looking for trouble. The U district embezzled so many high-level crystal cores behind the back of the boss, and they dared not make a big deal. Once the boss knew about it, the Chen family in charge of the U district would be in trouble. Awesome. After listening to Xiao Jiao's speculation, Jiang Yi immediately gave a thumbs up, running to someone else's territory, taking away other people's hidden money openly, and still accepting it with a smile without changing his face or heartbeat. The most important thing is that the other party can't do anything to them. After Xiao Jiao finished speaking, he picked up the teacup and drank a few sips of hot tea, and then began to remind, it will continue to rain heavily in the next month. If it is not necessary, notify the brothers not to go out. Chapter 335 Winter Clothing. You will distribute these 60 sets of winter clothing to the brothers on my behalf. Xiao Jiao gently placed the dimension bracelet containing the winter clothing on the coffee table. Yin Feiyu smiled and said, I promise to complete the task. Brother Jiao, it has been raining outside for 2 consecutive days. The brothers have been stuck in the hotel, and their guns are almost rusted. Speaking of the point, The brothers mean that they want to form a team to scavenge nearby. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaojiu replied, the rain will only get heavier. When you go out in a team, don't go too far. This group of hot-blooded superpowers stayed in the room with 2 people in a room. It's okay for 1 or 2 days. But over time, their energy has nowhere to vent. And sooner or later, trouble will arise. With Yan Feiyu leading the team, it's not a bad thing to explore the rural wilds in the suburbs and search for some supplies. Yan Feiyu nodded fiercely, patting his chest and assuring, Brother Jiu, we will only be active in the uninhabited area behind the train station. You can arrange it yourself. It is not convenient for me to intervene in the team's affairs during this period. Let's go. You guys have a rest. As soon as Xiaojiu finished speaking, he stood up and walked slowly to the door. After he opened the door and left, he gently closed the door with his backhand. Xiao Wu, who was held in his arms, just walked out of the door, and his small body trembled. Because of Xiao Wu's body movements, Xiaojiu realized that the central air conditioning switch outside the hotel room was not turned on, and the temperature of the entire corridor was at least 20 degrees different from that in the room. He just turned around and took 2 steps, and a gust of cold wind blew in from the window at the end of the corridor, blowing directly on the person's skin. This pain is like a needle prick. Xiaojiu immediately used his strong arms to hold Xiao Wu tightly in his arms. He walked quickly to the half-open window and closed it. Outside the glass window, due to the rain and the sudden drop in temperature, a thin layer of ice formed around the window. This temperature is definitely not just 0 degrees. In the previous life, at this time, although it was raining all the time, the temperature did not exceed 0 degrees. It was not until the last day after the rainstorm that the temperature suddenly dropped to below 0. In this life, the temperature dropped ahead of time. This may be a blessing for the survivors, who were mostly killed or injured. It dropped below 0 degrees suddenly, and many people did not have time to react. They were frozen to death in the house, and became stiff ice sculptures. Now the temperature drop warning gives the survivors time to react in advance. This early drop in temperature can reduce the probability of people being frozen to death. Xiaojiu returned to the door of 2505, stretched out a hand, put it in his pocket to take out the room card, and then swiped the card to open the door. When he came back, Lu Lulu was still sleeping. When Lu Lulu heard the noise at the door, she slowly opened her eyes, raised her hand, and looked at the time on her bracelet. 11:30 a.m. She slept for almost 12 hours. Lu Lulu yawned lazily first, then slowly lifted the quilt. After she stood up, she held the wall, raised her legs high, and slowly stepped out of the fence, and landed steadily on the soft brown cow hair carpet with her bare feet. Little lazy bug, go wash up first. I'll cook right away. Lu Lulu smiled slightly and said half-jokingly, save a breakfast. Just eat breakfast and lunch together. What do you want to eat? While Xiaojiu was asking the question, he unfastened the baby's safety belt in his arms. He picked up Xiao Wu and put him on the soft and warm cowhide carpet. Xiao Wu couldn't wait to crawl around the room as soon as he landed. He crawled to Kong Kong and shouted to Kong Kong, let's play together. Okay. What do you want to play? Xiao Wu babbled and whispered to Kong Kong. After a while, Kong Kong acted as a crutch and helped Xiao Wu stand up and practice walking in the room. Lu Lulu was a little worried when she saw Xiao Wu starting to learn to walk so early. She replied to Xiaojiu casually, you watch and do it. I will play with the baby. After that, Lu Lulu strode to Xiao Wu and advised, baby, the time for walking practice every day should not exceed 1 hour. Standing for a long time will make you bow-legged in the future, and there is a probability that you will not grow tall. When Xiao Wu heard that he would not grow tall, he immediately sat down on the carpet. He wanted to grow taller, as tall as his father, not short like his mother. Lu Lulu breathed a sigh of relief after watching Xiao Wu quietly sit down and play with the rattle. The Encyclopedia of Parenting said that if a child's legs and feet are not well developed and they stand for too long, their calves will bend outwards. Lu Lulu looked at Kong Kong accompanying Xiao Wu and went to the bathroom to wash up with peace of mind. After she finished washing up and browsed the forum of Haishur for a while, Xiaojiu brought the prepared meals and put them on the coffee table. A braised fish fillet, a tomato scrambled egg, and a stir-fried pork with green pepper. Among these ingredients, the green pepper and tomato were stored in the refrigerator after she induced labor. The meat was all the stock that Xiaojiu took out. Lulu didn't ask him how much meat he had hoarded. Nor did she care how many secrets he had hidden. On the contrary, she was happy that he had a golden ability. The stronger the child's father is, the more resources the child will get in the future. Lulu stretched out her white fingers, clenched her chopsticks, and picked up a piece of braised fish from the clean porcelain bowl. The fish was marinated with cooking wine, and was not fishy at all. The taste was not much different from what she had eaten in the restaurant. The fish bones of this fish were large, and would not get stuck in the throat. Xiao Wu saw Lulu eating with a bowl and chopsticks, and immediately changed his posture. He lay on the carpet with both hands and feet at the same time, and moved quickly towards Lulu. Mom is eating delicious food. I want to eat it too. Xiao Wu was very fast, and he came to Lulu in almost the blink of an eye. He raised his big wet eyes, looked up at Lulu, grinned and showed two small white teeth, and laughed. Mom, eat. Without waiting for Lulu to pick up Xiao Wu and feed him. After Xiaojio untied her apron, she picked up Xiao Wu and put him in her arms, sitting facing Lulu. Dad will feed you. Lulu was happy. Your dad will feed you. Xiao Wu blinked and nodded. It's good to be able to eat. And it's also happy for Dad to feed him. With Xiaojio watching Xiao Wu, Lulu picked up the chopsticks and ate heartily. Kong quietly came to the stall next to Xiaojio, stretched out its two front paws, and placed them on the coffee table. After Xiaojio glanced at it from the corner of his eyes, he said lightly, "Pick it up yourself. Pick it up all at once. And take it to the side to eat." Kong heard the permission, stretched out his paws that had been unable to hold back for a long time, picked up the chopsticks, and scraped the dishes on the plate into his special pet plate. He scraped away 1/3 of each dish. Lulu's mouth twitched and glared at Kong. Kong pretended not to see it and left quickly with the plate. This monkey is such a big eater. I can bear it since you helped me take care of the kids. Lulu continued to eat. Xiaojio patiently picked out all the fish bones for Xiao Wu, and after using chopsticks to stir the fish, he crushed the fish meat and fed it to Xiao Wu. Chapter 336 Happy and Harmonious. The family finished lunch happily. Today's lunch is no different from usual. Xiaojio cooked, washed dishes, and took care of the children. Lulu ate. Guyu lay down and watched TV series with the tablet he had stored. The air conditioner in the house blew the appropriate hot air continuously. Xiaojio finished the housework and sat down on the single sofa next to Lulu. Where is the gold location you mentioned? Lulu paused with the tablet in her hand. How could she know where it was? The place where the gold was hidden was made up by her. Lulu lowered her head anxiously, her eyes rolling around. Where is it hidden? Is there any place nearby that is closer? It's been too long. I can't remember it clearly. Wait a minute. I'll look at the map. Maybe I can remember it. Lulu found an excuse and used her white fingers to open the offline map on the tablet to check. After she enlarged the map, she decided to tell Xiaojio that the place where the gold was hidden was in her former villa. The villa in the city of A was sold by her before the end of the world. Now the villa is empty. There is a hidden secret room in the study of the villa. When the time comes, send Xiaojio away and go in first, and then secretly put the gold in. When Xiaojio gets the gold, she will go to Linwan shelter and get rid of Ma Weizhou, the dead scumbag. If she doesn't get rid of the dead scumbag in one day, she always feels uncomfortable. I remember it. Lulu suddenly patted his head and looked at Xiaojio with curved eyebrows. In the secret room of my villa in the city. Tomorrow, I will take you to get it back. Lulu paused after speaking. It's raining heavily outside. Can the high-tech plane you exchanged for gold fly in the rain? Xiaojio shook his head. It's raining too hard. The temperature outside has dropped below zero. And the weather is bad. Don't worry. I have a trustworthy friend in City A. I'll ask my friend to take the gold and drive it to us. Lulu was shocked. If he asked his friend to go, wouldn't it be exposed? No. It's the end of the world now. Your friend may not be reliable. People's hearts will change. Let's go by ourselves. Lulu instantly felt that she seemed to have dug a hole for herself. She said she was going to City A because she wanted to do two things at once. The most important thing was to kill the dead scumbag. They now have camouflage glasses as a cover, and they will not be noticed when they enter the shelter. It's a good time to take action. Xiaojio narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that things were not that simple. Lu Liu's reaction was very strange. He suppressed his doubts. This time, the two of us will go. And Feiyu and the others will stay in District U. No. Xiaowu and my little brother will go with us. Lu Lulu added. With Zhang Lang as his little brother. He felt safer. Okay. Xiaojio nodded gently and sat on the sofa next to Lu Lulu. He took the tablet from Lu Lulu. I'll take it. Let's watch it together. Lu Lulu looked up and met his bright and deep eyes. And her breathing slowed down. Okay. Which one do you want to watch? Just watch what I just watched. Okay. Xiaojio clicked the play button and sat quietly on the sofa with her, watching the drama together. He looked at the bloody idol drama playing on the tablet, and was very confused. Do girls like to watch this kind of idol drama? Lu Lulu stared at the tablet without looking away. But her eyes were empty. And she had no intention of watching the show at all. Her perception was all on Xiaojio, who was sitting next to her. His presence and sense of oppression were very strong, making her flustered. Once she got close to him, she would unconsciously have fantasies of being crazy about him. She felt very tortured and finished watching an episode of the TV series. When the ending song sounded, she lowered her head and stood up suddenly, running into the bathroom as if escaping. As soon as she entered the bathroom, she leaned against the door and took a deep breath. Xiaojio didn't notice her abnormality, but was attracted by the plot on the tablet. These idol dramas that he never watched originally seemed to be quite interesting. In the drama, some of the techniques that the male protagonist used to pursue the female protagonist could be used. It would also be more conducive to his and Liu's future relationship. A few minutes later, Lu Lulu came out of the bathroom, walked straight to the bed, and laid down on the bed. Xiaojio looked at her lying on the bed, closing her eyes for a nap, and didn't disturb her. He turned off the tablet, stood up, and went to the refrigerator to take out the ingredients to be used. While there is time now, clean all the ingredients at once. Cut them into portions, and put them in fresh-keeping boxes. The temperature outside has dropped to below 0. And the temperature will continue to drop. In this weather, simply placing food on the balcony can also keep it fresh. I will go out with Lulu tomorrow, so I will clean all the ingredients now, so that I can eat them directly when the time comes. It takes a day and a night to drive from High City back to a city. The ingredients for 3 days should be about the same. Xiaojio peeled potatoes and radishes neatly. Then he took the ingredients to the bathroom to wash them, cut them into even vegetable shreds, and stored them in plastic fresh-keeping boxes. Xiaowu looked at Xiaojio working, and immediately crawled to his side, sitting next to him obediently, watching him work. Kong hid in the corner, playing the game console crazily. Inside the house, the warm air from the central air conditioner made people feel drowsy. Not long after, Xiaowu couldn't help his sleepiness and fell asleep on the cow hair carpet. Xiaojio picked up Xiaowu, gently put him next to Lu Lulu, covered him with a quilt, turned around and sat on the sofa to prepare the items he would use for going out tomorrow. Outside the house, it was clearly afternoon. The sky was overcast, and there was no sunshine. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, with no sign of stopping. As time went by, the temperature gradually dropped from -2 degrees to -5 degrees. About an hour later, in the room where Lu Lulu was, the central air conditioner that was running suddenly stopped working. The lights in the room that were on also went out instantly. Xiaojio suddenly opened his eyes at the moment of power outage. A few minutes later, the temperature in the house dropped rapidly. Lu, wake up. Xiaojio came to the bed, leaned over and gently woke her up. Lu Lulu had just fallen asleep, and she opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw the darkness in front of her, she was a little confused. It got dark so quickly. When she was sleeping just now, there was at least a little light outside. That's not right. Isn't the light on in the room? Why can't I see anything? Xiaojio took out a high-power rechargeable desk lamp out of thin air, turned it on, and placed it on the bedside. Lu Lulu narrowed her eyes, and saw the person in front of her clearly. What's wrong? Are you going to have dinner? Xiaojio shrugged helplessly. It's still early. The power outage. The air conditioner can't work, and the temperature is dropping rapidly. You get up first and take out the warm clothes to change. Okay. Lu Lulu immediately got up and found the cold-proof clothes to put on. After she changed her clothes, Xiaojio hugged Xiaowu, who was wrapped tightly by him, and stood on the balcony, Chapter 337. Let's play together. Outside, it was pitch black, and only the muffled rain sound could be heard. Looking out from inside the house, it seemed as if the whole world was engulfed by darkness. Dong dong dong. Lulu heard a knock on the door and turned to walk towards the door. Lulu, the power is out. Jiangyi's voice came from outside the door. Lulu immediately opened the door. When the door was opened, the cold air outside instantly invaded the house. Lulu's face was hurt by the sudden drop of cold air. She hurriedly invited Jiangyi and Yin Feiyu standing behind her into the house. Sit down wherever you want. I'll pour you a cup of hot water. Jiangyi wrapped her down jacket tightly and sat on the sofa next to Yin Feiyu. Lulu poured each of them a cup of boiled water to warm their hands. Lulu, the temperature is dropping too fast. I just took a thermometer and measured it. In just 3 days, the temperature dropped from 15 degrees to -5 degrees. Xiao Jiao heard their conversation and walked over from the balcony. He sat next to Lulu and said slowly, the temperature is too low, and the balcony door is frozen. Lulu, this weather is too weird. It's spring now, and the temperature has dropped to below zero, and it's accompanied by heavy rain. Lulu said calmly, zombies, such a magical mutant, have appeared. It's not surprising that the weather changes. You are pregnant now. Remember to wear more clothes. Jiangyi held up the glass of boiling water with both hands to warm her hands. Well, I put on the extreme cold down jacket and wool sweater you gave me. With these warm clothes, it's not cold now. While several people were talking, the cold air outside the house went into the house through the gap. Not long after, the temperature in the house dropped to 0 degrees. Knock, knock, knock. While several people were talking, there was another knock on the door outside. Xiao Jiao stood up and said, I'll go open the door. He walked slowly to the door, opened the door, and saw a young girl standing at the door. The girl was huddled up in a ball, wearing a thick cotton coat, a hat and a scarf on her head, with only a pair of eyes exposed. The girl was the staff member who checked in before and sat at the front desk. What's the matter? Hello, sir. Due to the continuous heavy rain outside, the lobby was flooded, causing a short circuit. But don't worry. Our electrician is repairing it, and the power should be back soon. I see. Sir, I won't disturb you for now. I still have to notify other tenants. Yes. Xiao Jiao closed the door and sat down in the living room. His conversation with the hotel front desk was heard by Lulu and others. They chatted quietly for a while. It was mostly Lulu and Jiangyi who were talking. Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu remained silent next to them. About 10 minutes later, the power came back. The central air conditioner in the house resumed operation again. Lulu and Jiangyi both smiled happily. Xiao Jiao and I are going out tomorrow. Ah? Where are we going? To City A. I have some things to deal with. I won't be in the hotel these days. Please take care of yourself. Well, you guys go out. Be safe. I will. Today, you and Feiyu don't go to the cafeteria to eat. Stay and taste Xiao Jiao's cooking. Yin Feiyu turned his head and looked at Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao also echoed, let's eat hot pot together. The ingredients are ready. Then I'd rather obey than be respectful. Jiangyi and Yin Feiyu agreed. Not long after, the air conditioner in the house controlled the temperature to about 25 degrees again. Several people took off their down jackets and chatted quietly in the house. Evening. Xiao Jiao found a large electric hot pot and threw some of the processed ingredients into the pot. Several people sat around the hot pot, talking and laughing while eating hot pot and drinking beverages. After dinner, Jiangyi and Yin Feiyu waved goodbye to Lulu and left. Lulu was worried about another power outage. While there was electricity now, she went into the bathroom and took a comfortable hot bath 20 minutes after dinner. After she came out, Xiao Jiao waited for the electric water heater to boil water. He carried Xiao Wu into the bathroom, bathed him and changed him into comfortable warm clothes. After he coaxed Xiao Wu to sleep and went to the bathroom to wash up. He turned off the lights early and held Lulu to rest. The next morning, it was just dawn and it was drizzling outside. The temperature was slightly warmer today, and the outdoor temperature was stable at around 1 degree. Lulu and Xiao Jiao had a simple breakfast at 8 o'clock in the morning, packed up their things, and left the hotel with Zhang Lang and his 3 younger brothers and set off for City A. They first drove an off-road vehicle and left the high-shore shelter. They got off the car near the abandoned highway and found a spacious RV. After changing, Lu, Xiao Jiao and Zhang Lang got into the RV on the side of the road together. The twin sisters Wang Wu took in, one sitting in the driving position and the other sitting in the co-pilot position. You two drive the car steadily and well, and take turns driving. Okay. The twin zombies replied in unison, driving the car seriously and continuing to drive towards City A. Wang Wu's Zhang Lang sat in the seat closest to the driving position. They were both big guys, and sitting in the RV looked a little cramped. Xiao Jiao and Lu held the child and went into the only room in the RV to rest. The room was not big, but the bed was big. The car was equipped with a large bed of 1.8 meters by 1.2 meters. It was enough for the three of them to lie on the bed and play comfortably. Put the mat and blanket on it. Lu removed the bedding and put it on the empty bed. Xiao Jiao picked up the mat and quickly made the bed. Seeing that he made the bed soft and comfortable, Lu took off his shoes and socks, lifted the quilt, and hugged Xiao Wu and got into the soft big bed. Although the temperature outside was only about 1 degree. It felt colder than usual because it was raining. It was still comfortable to lie in the quilt. Xiao Wu leaned on Lu's arms, staring curiously and looking around. Xiao Jiao watched her skillfully pick up a tablet, put it on the folding table on the side of the bed, and happily chased the drama. She was also very good at enjoying it. He followed closely, took off his shoes and socks and the down jacket he was wearing outside, leaned against her at the head of the bed, and watched the drama with her and the child. An hour later, Lu and Xiao Wu yawned. She put down the pillow and laid down with her back to Xiao Jiao to sleep. Xiao Jiao picked up Xiao Wu and fed him milk. After Xiao Wu was full of milk, he was placed next to Lu. After a few seconds, Xiao Wu fell asleep. Xiao Jiao covered Lu and Xiao Wu with a quilt, got out of bed, opened the door of the RV bedroom, and walked to the dining area. He sat in silence opposite Zhang Lang and Wang Wu. Wang Wu and Zhang Lang were playing landlord. Boss Xiao, would you like to play with us? Chapter 338 All the Way to A. Zhang Lang asked Xiao Jiao on the opposite side with a smile. Xiao Jiao nodded gently. Okay. Let's bet on something. It's boring to play like this. Wang Wu stared at Xiao Jiao, thinking secretly in his heart. This is the boss's man. He definitely doesn't have crystal cores in his hand. Take this opportunity to make a big profit. What to bet on? Crystal core. 1 high-level crystal core per hand. Double the bomb. Wang Wu laughed excitedly. Okay. Xiao Jiao responded in a low voice and picked up the poker on the table to shuffle. One hand ended. Zhang Lang and Wang Wu's expressions were not very good. They took out today's lunch from their pockets and handed it to Xiao Jiao. Another hand ended. They lost dinner. Continue. I'll shuffle this time. It's up to you. Wang Wu picked up the poker and shuffled it. After the third hand, they lost tomorrow's breakfast, lunch and dinner in one hand. Are you still playing? Xiao Jiao looked at Zhang Lang and Wang Wu in a daze and asked. Play. Wang Wu yelled, rubbed his palms, picked up the poker cards and shuffled them. Zhang Lang snatched the poker cards from him. I'll shuffle them. After he shuffled the cards, he asked Wang Wu to turn them over. Xiao Jiao raised his eyebrows and slowly said, I'll reveal the cards first this time. No. I'll reveal the cards first. Zhang Lang always felt that Xiao Jiao had done something. How could he keep winning cards? Could it be that he was cheating? Xiao Jiao smiled slightly. I'll reveal the cards second? Wang Wu immediately reached out and grabbed the order for the second round of revealing cards. No. I'll reveal the cards this time. Xiao Jiao's lips curled slightly, and he revealed the cards third in the order. Soon, each of them got 17 cards. Zhang Lang and Wang Wu looked at each other and were very excited. Their cards were very big this time. Sure enough, Xiao Jiao must have done something. Otherwise, how could they reveal such a big card if they revealed the cards first? Xiao Jiao stretched out his fingers and tapped lightly on the table. The landlord sold it. I'll grab the landlord. Wang Wu took the landlord in turn. When he saw the 3 playing cards below, his face changed. The landlord played 3 cards. 345. He held these 3 cards, but he couldn't form a team. He played a dragon and played several small numbers in a single row. Wang Wu thought for a long time and played a small 3. After several rounds of playing cards, Wang Wu lost to Xiao Jiao and Zhang Lang, each with a high-level crystal core. I don't want to play anymore. I don't have any crystal cores. Wang Wu lost several games in a row and directly lost all the energy reserves of the past few days. Without sufficient energy replenishment, he can only use his own energy to maintain consumption. Zombies and humans have a lot in common. If he doesn't eat crystal cores for 3 days, he will starve to death. Just now, he just lost all the reserves for 3 days. Zhang Lang only gave him 1 crystal core every day to keep him from starving to death. If he continues to gamble, he will probably lose all the private money he has saved with great difficulty. It's okay to lose to Zhang Lang. He is Zhang Lang's younger brother. He will not starve to death. But if he loses to Xiao Jiao, who is not very familiar with him, he is afraid that he will not come back. Besides, he is willing to accept the loss. And he can't bring himself to ask the boss's boss for gambling crystals. Xiao Jiao picked up the crystal core on the dining table with his fingers and threw it up. After playing for a few seconds, under the gaze of Wang Wu and Zhang Lang, he quietly put down the crystal core and pushed it in front of him. Is this for us? Wang Wu asked uncertainly. Xiao Jiao said softly, yes. Wang Wu and Zhang Lang looked at each other, then reached out and quickly grabbed the lost crystal core and put it in their pockets. Hee, I said. The big boss has a big vision. How could he really win our little Karami? After Wang Wu got the crystal core, he laughed and flattered. Xiao Jiao's face was expressionless. He turned his head to look at the gradually increasing spring rain outside the window without saying a word. A few hours later, after the RV stopped for a few minutes, the twin sister in the driving seat and the younger sister in the co-pilot seat exchanged seats and took over the driving. Lulu and Xiao Wu woke up slowly at this time. She was lying on the bed, just opened her eyes, and saw Xiao Wu staring at her with a pair of big black eyes. Mom. Xiao Wu laughed sweetly. Lulu slowly sat up, picked up Xiao Wu, and put on the goose down jacket placed in the clothes hanging area at the end of the bed. My dear, Mommy will get dressed and take you out for a delicious meal. Okay. Xiao Wu sat on the bed obediently, watching Lulu put on her warm coat. Although the air conditioner and gasoline were always on in the RV, I don't know why the temperature never went up. If you don't wear thicker clothes, you will still feel the chill. Lulu put on a thin cotton coat, picked up Xiao Wu, opened the door, and walked out of the small room. As soon as she left, Xiao Jiao immediately stood up and took Xiao Wu from her arms. Sit for a while. I'll get you and the child something to eat. I'll hold the child. You cook. It's inconvenient to carry him. Xiao Jiao put Xiao Wu on his chest, skillfully took out a baby waist stool out of thin air, and fixed Xiao Wu firmly on his chest. That's it. Don't you want to cultivate your child's independence from an early age? I'll cook with Xiao Wu so that he can learn ahead of time. Xiao Jiao's words made Lulu speechless instantly. Lulu reached out and touched the black hair on Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Wu, be good. Learn to cook with Daddy. And when you learn, cook for Mom when you grow up. Okay? Okay. Cook for Daddy and Mom when you grow up. Xiao Wu clapped his hands and urged Xiao Jiao to cook. Xiao Jiao turned around and walked to the small kitchen opposite the independent bathroom in 2 steps. This RV is not too big, but not too small. They squeezed in the car and barely made do. Xiao Jiao took out the induction cooker and placed it on the stainless steel stove in the small kitchen. After checking that the power supply was available, he took out the high-tech rice cooker and the ingredients he needed in turn. The ingredients had been washed and cut in the U area and stored in a fresh-keeping box. Now you can use it directly. This rice cooker was exchanged by him with the system. On the surface, it is not much different from ordinary rice cookers on the market. In fact, the cooking time is shortened to 5 minutes. He put the kitchen utensils and ingredients, oil and salt neatly, and then took the fine wuchang rice and went into the independent wash basin of the RV to wash the rice. The water for washing rice was taken from the space, and the wastewater from washing rice was poured into an empty bucket in the bathroom. He was not short of water, but he couldn't waste it. This rice washing water could be saved to flush the toilet. Xiao Jiao washed the rice and took it to the small kitchen to steam it. At the same time, he began to whisper to Xiao Wu in his arms, "Baby, I will teach you how to fry eggs first. Watch carefully." After hearing the voice, Xiao Wu widened his eyes and stared at Xiao Jiao beating eggs and pouring them into the non-stick rice cooker to fry them. Chapter 339 Revisiting the Old Place. Xiao Jiao did not add oil or salt. but simply poured the eggs into the rice cooker and turned them over once a minute. 2 minutes later, he put 2 perfect poached eggs into a clean white porcelain plate. Dad is so awesome. Xiaowu couldn't help clapping his hands when he saw the perfectly shaped poached eggs. Xiaojio smiled. His eyebrows curved, and his resolute face became more handsome with the subtle expressions on his face. He fried the eggs, put some vegetable oil in the pan, and fried 2 steaks. After the steaks were fried, he cut them into small pieces suitable for 1 bite. Then pour the soul-stirring black pepper sauce on them. A black pepper steak plus poached egg is ready. Then stir-fry 2 more Chinese stir-fried dishes. A plate of tomato scrambled eggs. A plate of potato braised pork. After cooking, the small RV was filled with the aroma of food. Similarly, there was also the smell of oil smoke. There is a small range hood on top of the small kitchen. Most of the fumes were sucked away, almost inaudible. Xiaojio brought the dishes to the table. Zhang Lang and Wang Wu saw the food on the table and had no appetite. They were here, which would affect the host's meal. Zhang Lang and Wang Wu stood up and moved away from the dining table. Wang Wu went into the bathroom and sat on the toilet to think about life. Zhang Lang stood in the small kitchen area and looked out at the scenery through a small window next to the small kitchen. After the 2 of them left, the dining table became empty in an instant. Xiaojio served Lu Lulu a large bowl of rice and sat down on the chair opposite her. Dad, I want to eat by myself today, Xiaowu asked loudly in a childish voice. Xiaojio smiled slightly, took out Xiaowu's special baby chopsticks, and let him practice picking up food by himself. Last time he fed him, it was because there was fish, and he was worried that the fish bones would get stuck in the child. Letting him eat by himself today is in line with Lu Liuliu's educational principle of wanting Xiaowu to be independent as soon as possible. Xiaowu held his special pair of small chopsticks tightly and reached for the braised pork on the table. Xiaojio and Lu Lulu picked up the chopsticks to eat the food tacitly. Xiaowu struggled to reach the food forward. It took him a long time to finally poke the chopsticks into the tender and juicy braised pork. Hee. Xiaowu raised his chopsticks, put the braised pork to his mouth, and chewed it with the 2 little white teeth that had just grown in his mouth. The family ate while looking through the car window at the heavy rain outside the window. After lunch, Lu Lulu read the downloaded e-book for a while. Xiaojio held Xiaowu to coax him to sleep. Time passed quietly in this warm and leisurely atmosphere. Evening. The sky was gloomy and pitch black. The rain in the sky changed from a drizzle in the morning to a heavy rain at noon, and then to a heavy rainstorm at night. The rain fell from the sky and hit the metal shell of the RV. Lu Lulu and Xiaowu took a nap in the small room inside the RV. They listened to the sound of rain hitting the RV and gradually fell asleep. In the dark night, on the entire wide road, only the car they were in had its lights on and was moving at a constant speed on the cement road. When Lu Lulu woke up from his sleep again, their RV had arrived at the outskirts of the shelter in City A. Master, we are almost there, Zhang Lang reminded Lu Lulu. Yeah, Lu Lulu responded, and her eyes passed through the RV and looked at the familiar street landmarks in City A. There were flies everywhere, garbage everywhere. The store doors were damaged, and abandoned vehicles were parked everywhere. The gloomy sky and the bad urban environment made Lu Liuliu's mood seem to be covered with a layer of misty clouds. The streets were once prosperous, crowded, and bustling. Now there are only a few of them left. A sudden loneliness suddenly hit Lu Liuliu's heart. Once we enter the shelter, there will be more people. After the RV continued to move forward for 5 minutes, it was forced to stop on the side of the road. Grandpa Lang, the waterlogging in the city is too serious, and the car can't drive in. The twin sister in front turned off the engine and stopped the car, turned back, and shouted to Zhang Lang. Lu Lulu looked at the rain in front of the SUV and said to Xiaojio beside him, "Let's take the electric speedboat over." Okay. Xiaojio picked up Xiaowu and stood up, and took the lead in opening the door of the RV. The road they were on was relatively high. The depth of the rain here just covered the tires of the RV. Despite this, when the RV door was opened, a large amount of flooded rainwater poured into the RV. In an instant, the RV, which was originally just a little damp, began to slowly fill with water. Xiaojio took out a medium-sized speedboat that could accommodate 8 people, and next to the RV, he gently put the speedboat into the deep water. This speedboat is a common inflatable boat on the market. The air inside was already filled in advance. As soon as the inflatable speedboat was placed on the water, The misty drizzle kept running into the speedboat. Everyone, put on your raincoats and come up quickly, Xiaojiao said to Lulu and others behind him, and took out a large raincoat and put it on. Xiao Wu was covered by his windproof transparent raincoat. He stared with a pair of dark eyes full of curiosity. Stretched out his little hand to open the small cover on the raincoat for ventilation. A few minutes later, everyone put on raincoats. Xiaojiao put all the useful daily necessities in the RV back into the system space. And then, he was the first to jump on the speedboat. The physical fitness of Lulu and others has been strengthened. The distance between the RV and the speedboat is about 2 meters, which is very easy for them to cross. A few seconds later, Lu Liu's family and Zhang Lang and other 4 high-level zombies jumped on the speedboat one by one. And all of them sat in the inflatable speedboat. Sit tight. We're going, Xiaojiao said to everyone. He started the rechargeable gasoline dual-purpose speedboat, drove the speedboat, and took them to the destination quickly. A few minutes later, the outer layer of their raincoats was soaked with rain. Fortunately, the location of Lu Liu's villa in City A was only a few minutes away from here. 5 minutes later, they arrived at Lu Liu's villa in City A smoothly. Xiaojiao took out a long ruler to measure the depth and put it into the water. The water depth was 2.2 meters. Lu, there is serious flooding inside City A. Tell me the location of the secret room, and I will go in to get the gold, Xiaojiao whispered to Lulu. Lulu shook her head. You drive the assault boat in, and I will go to get the gold. Xiaojiao had a little doubt about Lu Liu's insistence, but he still drove the assault boat into the villa as she requested. The first floor of the villa had already been submerged by more than 2 meters of water. Their assault boat was parked in the yard where the villa used to be, from where they were now. The second floor of the villa was not submerged. Zhang Lang saw the scene in the villa and his bulging eyes moved. It was here that he was betrayed and died by his brother. Now that he revisited the old place, he couldn't help but think of the tragic past he had encountered. His brother Zhang Feng, who betrayed him, was sent away by him with the zombie virus. Chapter 340 Things have changed. Ma Weizhou, who committed the crime with his former good brother Zhang Feng, is still unknown whether he is dead or alive. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Lulu left a message to everyone, and she looked up at the balcony area of the second floor villa. After determining the landing place, she moved her ankles, put her hands together to move her wrists, exerted force on her feet, squatted down and jumped up suddenly. In an instant, her slender and agile body was suspended in the air and flush with the railing of the balcony of the second floor villa. Lulu decisively reached out and grabbed the steel fence at the balcony, turned over and raised her legs neatly, and landed steadily on the ceramic floor tiles of the balcony. After landing, she tried to push the glass door of the balcony. The door was locked. Lulu took out the laser gun given by Xiaojiao and fired a shot at the locked core of the balcony glass door. The door lock was instantly penetrated. Lulu pushed the door again and easily entered the interior of the second floor villa. She glanced at the familiar villa environment and strode to the study on the second floor. The study on the first and second floors both have a secret room, which contains some antiques, calligraphy and paintings. As early as the beginning of her rebirth, the valuables in the secret room had been sold by her. Now the secret room is empty. In order to make up for the lie about gold, Lulu closed the door of the study and clicked on the dimensional necklace given by Xiaojiao on her neck. After the light blue screen appeared, it showed the names and quantities of densely packed materials. As early as when she upgraded the space, she had taken out all the suitcases containing gold and stored them in the dimensional space necklace given by Xiaojiao. She clicked on the black 24-inch suitcase. A total of 10 suitcases were taken out by her and placed on the floor of the study in order. After taking out the box, Lulu opened the glass window in the study and shouted downstairs, Xiaojiao, the things are all here. Come up and take them away. Xiaojiao heard Lulu's crisp shout. He stood up, bent his legs and jumped up. After his body rotated in the air, his strong legs landed steadily on the balcony. I'm coming in. Xiaojiao shouted in the direction of the study on the balcony. Come in. Lulu opened the door of the study and stood there waiting. Xiaojiao walked to her side and stood still. Is this box full of gold? Yes. Put it away. Use your superpowers to exchange some high-tech weapons and cold-proof clothing for me. Okay. Xiaojiao nodded and put all the 10 24-inch black suitcases in the house back into the system. The gold just entered the system. Xiao Jiao took a look at the amount of gold reserves. The gold provided by Lulu can advance the construction of the Sky City by 3 months. The Sky City will be open to survivors by December this year at the latest. As for the amount of gold needed to exchange for winter clothing and weapons, a suitcase alone is enough to exchange for 10,000 people's winter clothing and weapons. Let's go. Let's stay in the shelter for 1 night. Lulu turned and walked outside, not giving Xiao Jiao a chance to refuse. Since he was here, he found Ma Weizhou and beat him up. Lulu hid his thoughts, walked to the balcony, jumped off the balcony, and landed on the speedboat. The speedboat shook passively due to the impact of her jump. Xiao Jiao followed closely, jumped off the balcony, and landed on the speedboat. He started the speedboat and took Lulu to the shelter in City A. When they arrived at the gate of the shelter in City A, they found that there was no one at the gate. Zhang Lang, Wang Wu and others held umbrellas to shield Lulu and Xiao Jiao from the increasing rain. Master, there is no signal on the bracelet. There is no one in the shelter here. Zhang Lang sensed the breath of flesh and blood nearby and immediately said to Lulu, "Let's go to other areas." Lulu said to Xiao Jiao, "There are 5 temporary shelters in City A, located in the east, west, south, north and center. This is the central area. Let's go to other areas to find a shelter to stay temporarily." Okay. Xiao Jiao turned around and chose a direction to leave. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the East District shelter. Master, there is no one here either. There is no signal on the bracelet. Lulu frowned and muttered to himself. In this situation, I guess all the shelters in City A have moved to Linwan shelter. Let's go to Linwan and stay for 1 night. After hearing Lulu's proposal, Xiao Jiao hesitated for a moment and drove the speedboat to the place she said. Linwan. It doesn't matter if you go there. Those people in the Nandong family can't see through their disguise. In fact, if it's just a temporary stay, any building nearby will do. He didn't understand why Lulu insisted on going to Linwan shelter. In short, you will understand when you get there. She doesn't want to say it. He won't force it. Xiao Jiao took out the smart compass navigation and quickly determined the fastest straight line. Going to Linwan shelter by water is much faster than by land. The driving route was all straight, and the speed was pulled to the lowest. It would take more than 40 minutes to get to the destination. Master, sit inside. The wind is small inside. Zhang Lang held an umbrella and stood at the wind outlet to block the wind for Lulu. Wang Wu and the 2 women also surrounded the wind outlet to block the cold wind. Lulu moved and sat quietly. The seat under her buttocks was wet and cold, despite the protection of the raincoat. But because of the low temperature outside and the increasingly heavy rain, her body still felt the biting cold. No words along the way. 45 minutes later, the group arrived at Linwan shelter. When they entered the shelter, they finally saw living people besides them. But even if they saw living people, the state of these people was very pessimistic. Most people, wearing thin clothes, huddled in the eaves and door corners of the shelter, hugging each other for warmth. Many people used the dry firewood they found, lit it, and roasted it on the spot for warmth. Seeing the miserable state of these people, Lulu could not help but feel some pity and sympathy in his heart. Master, it's cold outside. Let's find a place to stay and rest first. Let's go. Xiao Jiao walked in front, holding a big black umbrella and leading the way in front of everyone. Xiao Wu leaned on his warm chest and did not feel too cold. Lulu and others, each holding an umbrella, carrying a black backpack for cover behind them, went to the rental center together. The corridor at the entrance of the rental center. Many survivors sat on the ground, wrapped in quilts, with decadent and depressed expressions. Wherever they looked, they saw these people. All of them were pale and thin. Lulu thought of the extreme cold disaster in a month, and worried about the future of these people. Given the current situation of the shelter, I am afraid that most of the people here will die of hunger and cold before the extreme cold comes. She was silent, and went to the service hall with Xiao Jiao to open 2 hotel-style rooms for accommodation.